You, a 70-year-old ordinary old man, were caught and forced to become a son-in-law in a family of cultivators, facing a much older old lady than yourself. You immediately expressed your refusal to submit. However, an ordinary person has no right to refuse when facing a cultivator. At this moment, you feel like you would rather die, having never touched a woman in your life, only to be harmed by the old lady in the end. Just thinking, you have been taken to a secluded courtyard. As soon as you entered the courtyard, the old lady closed the courtyard door, then tapped on your head, and you found that you could speak. Let me tell you, old lady, dreaming of marrying me as a son-in-law is simply a fool's dream. We are both so old. Should we still care about our reputation? I will never marry you, and don't expect me to marry you. If you dare to force me, I will bite my tongue and die in minutes. Have you finished speaking? The old lady remained expressionless, showing no emotional fluctuations. You angrily said, I haven't finished. Don't you ever think about it? How old we both are. Even if you are a cultivator, you still have desires in that aspect. But you should also consider me. I'm an old bone. Can I withstand your antics? Suddenly, with a smack, as soon as you finished speaking, the maid next to you slapped you. Bold thief, how dare you insult the lady? Before you could say anything, the old woman spoke up. You're mistaken. I asked you to be a son-in-law not for me, but for my daughter. It doesn't matter who you're asking for. I'm over 70 years old. Wait a minute. You stopped halfway through your sentence and looked at the old lady with shining eyes. How old is your daughter? The old lady replied calmly. 21. You looked puzzled at her words. You look almost 90. And your daughter is only 21? You must be kidding. The maid on the side said impatiently. Madam is a cultivator. Already 130 years old this year. Cultivators have a much harder time getting pregnant than ordinary people. Don't you know? You were stunned after hearing this. Only then did you realize that you were in the world of cultivating immortals. In the world of cultivating immortals, people often live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Having a 21-year-old daughter at the age of 130 is quite reasonable. When I think of this, you quickly speak up. Look, isn't it like when a flood washes away the Dragon King temple, and families no longer recognize each other? You said earlier that you were looking for a man for your daughter. So didn't I agree? Mother-in-law, where is my wife? The old woman didn't seem anxious. My daughter is naturally in the house. But I advise you to listen to me finish speaking first, and then decide whether or not to become my family's son-in-law. No need to consider. What is there to consider? 21 years old, in the prime of youth. If I still need to consider, then am I even human? The old woman explained again. The main thing is that my daughter has some flaws. You listen and smile calmly. You said that. I am already 70 years old. You don't mind my age. If your daughter is perfect, then it's not my turn, right? I am aware of this. The old woman nodded with relief. But there are some things I still need to make clear. If you want to marry my daughter, you must do so sincerely. When I was pregnant with her, I was injured by the ice tiger while trying to save my husband, which resulted in my daughter's spiritual roots being shattered. Half of her face disfigured, and the cold chi remaining in her body, making it impossible for her to cultivate in this lifetime. The only way is to find a man to have intercourse with her, using his yang energy to dispel the cold chi. However, this is dangerous, as young men can only endure it at most twice before being eroded by the cold chi and dying. At your age, you may only be able to endure it once. Upon hearing this, your heart trembles. Shocking. Others may lose just a surname when marrying into a family, but I might lose my life. If not, I wouldn't have come to you. The old woman said lightly. You are just a mortal, already in your 70s. I can give you a great supplement pill to ensure you can live for another 3 to 5 months after being with her. Upon hearing this, you fell into contemplation. At your age, in this world of the survival of the fittest, you could die at any time. It might be better to die as a real man before that. Thinking of this, you decisively agreed. Alright, I will also do my part for Ling Ai. If we can find another old man like me who is not afraid of death, it may also increase her hope of recovery in cultivation. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, the old woman shook her head. To completely remove the cold air, we need 20 to 30 mortal men, and with so many men, the Yi family could have more descendants. We won't do that. In fact, coming to you is just hoping she can leave a legacy for this family. You asked somewhat puzzledly, so I can completely avoid absorbing the cold air. Isn't this a way to live longer? This cold air will greatly affect her chances of getting pregnant. I don't expect you to make her pregnant, just hoping you can help reduce the cold air. The old lady sighed as she spoke. I have calculated that at most 3 to 5 men can help her restore a normal pregnancy probability. Cultivators are already difficult to conceive, so it depends on her fate. Originally, I was just an unlucky porter, relying on the old man behind to impregnate others. But thinking of this Miss Lienner, who had to accept 4 or 5 old men in order to get pregnant. This determination and perseverance are truly admirable. Thinking of this, you readily replied, "Alright, I understand the situation. I have no objections. Anyway, we all have to die sooner or later. As long as we can consummate the marriage as soon as possible, I don't mind going ahead to help you pave the way." The old lady handed over a book and a pill, instructing, "Now, make a vow that you will voluntarily absorb the cold air in my daughter's body. You can consummate the marriage tonight. This is a great tonic and the basic cultivation method technique of absorbing qi. Memorize the mantra and you can practice it during intercourse." Upon hearing this, you immediately made a vow without hesitation, then took the big tonic pill and swallowed it in one gulp. A warm current spread throughout your body, and you suddenly felt as if you were more than 10 years younger, but you knew it was only temporary. And after the medicine wore off, the situation would only get worse. "Alright, you go rest first. I'll arrange the bridal chamber for tonight," the old lady said before leaving. "My daughter is called Yi Xinlian, and I am Yi Shan." "Thank you, mother-in-law. I am called Yi Baichuan." "You introduced yourself." Yesan was stunned when she heard this, obviously not expecting that you would also be surnamed Yi. You quickly joked, "Well, what if Lingyi gets pregnant? Don't blame me for not being a good son-in-law. After all, it's not my fault that we have the same surname, and the treatment of a son-in-law should not be lacking." Yesan smiled helplessly, didn't say much, and immediately went to arrange tonight's affairs. "As for you, you found a place to happily study the Nikki-ju. Unfortunately, you are getting older and have a bad memory. After reading all afternoon, you still hadn't memorized it by evening, so you could only stumble through reading the book. Fortunately, Yesan didn't take back the manual, so you could learn and use it that night." Finally, the time came to the evening, and you had already washed up early and changed into new clothes. When you arrived in the room, you saw Yexinlian kneeling with a red veil on her head, Yesan sitting in the main seat, and 2 maids serving on the left and right. Except for the 4 of them and yourself, there was no one else. Yian didn't talk nonsense and immediately went up and knelt down next to Yi Xianrun. Yi Shan also spoke. "Today you two are getting married. Let's keep things simple. Drink a cup of wine to each other, and let's call it a rite of passage." Yi Shan was obviously not in much of a mood either. Yian was even more impatient already. Immediately, he turned around and drank a cup of wine with Yi Xinren. However, just as Yian was mindfully waiting for the next cave-in, suddenly a voice, however, sounded in his head. Ding! Detected the host taking a wife. The branch opening system is activating. Ding! The branching system is binding. Ding! The branch opening system has been bound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying his wife, Yi Xinren, and gaining merit value, 10 points. Ding! Wife Yi Xinren current favorability, 0. Warm tip, work hard to improve your wife's favorability to reach a certain percentage, and you will get the corresponding merit value. In addition to this, every time you marry your wife and every time you share a room with your husband and wife, you will also receive the corresponding merit value. Introduction of merit value. Merit value can be used to enhance the host itself, such as increasing the efficiency of cultivation, increasing the progress of the cultivation of the secret books of merit techniques, and so on. In addition, merit value can also be used to invest in the cultivation of offspring. When the offspring is born, it will also receive a large amount of merit value feedback. It's always the same thing. This system is created for branching and spreading, so please make an effort to branch and spread your leaves, so that you can become stronger and stronger. Yian listened in confusion. What's the mess? I just want to get high once and be done with it, and you're asking me to branch out? I'm a 70-year-old man. Come on, you tell me. How do I branch out? What kind of system is this that's so unreliable? Chapter 4. Still the system, you understand me. Runner, don't you lose my book. Auntie, it's time to enter the bridal chamber. Yian was thinking about the system, but the voice of the maid came from the side. He was then carried by 2 maids of honor and sent into the wedding room that had been simply decorated on the side. And as the 2 maids walked away, one of them even rushed at Yian. Auntie, don't forget your blood oath. But the 2 of us will be guarding the door tonight. After saying that, the 2 maids of honor then walked out of the wedding room, while backhandedly locking the wedding room from the outside. Yian looked suddenly numb and thought, is this a ing cave-in? Or is it hell? What's with the locked door? Is this because you're afraid I'll run away? Turned his head and looked around the room. Aside from a table and a bed, there was only one cabinet left, and Yi Xianrun was sitting on the bed at the moment, her head still covered with red gauze, not saying a word. Looking at her small, tightly clenched hands, Yian knew that this must be a big girl's first time for her as well. Looking at the woman sitting on the bed and smelling the woman's scent in the air, this was simply too much temptation for Yian, who had been a bachelor for 70 years. But this time, he was incredibly lucid. I'm sure I'm ready to die, but it's not the system that's coming, just in case one is still alive. Thus, Yin resisted the urge to sit down at the table and studied his open branch system again. He remembered that this so-called system had even given himself a newbie gift pack when the binding was completed, just in time to see, firsthand, exactly what it is. Thinking about it, Yin shouted in his mind according to the approach in the novels of his previous life. Open the newbie bundle. Sure enough, the system's voice followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the newbie package reward, the secret room art Dragon Yang technique. Dragon Yang skill, top secret technique in the room, has been automatically fused, without the need for the host to cultivate. The Dragon Yang skill will operate on its own when in the same room, allowing the host to restore peak strength as if it were a 20-year-old boy, and will not damage its own essence. Warm tip, there is a Dragon Yang know how to protect the body will not be because of coitus to make themselves weaker, but also cannot stop their own life force natural flow. In view of the host has 70 years of age, please supplement their own life force as soon as possible. Listening to the system's introduction, Yin couldn't help but smile. Originally, he was afraid that he would be out of his depth tonight. This was great. With this Dragon Yang skill, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. It's still the system, you know me. But isn't it too stingy for you to only have this one reward for this newbie gift pack? Yet the system was not answering. Yin waved his hand and lamented in his heart. Once that is the peak, old man is content. It's just a pity that if this had been given to me 50 years earlier, wouldn't I have failed to get a single daughter-in-law? That's just it. It's better to see how this merit value works. Yin thought and checked his merit value. Current remaining merit value, 10 points. The system says that this thing seems to increase the effect of cultivation. With that in mind, Yin flipped open the beginner cultivation technique, nascent soul decision. Then he followed the cultivation method recorded on it and recited it. Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mind to this, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Detected that the host is practicing the nascent soul decision. Can consume a certain amount of merit value to enhance the cultivation effect. Is it used? Yin immediately shouted in his mind. Use. The system's voice then sounded. Ding! This operation of the nascent soul decision can consume 5 points of merit value to double the effect. Is it to be used? Use. Yin also did not hesitate. And as his words fell, sure enough, Yin instantly felt that a hot current appeared within his body. This heat flow started from the dantian, and then it quickly traveled towards one's limbs and bones. Wherever he passed, it actually made him feel warm all over, and it was as if one's whole essence had changed for the better. This feels like it's almost catching up with the great tonic pill. Is this what cultivation feels like? It's simply too good. Yin Xin was thrilled and quietly enjoyed himself, and at the same time, he realized that his body was actually starting to become more and more powerful under the nourishment of this warm current, but the warmth disappeared after just one run through his body. Obviously this was the nascent soul decision running for a week and stopping on its own. Thinking about the fact that he still had 5 points of merit value left, Yin also did not hesitate. Immediately, he put the last 5 points of merit value into it as well. Soon as the nascent soul decision began to run, Yin felt that the warm feeling was back in his body. And this time, after the warmth has run its course, Yin only felt as if he was 20 years younger. The body is full of power. He even realized that the full head of white hair on his head had vaguely turned a few strands black. It's not bad that it's a technique from the immortal cultivation realm. If I can keep practicing like this, wouldn't I be able to return to my old age? It's just that this merit value is consumed too quickly. Thinking about it, Yin looked at Xin who was on the side. You can get merit value even for cohabitation. Then won't I be able to cultivate while cohabiting later? Especially when he thought that he still had a top-notch room secret technique like the Dragon Yang technique. Yin was also not delaying. Immediately, he took the nascent soul decision technique and came next to Shinran. Then he moved his hand to lift the red veil on Shinran's head. However, what Yin didn't expect was that in addition to wearing this layer of red veil, Xinran also had half a white veil on her face. When she saw Yin, she was even more busy lowering her head. I am honored that your husband does not mind, and I wish to marry Xinran. It's just that Xinran looks ugly. I hope that you won't mind. So let Xinran wear this veil. Yin sniffed in relief. A son doesn't mind his mother's ugliness, and a dog doesn't mind his family's poverty. Since I promised to enter the family and take you as my wife, naturally I don't care about that. If you mind, wear it. After all, it's not certain how long we'll be a couple. I understand what you and your mother are saying, and I'll keep my word. Well, let's get started, Yin said and began to undress. Xinran was obviously a bit nervous at the sight and busied herself. Sunga, won't you blow out the candles? Yin awkwardly said. I haven't memorized the nascent soul decision yet, so I'll have to read the book while running it later. Yi Xin Ren's cheeks instantly reddened when she heard this, but there was nothing she could do. If Yin didn't run the nascent soul decision, there was no way to actively absorb the cold chi in her body, and if she purely relied on being passive, the efficiency would obviously be very slow. In the end, she could only nod nicely. The room was then left in a state of flutter. It had to be said that Yi Xinren, putting aside her appearance, this figure was absolutely nothing to speak of. Plus Yin had the secret art of the room, Dragon Yang technique. It wasn't long before the room was nothing but ineffable noises, and after an hour, Yian's mind was finally ringing with the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing cohabitation. System reward merit value, 10 points. Listening to the system's voice, Yian was also busy taking out the nascent soul decision, ready to hurry up and cultivate again while he had merit value. However, who knows, just as he took out the book, the system's voice was ringing in his head again. Ding! Host's wife, Yi Xinren. Favorability increased to 10. No reward at this stage. Holy, the favorability went up this quickly? Could it be because the Dragon Yang technique is too fierce? As Yian was thinking, he suddenly felt that Yi Xianren actually once again stuck towards himself, while his eyes unexpectedly became a bit mesmerized, only to see her raise a slender white hand and instantly grab onto the book of nascent soul decision in Yian's hand. Following the force, he actually threw the book directly under the bed. The next moment, Yian was pushed. After another hour, the system's voice sounded in Yian's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing cohabitation. System rewards merit value, 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wife Yi Xinren. Favorability increased to 20. No reward at this stage. Listening to the system's voice, Yian simply wanted to cry and was busy shouting. I thought it was just once tonight? And don't throw my book. Xin Run. Chapter 5 Madam is not well. The aunt is dying. The next room. Yershin is sitting at the table. A maid stood across the room. What do you mean? It just stopped ringing not a minute ago? The maid nodded with a pretty red face. I heard you truly, ma'am. Didn't you say that your aunt could only carry it off once? But it's been almost 3 hours. Is something going to happen? Yi Shan was also confused. This guy is 70 years old, and he's still a mortal. It doesn't make sense that it would last this long. He's not going to work himself to death alive without knowing moderation. Is he? If you die, it's a good thing you're dead, the maid said. Yi Shan said as she hurriedly glared at the maid. What do you mean by that? It doesn't matter if he dies. But what if he creates a psychological shadow for Xianrun? You go and keep an eye on it now. Don't make a mess. At least not in front of Xianrun. Yes, the maid responded with a busy voice before leaving. But inside the bridal chamber, Yian lay on the bed, his entire body trembling. If one were to look closely, one would realize that at this moment, Yian's entire body was actually covered in cold crystals. It was as if those cold crystals had frozen his entire body. Even on his hair and eyebrows, the same cold crystals hung. And at this moment in Yian's mind, the system's voice was ringing non-stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing cohabitation. System reward merit value, 10 points. Ding! Host's wife, Yi Xinren. Favorability increased to 30. Congratulations to the host for obtaining merit value, 30 points. Ding! Host's wife, Yi Xinren. Favorability increased to 50. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 points of merit. Host's current remaining merit value, 110 points. It was just that at this moment, Yian couldn't listen to a single word of this system's voice, because he felt as if he was about to GA. He clearly did not run the nascent soul decision himself, but the cold chi in Yi Xinren's body still infiltrated him. If it's just once, forget it. But it was 3 times. Before the rapport, Yian had already run the nascent soul decision twice and had invested 10 points of merit value. But at the moment it couldn't be carried. However, Yi Xinren on the side was as if she was bewitched. Soon surprisingly, he pulled on Yian's arm again. Only this time, Yian's instinctive desire to survive let him know. If I don't resist, I'm afraid I'll really die in this bridal chamber tonight. At that moment, he exerted his last ounce of strength, and his entire body rolled over and rolled directly under the bed. And this movement finally woke up Yi Xinren. She looked at Yian, who was as frozen as an ice sculpture, and was so frightened that she immediately shouted out. Outside the door of the room, the 2 maids watching were also startled at the words. He was busy unlocking it and rushed in. It was only when they saw Yian, who was lying on the ground and had frozen his whole body stiff, all scared silly too. It was still Yi Xianrun who was the first to react and busily shouted, "Go and call my mother." It was only then that one of the maids ran out. Yi Xianrun hurriedly put on her clothes, and then she also put on Yian's clothes. But Yi Shan, at this moment, was sitting in her room in a drowsy state. He was also startled to hear a sudden scream, but following that the door was pushed open by the maid. Before she could inquire what had happened, she heard the maid shout, "It's bad, ma'am, the aunt is dying." Ha! Yishan heard the words also blinded, where dare to delay immediately ran out of the room. A few moments later, when Yishan arrived, he saw Yian lying on the ground freezing and shivering. "What's gotten into you?" Yi Xianren cried through her tears. "Mother, I don't know. I seem to have gotten too greedy, so that's what he's become. Mother, save him, it's all my daughter's fault. Save him." When Yishan heard this, she also sighed helplessly and busily took out a large tonic pill and fed it to Yian. He then took his pulse. "Mother, how is he?" Yi Xinren asked worriedly. Yishan, however, frowned and said, "He's old in his own right, and this time he's caught too much cold. Although I gave him a great tonic pill beforehand, the medicinal effect seems to have been exhausted long ago. Giving him another one this time will only help top up his life force for now, but whether or not he can carry it through in the end depends on his own destiny," said Yishan, asking in a low voice, "Be honest with mother. What the hell are you guys doing?" Yi Xinren understood Yishan's meaning, and while lowering her head, she extended 3 fingers. Seeing this scene, Yishan also couldn't help but nod on Yi Xianren's forehead. "Damn girl, do you think he's a 20-year-old lad? You don't know how powerful the cold in your own body is, do you? 20-year-old lads will be finished even if you toss them around like that." Yi Xianren sniffed and said with a reddened face, "But mother, I forgot all about it just now, and he really looks like a 20-year-old lad." "You!" Yishan was furious. "You dead girl. You've never seen a man before. You can't tell the difference between 20 and 70 years old." Yi Xinren muttered. "I just married too, so how would I know? But he is really great." "You, I don't care to talk about you," Yishan said and rushed the 2 maids on the side. "You guys get him into bed with 2 extra quilts. You're sleeping at my place tonight." Yishan said to Yi Xianren. "What about him?" Yi Xianren was still a little worried about Jian. Yishan said, "Whether he can survive this night or not depends on his own destiny. We can't help him, and it's the path he chose for himself." Yi Xianren still wanted to say something, but Yishan had already pulled her away. Just before leaving, Yishan couldn't help but look at Yian one more time. "I don't know what I'm thinking." The 2 maids quickly settled Yian, just being covered by several quilts. Yian couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. Rather, it was the great tonic pill that Yishan had just given him that made him feel slightly more comfortable, but his body was still covered in frost, which also made him feel as if he was in an ice cellar. The 2 maids looked at him and both shook their heads helplessly. As they left, one of the maids saw the nascent soul decree thrown on the ground. It was also picked up by hand and placed beside Yian's bed. Yian looked at the nascent soul decision that was close at hand, and a hint of excitement finally appeared on his desperate face. But in the next room, Yishan personally took Yi Xianren's pulse. "Only this pulse about to put the more strange. Your coldness hasn't decreased much. According to the number of times you said this clearly doesn't match up. Yi Xinren sniffed and said with some embarrassment, "It's all my fault. He hasn't memorized the nascent soul decision yet. He needs to read the book in order to function. But I was a little too mesmerized before, and I seem to have knocked his book off." Yishan was simply speechless to the extreme as she listened. At the same time it made her even more curious about Yian. Where on earth did a 70-year-old man get such a great ability? Forget it, even though he didn't run the nascent soul decision. The reduction of cold chi in your body is worthy of 2 great tonic pills. Whether he survives or not depends on his own destiny. "Sleep," Yishan said and retreated under the covers, leaving only Yi Xinren alone. She looked in the direction of her room, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. "I don't know if I'm worried about Yian's well-being or if I'm just reminiscing about the previous disorientation." Chapter 6, Breaking Through 2 Realms in a Row. Old man's spring has come. Room. Yin sat on the bed shakily. The instinct to survive caused him to open the nascent soul decision book in front of him and start running it once again, and with 5 points of meritocracy invested. Soon, the chi nascent decision took effect, and Yian really felt a warm current emerge from his body. However, I don't know if it's because of the cold or what. The warmth flowed only halfway through his body before disappearing into thin air. But even so, Yian clearly felt that he was a bit more comfortable. Again, Yian endured the cold and once again ran the nascent soul decree. Another 5 points of merit value went down, and sure enough, this time the effect was much better than last time. The warmth ran through his body for a complete cycle. Even he felt the coldness in his body, which seemed to have decreased a bit. Yian was pleasantly surprised, feeling that he was still saved, and immediately functioned again. Only this time, just as he started to utilize the nascent soul decree, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for crossing into the first level of the body forging realm. Currently you can invest 10 points of merit value to enhance the cultivation effect by 3 times. Is it committed? Listening to the system's voice, Yian did not care to think much, and immediately shouted, "Vote! Hurry up and vote!" As Yian's voice fell, he soon felt a surprisingly stronger and warmer flow in his body than before. The warmth was like a hot spring in the middle of winter. It traveled around Yian's body, and wherever it passed, it unexpectedly dispersed all the depressed cold air. Yi and Shu Yan couldn't help but let out a long breath. Cool. It's just great. And as this warm current traveled, just a few moments later, the cold chi in Yian's body had then dispersed nearly half of it, but that warmth is largely depleted as well. Surprised, Yian was also busy putting in another 10 points of merit value again. Sure enough, as the warmth reappeared, this time, it wasn't just the cold chi in Yian's body that was being rapidly dispersed. Even the cold crystals on his skin were actually melting rapidly. Unconsciously, the melted cold crystals had actually dampened the bedding under his buttocks. After another circumference was completed, Yian snapped his eyes open. At this moment, his eyes were gleaming and his entire demeanor had returned to normal. Yian was busy getting out of bed and moving around. Soon he realized that his physical fitness today was even a little stronger than before the cave-in. Is this the benefit of cultivating immortality? Although I'm 70 years old, I was able to resist 3 infestations of cold air without dying by running the nascent soul decision. Could this be my creation? Yian thought, busy glancing at his remaining merit value. Remaining merit value, 80 points. Just now, I ran the nascent soul decree 4 times, consuming a total of 30 points. This means that 30 points of nascent soul determination has kept me alive. So if I use all of these remaining 80 points to cultivate, what kind of body can I recover to? And what the system just reminded me of. Crossing over to the first level of the body forging realm? That seems to be the level of cultivation, right? Yian was busy calming himself down and began to think about all this. Based on the former host's memories, Yian quickly recalled the cultivation grade of this world. They are, Body Forging Realm, Qi Refining Realm, Heavenly Mansion Realm, Jindan Realm, Yuan Yin Realm, Mahayana Realm, Human King Realm, Saint Realm, Heavenly King Realm. Onward and upward. The former hosts are not known. And recalling this information, Yian was also very sure that he should just cross into the first layer of the body forging realm. But didn't they say I had no spiritual roots? Why are you still able to practice? Yian couldn't figure it out and simply didn't think about it. Anyway, he can't die now, so he might as well stay alive. That's enough. Especially if I can't die here. Won't I be able to stay married to Yi Shinran? Thinking about this, Yian felt that life had a run for its money. At that moment, he sat down on his knees again. Since you can't die, then hurry up and cultivate properly. Other than that, at least get your body well, or else I'll be sorry for this dragon yang technique of mine. Yian Xian was excited and immediately continued to run the nascent soul decision. At the same time, he made a calculation in his mind. He himself still had 80 points of merit value left today, which meant that he could still operate for 8 more weeks. Thinking about it, Yian did not delay any longer and immediately ran. And as he began to run, the merit value began to fall off a little bit. Congratulations to the host for consuming 10 points of merit value. The effect of this cultivation has been increased by 3 times. Congratulations to the host for consuming 10 points of merit. With the sound of the system going on, and the clock is ticking. What Yian didn't know was that with the nascent soul decision running over and over again, his entire appearance also changed radically. The first thing is the wrinkles on the face and hands, which are visibly decreasing. The second thing was that his head full of white hair had unexpectedly gained a few more strands of black silk without him realizing it, turning it into black and white. The last thing is his grooming. Being originally 70 years old had made his entire back a little less straight. However, as the nascent soul decision was running, his entire upper body unexpectedly straightened up without him even realizing it. Yian hadn't realized the change in his appearance at the moment though, yet he was able to feel the changes within his body. Originally, those internal organs that already had little vitality had actually begun to become energized under the nourishment of the nascent soul decision. And Yian's most intuitive feeling was still his own strength. He felt that now his physical quality. I'm afraid that compared to 40 or 50 years old middle-aged people are not too much. You should know that you are now 70 years old. And if you were 50 years younger, then I am afraid that your physical fitness would only be higher. And just as Yian was about to use up the merit value in one go, suddenly the system's voice was sounding again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for crossing into the second level of the forging realm. This cultivation can consume 20 points of merit value and increase the effect by 5 times. Is it committed? Hearing the voice, Yian couldn't help but be happy. This is a breakthrough to the second level of the body forging realm? This cultivation doesn't seem too difficult, but how come this multiplier has only increased 5-fold? The merit value consumption has doubled instead? As if hearing Yian's doubts, the system's voice followed. Ding! The effect multiplier enhancement in merit value consumption is based on the host's comprehensive strength, and there is no fixed rule. For example, if the host possesses a lower grade spiritual root and an upper grade spiritual root, the amount of merit value consumed is also different. Specific consumption. Please refer to the system reminder. Listening to the system's explanation, Yian was also dazed. He didn't care though. He'd find a way to earn it if he didn't have it anyway. With the Dragon Yang skill in your possession, are you still afraid that you won't be able to earn merit value? Keep going. Yian immediately revolved the nascent soul decree once again, and after so many runs, he had finally memorized the nascent soul decision, and this time as he put 20 points of merit value into it, the system's voice also sounded again. Ding! The host's current merit value has been depleted. Holy? That's it? Yian was speechless, but then he was shocked as he saw an explosion of muscles appear in front of him. You know, he was 70 years old, and it was a muscle he couldn't even dream of having. Feeling the explosive strength in his arm, Yian completely strained a smile. Coming! Spring has come for the old man. Chapter 7. Are you Yian? Or madam, you know me? As the warmth of the last practice dissipated rapidly through the body, Yian finally was the eyes that opened. Feeling the power in his body, Yian couldn't help but redden his eyes a little. He remembered that the last time he had this sense of power was 30 or 40 years ago. He couldn't believe that at 70 years old, he could still have this kind of power one day. It's good to be young. Yian jumped out of bed, and only then did he see that the sky outside the window was surprisingly all misty. The few times he had practiced on his own, he had actually consumed an entire night's worth of time. No wonder those immortals in the novels. A retreat is 10 days, half a month or even tens of hundreds of years. So cultivation takes so much time. Yian was in a good mood and immediately pushed the door and walked out. The maid wasn't at the door, and Yi Shan and Yi Xianren hadn't gotten up yet. Feeling the strength of his body, Yian then directly picked up the scythe at the door and ran to the courtyard to clean up the weeds. It wasn't so much that he enjoyed working. Rather, it was in this moment that he could experience what it was like to be young again. No, once he started he couldn't stop. In one fell swoop, he mowed weeds for 2 hours straight, completely clearing the entire yard of weeds. He was then content to sit on the patio and make himself a cup of tea. Feeling the sweat running down his neck, Yian looked up to the sky and laughed. This is not sweat. This is clearly his previously lost youth. This laughter, however, woke up the mother and daughter Yishan, who happened to get up. The two pushed open the door and were dumbfounded when they saw Yian sitting in the courtyard. Especially Yishan, who immediately chided. Who are you? Why are you an Yi family? Yian froze, and only then did he notice the mother and daughter duo, and busily got up. Mother-in-law, it's me. Yin. Yishan and the two of them visibly stiffened at his words. Especially Yi Xianren. That look was clearly disbelieving. How can you be my Sangha? My Sagittarius doesn't have you. Such awesome muscles. Yian sniffed and scratched his head awkwardly. I'm really Yian. After you guys left last night, I practiced the nascent soul decree for a while. I'm kinda surprised I woke up like this in the morning. This matter of the system naturally couldn't be said, so Yian could only make up a random reason. There was no way they could tell they had a system anyway. Seeing Yian mention last night's incident, Yishan and Yi Xianren then relaxed their guard for a few moments, but it was obvious that they still couldn't trust him. Until finally, Yian told all about yesterday's events, even some of what happened in the wedding room last night. The mother and daughter were shocked to believe that he was Yian. What's going on, mother? Yi Xianren was also dumbfounded. The one who caved with herself last night was clearly a 70-year-old man. How is it that you are so much younger by morning? Looked like he was in his early 50s at most. And to top it off, he was all tendon. Simply looking at Yi Shinren was confusing. Calm down. Wait until I see how he is first. Yishan busily raised her hand on Yian's wrist and checked up on him. However, it was fine if this was not checked. Even Yishan was shocked when he checked. He's only as fit as a 40 or 50-year-old now. And the worst thing is that he actually crossed into the second level of the body forging realm. What? But doesn't he have no spiritual roots? How could he possibly cultivate? Yi Shinren was also dumbfounded. And just as they were talking, two maids came out of the room. Yi Shan saw this and rushed at the two. Xiaochun, quickly make a trip to my sister and borrow a spiritual root detection stone. Xiao Qiu, go to the practice room and fetch a strength testing stone over here. Yi Shan obviously couldn't believe her judgment either. Immediately the two men fetched their things. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Chun didn't dare to delay, and immediately ran out. Within 10 minutes, the two men ran back with a rock each. Yishan first took the strength detection stone in Xiao Qiu's hand and let Yian put his palm on it. Sure enough, a green glow appeared on it at once. This really is the second level of the body forging realm, Yi Shinran exclaimed. And when Yi Shan placed the spiritual root detection stone in Yi An's hand, the detection stone burst into a faint white light, and seeing this scene, Yi Shinran was even more shocked and directly covered her mouth. Even Xiao Qiu and Xiao Haru, who were on the side, froze in place in shock. Lower grade attribute-less root bone. This is a lower grade attribute-less root bone. Mercy, you are saved. Yi and he can cultivate. Yi Xianren was also unsurprised and asked busily, but didn't you say yesterday that he didn't have a spiritual root? Yian was also confused. Yeah, the one who brought me back yesterday also said I don't have a spiritual root. Yi Shan said, you could be an invisible spirit root. There's nothing strange in the world of immortal cultivation. Some people's spiritual roots are born unmanifest, and only appear when they encounter some strange encounters. Last night when your cold energy entered your body, it might have been the key to stimulating the spiritual root. Anyway, it's a good thing that you can cultivate. I'm counting on you for my daughter's illness. Yi Shinran suddenly said. But mother, Shanggong has such physical qualities. It's logical that he should prioritize passing on the family name to the Yi family. Shut up. Yi Shan directly interrupted Yi Xianrun. When they were picking people yesterday, they were the ones who didn't have anyone who wanted Yian. It's fate, and he's been your husband since yesterday. The big deal is that after your body heals, just let your sister marry him a few more women from the family to reproduce offspring, who can't still be a little selfish. No one is allowed to tell anyone about this until you're cured. And so what if Yian has a spiritual root? It's inherently harder for an immortal to get pregnant than an ordinary person. I'll explain it clearly to my sister. Yi Shinran nodded at that, and the Yian on the side had long since stopped listening to them. His mind kept recalling the sentence Yi Shan had just said. Have your sister marry him a few more women from the family? When Yi Shan saw Yian with that look, she also couldn't help but make a wink at Yi Xianrun who was at the side. Yi Xianrun naturally understood what her mother meant by this, and immediately her pretty face turned red, but she still went forward and took Yian's arm, and said softly, apart from so many weeds in the yard, Sunga must be exhausted. It was my slave who was greedy last night, and I'm sure your husband didn't get a good night's rest either. Why don't my slave serve your husband a good night's sleep? Back to sleep? That's not very nice. What kind of flunky sleeps in on his first day? And in front of my mother-in-law? Yian awkwardly said. Yi Shinran, who was on the side, sniffed and busied herself. There's no harm in it. My mother was never formal about these. Besides, we just got married. It's normal to be sleepy, right mother? That's right. I'll be yelling for you guys when Haru and Natsu are ready for lunch. Go on. Yi Shan was also busy saying. How embarrassing that would be. Yian said this with his mouth, but his body had already walked towards the room with Yi Xianrun. The mind is even talking to itself. It's you, ma'am, who understands me. A few moments later in the room, Yi Shinran shyly handed the nascent soul decision book to Yian. Sagittarius, take it this time. However, Yian slapped it aside and backhanded Yi Xianrun into his arms. The Sagittarius already memorized it last night. Not this time. After saying that, Yian picked up Yi Xianrun and walked towards the bed step by step. Shy Yi Shinran buried her head into Yian's shoulder. Chapter 8, Pleading Yi Quan. Phoenix Feather Chicken and Formation Master. Well, don't stand here listening. Shame on you. In the courtyard, Yi Shan also urged with a red face. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Xia hid a smile before the three of them walked out of the courtyard. Outside the yard, Yes-san instructed. Xiao Chun, you personally go to the marketplace and buy 2 phoenix feathered chickens and come back, so you can give Auntie a good tonic at noon. Whether or not Xin Ren's coldness can be resolved depends on him. Xiao Qiu, accompany me to go over to my sister's side. It's ma'am. The 2 maids were busy responding. The 3 of them then parted ways. Yi family study. Yi Shan and Yi Quan sat opposite each other. Looking at Yi Shan personally pouring a cup of tea for himself, Yi Quan also asked, my sister has come to see me so early in the morning, but is there something wrong? I heard that you sent someone to fetch the strength detection stone and spirit root detection stone early in the morning, but is there anything wrong with the mortal you brought back yesterday? Yi Shan sniffed and busily got up, rushing to bow to Yi Quan. Yi Quan saw this and busied himself. You and I are sisters in arms. Why should we be? Yi Shan said, even though you and I are sisters, you are after all the head of a split family. I hope that the family head will redeem himself. Yi Shan has a request. Sister, but say so. Yi Quan was busy getting up and helping Yi Shan up. It was only then that Yi Shan told Yian's story in full. I thought he was just a mortal, but I didn't expect him to have hidden spiritual roots. Although it's only a lower grade attributeless spirit root. But yes, it does exist. And the strength has crossed over to the second level of the body forging realm this morning. According to the family rules, Men with spiritual roots are required to be reported, but for Xin Ren's sake, I implore sister to be tolerant for a while, as long as he cures Xin Ren of the cold. We, mother and daughter, are willing to take a concubine again for Yin, to open up a branch for the Yi family. Yi Quan was also surprised to hear it. I can't believe this is still happening. It seems that even yesterday the wifey me looked away. This is a good thing. Since Yin can cultivate, there's hope that the coldness of this child Xin Ren can be completely resolved. Once the cold is removed, I can also find a way to help her purchase pills to restore her spiritual roots. In this way, our Yi family will have another child with an inferior spiritual root. You need not blame yourself, Yi Shan said, but I'm afraid if the other sisters find out about this, it'll cause more trouble than it's worth. I'm afraid, Yi Quan comforted. At this point, don't worry, I won't talk to anyone else until the heart mercy chill is removed. Besides, it's inherently harder for a cultivator to get pregnant than a mortal. It is not the case that one can expend loose leaves just by taking concubines for Yin. There is naturally no rush in this matter. Everything will wait until after Xin Ren's coldness is removed. But since Yin can cultivate, his treatment as a flunky has to be raised. Can't be like everyone else. In that case, from now on, his monthly spirit stones will be raised to 30. Thanks, sister, Yi Shan was busy saying. Why do you and I sisters have to be like this? It's just that when Xin Ren gets better, you have to persuade Yin more on the matter of taking a concubine. For the sake of my Yi family's reproduction, this is also his responsibility that cannot be shirked. Yes, Yi Shan responded. Soon Yershan left, and after Yi Shan left, Yi Quan called out to his maid. Ma'am, you go to the marketplace and notify Sister Shinru, saying that I have found a suitable match for her pair of daughters. Tell them to get ready and wait for the notification of the nabobs. Yes, ma'am. The maid nodded and then left, and while Yi Shan pleaded with Yi Quan, in the bridal chamber at the moment, the system's voice in Yi Yan's head was also ringing incessantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing cohabitation. Reward merit value, 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wife Yi Shinren favorability increased to 60. No reward at this stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing cohabitation. Reward merit value, 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wife Yi Shinren favorability increased to 70. Reward merit value, 70 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing cohabitation. Reward merit value, 10 points. Near noon, a peculiar fragrance was also wafting out from the courtyard where Yian was. Auntie, miss, it's time for lunch. As the maid's voice rang out, the vicious battle in the room, too, had finally come to a halt. Yian sat on the bed tread and looked at the back of Yi Xianrun who was grooming herself. The heart is also emotional. What a perfect woman. But it's a pity that she's sealed by this face. Reflecting on the vicious battle just now, Yian also couldn't get enough of it, but he knew that this was as far as he could go. Of course, this was the limit of his body, but not the limit of his ability. At this moment, his body was already filled with cold ice chi once again. Even further, I'm afraid that the cold ice aura would spread to the surface of the body, so this is just the right time to stop. 3 times last night and it almost killed me. 4 times today, but it's just right. Not bad for the second level of the body forging realm. If I can raise a few more layers, I'm afraid I won't be afraid of this cold air in the future. Yian thought and also opened his system panel to check it out. Wife Yi Xianren current favorability, 90. Current remaining merit value, 110 points. This 110 points of merit value, including 4 times in the same room reward, each time 10 points. In addition to Yi Xianren good sense to reach 70 to give 70 points of merit value reward. Looking at the 110 points of merit value, Yian's heart was also full of anticipation. When we have lunch, we'll sprint for a wave of strength in the afternoon and see how many layers of the forging realm we can reach. Yian's side was thinking. Yi Xianren had also finished dressing up and greeted. Sunga, it's time for lunch. Yian smiled and nodded his head, which stopped his thoughts and walked out with Yi Xianren. The courtyard. Just stepped out. Yian then smelled that peculiar fragrance, which was something he had not smelled in his previous life. It is? Yin asked. Auntie, Madam specially explained that she bought phoenix feather chicken for you to replenish your health, Haru said. And Yi Shan, who was doing it, was stunned when she saw the 2 of them come out and asked busily. Auntie, how are you feeling? Why do you look a bit more haggard? Yi Shan sniffed her pretty face and Yian was busy saying. It's not a problem. Just practice for a while this afternoon. As soon as the 2 of them sat down, Yi Shinren took the initiative to give Yian a piece of meat from the phoenix feather chicken. Yian took a bite of it, was really delicious and couldn't help but ask, what is this phoenix feather chicken? Yi Shinren smiled and explained, This phoenix-feathered chicken, a demonic beast with no attacking ability, contains the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in its body. Cooking it for consumption nourishes the body. We keep a very large number of these in the backwoods of our split family enclosure. But they're not easy to catch. Don't pay for hunting on your own. If you take it to the marketplace, one can be sold for 10 spirit stones. That expensive? Yian was taken aback. With the memories of the last arbitrary host, Yian also knew that these 10 spirit stones would be enough for an ordinary person to live for a year. But in this Yi family, one could only purchase a mere phoenix feather chicken. It was true, but anything that had anything to do with immortal cultivation was not cheap. If you want to eat it yourself later, you'd better go to the back of the mountain and shoot 2 of them yourself. Yi Shan then laughed. It's not a problem. From today onwards, you'll have 30 spirit stones to spend every month as well. I have some status in the Yi family, and our Xianren has a knack for making money, so you won't starve. Just buy this phoenix feather chicken if you want to eat it. Yian sniffed curiously and asked Yi Xianren, you still have a knack for making money? What is it? Yi Shinren said shyly, it's not much. I had nothing to do by myself before I met Sagami. Then he delved into formations, and now he is a second-grade formation master who can draw some simple formation scrolls to sell for money. Chapter 9, Holding the Heavenly Sun, Forging the Body at the 3rd level. Formation scrolls? Yian listened in awe. Nowadays, he was considered to have some understanding of this cultivation world. Cultivation world. The circulation of the hard currency is the spirit stone. Of course, the spirit stone is also divided into grades. Generally do not emphasize the natural or lower grade spirit stone. Besides spirit stones, the 3 most popular items are pills, formations and talismans. It goes without saying how important pills are. Almost as long as a cultivator can't live without this thing. And as for formations and talismans, they were things that were necessary to increase a cultivator's strength. Formation and seal have a lot in common. So there is a saying that if you want to become a seal master, you should first become a formation master. In its simplest form, it can be understood that a rune seal is a formation compressed onto a piece of rune paper. So if you want to make talisman seals, first you have to know how to inscribe formations. Rune seal master, formation master and also alchemist could also be said to be 3 very lucrative side professions. But again, the talent requirements are high and not everyone can be one. Seeing Yian looking lost in thought, Yi Xianren was also curious. Is the Sagittarius also interested in formations? Yian laughed. Sort of. Next time you inscribe a formation, let me take a look? Aha! Yi Shinren nodded her head. Yian wasn't really interested in the formation. The most important thing was to make money. As a superfluous son-in-law's monthly usage is only 30 spirit stones, although his mother-in-law said that he could buy phoenix feather chicken at any time if he wanted to eat it, but she didn't say she was going to buy the others as well. If you don't say this flunky has to straighten up on his own. Can a man straighten his back if he loses the ability to earn money? Yian then added another piece of phoenix feather chicken and ate it. Don't tell me that even though this stuff looks similar to fried chicken, it tastes so much better. And most importantly, however, Yian's body was still densely covered in cold at the moment. And although the heaven and earth aura contained in this phoenix feathered chicken wasn't much, there was always some. That's why Yiguo also eats without end. And when Yishan and Yixianren saw that Yian liked the food so much, they also left most of it for him. Yishan might still want to count on Yian to help his daughter get rid of the coldness in her body, but Yishinren's eyes had clearly changed when she looked at Yian. After all, the good sense have reached 90. The change of heart that is also natural. After having lunch, Yishan left 30 spirit stones for Yian while admonishing, when there's nothing else to do, you can have Xiao Qiu and Xiao Chun take you around the marketplace. Many of our Yi family flunkies like to stay in the marketplace to natter and chat to pass the time when they have nothing else to do. You've done our family Xianren such a great favor. So naturally I can't treat you badly. Yin smiled and nodded. Yishan then busied herself by taking Xianren back to her room, looking like she had something to whisper. Yin didn't mind either. It just so happened that he was going to take advantage of the time he had in the afternoon to continue practicing some more. So immediately, he found an open space in the courtyard and sat down on his knees. Now Yian's merit value was back to 110 points, but the realm had also risen to the 2nd level of the body forging realm. Each cultivation consumes 20 points of merit value, which can enhance the cultivation effect 5 times, and according to the first 2 breakthroughs, with the system boost, basically within 5 runs, 1 realm could be broken through. This also meant that he had every hope of breaking through the 3rd level of the body forging realm today, but he also knew that it was not absolute, and that the consumption of merit value was related to one's overall strength. And although the increase in cultivation effect was increasing, the strength needed to break through would also increase. So how many times will it take to break through is still subject to the reality of the situation. It's like life. Life is not a program. It's impossible to do everything by the book. Otherwise there would be no such thing as a plan to catch up with change. The good thing was that compared to other cultivators, Yi Yan's greatest strength was his good heart. I've been alive for 70 years, and I've never seen any big storms. Cultivation is slow. Let's just take our time. Anyway, I'm a 70-year-old flunky. It's not so bad that I have to fend off demonic beasts, right? It is enough to eat and drink every day and have a wife and children. This kind of day for Yi Yan was completely a divine day of living one more day and earning one more day. Internal conflict? Doesn't exist. Begin. Yi Yan was in a soothing mood, and immediately began to run the nascent soul decision. Sure enough, as the 20 points of merit value went down, the coldness in his body was instantly dispelled by a warm current. The fivefold cultivation effect made these cold chi in his body unable to resist at all, and at the same time Yi Yan began to cultivate. In the room, Yi Shan was also excitedly looking at Yi Xianren. Really only 4 times? Mother, I can remember this wrong. Yi Xianren's pretty face flushed red and said. Yi Shan, on the other hand, pulled her hand with a face of excitement. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Originally, Mother thought she'd have to find you 4 or 5 old men to get your pregnancy odds back to normal. As a result, I didn't expect that this Yi Yan would be able to get things done quickly by himself. According to the current concentration of cold chi in your body, at most 1 or 2 more times will normalize the probability of pregnancy. It's useless to be normal. It's already harder for cultivators to get pregnant than ordinary people, and Yi Yan and I both have spirit roots, so trying to get pregnant will only be harder. Instead of thinking about this pregnancy thing, I'd rather think about repairing my spiritual roots. Mother, how many more times do you think it'll take to completely expel the cold chi from my body? Yi Xinrun asked. Yi Shan said thoughtfully, this can't be guaranteed. After all, the amount of cold air that each person can absorb is also different. Yi Yan's strength may still rise. I think it will get faster and faster. Don't worry about this, even if your coldness is completely resolved. The elixir to repair the spirit root that is not just available, not to mention the extremely expensive value. It's only occasionally available on the main family side. Yi Shan said and patted Yi Xianren's hand. What you should be thinking about now is how to conceive Yi Yan's child as soon as possible. He has spirit roots after all. Sister has promised to let him stay by your side for the time being though, but sooner or later, you will still take a concubine for him, if you are unable to carry her child. With your looks, how can you compare with those young and beautiful ones in the clan? Yi Xinren sniffed and said, but I don't think Sunga is like that. Yi Shan said, silly child. Instead of trusting the character of others, mother trusts the child more. What is this called? Holding the son of heaven to order the vassals. Yi Xianren said, but it's not up to me to decide whether or not I can conceive a child. I can only try my best. Everything will be left to God. Yi Shan nodded. Just do your best. While the mother and daughter were talking, in the courtyard Yi Yan had already unconsciously run the nascent soul decision for a full 4 weeks. At this moment the 5th circumference was also about to start operating. I don't know if it's because I've gotten stronger or if I'm just getting more skillful. This chi nascent dictation was running, and it was surprisingly getting faster and faster as well. In just less than 2 hours, Yi Yan had already started his 5th run, and with the 5th this time put in 20 merit points. Sure enough, what Yi Yan had presumed happened, only to see that the skin on his entire body had actually become a bit fairer once again, while the folds on his face and hands had also been reduced by a large portion. Even the hair had surprisingly changed from its original black and white color to a large swath of black with only a small portion of it interspersed with white. The whole person looked, surprisingly, quite young again, and more importantly, Yi Yan obviously felt that the power in his body had increased another notch. Obviously, he had truly crossed over to the 3rd level of the body forging realm. Chapter 10, Initial Entry into the Square Market. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger. Seconds, simply marvelous. Feeling the change of power in his body, Yi Yan was also excited. If I had known that the immortal cultivation world was so good, giving wives and returning old age, I should have come earlier. Why did it take until now to live such a good life? And what Yin didn't notice was this. At this moment in the room, Yi Shan and Yi Xianren also saw this scene through the window. Yi Shan said excitedly, a breakthrough? Surprisingly, another breakthrough? It's the 3rd level of the forging realm. Kid, you can seize the opportunity. We must solve the problem of pregnancy probability tonight with a bang. Let's keep 1 and fight for 2 and try to get pregnant. You hear me? Mother! I'm afraid my body won't be able to handle it. Yi Xianren's pretty face flushed red and said. Yi Shan, however, said in a serious manner, there's a time for you to rest when you're pregnant. Now don't you slack off for me, you damned girl. Waiting for my mother to let Xiaoqiu 2 people to go to the market, to buy you a Li tailor out of the latest models of tulle silk dresses. When you sleep at night to me to put on, remember not. Got it. Yi Xinrun's cheeks reddened even more as she listened. Yi Shan didn't talk nonsense and immediately shouted at the courtyard, "Autumn and Haru, come here." Yin was in a good mood and wanted to call out to the two maids to take him around the marketplace. Instead, he heard his mother-in-law call out for the two to go in, so waited at the door. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the two maids to walk out. Yin hurriedly went up and asked, "Two girls, are you going to the marketplace?" Xiao Qiu was busy. "Auntie, you can just call us Xiao Qiu and Xiaochun. We can't afford it." "Miss." Yin laughed. "Good. So are you guys going to the workshop? Take me with you, just so I can go around." "Yeah, then let's go." "Auntie." The two women didn't make a fuss, and immediately led Yin out the door. But it was said that at this moment, within a luxurious courtyard of the Yi mansion, Li Xinru was looking at the pair of daughters in front of her, her eyes full of anticipation as she said, "You all know what the family head means, right? What do you think and tell mother?" Yi Inger was the first to speak. "Mother, my sister and I are also considered to have the best spiritual roots among the younger generation of the clan. Even though our major cultivation is not the way of killing, I don't think the family head will find us husbands so easily. What's more, this time we're still allowed to find it together as sisters, so I don't think this person should be bad." Yi Tonger then said, "Although sister has a point, but letting the two of us sisters marry together is too cheap for each other. I really don't know what the head of the family was thinking. Is it possible that the other party is still a cultivator?" Li Xinru said. "Not much hope." The men of the right age found by the split families over the years were already coming to be fewer and fewer, and there hasn't been one with a spiritual root in nearly a decade, 5 from the last visit, and one who was 70 years old. It's not easy to talk about cultivator men in this desolate land of our border. It's just that the family head has already made a decision, and there's nothing I can do to change it. All I ask is that the other party is a man of good character and won't make things difficult for the two of you. The two of you shouldn't go to the marketplace today. Go out and take a walk. I'm not sure when I'll have to marry someone, and then I won't be so free." The two women nodded before leaving. However, at this moment, in front of one of the streets of the Yi family, Yin was finally seeing the legendary workshop market. It was actually a street dedicated to trading, with both sides covered in stores. Autumn introduced herself. "Auntie, this workshop is the only workshop in our branch family. Everything that needs to be traded gets here, but not all of the people here are from the split family. There are other Yi family splits as well. Periodically, people from other subfamilies will come by and collectively buy what they need, while sending what we need. To keep the supplies flowing, look over there," Xiao Qiu said, pointing to one of the restaurants on one of the sides. "It's a place for weekday diversions, and many flunkies like you come here for a drink and a chat. If you don't want to run errands, the second in this restaurant can also help you go buy what you want, but you have to order at least one pot of wine to do so." Yin felt fresh. This was quite similar to the bazaar in his previous life. He looked towards the tavern and saw a number of men, sitting together and chatting idly. Soon, Xiao Qiu brought him to a stop in front of a place called Danfu Pavilion. This Danfu Pavilion mainly sells pills and talismans. Opening the store are two of the most beautiful sisters in this branch of our family, alchemist Yi Tonger, and talisman master Yi Inger. These two are the treasures of our branch family. They are both women with medium-grade spiritual roots, but the cultivation is not the way of killing. The family head has been raising them as babies, just hoping to find a cultivator man to match them. It's just a shame we haven't found it in all these years. Speaking of which, Haru laughed. "Auntie, you need to step it up. Maybe in the future, you can marry the sisters." Yin couldn't help but hear his eyes light up, thinking that there is still this good thing. "Where are the people? Let me see them first." Yin couldn't help but say. Xiao Qiu hurriedly called out to the busy maid in the store and handed over a bunch of formation scrolls. The maid laughed. Miss Xin Ran's big wedding, but she wasn't even idle, and inscribed so many formation scrolls. "Here's the payoff," the other party said and handed over a bag. Yin visually estimated that there must be hundreds of spirit stones. It was just that he was puzzled in his mind and was busy asking, "Are all the formation scrolls inscribed by Xin Ran sold here?" Chui nodded. "They're all sold here. Sister Inger needs these scrolls to inscribe talismanic seals, and some of them will be sold directly as well. Every time Miss inscribes a batch, we'll send it in." "Why didn't she come herself?" Yin asked. But following that he saw Xiao Qiu and Xiao Haru lower their heads. Yin had already thought of something and patted the girls without pursuing the matter. Yin then went around the store. There were indeed quite a few pills and talismanic seal formations in this store, but most of them are second grade, and very few are third grade. Soon Yin stopped in front of a third grade elixir. This elixir was labeled as facial modification pill. The introduction was written as being able to repair and modify the face, and the selling price was written as 300 spirit stones. "Xiao Qiu, why doesn't your young lady take this kind of elixir?" Yin asked. Chewie sniffed and sighed. This face repair pill usually only lasts for a month. Miss because of the coldness in her body. At most, you can only maintain your appearance for half a month. But this elixir sells for hundreds of spirit stones for just one. It's okay for a lady to eat once in a while, she simply can't afford it for a long time. Yian sniffed indistinctly. 300 spirit stones. But that's the price of 30 phoenix feathered chickens. I've got to get it somehow. Yi Xinmin calculated in his heart that Yi Xinren still has the last 10 of goodwill that is not full. And Yian also felt that this last 10 of goodwill is afraid that it is not good to rise. It should be that her heart not has something to do with it. If she could give her a face cultivation pill, it should be able to untie her heart. While Yian was thinking, Xiaochun came over and said, Auntie is very unlucky. Sister Inger and Sister Tonger both had something to go out. I don't think I'll be coming today. You're afraid you won't see it. Yian said with a helpless smile, if you can't see it, you can't see it. If you're not doing anything, let's go around to the other stores. It just so happens that I want to go and see if there is any gung fu that suits me. Xiao Qiu sniffed and busied herself. Xiaochun still has to go to the tailor store. Auntie, I'll accompany you to the restaurant. Let's go there and wait for her. The guy at the tavern knows a lot about feats. What kind you want? Let him help you out. Yes. Yin nodded. The three of them then separated. Chapter 11, Stomping Windleg. The youngster is still too young. What was Haru doing at the tailor store? On the way, Yian asked curiously. Xiao Qiu sniffed and her pretty face blushed as she busied herself. Buy some things, and you'll find out in the evening. Auntie, evening? Yian listened in confusion. Xiao Qiu, however, was busy pulling him back and said, Alright Auntie, let's go to the restaurant first. Leave her alone. Inside the restaurant, 4 or 5 young men were sitting around again, complaining to each other. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 5 spirit stones that were just handed out yesterday are finished today, and I still have to drink a glass of goji berry wine on credit. Which one of you is as miserable as I am? A buddy across the room sniffed and laughed. You call this miserable? You also do not go to inquire. I have been here on credit for how many cups of wolfberry wine? This goddamned my family that. Every day to collect food. That's a small delivery a day. A big delivery in 3 days. 200 pounds when I came here. And look at it now. Not even 100 pounds. No dude. You're working so hard and your mother-in-law isn't even pregnant yet. A buddy across the street asked. The crowd couldn't help but look at him at the words. New here. My mother-in-law can have an inferior spiritual root. Do you think it's that easy for cultivators to get pregnant? Not so. Old son every month's use. All smashed in this wolfberry wine. My mother-in-law that stomach is simply like iron. She just did not move. Dude, you just joined the family. Who's your daughter-in-law? The new dude was busy patting himself on the back. My mother-in-law is immortal. Okay. You, sins, how did I get into a fairy cultivator daughter-in-law? The crowd was envious at the words. But at this moment, Yian finally walked in under Xiao Qiu's leadership. There weren't many men in the Yi family in the first place. As soon as he and Xiao Qiu appeared, they immediately caused quite a few people to gather around. AI. That's the second lady's maid, isn't it? And who's the man? I don't know. Isn't the daughter of the second lady's family disfigured? When was there a man? My new one I know. It was yesterday. A 70-year-old man handpicked by the second mistress. Old man? He looks like an old man? It's 80% that he's taken the face cultivation pill. After all, it's disturbing for an old man to look at it every day. Oh, like this. But this old man is quite fierce. Isn't he afraid of tossing himself to death at 70 years old? A group of flunkies are whispering over here. Yian and Xiao Qiu naturally didn't hear it. The two just sat down. Chewie then shouted, Xiao Air, first serve 5 times the wolfberry wine, and then a glass of fresh water. Okay, Junior hurriedly answered. Yian listened to the instant face changed. The wall can be written. Wolfberry wine 2 spirit stones a cup. He didn't want to spend the 30 spirit stones he had indiscriminately. Chewie laughed at the sight. Don't worry, Auntie, this is what Madam explained. At no cost to you. Put. The group of flunkies not far away immediately spewed out the wine in their mouths after hearing Xiao Qiu's words. Each one of them looked at each other with envy on their faces. They come to drink on their own dime and on credit. Nice guy arrives at someone's place and the mother-in-law buys drinks. And that's even if it's 5 cups at a time? Nima, this is what a 70-year-old man deserves? I say, newcomer, are you sure this old man is joining the second mistress as her son-in-law? I have a feeling this is the second mistress finding herself another man. Shut up. How dare you talk nonsense about this? How old is the second mistress? It must be for her daughter. Isn't that what's important? What matters is what makes him a 70-year-old man. We're all flunkies and we're younger than him. Damn if this isn't stepping on our faces. Who says it isn't? I feel like I'm getting this face stomped on. These people are talking. The junior over there, however, had already served the wine. Ian didn't know what that wolfberry wine was for. Anyway, it sounded quite tonic, so he didn't be polite. Asked while drinking, "Man, I want to go to the back of the mountain to catch phoenix feather chickens. Do you think there is a suitable technique you can recommend to me?" Those few flunkies couldn't help but stare at the words, before their hearts balanced out a bit and they whispered, "Looks like this old man isn't having a good time in the second lady's house, and he still has to go to the back of the mountain to catch phoenix feathered chickens by himself. Isn't that right? At least I wouldn't have to go because I don't eat it. Hey, I don't eat it anyway, and if I do, I won't be able to get pregnant, and we'll be the ones who get tired in the end." Xiaoer also sniffed Ian and laughed. "The new flunky, I guess. Then I'll talk to you. This capturing the phoenix feathered chicken is not a simple matter, and the technique you want to be able to capture the phoenix feathered chicken must also be suitable for you mortals to be able to cultivate. Then the only option is the wind treading leg. This technique was created specifically for mortals. Mortals at the forging realm and below can practice it, just have the strength to do so, but the selling price is not low. A full 28 spirit stones. You, save up for a few months before you buy it." Ian sniffed and directly took out his 30 spirit stones and placed them on the table. "There's no need to wait, there are 30 spirit stones here, so buy a copy back for me, and then exchange the last remaining 2 spirit stones for blank formation scrolls for me. Thanks ha." Ian took out these 30 spirit stones, not to mention Xiaoer. Even the few flunkies on the side looked dumbfounded. One couldn't believe his eyes. Xiaoqiu saw Xiaoer freeze in place and opened her mouth. "Isn't it just 30 spirit stones? As much as that? This is our auntie, who has 30 spirit stones to spend every month. Don't hurry." Yes, I'm on my way." Xiaoer didn't dare to delay, and immediately ran out, and a few other flunkies on the sidelines were baffled to hear it. 30 spirit stones to use? Nima my 6 times. Holy, isn't he a 70-year-old man? By what right? You still care what his credentials are. This is a senior No, I have to go over and take the lessons. Hey, I'm going too, said a couple of the guys and they hustled over. Yian and Xiaoqiu were also startled when they saw so many people pouring over. When he heard that the other party was also a son-in-law, but only had a mere 5 spirit stones to spend in a month, Yian couldn't help but laugh. One of the flunkies asked, "Big brother, I heard you're 70 years old. What is your secret to getting this treatment?" "Yes, why don't you tell us about it, so we can learn too?" Yian sniffed and just wanted to tell the truth, but it turned out that Xiaoqiu, who was beside him, whispered in his ear, "Her ladyship has ordered that you are not allowed to divulge that you can cultivate." Yian froze, and then said helplessly, "You boys, you're still too young. You haven't experienced the big waves. Do you guys really think that this spirit stone usage can only be increased by having children? And what else? Yeah, how is this treatment going to improve if you don't get pregnant and have a baby?" the other man asked busily. Yian then laughed. "Shallow, you all have wives too. Don't you understand a thing? What sense? Right, senior? Don't be so secretive. Hurry up and tell us," the other urged. Yian said with a smile, "That truth is, serve your wives well, and when your wives are happy, will you get less pocket money? It's not true that you are flunkies, but your wives that are all ye family members. Once your wife is happy, and you find your own old lady to pamper her, won't this spirit stone come to you? As for how this spirit stone came to your hands," said Yian picked up the wolfberry wine on the side and drank it all in one go, laughing. "Do I explain it well?" Chapter 12, Luckily I'm hungover. The wind treading leg is perfected. A senior is a senior. That's right, this is really listening to the words of the senior. Better than marrying 10 beautiful women. I'm going back to practice. Yeah, I have to go back and try that too. At that moment a large group of flunkies dispersed. Yian laughed and looked at the crowd. His heart was so free for the first time, although he had never met these people before. This kind of feeling of chattering about family matters really made him miss it. "Auntie, it's not good for you to lie to them like that. The expenses of a flunky that are strictly regulated. It's no use just being nice to your wife without producing an heir," Shui said. Yian but laughed. "Don't you look at the old man, I just joined the family too. But I have not lived these 70 years in vain. Haven't you ever seen a pig run before? You are not in love and married now. When you are in love and married you will understand what is called love brain." "What's that thing called, a love brain?" Chui was clearly puzzled. Seeing that he almost said something, Yian waved his hand and said, "Nothing, you're too young to understand. Why isn't Junior back yet?" As Yian was talking, the store assistant was finally running back. Sure enough, there was already a book in his hand at the moment, and a large bag. Xiaoer opened the bag, and it was true that it was full of blank formation scrolls, 20 volumes in all. Yian asked, "How much can this finished array scroll sell for?" Shui said, It depends on the quality. The basic price of a first-grade formation scroll is at 10 spirit stones a scroll, 20 spirit stones a roll for a second-grade formation scroll, and a few extra for some of the attack types. But attack-type formation scrolls are also harder to inscribe. Yian sniffed and did some calculations in his heart. 2 spirit stones were exchanged for 20 blank scrolls. This translates to only 1/10 of a spirit stone for a blank scroll. It can be sold for 10 spirit stones after inscription. Holy, 100 times profit. No wonder it said that formation is one of the 3 major side professions. Seeing Yian's 2 eyes glowing, Xiao Qiu laughed. Auntie, this formation inscription is not as simple as you think. Otherwise wouldn't Miss second-grade formation master still not be able to afford the face cultivation pill? You'll see when you turn around and learn it for yourself. Yian nodded his head as he sniffed. He also felt that this matter would not be simple. But nah, you have a system. The thought of it made Yian a little impatient. However, he also knew that he didn't have much merit value nowadays, and it was imperative that he still had to learn this wind treading leg first. After all, being in the world of immortal cultivation, improving one's strength always comes first. Haru soon returned with something. Yian didn't talk nonsense, busy letting the 2 men take him back from the back of the mountain. By the way, let's see how hard it is to catch this phoenix feather chicken. However, at this moment on the mountain behind the Yi family's branch, the 2 silhouettes, however, happened to be walking here, chatting idly with one another. And these 2 were no one else. It was precisely the 2 sisters, Yi Inger and Yi Tonger, who had come to this place to take a break. Sister Yi Tonger spoke. Sister, do you want to marry? Yi Inger shook her head. Don't want to, but what's the use? All the women of our Yi family are inevitably destined to carry on the family's legacy. Not to mention that we're not very strong, and our talent is only medium-grade spiritual roots. So this is all we'll get in this life. I just hope that we can run into a good man and spend our lives in peace. What about you? What do you think? Yi Tonger sniffed. Actually, after waiting for this for so many years, I'm tired. But for those who can let us 2 sisters marry together, the other party must at least be a cultivator. Where else would it stand up to the 2 of us tossing it together? You, shame on you. Yi Inger's pretty face flushed red and said. Yi Tonger, on the other hand, pointed to the 3 boulders in front of her and laughed. Sister, the hot springs in the back of the mountain. Let's go get some bubbles while no one's around. Yi Inger nodded on Yi Tonger's forehead. You're still the same as when you were a child, but I only brought the illusion formation out today, not the ceiling formation, but don't soak it for too long. Be careful of being bumped into. Alright, go. Yi Tonger urged. Yi Inger then had no choice but to take out a minute scroll to pull it open. Instantly a curtain of light hid the 3 boulders and the hot springs behind them. From the outside it looks like the only hillside where there are any boulders or hot springs. However, Yian, led by Xiao Qiu and Xiao Chun, also arrived at the back of the mountain very quickly. Looking around, the entire back of the mountain was not only covered with dense forests, but also endless plains. And in the plains and forests, there are many crested chickens with colorful feathers. These phoenix-feathered chickens were about the same size as the large roosters of the previous world, and none of them could fly for long periods of time or at high altitudes. The only difference is that these are fast. The average person wants to catch them unless they set clumsy traps. Otherwise you have to be a little bit of a handful. Auntie, we have to go back first. Just follow this road all the way. Don't ever enter the forest. The depths of the forest is the formation to avoid obstacles. Once you leave the range of the separation formation, it's easy to run into a demonic beast and die violently. Yian was busy nodding his head. Just kidding. He's got a wife and a treat in the Yi family. Cootie, just leave. You guys go back and get busy first. I'll just catch the phoenix-feathered chicken here myself. Go auntie. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Haru said a word and left first. Yian didn't talk nonsense, and immediately took out the Treading Wind Leg secret book and watched it. This Wind Treading Leg secret book was for cultivators and mortals in the Qi refining realm a bit. Although the body forging realm was also a cultivation realm, this realm was basically about strengthening the body and strength. So it's really pretty much the same as immortal, just a little bit more powerful, a little bit stronger. Yian followed the method of cultivating the Wind Treading Legs. Cloud turned around, and yet, he didn't feel any change in his legs. At that moment, he was also in no study, ready to first try to see if he could catch these with his own power. He quickly located a crested grouse that was the closest, then touched it silently. A charge followed directly from 10 meters away. Today's Yian had long since lost his 70-year-old appearance. This violent outburst is still very fast. However, when the distance between him and the phoenix-feathered chicken was drawn into 5 or 6 meters, things started to change. The phoenix-feathered chicken ran with all its might and was surprisingly faster than him, and as it slowly flew into mid-air, it also left Yian completely out of the picture. Yian stopped and sighed somewhat helplessly. Sure enough, It really can't be done if you want to catch this without moving your brain. But he didn't have any tools in his hand. Thinking about it, Ian still focused on the wind-treading leg. I'm a 70-year-old man. How can I let a bunch of chickens bully me? Compare me to running, right? Luckily, I'm hungover. Thinking of this, Ian directly practiced the wind-treading leg again, while speaking in his mind. System, how much merit value can be invested in treading wind leg? The system's voice did follow. Ding! Treading wind leg is the lowest level technique. Invest 3 points of merit value and you can directly cultivate it to great success. If you invest 5 points of merit value, you can directly cultivate to perfection. Mahayana and perfection? Is there a difference? Yeon said in disbelief. Ding! The wind-treading kick of the perfect realm can perform a short-range leap into the air. Short leaps in the air? When Yeon heard this, he instantly said with both eyes glowing and busy. Then put in 5 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 5 points of merit value. The treading wind leg cultivation has been upgraded to the perfection realm. With the sound of the system, sure enough, Yeon's mind was then filled with a clear stream of information. It was precisely about the wind treading leg. At this moment, it felt as if he had practiced the wind treading leg tens of thousands of times. It's just a snap. Cool. Let's see where you're going to run this time. With a shout, Yeon immediately chased after the nearest phoenix feathered chicken. Chapter 13, There's a mole on my hindquarters. Chicken, you are too beautiful. Have to say, the effect of this wind-treading leg was really strong. Perhaps this also had something to do with the fact that Yeon had the strength of the third level of the body-forging realm. Although it was said to be a gongfu created for ordinary people, but obviously the more powerful it is, the more effective it will be to cast it. And when Yeon, who was at the third level of the body-forging realm, cast it, it was naturally a bit more powerful than an ordinary person would cast it. No, the phoenix-feathered chicken, which was still able to dominate in speed, was unable to shake off Yeon this time no matter what. And most importantly, as Yeon continuously accelerated to catch up, the distance between the two was surprisingly still gradually drawing in. While this first phoenix-feathered chicken was still thinking of taking advantage of the increased distance to escape, Yeon was the one who had already chased after him first. In an instant, he grabbed the head of the chicken, and then only heard a click sound. A phoenix-feathered chicken's neck was snapped alive. With this phoenix-feathered chicken being thrown on the ground, Yeon also had an instant confidence boost. Good lord, I never thought I, a 70-year-old man, would have another day to catch a chicken with my bare hands. The precious sword never grows old. The precious sword never grows old. Yeon Xin was so relieved that he immediately chased towards the second phoenix-feathered chicken. A full 5 phoenix-feathered chickens were caught in one sitting. Yeon then felt a bit exhausted and could only stop to rest. Though these days he's as fit as a 30 or 40-year-old. But this phoenix-feathered chicken that is also after all a demonic beast. It's not really that easy to catch. Plus there were only 5 points of merit value left on his body. So Yeon could only slowly run the nascent soul decision to recover his strength. After resting for about 10 minutes, I felt my strength returning slightly. Only then did Yeon continue to catch the chicken with his hands. But seriously, at this moment he realized, this is whether it is the cultivation world or the previous life. This moving the brain to earn money can be faster than selling physical strength to make money. He himself had labored for half an hour to catch 5 phoenix-feathered chickens. The selling price is only 50 spirit stones, but Yi Shinran could sell 10 spirit stones for casually inscribing a formation scroll. Higher grades are worth more. You tell me who to talk to about this. Whatever. First catch enough 30 to buy Yi Shinran a face cultivation pill. Just pull the last 10 of goodwill. Going forward, we'll have to delve into formations. Yeon Xin was calculating in his mind. Then it was back to catching cockatiels. I don't know if these phoenix-feathered chickens have learned their lesson, or if they have been scared by Yeon's capture. From the 6th one onwards, this phoenix-feathered chicken became quite difficult to catch, and always kept a long distance from Yeon. As long as he was close, with or without a grabbing motion, these crested newts will all run away early. This also caused Yeon's probability of success to decrease all of a sudden. It ended up tossing and turning for almost half an hour before this caught 4 more. And up to this point, Yeon had been exhausted to the point of dying. Asterisk. Catch another one for the day. This is no ing job for an old man. It's so tiring. Coitus isn't even this tiring. Yeon grumbled. Then it was time to send up a charge at the last 10th phoenix-feathered chicken. And this time, those phoenix-feathered chickens have learned to be more savvy. There were several times when Yeon merely took just a glance towards their side, and they quickly flew away. Seeing that it was getting harder and harder to catch, Yeon was also a bit speechless. But when he thought that he was just one short of making 10, Yeon was also a little undeterred. Finally, after he had ambushed the neighborhood for almost 10 minutes, sure enough, one of the crested chickens let its guard down. Yeon carefully approached the phoenix-feathered chicken. However, just as he was about to launch his onslaught. That phoenix-feathered chicken, however, didn't know what stimulus it had received and actually blew up first. Spreading out a pair of wings, he flew directly towards mid-air. Seeing that the duck that was about to arrive was about to fly, Yian was also anxious, straight out of the gate. At the same time, the wind-treading leg was executed to the extreme. Instantly both feet stepped out a pair of deep footprints directly on the ground. Following that, the whole person actually leapt up 7 or 8 meters in the air. This height is absolutely impossible for mortals to achieve. But with the wind-treading leg and the strength of the third level of the body-forging realm, Yian actually did it. Almost instantly his entire body caught up with the phoenix feather chicken. Raising his hand, he instantly grabbed the phoenix feather chicken's neck. Then with a click, he snapped the neck of the 10th cockatoo. However, before Yian could get excited, suddenly he realized that he had actually started to fall towards the ground from a height of 7 or 8 meters. This wind-treading leg only said that the perfection realm could leap up into midair, but it didn't say how to descend. Yian almost fell towards the ground in a free fall. However, right at this moment, he suddenly felt a flash of light around him. In the next moment, one's surroundings unexpectedly changed. 3 huge stones appeared around them at some point. However, before he could see what was going on around him, just as he felt his entire body heat up, he had actually fallen into a hot spring pool. Almost simultaneously, 2 women's screams rang out in an instant. Ah! Ah! Yian was also startled, and busily got up and wiped off the water on his face as he looked towards the surroundings. But at this glance, he couldn't help but freeze his entire body, only to see that there were actually 2 women not far away with their backs turned. On that snow-white skin, clearly and surprisingly, there were 2 moles, and surprisingly, they were both in the same position on the waist. Just as Yian was staring blankly, he still wanted to move to look elsewhere. Suddenly a dark shadow flashed, and the next moment he felt something wrapped around his head. He tugged at it with his hand and was surprised to find that it was a black strip of cloth wrapped around his head, and the cloth followed the devil, wrapped extremely tightly, so that he unexpectedly could not tear it at all. At the same time a scolding woman's voice rang out. "Who are you to spy on our bath?" Yian's heart only screamed in aggravation, and he busied himself. "I'm not here. I'm catching phoenix feather chickens. Who's watching you guys shower?" Where would Yi Inger and Yi Tonger believe it? Yi Tonger immediately said, "You're lying. Tell me what you've seen." Yian was busy saying, "I really didn't see anything." Yi Tonger still wanted to retort, but Yi Inger, who was on the side, stopped her while flinging her hand. A formation instantly enveloped Yian. At the same time Yian's entire eyes turned dull. "Say, what the hell have you seen?" Yian fruitfully froze. "Snow-white skin. Identical moles. Sis." Yi Tonger was angry at what she heard. Yi Inger, on the other hand, comforted. "Never mind. Good thing he didn't see anywhere else and doesn't know who we are. Any man who can be here is basically a flunky. Kill him. His family's mother-in-law will surely come looking for trouble. It's not easy for these people to recruit a flunky. It's also troublesome when it goes back to the head of the family. But it would be too cheap to spare him just like that." Yi Tonger said unwillingly. Yi Inger laughed. "Then fix him up a bit. As a punishment. I thought he said he came to catch the phoenix-feathered chicken. Then let him praise this phoenix-feathered chicken for an hour." After saying that Yi Inger waved her palm. In an instant, Yian really picked up the phoenix-feathered chicken in his hand and looked at it before speaking. "This chicken is not an extraordinary chicken. Dressed in a 5-colored brocade fur coat, the heel has toes with 5 virtues ready, and the red crown adorns the top to strengthen the majesty. Flying to the heavenly palace in the past, the double success is called the purple cloud chicken. Once it flew to Kunlun, it changed into a chicken on earth to report the dawn." Yi Inger frowned as she listened. "What a mess. Speak human." Yian's gaze was dull, and he opened his mouth after a pause. "Chicken, you're so beautiful. Chapter 14 You're so powerful. My dear, you're pregnant?" Looking at Yian's serious look, Yi Inger and Yi Tonger couldn't help but laugh. Yi Inger busily said, all right, let him stand here and slowly boast about this phoenix feather chicken. Let's hurry. Yeah, before someone sees it." Yi Tonger was also busy saying. Only then did the 2 women busily put on their clothes and leave the back of the mountain. However, the 2 women were gone, but it was Yian who suffered. Standing alone in the hot springs, he froze and complimented phoenix feather chicken for an hour. An hour later, it was starting to get a little dark before he collapsed into the hot spring pool with both eyes. The whole person then recovered from this by the water of the hot springs. Just looking around at the hot springs, and the impending darkness of the sky, it was clear that he had no recollection of what had just happened. "I only remember that I think I saw 2 big beautiful women in the shower. Then he himself was blinded by the other man, and then he was completely unimpressed. These 2 are afraid to be immortals, to think that they can directly erase part of my memories." Sure enough, The world of immortal cultivation is really a world where you can do whatever you want if you're strong. Yi Xin lamented in his heart, and at the same time, he was also a bit afraid. If those two women had just gotten up to kill, then they would have died too wrongly. I have to act more carefully in the future. My current strength go to have a future. Yi thought, and only then did he busily run out of the hot springs, retrieved the other 9 phoenix-feathered chickens he had hunted, and then rushed over in the direction of his home. When he returned home, Yin saw Yi Xianren was standing at the door, her face full of anxiety. When he saw Yin appear, he ran over busily. Sunga, what have you been doing? Why are you so late? Yin raised the phoenix feather chicken in his hand and laughed. These can be really hard to catch, so I wasted some time. Seeing that Yin was fine, Yi Xianren then busily greeted. That's got to be time too. Next time you can't do that. Dinner is more than ready. Hurry back. Yin smiled and nodded, but in his heart, he couldn't mention how warm it was. After living 70 years, this was the first time anyone had waited for him to have dinner with them. The saying that home is the harbor of happiness is finally tangible in this moment. After eating dinner, Yin came to his room early. Today, his strength has broken through to the 3rd level of the body forging realm, and he is waiting for the night to continue harvesting merit values. Just as soon as he entered the house, he saw that Yi Shinren was actually sitting in front of the table, carving something. It was only after getting closer that Yin realized. Surprisingly, there were a lot of blank formation scrolls on the table. This is inscribing a formation? Yin asked curiously. Yi Shinren nodded and said, didn't you say you wanted to see it at noon? So I'll demonstrate it to you while I have time tonight. Yin was busy sitting down on the sidelines. Then he listened to Yi Shinren's explanation. The word hook is used in the art of formation. Only if it could manage to tickle the aura of heaven and earth could this formation be considered inscribed. And complex formations broken down are really just simple lines. However, it was these simple lines that, when combined, formed formations of great power. Yi Shinren explained. Inscribing formation lines is the foundation of a formation. As long as one can inscribe the formation lines, only then can we further develop towards formations or rune seals. If you want to be a formation master, Sagittarius, then start with the basics, starting with a single stroke. First do it to hook the aura of heaven and earth. Yin felt interesting, so he immediately picked up the pen and started inscribing lines as Yi Xianren had taught him. However, dozens of lines were drawn out in one breath. He also hadn't experienced what this tickling of the aura of heaven and earth felt like. Yi Shinren laughed at the sight. Sagittarius, don't be in a hurry. My first could have taken a full week to tickle the aura of heaven and earth. You can't be in too much of a hurry for this first time. Yi sighed helplessly, thinking that it seemed he really didn't have much talent as a formation master. But he himself has taken a 70-year detour. So how can he take another detour now? At that moment Yin shouted in his mind. Formation inscription. How much can be invested this time? Sure enough, the system's voice followed. Ding. Basic formation line hooking. This time invest 5 points of merit value to master line hooking. Listening to the voice, Yin couldn't help but smile. He had exactly 5 merit points left, and he was going to get a new one later anyway. No saving then. At that moment, Yin directly threw in these last 5 points of merit value as well. Sure enough, the next moment he felt a rapid stream of information appear in his mind. It felt as if he had been inscribing the lines of the formation back and forth for a long time. Yi's eyes were glowing, and the next moment he raised his hand and dropped a new stroke on the erase scroll mount. Sure enough, as the stroke fell, a seemingly bland and uninteresting straight line unexpectedly had a hidden aura that could tickle the aura of heaven and earth. And Yi Shinren, who was packing up the bed on the side, also noticed the difference. Turning his head to see it instantly covered his mouth. Sunga, this is your. Seeing Yin nod his head, Yi Xianren exclaimed. Sagittarius, you're too good. This is only the first time you've hooked the lines of the formation. I can't believe I'm able to tickle the aura of heaven and earth. Yin got up and laughed. There's a lot more to your Sagittarius awesomeness. Would you like to try something else? Saying that, Yin pulled Yi Xianren into his arms. Feeling Yin's sturdy chest, Yi Xianren couldn't help but blush and pout. Sunga hates it. No more tossing and turning like that tonight. People can't stand it anymore. Yin smiled, and immediately blew out the candles in the room, followed by an unidentified voice from the room. Perhaps the strength had reached the 3rd level of the forging realm. Therefore, Yin was also extraordinarily unrestrained tonight. And although Yi Xianren said on her lips, please have mercy, but madness is simply scarier than Yianha. In the end, after Yin had gotten a full 40 points of merit value, only then did he cave into Yi Xianren's pleas for mercy. However, just as Yin was lying on the bed, considering how to distribute these 40 points of merit value, suddenly, the system's voice was violently ringing out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. His wife Yi Xin Ren is pregnant. The fetus will be open for cultivation after 3 months. Maximum amount of cultivation merit value that can be invested, 0/300 points. The more merit value the host puts in during the conception stage, the more merit value will be returned at the time of birth, and it will not be possible to continue putting in after the input reaches the upper limit. Warm tip, offspring can put in merit value, which will increase with the mother's root bone. Please be aware of it. Listening to the system's introduction, Yi Anton went numb. That's pregnant? The coldness mother-in-law spoke of doesn't seem to be of much use. It seems that we have to remove the cold from Renner's body as soon as possible. Otherwise, what if it affects the child? And this merit value, a wife earns it too slowly. But would it make me look too scummy to bring up the fact that I want a concubine now? Never mind, it's better to take one step at a time. Yi Xin was calculating in his mind. Those 40 merit points have been a bit underwhelming tonight. I have to go early tomorrow morning to get enough phoenix feather chickens to make 30. Solve the problem of Yi Xin Ren's card goodness first. Thinking about it, Yi Ansai immediately ran the nascent soul decision to solve the problem of the cold air in his body. Chapter 15, The Older Ones Will Love People. Yi Xin Ren's good sense was full. With today's strength raised to the 3rd level of the forging body realm, the consumption brought about by Yi Yan's running the nascent soul decree had also increased a bit. Ding! This consumes 30 points of merit value and can enhance the cultivation effect by 8 times. Is it enhanced? Listening to the system's beep in his head, Yi Yan also did not hesitate. Immediately, he invested 30 merit points. Sure enough, investment and return are directly proportional. With these 30 points of merit value invested in it, at once Yi Yan just felt the coldness in his body sweep away. Even the whole thing was hot inside. The feeling was immensely soothing to him. If it wasn't for Yi Xinren's body not being able to take it, there would be no problem in letting him fight for another dozen rounds right now. Early the next morning, Yi Yan got up early, then all the way straight to the back of the mountain. With the experience of capturing the phoenix-feathered chicken yesterday, Yi Yan had learned his lesson this time. Instead of catching them in a wide area, you catch an area and change it, just in case all these cockatiels learn savvy. Sure enough, it worked wonders to capture it that way. Caught it all the way to noon. Yi Yan finally had enough 30 phoenix-feathered chickens, and immediately carried them straight to the market. There were quite a few stalls in the marketplace that acquired phoenix-feathered chickens, and the price of 10 spirit stones for one was all the same. Yi Yan casually found a stall and sold all 30 phoenix feather chickens. Then he exchanged 300 spirit stones and went straight to the Danfu Pavilion. At this moment inside the Danfu Pavilion, Yi Tonger was standing on the cargo ladder counting the goods. Boss, I want a face cultivation pill. Yin ran in and shouted. Yi Tonger was just about to speak when she sniffed, but when she saw that the visitor was actually Ian, she couldn't help but be taken aback. But it didn't matter if she was careless. All of a sudden the freight elevator under her feet was askew, and Yi Tonger's entire body couldn't react quickly enough, and she directly fell down towards the ground. Luckily, Ian was quick on his feet and raised his hand to hold Yi Tonger who had fallen, and Yi Tonger was also blindsided by this sudden turn of events. The whole person was lying in Yi Yan's arms, her head still a bit dazed. I don't know if it's because Yin is so solidly built or what. Yi Tonger unexpectedly felt an inexplicable sense of security as she lay in his arms. For a moment I actually forgot to shout, until Yi Inger rushed over at the sound of the voice and was startled by the scene before her shouting. What are you doing? Only then did Yi Tonger react, and she was busy breaking away from Yin. Thanks a lot. Thanks. Yin scratched his head. It's just a favor. I've come to buy the face cultivation pill. Yi Tonger was busy taking down an elixir from one of the side shelves and handed it to Yin in passing. Yin received the elixir and looked at Yi Tonger, then at Yi Inger next to him. It always felt like these two. He seemed to have seen them somewhere before. Two girls? Dare I ask if we've met somewhere before? Yi Tonger and Yi Inger were both stunned, and the latter was busy saying, There is. Yes? We have not seen you. Yin was stunned and embarrassed. I'm sorry, that might have been a case of mistaken identity. Only then did he turn to leave. And Yi Inger was busy pulling Yi Tonger over as she asked, What did you say to him? Yi Tonger shook her head and said, Nothing. I don't know how he felt we were familiar. Could it be that you didn't erase your memories yesterday? Yi Inger frowned. It shouldn't be. And even if he has some impression, what were you just doing again? Lying in his arms for half a day. Yi Tonger's pretty face was instantly red when she heard this, and she somewhat shyly said, I was just, by his sturdy body. Yi Inger couldn't help but blankly glance at Yi Tonger when she heard this. I think you're thinking about men. Yi Tonger said. But sis, his body is really sturdy. Sturdy? So what? Why would a big man like him buy a face repair pill? Yi Inger asked. Yi Tonger shook her head. However, just as the two were thinking about it, the maid of the store came in from outside. Seeing the two laughed. there you are, ladies. You probably don't even recognize the one who just went out. He's a son-in-law of the second lady's family. I didn't expect him to be so good to Yi Shinran, coming early in the morning to help her buy the face cultivation pill. But I've heard many people say that he earned his money by going to the back of the mountain early in the morning to catch phoenix feathered chickens. It's true what they say about older people hurting people. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger couldn't help but stare when they heard this. Yi Tonger asked busily, "What did you say? He's the 70-year-old flunky?" "Yes." The maid nodded. Yi Tonger was busy looking at Yi Inger, who whispered to the side, "Sis, people are 70 years old, and you even hit them that hard yesterday." Yi Inger was also filled with embarrassment and said, It's not like I know. And where else does the other look like he's 70? I'd believe it if I said he was 30. Besides, who let him peek at us?" Yi Inger said, but realized that Yi Tonger was actually looking at the door and was dazed. "I mean, you don't really fancy him, do you?" Yi Inger asked. Yi Tonger however said, "Sister Xin is in that kind of situation. And this flunky is even so kind to her. How he'd have to spoil us if we married him too. The women of our Yi family are meant to pass on their duties. There is no freedom to speak of. Marrying anyone isn't marrying. Wouldn't it be nice if you could actually marry a man who is so good at loving people?" Yi Inger was surprisingly speechless for a moment, but it seemed like Yi Tonger had a point. But very open, Yi Inger thought of a sentence that Yi Tonger had said previously. "If we both marry him, will he be able to handle it?" Thinking about Yi Inger's cheeks unexpectedly reddened as well. And yet, Yin, after getting the face cultivation pill, he rushed all the way back home. However, just arrived at the doorstep, he then saw several maids that he had never seen before, just leaving. Autumn and Haru are still at the door to say goodbye. Seeing that the two men's faces weren't quite right either, Yin stepped forward and asked, "What's the situation?" Seeing that it was Yin, Xiao Qiu was also helpless. "Auntie, you're finally back. You'd better go and persuade Miss." "Persuasion? What do you mean?" Yi Yan said in disbelief. Haru explained. The one who just came was the maid beside the family head, informing that for tomorrow morning, the young lady should go to undergo the test, join the other women recruiting flunkies, and go to the clan temple for a pregnancy test. Pregnancy test? Yian froze, obviously still not knowing what this was for. Chui explained. "It's a rule of our split family that newlyweds are required to undergo a pregnancy test within 5 days. It's to find out early if anyone is pregnant so we can respond early. Separation and pregnancy are big events, so it's natural to take them seriously." Yian couldn't help but be taken aback at his words. This cultivation world is awesome. The 5 days of marriage have to be tested. This means of pregnancy detection is even more powerful than the previous life. And hearing this, Yian understood. Yi Xianren was disfigured and basically didn't go out of the courtyard on weekdays, and now she had to attend such an occasion. Think there was some reluctance to go. Thinking of this, Yian laughed. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it at this point." After saying that, Yian entered the courtyard. A few moments later in the room, Yian oversaw Yi Xianren, who was sitting in front of the table inscribing a formation. It's just that formation inscription is obviously not as good as last night. Yian sat down next to him and took out the face cultivation pill and placed it next to him. Yi Shinran froze. Yian laughed. "I went to the back of the mountain in the morning to catch phoenix feathered chickens for it. From today onwards, Yian, will cover your face cultivation pill. No one will ever be able to talk about my wife's looks again." Yi Xianren froze. She had thought that Yian also cared about her looks, but hearing Yian say the words "my wife," Yi Xianren instantly burst into tears, directly jumped into Yian's arms and cried. And almost at the same time, Yian did hear a system alert. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wife. Yi Xianren favorability increased to 100. Reward merit value, 100 points. Chapter 16, Absolute Beauty Face. Yi Xianren. Yian entering the 4th floor. Hearing the system's voice, Yian also couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, heart disease also need heart medicine. This face repairing Dan once sent Yi Xianren's favorability was really pulled full. Although this 100 points of merit value, wanting to impact the 4th level of the forging realm had little hope, but it was better than nothing. Thinking about it, Yian hurriedly urged, "Madam, hurry up and take the medicine." To be honest, Yian also wanted to see what Yi Xianren's true appearance actually looked like. Although Yi Xianren had disfigured her face for some reason, she could look at it from Yian's experience of living for 70 years. The contours of her cheeks are actually not ugly. Now it was up to her to see what her appearance could be restored to after taking the face cultivation pill. Aha! Yi Shinran nodded her head hurriedly, and immediately picked up the face cultivation pill and put it into her mouth. And with the entrance of the face cultivation pill, sure enough, Yian soon saw. Yi Shinran's veiled face was faintly lit up with a burst of white light, and as the white light gradually dissipated, Yian also vaguely saw. The situation on Yi Shinran's face seemed to have really changed. Sunga, I'll take off my veil then, Yi Shinran said. Just listening to the voice was obviously still a little nervous. Girls, who don't care about their looks. Previously, Yi Shinran had been able to be more comfortable with her veil. Now that she really had to take it off, she was naturally still a little uncomfortable. Yi on relieved. Don't worry, no matter what you look like, you'll always be my lady. Yi, and this was also in his heart. Unlike those young men, he was nearly 70 years old before he got a wife. This is naturally more cherished than the average person. Listening to Yi An's words, Yi Shinran also seemed as if she had made some sort of determination. Slowly, she unwrapped the veil from her face. What she just didn't expect was that as she slowly unwrapped the veil from her face, the entire Yi An in front of him would freeze in place. Although he didn't know what Yi Shinran's appearance was like when she was previously disfigured, but the face that had previously appeared in front of Yi An was simply perfect. Whether it was the silhouette or the lines, or even the overall look of the temperament, it was simply comparable to the top stream actresses of the previous life. Sunga, is it because Xin isn't looking good? Looking at Yi An's stiff expression, Yi Shinran couldn't help but be a little worried. Yi An returned to his senses and busied himself. No, ma'am, you obviously look so beautiful. How can you still? If you have an inferiority complex with your looks, then all the other women can just run over. Yi Xin sniffed and pouted. Your husband is joking again. How does Xin look? How can you not know yourself? Although the face cultivation pill can temporarily repair injuries, it's only temporary after all. Yi An, however, waved his hand. You really don't know anything about your looks. Let me ask you, have you ever displayed your appearance in front of outsiders before when you took the face cultivation pill? Yi Shinran shook her head. I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid. Yi Xin didn't say any further, but Yi An had completely understood. He grabbed Yi Shinran's hand and said, don't worry. From tomorrow onwards, the entire Yi Mansion's flunkies will understand that missing out on you is their greatest loss. Sunga. Yi Xin looked at Yi An, obviously still unable to believe Yi An's words. Yi An laughed. Don't worry. I'll go with you to tomorrow's pregnancy test. Trust me, the entire Yi family will be shocked by your looks. Although Yi Xin was still a little worried, she looked at Yi An's serious face and nodded. Your husband should be hungry as well. I'll go and make lunch for your husband. Yi Xin said that she was about to get up. However, she was directly swept into Yi An's arms. From now on, let the underlings do the cooking thing. Just stay out of it. I am indeed hungry now as well, but I believe the beauty of a lady will fill me more than a meal. After saying that, Yi An picked up Yi Xin in a hug. Sighted Yi Xin's cheeks reddened busy shyness. It's broad daylight, Yi An said in a flash. Didn't you teach me during the day, ma'am? Thinking of the morning of the second day of her wedding, Yi Shinran's pretty face also turned even redder. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Chun were able to become the second lady's maids. That was also very smart. Seeing that Yi An and Yi Xin were slow to come out, they understood what was going on. At that moment the two ran off to prepare lunch. In the end, even Yi Shan came out with a smile on her lips and volunteered to help prepare lunch. When Yi An and Yi Xin reappeared, it was already 2 hours later. Yi Shinran's cheeks were red, while Yi An was satisfied with the 40 points of merit value. Raised the accumulated merit value directly to 150 points. Had lunch. Yi Shinran then went back to her room to inscribe the formation. Yi An, on the other hand, started to cultivate in his usual place in the courtyard. Although it was unknown if 150 points of merit value would allow him to cross over to the 4th level of the body forging realm, but there are merit values. The priority still has to be spent on cultivation. Raising a child requires a full 300 merit points though, but the good thing is that you can't use it for the first 3 months for a while, and a side occupation like formation is supposed to just piggyback on a little investment. In the world of immortal cultivation, the most important thing is still oneself as strength. It's the same thing, even though Yin has an open branch system. Although the Dragon Yang technique could make him very strong in his room, in the end, if his own vitality couldn't keep up, that was for nothing. And improving your strength is the fastest way to improve your vitality. For example, Yi An started cultivating at the age of 70, but today his physical fitness was comparable to that of a 30-year-old youth. That's the benefit of increased strength. At the 3rd level of the forging realm, each cultivation required the investment of 30 points of merit value, while the effect was able to be increased up to 8 times. This speed was actually quite satisfactory to Yi An. It's just that what Yi An himself didn't expect was, when he held on to the idea of giving it a try, he invested 120 points of merit value and ran the nascent soul decision a full 4 times. He had actually crossed into the 4th level of the body forging realm. Together with the one cultivation last night, It was equivalent to raising one level of the realm in just 5 more cultivations. And up to this point, Yian had another 30 points of merit value left in his hand. So Yian took advantage of the evening when Yi Xianren was inscribing the formation to try it out. He wanted to see if the 30 points of merit value could raise his formation level to that of a first-rate formation master. However, after hearing the system's beep, Yian was dumbfounded. Ding! Becoming a first-grade formation master requires a total of 100 points of merit value to be invested. You are currently 70 points short. Do you continue to invest? Listening to the system's prompt, Yian still gave up decisively. Since it wasn't enough, he didn't bother to invest in it. After all, he wasn't earning merit values at a fast rate nowadays, so every bit of it has to be finessed. It's not too late to invest in it when you turn around and marry a few more of your own and earn quicker merit value. Thinking about it, Yian decisively gave up on continuing to raise the formation. Maybe it's just that White has been tossing it around too hard for too long. So much so that Yi Shinran went to bed early in the evening. Yian didn't bother tossing her either. Thinking about taking a pregnancy test tomorrow in front of all those people, Yian also sweated for Yi Xianren. But as Yin said earlier, with Yi Shinran's looks, she was definitely only admired by people. Going for a pregnancy test tomorrow is the perfect opportunity to do right by Yi Xianren. Chapter 17 My dearest friend teaches you how to pretend. The one who understands me. Madam. Early the next morning, Yian and Yi Xianren got up early. Although Yian had complimented Yi Xianren's appearance yesterday as being beautiful, Yi Xianren had after all lived a careful life all these years. Even though she had the face cultivation pill to restore her appearance, she was still worried that she would embarrass Yian. So, up early in the morning and working on my makeup. Yian also smiled helplessly at the situation and didn't say anything more. He understood that as long as today passed, Yi Shinran would know how beautiful he really was. After breakfast, Yi Shan also called the two of them closer. According to the rules, today is the day we split the family to test for pregnancy. Don't let your hearts be burdened. After all, you've only been married a short time. Runner has cold in her body again. Don't take it personally if you're not pregnant. I'm sure sooner or later, you are going to get pregnant, said Yi Shan, who also looked at Yian. On the contrary, the family head, once Yian mentioned that you're in quite a good physical condition nowadays, wanted to talk about a few marriages for you in, so as to help our Yi family spread their wings. Previously, I didn't talk to you given your health reasons, but now, what do you think about this matter? What to think? What else could I think? I dream of it. Yi and Xian smiled centrally. But naturally, you can't say that with your mouth. Just to see him for it. My body is fine. It's just that I'm afraid that Renner's heart will be upset. But opening up a branch for the Yi family is also a big deal. So if Renner is willing, I'm naturally obligated to do so. With my current health, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to marry 2 more. But let's limit it to just 2. After all, we have to give the other flunkies some chance too, don't we? Yian was speaking from the heart. He would like to marry a few more. But this is not something to be rushed. Gradual progress is the way to go. If you come up with a lion's share of the money, won't you make people suspect that you have some kind of treasure in your possession? Having lived for 70 years, Yian knew very well how to maximize the benefits while meeting. Seeing that Yian did not object, Yi Shan also laughed. What about you, Rod? Yi Xianren said. Sunga can cultivate, and I already knew that the family head would continue to take concubines for him, for the sake of the Yi family being able to reproduce. I won't object. Just don't tire out Sunga. Tired? Dragon Yang duel, understand? Yi and Xian smiled centrally. Yes, San saw the situation too. Since that's the case, then you guys can also keep an eye out for more women of the right age when you go on this flip. Although the family head has a recommendation, taking a concubine is not a trivial matter. We still have to refer to Yian and your opinion. You can keep your eyes peeled for a favorite. Yian and Yi Xianren nodded. Only then did the two bid farewell to Yi Shan and set off with Xiao Qiu and Xiao Chun. On the way, Yian said, Your ladyship might as well put the veil on first. Yi Shinran stared in disbelief. Why is that? Didn't the Sunga say? Yin said. Mother just said that she wants us to search for a suitable match as well. Since coloring, character is naturally the most important thing. Although Madam has rarely gone out these years, I think she has heard a lot of gossip outside. Yi Shinran nodded her head. Yin said. That's just it, ma'am. If you go out like that, you won't be able to see the real faces of those people. And how do you pick the object of your desire? Why don't you put on the veil first, ma'am, after you've seen the faces of those people? In taking it off, when that's seen, just the thought of it is wonderful, isn't it? But Sagittarius, wouldn't that be a little pretentious? Yian laughed. I'm just going to teach the lady how to pretend. Today, I'm going to make Madam return all the grievances she suffered in the previous decades. Yi Xianren sniffed and looked at Yian and nodded. Having such a man who was genuinely good for his own good, Yi Xinren was also happy from the bottom of her heart. Yi family, ancestral hall. It was also crowded at the moment. The two most important things for the Yi family are that there's a new man, and whether or not anyone is pregnant, because as soon as a pregnancy is conceived, not only the flunky, but also the woman's status and treatment will be elevated accordingly. This was one of the perks of the Yi family that stimulated the reproduction of offspring. At this moment, at the entrance of the shrine, there were already 4 young women standing. Next to the 4 stood their men, and the crowd around him was talking. This is the son-in-law who was recruited a few days ago. Ah, they are all mortals. Even the women are mortals. This pregnant and gave birth to is not also a mortal? That's not bad. We haven't had a new generation in our split family for years. Yeah, I heard that any pregnancy this time will get a bump in treatment. Hey, it would be good if I didn't have a spirit root. This having a spirit root to get pregnant is also troublesome. I don't care. Next time I'll find a man to join the family first. At least there must be a man to have a chance of getting pregnant. Oy vey, who's that? As the crowd was talking, Yian also appeared on the side with Yi Xianren. A lot of people didn't recognize them for a while. It wasn't until the crowd saw Shouqiu and Xiaochun that they recognized them. AI, isn't that the second mistress's maid? Could that be Yi Xianren? It must be her. I didn't expect her to be here. Looks like the rumors are true. She really did marry that old man. No, her physical condition. I can't believe that old man isn't dead, and came here for a pregnancy test? I'm going to go. It's good that the old man didn't die, and she still dares to come for a pregnancy test. She's not awake and daydreaming, is she? And that superfluous son-in-law, obviously a 70-year-old man, but still dressed so young. This is afraid of the big guy's laugh. There was a lot of chatter from the crowd around them. For a time, Yi Xinren's entire body trembled at the sound of it. Yian was busy grabbing her hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid. Just remember these people. They will never enter our house. Besides, sooner or later they'll get their asses handed to them." Yi Xianren nodded her head, and only then did her heart feel slightly better. However, Yian and Yi Xianren didn't say anything, which made those who were talking about it come more and more energized as well. One seemed to be afraid that no one else would hear it. We all have to understand. Yi Xinren is disfigured. It's good enough to find a man. What more can we ask for? Fair enough. Unlike us with all our faces, we can take our time. Enough said? Suddenly a chortling voice came over, only to see a Momo walking over with Yi Yinger and Yi Tonger supporting her, and the one who opened her mouth to rebuke was clearly none other than Yi Yinger. We're all family. We don't feel ashamed to say that. Yi Tonger also spoke. Then Mamoru didn't even give the slightest bit of face and coldly grunted. Xianren at least married someone else, and has the credit of starting a family for our Yi family. It's you guys. Each one of you doesn't even have a man. Who are the people who have the right to chew the cud here? The next time a man is delivered to your house, regardless of age or looks, it will be sent to your house first. Those few people who were talking, then they were busy closing their mouths, not daring to say more. Not to mention the fact that this Mumu is the personal slave of the family head. Just Yi Yinger and Yi Tonger, their status in the branch family is not comparable to many. Muwei came straight to the front of the crowd, standing at the entrance to the shrine. He said, "It's the 5 of you today, isn't it? Very well, one by one. Follow me in." After saying that, Muwei opened the door to the shrine. However, walked in with the first girl. Yi Xinren had to wait for the time being since she was at the end of the line. Then Yi Xinren asked in a low voice, "Sunga, what do you think of Inger and Tonger? They were the only ones who just spoke for us." Yian sniffed and said with some embarrassment, "When? Of course it's good. Just will the family head say yes? You're kidding. Sisters. It can't be bad." Yian said at the beginning that he could still marry too, but he didn't say that it was a sisterhood. This if you can marry sisters, not to mention two, is in two more. Ahem. Yi Xinren laughed. "You're a cultivator. As long as you ask, the family head will definitely agree. Don't worry, I'll find a chance to talk to my mother." Yian sniffed with a faint response on his lips. Yes, in the back of his mind, he was already excited. The one who understands me. Mrs. Chapter 18, really pregnant? Is he really 70? While the two were talking, the woman who had just followed Muai in, had come out, and as soon as the woman came out, she cursed at her own man who was guarding the door. "Waste. Serving you with good food and drink every day, but I didn't expect you to be such a useless thing. Until now, the old lady hasn't gotten pregnant." The dude sniffed back. "Ma'am, you can't blame me for this. You haven't let me out of bed since I joined the family, except to come here, and I've done my best. What's the use of trying your best? Do I want your best? I want the baby. After you go back today, don't go out And when my mother is pregnant with a child, when will you go out again? The woman gasped. Gulp. Yin, who was on the side, also saw this battle, and also swallowed his mouth in fear, his heart straightening out. This woman is like a tiger. It's lucky that the woman you're inducted into the family isn't such a woman, or else you wouldn't have been drained. One's 70-year-old body can't stand this kind of screwing. Even though Yin now had the strength of the 4th level of the body forging realm, he was a bit frightened at the sight of this woman's stance. Second. Soon the voice of Momo came from inside the clan house. The second woman then walked in as well. And this time, in just under 3 minutes, the woman came out. Although she didn't say anything, it was obvious that she wasn't pregnant either. And this second woman's man, that was obviously much more resourceful, saw this and busily raised his hand. Madam blames me. It's me who's useless. I promise I won't leave the house when I get back today either. And I'll focus on making babies at home. The woman was satisfied to see her man's sincere attitude. That's more like it. Yin couldn't help but laugh as he watched. But he could only hold back due to the large number of people here. Third place. Soon Muoi's voice sounded again. Just not the slightest exception to the first two. This third woman didn't get pregnant either. The men of these 3 women were obviously hanging out together on a daily basis, even begging for forgiveness in the same way. But it's not like their women can do anything about it yet. After all, the whole pregnancy thing doesn't work if you're in a hurry. Soon a 4th woman came out of it as well. At the same time Yi Shinran walked in. The 4th dude, seeing the look on his mother-in-law's face, also knew better and went straight to his knees. At the same time, he raised his hand and said, Ma'am, I know it's wrong too. I promise, after going back today and trying to have a baby, never go out. Yet his mother-in-law sniffed and cursed. What are you doing home if you're not going out? Hurry up and go get Dr. Lee to take a look. You can't pull a mill in 3 days. You don't know what you're capable of, do you? Recruiting you into the family is just bad blood luck. That dude was instantly confused, while Yin, who was listening to it, couldn't hold back his laughter straight away. Just when he smiled, those 4 buddies couldn't help but look at Yin. Laughing? Is it funny? That's right. We're at least young and have a chance. You 70-year-old man, you're laughing as if you could get your wife pregnant. Dude, not that I'm talking about you. It was a matter of luck when we didn't get the missus pregnant. But you, it's purely a matter of strength, isn't it? That's right. 70 years old and you still have the nerve to laugh at us. Yin smiled at his words. How do you know my wife isn't pregnant? Holy, what's the need to know? Isn't it obvious? That's right. You're 70 years old. I'm afraid you've long been extinct. That what it? We're just not pregnant for a while. But it's all a matter of whether you still have what it takes to get the missus pregnant, isn't it? Yin sniffed and just wanted to retort a couple of sentences. But who knew that right at this moment? A red light unexpectedly appeared violently within the clan shrine. Then Mumu ran out excitedly. Quickly notify the family head. Quickly notify the householder. Xin Ren is pregnant. What? The crowd that was guarding the doorway to watch the fun was dumbfounded at that. Especially the 4 buddies who questioned on the spot. Momo, you're mistaken, right? How could Sister Xin Ren get pregnant? Yeah, that Yin is 70 years old and has long been extinct. That what right? Yeah Mamoru, you're definitely mistaken. Wifey, I'm responsible for detecting pregnancies for the rest of my life. Unless I'm blind. Momo chided. But still, some people questioned in disbelief. How is this possible? Yi Shinran also has a spiritual root in her body. Even though it's destroyed, it's still considered a cultivator. How could Jian, a 70-year-old man, impregnate a cultivator? Yeah, that's just impossible. Mumu, you must be mistaken. Mumu got angry. Wifey, is there a mistake? It's not your turn to interrupt. Could it be that the Lifestones test is still not accurate? The family head will be here soon. Whether Xin Ren is pregnant or not, we'll find out later. As Mumu was talking, sure enough, the head of the family, Yi Quan, had already heard the news and rushed over. Before entering, she gave Yin a meaningful look before going in, and she went in for just under a minute and came out excited. I declare, Xin Ren is pregnant and is about to branch out for my Yi family branch. With immediate effect, Xin Ren and her mother, as well as the rest of her family, move into the upper courtyard. Xin Ren bestowed 2 personal maids, Yi Yen, as a redundant son-in-law who has been meritorious in opening branches and spreading leaves. His monthly usage is raised to 50 spirit stones. At the same time, given that Xin Ren is a cultivator with spiritual roots, I will personally select 2 cultivator women for Yin to take as concubines later on. Wow! As soon as Yi Quan said this, the scene was just in uproar. It's over. It's over. Really pregnant? How can it be false when the family head has personally announced it? Holy, Yi Shinran is a cultivator. Is this dude really 70 years old? Nima, The four of us can't even conceive an ordinary woman. This dude can even impregnate a cultivator woman. Taking drugs? Is this Ian really 70 years old? It doesn't look like it. You don't say. He looks and feels like he's only 20 or 30 now. Although I don't know how he did it. But what a good Project Heart Mercy's treatment. I want a personal maid too. It's all because of that useless man at home. If I had known, I would have married Ian. Hey, I'm not married yet. I might have a chance. No, I'm going to talk to the family head. Hey, I'm single too. I'm going. Once the news of Yi Xin Ren's pregnancy came out, it really made a lot of people move for a while. Yi Xin Ren was a cultivator with spiritual roots, and her pregnancy this time had naturally made other women with spiritual roots a bit foolish. Even Yi Inger and Yi Tonger on the side couldn't help but discuss it. Sister, do you think he's really 70 years old? He really didn't feel like 70 when he hugged me in the store that day. Yi Inger, however, said, Tonger, do you think there's a possibility? What the family master said to us a few days ago, letting us marry a man. This man is Yi and Yi Tonger stared at the words, then shyly said, if it's really him, wouldn't that be nice? If he can make even Sister Xin Ren pregnant, maybe he can make both of us pregnant too? Sister, if it's really Ian, will you marry? Yi Inger bit her lips, her pretty face reddening as she said, marry. I believe in the family head's vision. This Ian can impregnate Sister Xin Ren at 70 years old. I'm sure he's got something going for him. I'm even curious now as to what kind of spiritual root Sister Xin Ren's child will have. Chapter 19, anyone can get pregnant if they look like this. We're both willing. While the crowd was talking and debating, Yi Xin Ren was also finally helped out from the clan shrine by Mumu. It can be seen that after learning that Yi Xin Ren is pregnant, not only the head of the family but also Momo's attitude towards her is obviously much better. Although it was a bit realistic, this was the way it was in this world of immortal cultivation, especially in the Yi family where heirs were already scarce. Being able to get pregnant would mean prolonging future generations for the clan. So there's this treatment and it's in the cleanup. Xin Ren, you'll move straight into the new mansion grounds with Ian later on. Just leave your things to the maids to carry over. Family head Yi Quan laughed. Yi Xinren also nodded somewhat shyly. Thank you, house master. What are you thanking for? You opened up the Yi family. This is all what you deserve. What's more, you still have a spirit root. Go back and nourish the fetus well, and strive to give birth to a child with a spirit root for our Yi family as soon as possible before it's too late. Xin Ren will try, Yi Xinren said. Yi Quan then also looked at Ian. Ian, I'll help you pick 2 more suitable girls later. Can your body handle it? Ian sniffed and pretended as if he didn't. As the family head knows, I'm no match for the youngsters, but since I've joined the Yi family, I'm a part of the Yi family. Ian is willing to help out the Yi family. It's just that 2 is already Ian's limit, so please don't add more to it. After all, it's a fine line. Kidding aside, with his current body, let alone 2, it would be fine to have 2 more. But Ian also understood the truth that greed could not be chewed. After all, it's not like a wife is married and all is well. You still have to cultivate goodwill, so it's better to take your time. Otherwise, once the Yi family found out that he was using marrying his wife to grow his strength, it was hard to say how the Yi family would react. After all, in their eyes, there was no difference between themselves and a breeder. But if this breeder is too powerful, so powerful that it's beyond their control, do you think they'll kill the pig for New Year's Eve? That's why you can't be too careful. For Yi An's answer, Yi Quan was obviously satisfied and laughed. Good. Just say yes. Hurry up and send Xin Ren back first. I'll find you later. Yes. Yi An nodded his head. Then he went forward to assist Yi Xinren. Yi Xin Ren looked at Yi An and said excitedly, Sunga, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have dared to think that I could ever get pregnant in my life. What are you talking about? It's all I'm supposed to do. Don't worry. Even if the family head gives me a concubine, I will definitely help you get rid of the coldness in your body. Aha! Yi Xinren nodded her head excitedly, and her eyes were a little red. Yi An then suddenly asked, Are you feeling hot, ma'am? Ha! Yi Xinren froze, clearly not understanding Yi An's meaning. Yi An whispered, It's time to strike. Yi Xinren froze, then realized, and immediately conformed. Is a little hot. Saying that, Yi Xinren naturally removed the thin veil from her face, and just the moment the tool was removed, not to mention the people around them, even Ian watched as his entire body froze in place. He had seen Yi Xinren's appearance after her appearance was restored, but he hadn't seen Yi Xinren after her appearance was restored and with makeup. One must know that Yi Xinren had not studied makeup before when her face was destroyed. At this moment, her face was restored, and with her makeup that was as good as a divine skill. The appearance that was presented in front of the crowd at this moment was simply not too much to call a fairy. It was only Yi An's heart that expected to be at least a little closer, so he quickly reacted. And at this moment the surrounding onlookers, one by one, all looked directly frozen in place. It took a long time before Yi Quan spoke. Xin Run, you actually look so good after your appearance was restored. Ha, yes Xin Run, your appearance is just like a fairy. Mama also praised it. And down below, the crowd had exploded. Yi Shinran turned out to be so good looking? Didn't they say she was disfigured? I know. It's the face cultivation pill that Yi An grabbed Phoenix Feather Chicken to buy that restored Yi Xin Ren's appearance. Oh, I thought so. So there's a time limit. Luckily mine is permanent. A girl was pleased with herself. However it soon drew fire from others. Permanent? You're being funny. Right. Even if a cultivator doesn't become immortal, he can't beat old age, sickness and death. How many of a woman's looks are permanent? That's right. After the blossom period, not still a human being. That's a good point. As far as Yi Xin Ren's looks are concerned, I'd rather marry her one with a time limit. Damn it on this face. I can catch the phoenix feathered chickens in the back of the mountains extinct to feed this face of hers. I said how come everyone didn't get pregnant, but only Yi Xin Ren got pregnant. Good guy. With a face like that, anyone could get pregnant, a flunky said, but following next to his own mother-in-law was not a good idea. Directly twisting the flunky's ear, he said, oh, you mean, I'm blaming my own lack of good looks for my old lady's failure to conceive, right? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Why don't you go marry a fairy in the sky? The commotion on this side of the room was also a moment that made the other women who had men look at their men. The good guys don't look good, but the scene is even more chaotic. Well, feeling better? Yin asked. Yi Shinran smiled and nodded. Thank you, Sunga. Yin laughed. What do the two of us have to thank each other for? Come let's go see our new mansion. Aha! Yi Shinran nodded her head. Yin then helped her to leave first. Yi Quan, the head of the family, didn't bother with these clansmen who didn't fight for it and turned his head to Yi Inger and Yi Tonger. Inger Tonger, you guys come with me. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this. The hearts all stuttered. Were they right? Does the head of the family really want them to marry Ian? Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a courtyard. Family head Yi Quan directly opened the door. Yeah, and you've all met too. I'll be straight with you. The man I'm looking for you is him. I know Yin is actually 70 years old, an age that is halfway into the ground for mortals. But you are the best qualified women in our split family, so naturally I won't harm you. To tell you the truth, this Yin actually has a spiritual root, although it's only a lower grade attributeless spiritual root, but what he does have can be cultivated. You will keep this matter a secret for me. Do not let the other subfamilies know that a man who can cultivate is a great temptation to the main family, let alone those subfamilies. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger both froze at the words. They had never thought that Yin was still a cultivator. Previously, when they didn't know Yin was a cultivator, they had all wanted to marry him, not to mention knowing the good news at the moment. Yi Quan asked, even though I'm the head of the family, I still have to ask for your opinions. For Yin, will you marry him together, to open up a branch for our Yi family? Yi Inger and Yi Tonger looked at each other, then said at the same time, Family Master, we are willing. Yi Quan smiled with satisfaction at his words and said, good, so be it. You guys go back and get ready now. I'll organize your wedding later. Ha, that fast? Yi Inger and Yi Tonger both froze as they listened. Yi Quan, however, laughed, not motivated to have a baby. Something's wrong with your head. Let's get the wedding done today and go straight to the bridal chamber tonight. Chapter 20 You're drinking so immodestly. I recognize this mole. Inside the Yi family branch, in a brand new courtyard, Yin helped Yi Xin Ren walk in. When he saw the courtyard, he couldn't help but freeze, only to see that this courtyard in front of them was surprisingly several times larger than the courtyard they had previously lived in. And all of this they had simply because Yi Xin Ren was pregnant. No wonder those mansions in the previous life. Daughter-in-law pregnancy motionless to send $100 million. A set of villas. So the big families have this tradition. Just as Yi Min was feeling emotional in his heart, he was also seeing that Yi Shinren's eyes beside him were unexpectedly red. And the tears had actually flowed at some point. Ma'am, what are you? Before Yi Shinren could reply, Yi Shan walked in at the doorway and said at the same time, Xin actually grew up in this courtyard as a child. Her father was still around at the time, and we lived in this compound. Then her father was sacrificed in a great battle to stop a demonic beast. So in order to keep people from gossiping, that's why we moved to that small courtyard. Yi sniffed indistinctly, not expecting it to be because of this. Sunga, thank you. I really didn't think I'd be able to move back one day. Let's just stay in the same room I stayed in when I was a kid. Okay, Yi Shinren said excitedly. Yi nodded. Wherever he lived was the same to him, So he let Xiaochun and Xiuqiu bring the two maids that had just been assigned to him and began to clean up the room. And in order to facilitate the name, Yan also simply named the two maids that had just been assigned as Xiaodong and Xiaoxia, sort of just enough to make it spring, summer, fall and winter. The house had been empty, but there wasn't much to clean up because it had been cleaned from time to time. In the course of one meal, pretty much the crowd had moved on. It was just that they had just come over in the front foot, and in the afternoon Yi Quan did come. Yi Shan and Yi Xianren obviously knew the purpose of Yi Quan's visit, so the two went straight to their rooms and didn't bother them. When the two sat down in the courtyard, Yi Quan directly opened the door. I've already identified two women for you. As long as there's no problem on your side, we'll get married in the afternoon. And how about directly getting married at night? Yian heard this and said with some embarrassment, is there such a rush? And, you have to tell me whose girl it is, don't you? Yin said. He was actually quite fond of Yi Inger and Yi Tonger. If the person Yi Quan was talking about was someone else, Yian would want to try and fight for it. As a result, who knows? Yi Quan said. You know, it's Inger and Tonger. You can get Xin pregnant. How can I shortchange you? The two of them can both have medium-grade spiritual roots, so you must strive hard to get them pregnant as soon as possible as well. If they both get pregnant, you'll still be mentioning your treatment and status, Yi Quan said expectantly. Yian couldn't help but be delighted at the words either, and thought to himself, it's true that what you think comes to you. In that case, I'll be polite. Thinking about it, Yian coughed and said, so it's the two of them. They're quite nice. No problem from my side. It's just that people are sisters after all. Can they be willing to marry me together? Yi Quan smiled at his words. Don't worry. I already talked to them before I came here. The two sisters are more than willing. Since there's no problem on your end, I'll go back and get ready. Let's keep it simple and go to the bridal chamber tonight. After saying that, Yi Quan simply left. So, Yi Inger and Yi Tonger were sent over in the afternoon. Then the evening went straight to worship. And during the time of worship, it was also no surprise to Yian that the system popped up again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying his wife Yi Inger. The open branch system rewards merit value, 20 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying his wife, Yi Tonger Air. The open branch system rewards merit value, 20 points. Listening to the system's voice, Yi and Xin was also delighted. He remembered that when he married his wife, Yi Xinren, the merit value was only rewarded with 10 points. I didn't expect that when it came to Yi Inger's two sisters, the merit value was directly given 20 points each. That's a full 40 merit points earned. Sure enough, the higher a woman's spiritual root is, the more merit value I can get. If you give 20 for marrying a wife all at once, won't it be? In the future? Yian had begun to look forward a little to life after marriage, as the wedding reception is all about simplicity, so there's no one messing with the wedding party or anything like that. After paying respects, Yian went straight to the bridal room with wine and food. Once in the room, Yian looked at both. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger were still sitting on the wedding bed, well behaved like two little sheep. Seeing this, Yian also couldn't help but smile. Hard road. I just hate myself for not coming to the immortal cultivation world earlier. Compared to the immortal cultivation world, the former world was simply not a place for people to stay. Come over here and eat. You too. Now that we're family too. Don't be polite. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger were not polite when they heard this, and directly took off the red veil on their heads before walking over. Starving. Eat more. Yian sat next to him and talked while pouring wine for the two. Although they were considered a couple at the moment, they didn't know each other very well after all, so it all looks like it's still a little tense. Yian laughed at the sight. I see everyone is pretty nervous. It's no fun to eat dry. Why don't we have a couple drinks to lighten the mood? Yi Tonger was more lively and sniffed and asked busily. How do you drink it? Sunga? Yian laughed. Guessing sessions, I guess. The shortest kind of rock paper scissors. Both women nodded at that. Yian laughed. How about we just guess and drink? But the loser has to accept a punishment besides drinking. What punishment? Yi Inger asked. Yian smiled and spun around and stood up, then took his coat off. That's the punishment. What kind of punishment is that? Yi Inger and Yi Tonger glanced at each other, obviously not having played this kind of game before. Yian laughed. That's the punishment. Whoever loses will have to take off a shirt like one of mine in addition to a glass of wine. How? When the two women heard this, their pretty faces reddened. Yi Inger said in shame. Sunga, this drinking is so immodest. Yi Tonger then laughed. I think it's fun, and is the most important thing to liven things up. Come, let's play. Seeing that Yi Tonger had said so, Yi Inger had no choice but to respond. So soon the room was reduced to the sounds of drinking and guessing and the occasional shy laugh. Originally, Yian felt that this night should quickly pass in happiness. As a result, who knows, after 3 rounds of drinking, Suddenly the room was the sound of Yi Yan's exclamation of surprise. What is it? Sunga, this is a birthmark. Both of our sisters have it on their waists. Yi Yan however shouted. No, no, I recognize this mole. I was knocked out when I was catching phoenix feather chickens in the back of the mountain. So it's the two of you? Sunga, it's not our fault. You were the one who peeked at our bath first. Nonsense. I was clearly catching chickens. Tell me how I shall punish you. Sunga, we were wrong. If you know you're wrong, you'll be punished for serving me tonight. This night, Yi Yan's merit value went crazy. Chapter 21, Howling for 400 points. Forging body into the 6th layer. Early the next morning, when the sun is just rising, Yi Yan then had gotten up. Though his body today was no different from a middle-aged man of 30, but this habit of waking up early was retained. Looking at the two girls, Yi Inger and Yi Tonger, who were still sleeping on the bed, Yi Yan also smiled with satisfaction. I dreamed of having a daughter-in-law in my previous life, but this is a good life. Not just a daughter-in-law, but 3. Who to talk to about this? When he came to the courtyard, Yi Yan saw Xiao Qiu and the other 4 maids had already gotten up and were preparing to make breakfast. Seeing Yi Yan appear, the 4 of them were also stunned. Why don't you gentlemen get more sleep? Yeah, why don't you get more sleep after last night's exertions? Yi Yan laughed. I'm used to waking up early, so you guys don't have to worry about me, just mind your own business. Also don't go shouting at the 3 ladies. Let them sleep until they wake up naturally. Yes. Xiao Qiu's 4 were busy responding. Yi Xianren was now pregnant and inevitably greedy for sleep, while Yi Ying and Yi Tong had labored all night last night. Yi Yan naturally wanted them to rest as well. After all, nowadays are their own women. They do not hurt, let who let hurt? Yi Yan then arrived in the gazebo in the middle of the courtyard. It's time to say no. This quad is just great. It's a bigger mansion than the one I lived in before. You don't have to worry about disturbing other people when you cultivate here. After Yi Yan sat down, he opened the record of last night's system reminder. Good lord. I was too busy and crazy last night to even look at it. That's a lot of system alerts to look at. Yi Yan didn't bother to look at them one by one and directly glanced at his own merit value. Nice guy. It came right up to 470. This marrying 2 wives does earn merit value faster. Yi Yan lamented. These 470 points of merit value were enough to nurture the child in Yi Xinren's stomach. It's just a shame that today the baby is just conceived and it will be 3 months before we can start nurturing. So Yi Yan wasn't in a hurry and was prepared to use it to improve his strength first. But in order to know precisely where all your merit values come from, Yi Yan still looked at the merit value record. Soon he figured out the full record of acquiring merit values. That's 470 merit points, 70 of which things were there last night before the cave-in. It also includes the 40 points earned from marrying a wife. And the remaining 400 points are divided into 2 parts. One is from sleeping together, and the other is from being favored. Since Yi Inger and Yi Tonger were both medium-grade spiritual roots, Yi Yan could get 20 points of merit value for having intercourse with them once. Last night in the same room Yi Yan earned a total of 160 points. The rest is good sense. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger's favorability has now increased to 50, and when their favorability reaches 30, they can each get 50 points of merit value, which adds up to 100 points. When it reaches 50, it can get 70 points each, which adds up to 140 points. So in total that's 400 merit points. After figuring out the ins and outs, Yi Yan did not delay any longer. Immediately, he began to operate the nascent soul decree. Nowadays, his strength had reached the 4th level of the body forging realm. So every time he ran the nascent soul decree, the merit value consumed was also raised to 40 points. But again, the benefit that comes with it is the ability to increase the effect of cultivation up to 10 times. I have 470 points today, so I can cultivate roughly 11 times. So I should have no problem impacting the 6th level of the body forging realm today. Thinking about it, Yi Yan shouted in his mind. First, invest 120 points of merit value and run the nascent soul decision 3 times. Sure enough, the system's voice rang out at once. Ding! You have consumed 120 points of merit value this time, and the effect of the nascent soul decision has been increased by 10 times for 3 times. It's being practiced with the sound of the system. Sure enough, Yi Yan then felt an unprecedentedly powerful aura rapidly surging into his body. This breath flowed crazily through his body, and wherever it passed, Yi Yan could clearly feel his entire physical quality surging. It's like that feeling of being young is coming back. And as his strength increased, Yi Yan's speed of running the nascent soul decision also became faster and faster. 3 times on a weekday might take 3 hours, but this time it only took 20 minutes to get it all running. And at this moment, Yi Yan could also feel that his strength had reached the edge of a breakthrough. Go on. Yi Yan didn't hesitate. Immediately, another 40 points of merit value were put into it. Sure enough, 5 or 6 minutes later his strength had broken through to the 5th level of the body forging realm. Emergency only used 160 points to reach the 5th level. Then the 6th floor shall not be a breeze. Looking at the 310 points of merit value left, Yian was not delaying. Immediately, he continued to cultivate. And from the 5th level of the forging realm, each time a merit value is consumed, it becomes 50 points. The effect is also boosted to 12 times. Su Xian realized that the multiplier of the boost was decreasing, but because of the large base, although the heaven and earth spirit chi needed for cultivation was also more. However, the number of times one ran the nascent soul decree each time was decreasing. This is not the case. Raising from the 5th level to the 6th level of the body forging realm, Yian only operated the nascent soul decision 3 times. That is, after consuming only 150 points of merit value, he managed to ascend to the 6th level of the body forging realm, and at this moment, he had a surprising 160 points left in his merit value. Looking at the remaining 160 points of merit value, Yian had some difficulties. At the 6th level of the body forging realm, 60 points of merit value are consumed for each cultivation, and the effect is increased to 14 times. There's only enough for 2 more cultivations, so it's obviously not too easy to raise it. Or not. Yian Xin was calculating in his mind. He wanted to take this opportunity to raise his formation master level to 1st grade, but thinking about it felt like a loss. After all, a 1st grade formation master would have to consume 100 points of merit value, whereas, the amount of money a 1st grade formation master could earn was not much. This input and output are clearly not proportional. We'll have to figure out if we can raise it in a roundabout way later. Yian Xin was calculating in his mind. After all, the cultivation world, not everyone has a system. Those who do not have a system, why are some in the formation of a high attainments? How do you compare to them? As long as he found a way to bridge that gap, he wouldn't have to waste his merit value. Thinking about it, Yian was also preparing to wait for Yi Xin Run to get up and ask her. Just as he was thinking about it, the courtyard was already wafting with the aroma of food. Apparently the 4 maids had almost finished the meal, so Yian stopped practicing and got up to go back to his room, and as soon as he reached the room he saw, Yi Inger and Yi Tonger had also woken up and were sitting under the covers just about to get dressed. And seeing Yian come back, the 2 girls felt a little guilty. Yi Inger busily said, "I'm sorry Sunga, my sister and I got up late. We'll pay attention next time." Yi Tonger also pouted. "I'm sorry, Sang Ho, don't be angry, okay?" Yian laughed at the sight. "What do I have to be angry about? You were so good last night. I knew you were tired, and purposely kept the maids from coming to call for you, just trying to get you guys to sleep more." Sunga Yu. Both women were visibly taken aback by what they heard. You know, it's also the case that women have a place in homes that don't produce children, and in those homes that do, the men are their heaven, even if it's into a family. After all, the Yi family is still counting on these son-in-laws to help them extend their heirs, Yin said as he came to the bedside and sat down. You 2 sisters are considered talents in the split family. One is a seal master and the other is a pill master. You guys are busy on weekdays too, so you don't have to put much thought into small things like serving me. In the future, maybe I'll have to learn rune seals and alchemy from you guys. The meal will be ready soon. While there's still time, Yian was saying. Yi Inger busily said, "We'll be up in a minute." Yian was the one who stopped them. "I mean, while there's still time, we're taking a nap." After saying that, Yian directly pounced on the 2 women. The 2 women were induced to crow and laugh. "Sunga, you're annoying. It's dawn." "Ah, sage don't. It tickles there." Chapter 22 Secret Technique Condensation Scripture. Who is Yi Xinyan? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points of merit value rewarded by the branch opening system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points of merit value rewarded by the branch opening system. With 2 system alerts ringing in his head, only then did Jian get up contentedly. Then they looked at Yi Inger and Yi Tonger, but they glared at Jian with a face full of grudges before following suit and getting up. In the courtyard, the 4-star maid also happened to have the meal ready. I don't know if it's due to having 2 more wives. Yi Shan actually didn't come out to eat this time as well, but instead had her maid send the meal to her room. In fact, this is good. Only himself and his 3 wives eat. Yian was happy to relax. And during the meal, Yian also asked the doubts in his heart. Xin Run, I have a question for you 3. Will you guys see if you can help me out? All 3 women were stunned, but they were busy nodding. Sunga please. Yian didn't talk nonsense and asked directly. I would like to know why you 3 are the only ones in the entire Yi family branch that have become formation masters, rune seal masters, and alchemists? Should there be some children with spiritual roots in the branch family as well? What the hell is this about? What are they worse for? Faced with Yian's inquiry, the 3 women were all stunned. Yi Inger then laughed. That's a question I'd better answer for you, Sunga. In fact, the entire Yi family's formation masters aren't just Sister Xinren, there are many more. Almost anyone with a spirit root, even if it's just a lower grade spirit root, will have no problem being a first grade array master. But if you want to cross into the second grade formation master, you'll have to score points. And as for rune seal masters, and alchemists are a bit more demanding. Then what is the difference between these people who are unable to cultivate these three secondary occupations and you? Yin asked. Yi Inger smiled and pointed to her head. Divine sense, also called spiritual power. Mental power? Yin sniffed indistinctly. Although he had traveled across the world, he hadn't read many metaphysical novels in his previous life. This spiritual power is like a person's spiritual intelligence. It can also be understood in simpler terms as whether a person is intelligent or not. If a person is smart enough, then his spiritual intelligence is certainly not low. Such a person would also be able to grasp the essence of the formation faster when inscribing it. On the contrary, a very clumsy person would definitely have average spiritual intelligence. And naturally these things like formations would be hard to learn. Yi Inger said. Normally, cultivators with spiritual roots don't have too low a spiritual intelligence. Even if one can only cross into the chi refining realm, learning to inscribe a first-rate formation is already completely sufficient. But to inscribe a second grade, it will be difficult, and it will take time to slowly hone it. But third grade, that's out of the question. Like how Xinren was able to become a second grade formation master. Aside from her own drilling, is that she's smart? What about you guys? Yin asked. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger both sniffed and said with some shame. My sister and I are a little better than Xinren in terms of spiritual roots and spirituality. It's reasonable to say that it's not a problem to reach the third grade rune seal master and alchemist. It's only a pity that our branch family has only one secret spiritual cultivation method, the condensation scripture. You can only cultivate your spiritual power to the peak of the chi refining realm. Plus, our branch family simply doesn't have any third grade talisman masters or formation masters, so there's no one to teach us at all either. We can only feel our way slowly by virtue of ourselves, and we don't know when we'll make a breakthrough. Yin heard this and basically understood what was going on. It turns out that in the world of immortal cultivation, it's not just that it's hard to become a cultivator, it's also not easy to become a formation master, one of the more powerful of these side professions. Imagine if there were no spiritual roots. The odds are that the spirituality wouldn't be too high either. Naturally it's hard to make progress in the side hustle. As for practicing, that's even more hopeless. Therefore, those who do not have spiritual roots but can become alchemist masters, or runic seal array masters, are all gifted existences. Most people, it's good to have a spiritual root to cultivate. Not to mention the sub-professions that still have requirements for psychic intelligence. Sagittarius. When you talk about this, it would be a good idea to go to the Split Family Scripture Cabinet and lend out the secret condensation scripture to take a look. If there's an improvement in your spiritual power, maybe you can cross over into the ranks of a first-rate array master as soon as possible as well. Yi Shinrun reminded. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger were also stunned when they heard this. Has Sagittarius gotten started in the art of formations? It was a while ago. It's just a pity that I've been busy and had little time to practice, and now I haven't become a first-grade formation master yet, Yin said. Yi Inger, who was on the side, sniffed and busied herself. If you want to see it, Inger will send someone to rent it back. Rent it back? Isn't this thing for sale? Yin asked in surprise. Yi Tonger laughed. Your husband is joking. This condensation scripture is the only spiritual cultivation method in our branch family. How could it be sold? The clan won't even let anyone look at it if they don't have a spiritual root. Those with spiritual roots will have to spend 1,000 spirit stones even to watch it once, and they can only watch it for 10 days. No transcription allowed yet. Turn and look. There are a lot of rules. Yin sniffed indistinctly. But come to think of it, the only spiritual cultivation method in the entire branch was indeed looked at more seriously. It was just that Yin couldn't really take out these 1,000 spirit stones, as if she had read Yian's mind. Yi Tonger laughed. Don't worry, Sunga. My sister and I have saved up some spending money over the years. Could have borrowed it for you. Yin sniffed and scratched his head. How embarrassing then, to have to spend your spirit stones. But don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back when I make money in the future. What are you talking about, Squire? Since our sisters have married you, we are naturally family. Yi Inger said. Yi Tonger also nodded her head. Sister is right. After sister and I arrive at the store later, we'll arrange for someone to send the secret method back as soon as possible. Yin saw this and didn't say anything more. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger had been so generous to themselves, so I made a note to compensate them slowly in the future. It is more useful to hang on to the goodness that people do for you than to hang on to it. Soon Yi Inger and Yi Tonger finished eating and left. They also had to run the split store. so naturally they would be busier. Yi Shinran, on the other hand, went back to her room to inscribe the formation. For a while there was only Yian left alone, sitting in the yard waiting for the secret method. Yian also pondered over the goodwill of the two Yinger sisters, though now they are their wives. However, the favorability is only 50. Maybe it will slowly go up again over time, but that's still a bit of a slow rise to be honest. Could it be that as the spirit root improves, this rate of increase in favorability slows down? I don't know if there's any way to raise the favorability of these two sisters as soon as possible. Could it be the reason why they have not been able to break through to the third grade rune seal master and alchemist? Yi and Xian pondered in his mind. After he saw the secret technique condensation scripture, he might be able to raise his spiritual power as soon as possible as well. At that time, no matter if it was a formation master or runes and pills, one could dabble in them all. Maybe we can help them in the future. Thinking about this, Yian felt that his merit value was still too little. Gotta make more soon. Yian was just thinking about it. And sure enough, Xiao Dong came running back from outside. At the same time, he handed a secret book to Yi Liao. Auntie, this is what Miss Inger asked me to bring back for you. Yian nodded his head and picked it up. And sure enough, the words condensation scripture were written on the cover. And as Yian opened the first page, following that he froze. Only the first page reads, Yi Xin Yen Grant. Yi Xin Yan? Who is Yi Xin Yen? How come it's so similar to Xin Ren's name? Yi and Xin muttered in his mind. Chapter 23, Concentration Sutra reaches the first level. Formation into the second grade. The mind wondered though why there was someone else with a name so similar to his wife's, but after all, he hadn't heard anyone mention it either, so Yian didn't take it to heart, and as he flipped backward, the contents of this condensed spirit scripture began to gradually present itself to Yian. Although Yinger had said that this concentration scripture could only be cultivated to the peak of the chi refining realm, Yian had not expected it. The spiritual cultivation method that was merely an introduction to the cultivation world was surprisingly so obscure and difficult to understand. As he flipped up the first page, he was dumbfounded, because he couldn't read it at all. The words on it were not only out of the way, but even the meaning they expressed was elusive. It was no wonder that this secret method was placed in the Yi family subfamily, and there were quite a few heirs with spiritual roots in the Yi family subfamily, but there were not many who could actually learn it. Just this one condensation scripture. If there was no one to point it out, it was all up to oneself to realize it. I'm afraid it's all going to take years, but I've gotta hang up, so I don't think it should take that long. Thinking and, Yian then directly attempted to cultivate. Sure enough, at the same time the system's voice sounded in Yian's head. Ding! It is detected that the host is cultivating the secret technique concentration scripture. This cultivation can be invested with 100 points of merit value to raise it to one layer of perfection. The peak of the forging realm. Listening to the system's introduction, Yian couldn't help but go numb. Can you come up here and get straight to the top? So tough? But thinking about it, merely being at the peak of the forging realm didn't seem like anything to be happy about. After all, it was only the most introductory realm in the cultivation world. Thinking about it, Yian did not delay any longer and immediately returned. Commit. Ding. 100 points of merit value are deducted from this time, and the concentration scripture is being cultivated. Listening to the system's beep. Sure enough, Yian felt it. A warm, welcoming mass snapped into his own mind. This warmth felt similar to the warmth generated when cultivating the nascent soul decision, but the effect is very different. As this warm current kept traveling in his mind, Yian also felt it clearly. One's entire consciousness and senses are changing. It's an amazing feeling that can't be described in words. If one had to say, it was as if in an instant Yian's perception of the entire world had become clearer. Many of the problems that were previously unthinkable are still unthinkable at this moment, but one's mindset has changed. It seems that these issues become less important, and that's just the beginning. As the warm current kept traveling, Yian even gradually began to be able to carefully observe the 5 organs and 6 bowels in his body. Previously, it could only be seen through the senses, but now, he was truly able to see the changes in his internal organs. Even the blood flowing inside his body was clearly visible to him. This feels pretty marvelous. Yi Min was staggered, but the benefits of this spiritual power are still just not stopping, because soon, Yian surprisingly realized, he was able to clearly perceive the changes within his body. In addition to that, his divine sense unexpectedly began to gradually spread from his body to the outside. As he passed through his spiritual power and saw his surroundings, Yian's entire body was excited, because this feeling had never even existed in a previous life. Is this the tactics of an immortal cultivator? Holy! This is a divine technique for looking at beautiful women. Yian Xian was excited in his heart. One's eyes were clearly closed, but one was able to see everything around him through divine sense. What is this if not a divine technique for spying on beautiful women? However, Yi Anya knew that like this divine sense peeping, you observe others at the same time. Other people can definitely feel it too. Unless you're so strong that you can be so strong that others can't even notice the bottom. But obviously the current Yi An certainly couldn't do that. It should be okay against normal people. And under Yi An's observation, in the end, the range that his divine sense could encompass was also fixed at around almost 5 meters around himself. I'm afraid this is the limit of the body forging realm. But it's not bad. Yi An Xin was calculating in his mind. The increase in mental strength is definitely tied to one's own strength as well. As for himself, he was only at the 6th level of the body forging realm now, so it was already very good for his spiritual power to be raised to the peak of the body forging realm. As long as he waited for his strength to cross over into the chi refining realm, at that time, this spiritual power would naturally be able to continue to improve. Thinking about it, Yi An also once again targeted the formation. Now my spiritual power has reached the peak of the forging realm. According to what Inger said, I should be able to inscribe a first-rate formation very easily. Try it first. Saying that, Yi An directly took out a point of the blank formation scroll that he had purchased earlier, and then it started to paint a picture. Sure enough, almost at the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Insisting that the host is currently learning the first-grade formation. Investing 10 points of merit value will directly elevate him to a first-grade formation master. Holy, 10 points? Wasn't it 100 points before? Yi An heard his entire body go numb. But following that, he realized that this must be the benefits that came from cultivating the condensed spirit scripture. Before one's own cultivation, one could say that one had no spiritual power at all. At this point in time, to reach first-grade formation master, a full 100 points of merit value was needed, and a first-grade formation master corresponded to the spiritual power of the forging realm layer ground. Now that he had reached the peak of the forging realm, it could only be understood that he could easily learn a first-grade formation, so even the merit value that the system needs to consume has been reduced. Having figured this out in his mind, Yi An was not delaying. 10 points of merit value was still a splurge for him nowadays. Too lazy to be slowly ascending, at that moment Yi An shouted, "Commit!" Sure enough, the system's voice also sounded again. Ding! You have consumed 10 points of merit value this time, and have been elevated to a first-grade formation master. With the sound of the system, Yi An only felt a stream of information quickly rush into his mind. Soon he felt as if he had inscribed countless first-rate formations. The way those first-rate formations were inscribed seen at his fingertips. It's really happening. What about the second grade? The second grade corresponds to the spiritual power of the chi refining realm. But I'm only at the peak of the body forging realm today. And some people with high spiritual intelligence can also inscribe second grade at the forging realm. Xin is even able to inscribe second grade formations without even cultivating. So one's own spiritual intelligence today shouldn't be lower than hers. Thinking about it, Yi An ran straight into the room. Then he took a book of second-grade formations that Yi Shinran often inscribed and tried it out right away. Sure enough, the system's voice followed and sounded again. Ding! Detecting that the host is inscribing a second-grade array formation. This time investing 20 points of merit value will directly elevate him to a second-grade formation master. Holy, 20 points! Yi An listened with complete numbness. He didn't expect that he had merely raised his spiritual power to the peak of the forging realm. Surprisingly, even the threshold of a second-grade formation master had been lowered tenfold. It was important to realize that talismans and pills were basically the same. Although it was said that talisman seals and pills would be a bit more demanding compared to formations, it basically wouldn't be that much worse. It's just saying that formations are a prerequisite for rune seals. Nowadays, one could learn all of the first and second grades with a mere 30 points of merit value in one's own formation discipline. That's the equivalent of talismans and pills. It's the same thing. Thinking of this, Yi An also did not delay. Immediately, he spent another 20 points of merit value to raise the formation to the second-grade formation master level. Only then did he run out into the courtyard and call for Winter. You go find Inger and Tonger immediately. Tell them that when they come back tonight, they'll bring something to learn about talismans and pills. From the first to the third rank. Remember? Yes, Auntie. Winter answered, then went out the door. Yi An, on the other hand, then went directly to find Yi Xinrun. Now he had learned both the first and second grade formations. Naturally, he had to go and see how much merit value would be consumed by this third grade formation master. Chapter 24, both reaching second grade, material requisition order? Room. Yi Shinran was inscribing a formation. When he saw Yi An running in, he was also stunned. What are you doing, Sunga? Yi An asked busily. Do you have a sample of a third grade formation here? Yes, you are? Yi Shinran was puzzled. Bring it to me. I want to see how difficult this third grade formation is. Yin said. Yi Shinran smiled at his words. Stop it, Sagittarius. You're not even a first-grade formation master. Although she said so on her lips, Yi Shinran still brought over a set of samples of third-grade formations. This is what she uses for enlightenment on a regular basis. Yin didn't explain much and picked it up and tried to inscribe it. Sure enough, the next moment, the system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! Detecting that the host is learning the third-grade array formation, this time investing 300 points of merit value, you can be directly upgraded to a third-grade array master. Listening to the system's beeps, Yin finally calmed down, and at the same time in his heart, he completely understood the consumption of merit value of this formation master. Not sure if this rule applies to 4 pints upwards though, but at least 4 pints down, it does seem to be the rule. That was the value of merit that one would need to consume to be a first to third ranked formation master when one had not cultivated the condensed God scripture. Exactly 100, 200 and 300 points. And now that he had cultivated the concentration scripture to the peak of the body forging realm, so the merit value required for the first and second grades becomes 10 and 20 points, but the third grade is still 300 points. This should be the reason why a third grade formation master needs at least Heavenly Mansion realm mental power. If I can raise my strength even to the Chi refining realm as soon as possible, then I'll raise the concentration scripture to Chi refining realm perfection. Then this third grade formation master should be able to be reduced by a full 10 times as well. Yin Xin was calculating in his mind. And that wasn't what excited him the most. What excited him the most? Runes and pills are basically the same as formations. In this way, he himself would be able to follow the same method and directly upgrade his talisman seals and pills to the second grade level as well. As soon as he thought of this, Yin couldn't help but somewhat look forward to Yi Yinger's 2 hurrying back. Sagittarius? Yi Shinran, who was on the side, obviously still didn't know what had happened and was looking at him with a dumbfounded expression. Yin smiled at the situation and didn't explain, and immediately took out a blank array formation scroll, and at the same time brought over a second grade array formation that Yi Shinran had just inscribed. Are you inscribing a second grade array formation, Sagittarius? But you don't even know how to do a first grade formation yet. Watch this. Yin laughed, and immediately moved his hand to inscribe it. And when Yian's first stroke fell, Yi Xin on the side looked dumbfounded as a whole. Only the first stroke that Yin landed, surprisingly, had already hooked the aura of heaven and earth. Whether it was the force of the strokes or the charisma, it was surprisingly more perfect than what she had inscribed. It was important to know that Yi Shinran could reach the current level of array formation, and that would all be accumulated by her through non-stop inscription of array formations over a long period of time. And at the moment Yin engraved it, it was even better than hers. How could that not surprise her? And that's just the beginning. When Yin continued to inscribe backwards, Yi Shinran was completely stunned, because whether it's the turn of the line or the force, Yin surprisingly all seemed to be at ease, and didn't even look like a newcomer who had just started to learn about formations. But Yin had indeed only just begun to learn. This point Yi Xinren was incomparably clear. Wah! As Yin finished inscribing a complete set of second grade formations, a buzzing sound came from the array scroll. Watching a second grade formation actually inscribed just like that, Yi Shinran also somewhat couldn't believe her eyes. Sungnayu, as you can see, I'm already a second grade formation master. Yin laughed. Yi Xinren, on the other hand, was directly excited and then hugged Yin, fiercely kissing him on the face. Sunga, you're simply a genius. How the hell did you do that? That's too good. Yin smiled at his words. Am I only good at formations? Not great in other ways? Yi Xinren's pretty face instantly turned red when she heard this, and she shyly said, You're annoying. Sunga. Yin, on the other hand, took Yi Xinren into his arms and scratched the tip of her nose in dissatisfaction. If you weren't pregnant, the head of the family had instructed me not to allow me to share a room with you for the first 3 months. I wish I could eat you right now. Gee, 3 months is fast. Yi Shinran said in shame. That's right, Sagittarius. Teach me. Just now I saw that you inscribed better than I did. Yin nodded, then sat down next to Yi Shinran. While teaching her to inscribe formations, he made out every now and then. It couldn't be helped. Yi Shinran was now pregnant and still just starting out. Yin really didn't dare to do anything to Yi Shinran at this time. But the good thing is that I still have 2 wives, so I'm not in a hurry. The afternoon passed quickly. At night Yi Yinger and Yi Tonger finally came back from the store. The two of them also brought back the talisman seals and materials for alchemy that Yin needed. Yin had already been waiting for a long time, and took the things and said, I've already had dinner. You guys take your time. I'll go back to my room to study this talismanic seal and alchemy art first. Seeing Yin work so hard, Yi Yinger and Yi Tonger also smiled. Who doesn't want their man to get ahead? Room. After Yin placed the talisman seals as well as the practice materials for the pills in front of him, The system's voice was really loud. Ding! Detecting that the host is learning the art of talismanic seals and pills. This time investing 20 points of merit value can directly upgrade the art of talismanic seals as well as pills to the first grade. As expected, listening to the system's introduction, Yian also confirmed the speculation in his heart. Even due to his own improved mental power, the introductions to both of these sub-professions had unexpectedly crossed over directly, and the consumption, sure enough, was exactly the same as that of a first-grade formation master. Thinking about Yian instantly said, "Commit." The next moment, the system's voice followed. Ding! You have invested 20 points of merit value this time, and both the art of talismanic seals and the art of elixir have been upgraded to the first grade. Listening to the system's voice, Yian also glanced at the merit value he currently had left. There are still 50 points left, just enough to upgrade the talisman seals and pills to the second grade. Thinking about it, Yian directly flipped out the second grade talisman and alchemy manual. Immediately, the familiar system voice did sound again, and meanwhile in the living room, Yi Shinran didn't tell the two sisters, Yi Inger, about the fact that Yian had already reached the second grade of formation master, because Yian explained that he wanted to give them both a surprise. At this moment, Yi Inger and Yi Tonger were eating dinner. Yi Xianren saw that they were a bit distracted, so she asked, "But is something wrong?" Yi Inger sighed and Yi Tonger said, "You don't know, Sister Xianren, the main family sent someone to inform us today. It says that the demonic beast riot not long ago was too serious. Even the Jiang City Lord has been alarmed. City Lord Jiang specially sent Miss Jiang down to personally help our Yi family purge the demonic beasts. There's a call for supplies from the Lord's side. Have each subfamily try to produce 10 points of third-grade formations, 10 third-grade talisman seals, and 10 third-grade pills. My sister and I have big heads. We can't even make third-grade talismans and pills right now." Yi Shinran was also taken aback by what she heard. It looks like Jiang City Lord and the main family are going to get real this time. But these third-grade formations, talismans and pills are indeed too difficult as well. Any word on what happens if you can't get it? Yi Inger said, "It's okay to say you can't get it, but in the future, the proceeds from the border will be rearranged according to this preparation. Those who contribute more can share more profits in the future, and the opposite will reduce the profit distribution." It's said that this time, Miss Jiang has personally come and is preparing to reshape the entire border demonic beast defense line. If it can really be made, in the future, we won't have to worry about demonic beast cholera when we split up the family. This is a good thing, and with a month's time, I think we'd better make an effort. And if we can't even go to other subfamilies to buy them, it's also best to prepare enough. After all, if we really solve the trouble with the demonic beasts, we'll only gain more in the future from our split family. If it's true as you say, then odds are you won't be able to buy any of this stuff from the other branches. While the three were talking, Yi Yan's voice came from the side. Chapter 25 The Way I Really Do. 300 points in 2 days. Sagittarius? Yi Xianren's three people were also taken aback when they saw Yi Yan's sudden appearance. After all, he had just rushed into the room, only to come out so quickly. Yi Yan waved his hand to signal the three to sit down, and he himself sat down on the opposite side and said, "I heard what you all just said. If this collection of supplies is really tied to profit, just ask any subfamily which would be willing to lend out these supplies. Everyone is from the same source though, they are all branches of the Yi family, but from the moment of separation. In fact, all of them were also in competition. As you said, after this border recast defense, the funding will be tied to future benefits. And how can the split family side help us? I guess, right now, the other subfamilies, I'm afraid that they've been holding their breath to prepare for more supplies, so that they can become the dominant player among the subfamilies in the future." The three women couldn't help but nod their heads as well, obviously all agreeing with Yi Yan's meaning as well. Yi Inger said, "Actually, saying that this material donation is tied to future benefits strikes me as problematic. If the borderline is recast, when the border is stabilized, so many subfamilies will instead be in conflict over the distribution of benefits. I see that on the main family's side. They also intend to want to pick a family from a subfamilies that can represent all of them." Yi Yan nodded. "Indeed, I'm actually curious. In itself, the Yi clan is tasked with the duty of guarding the Yi clan pass, and the loss of youth within the clan has always been great. But why bother sending the family out to form this one branch?" Yi Xianren said, "The matter is clear to me. In the end, it's the lack of supplies at Yi Jiaguan. The Yi family's own heritage is again not enough to cause this. The Yi Jia Pass defense line is too long. If we don't send people over to station them, it's obviously too late to rush over there once the demonic beast's cholera in the interim. And the Yi family men have lost a lot because they were stationed at the border already. Once you go out on assignment, it's basically impossible to have extra people to go out on rotation. So once you're expatriated, It's basically the same as being rooted locally. Forced to do so, this has led to the strategy of separating and integrating into the local area. Yeon drifted off and said, this approach is actually treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. The demonic beast cholera continues, and the separation is unsustainable. But once the border recasts the demonic beast's cholera solution, the many split families will instead be at odds. It seems that the main family is also trying to gather up the subfamilies this time, so that this border will form a mega subfamily, so that internal conflicts can also be avoided. Yi Tonger nodded her head. Sunga's analysis is reasonable. In fact, everyone is a Yi family member. If there were sufficient resources on the main family side, I don't think there would have been a compulsion to separate the clan and set up a subfamily. But it's useless to talk about this. My sister and I can't refine third-grade pills and talismans for the time being, and the same goes for formations. Sunga, do you have any good ideas? Yi Inger and Yi Shinran both looked at Yian when they heard this as well. Yian smiled at his words. I do have a solution. It's just what? All three women looked at him suspiciously. Yin said, it's just that Inger and Tonger might have to suffer a bit. Tired? The two women froze. Yi Inger said, if you have a solution, you may as well say so. As long as we can make our subfamily dominate amongst the subfamilies, we can overcome even the bitterest and most exhausting. That's right, we can do it, Yi Tonger said. Yian laughed at the sight. Okay then. I need you guys. Yian then came over to the three women and talked about his approach. The three women instantly reddened their pretty faces as they listened, especially Yi Inger and Yi Tonger. Yi Inger said in shame, Sagittarius, we're talking business here. Why are you still? Yes, Sangong. It's still in front of Xinren's sister. You are also too. Yian, however, said with a serious face, I'm talking business. That's my way. And I only need 2 days. It's fine if you can think of something better. But if you can't, why don't you want to try? The three women saw that Yian did not look like he was joking. And it was indeed as he had told them that it would only take 2 days for the results to come out. Might as well give it a try. After all, in 2 days' time, if they wanted to break through from the second grade to the third grade by themselves, it would be basically impossible to do so. Yi Xinren also persuaded, you two sisters might as well give it a try. I think the Sagittarius must have his reasons for saying so. After all, do you dare believe now that you married a 70-year-old man in the first place? And that way, you can get pregnant sooner too. No? Yi Inger and Yi Tonger couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this. Finally a red-faced nod, decided to give it a try. So for the next 2 days, Yian, Yi Inger, and Yi Tonger didn't leave the courtyard. On the store side, it was also directly handed over to the maid to take care of. No matter who asks, the uniform is one sentence. It's not convenient to meet guests. And as for what exactly Yeon and the others were busy with during these 2 days, that's naturally busy earning merit value. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger's goodwill is stuck at 50, unable to improve. Yi and Xin had probably guessed it. Both of them were middle-grade spirit roots themselves, and their hearts were naturally higher than Yi Shinran's. If you want to pull up these last 50 points of goodwill, just conquering their bodies won't work. The most direct thing still has to be the conquest of their minds. It's only when they admire and recognize themselves from the bottom of their hearts. So, find a way to surpass them in the talismans and elixirs that they were good at. Undoubtedly the best way. At the same time, if Yian reached the third grade in talismans and pills, and incidentally, it also solves the problem of collecting supplies for this one. So hurrying up to brush the merit value became Yian's most imminent matter. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That night, Yian also took advantage of Yi Tonger and Yi Inger's rest. Sneak into the courtyard. Looking at the merit value saved on his body today, Yian couldn't help but calculate. For 2 full days, the exhausting work was finally enough to earn 300 points of merit value. Together with the 10 points left over from last time, there are now 310 points of merit value. Gotta think about what to do. After 2 days of hard farming, Yian also earned 300 points of merit value from Yi Inger and Yi Tonger. But what to do with these 300 points of merit value is something that needs to be done carefully. There were currently 2 paths before Yian. First, directly consume 300 points of merit value and choose one of the formations, pills, or talismans to unlock the third grade. But the problem was that the 300 points could only be cultivated into one of them as well. If you want to reach the third grade in all of them, you still need 600 points of merit value. One might say, well, it's just 4 days of hard work then? Just kidding, Yian is also a human being, not an animal. In saying that, even if he can stand it, Yi Inger's 2 sisters can't eat it. Even if you give them a few days off and try to get it done in 2 weeks. It's not too late though. But the problem was that this one could cost a full 900 merit points. Yian thought of this as a burst of meat pain. This can be his little by little plowed out. Really do not want to be so squandered. And the second way is to sprint for strength first. Strive to ascend to the chi refining realm as soon as possible. In this way, one could cultivate the second layer of the condensed spirit scripture by raising the concentration scripture to even the peak of the chi refining realm. Then the third grade pills, formations, and talisman seals would all drastically reduce the consumption of merit value. This is certainly the best value for money. Even your own strength can be boosted by a wave. Any way you look at it, this is the best option. But there's a problem with that choice, too. That is, I don't know how long it will take to ascend to the chi refining realm. After thinking about it, Yian finally decided. Improve yourself first. Fighting a bike to a motorcycle. At least it's better than being an animal. In case he succeeded, he would be able to save a lot of merit value. Thinking about it, Yian immediately ran the nascent soul decision. Prepare to sprint for a wave of strength before you do. Chapter 26. Yian enters chi refining. Unexpected joy. However, after Yian really started operating the nascent soul decision, the system's voice, however, directly dumbfounded him. Only the system prompted. Ding! You are currently at the 6th level of the body refinement realm. This cultivation can be invested with 10 points of merit value, boosting the cultivation effect by 20 times. This system voice was like a bolt from the blue, directly splitting Yian on the spot. He could clearly remember that the last time he cultivated himself, the 6th level of the body refinement realm still required the consumption of 60 points of merit value, and the effect is still only 14 times more effective. As it turned out, this time, it was surprising that it could be boosted 20 times by consuming only 10 points. What the hell is this? Yian thought to himself that he hadn't done much in recent times. How did the merit value consumption drop so much? Is it because of the concentration sutra? Yian suddenly thought of this spiritual cultivation secret method. To say that the only thing that made him different from before in the recent past was that he had cultivated this secret method. Now that I think about it, that may well be the case. The consumption of merit value itself is based on his overall strength, and one's own spiritual intelligence and mental power are both very much enhanced today, especially the spiritual power. It had reached the peak of the forging realm, and in such a case, it naturally helps more in the cultivation of one's own strength. Naturally, it also makes the consumed merit value go down. Thinking of this, Yian also not only got excited. Originally, he was worried that the merit value might not be enough, and he didn't know when he would be able to cross over into the chi refining realm. But now it seemed that he had every chance to impact the chi refining realm. Thinking of this, Yian did not delay any longer and immediately shouted, "Put in 20 points first." Ding! You have consumed 20 points of merit value this time, and will run the nascent soul decision being cultivated twice. Hearing the system's voice, Yian also looked forward to it. Good guy. Soon he felt that the warmth in his body was actually many times thicker than the last time. Everywhere the warmth flowed, his own skin began to tighten as if he had drunk his fill of water. And at the same time Yian also felt that his physique was once again strengthened very much. If anything, his body was comparable to a 30-year-old before. Now then, he's in full physical shape, and he's starting to make his way towards his inner 30s. The two practices ended quickly. Just as Yian was about to continue to devote himself to cultivation, the unexpected scene was the one that appeared. Yian only felt his entire body's breath tremble violently, followed by a radical change in his breath. Is this a breakthrough? The 7th level of the body refinement realm? Just twice? Yian couldn't believe his eyes. One must know that even the Yi family wanted to cross over into the chi refining realm with the chi nascent decision. It's also absolutely impossible to do without a year or two, and you have to practice hard on weekdays to do it. But how long have you only been in the Yi family? It wasn't even half a month. Right. But he had crossed over to the 7th level of the body forging realm. I'm afraid no one would believe this. Yian was excited in his heart, and at that moment, he also continued to cultivate. Sure enough, the system's voice followed and sounded again. Ding! You are currently at the 7th level of the body forging realm. You can invest 20 points in this cultivation, and the effect is increased to 25 times. Listen to the system. Yian also shouted without the slightest hesitation at once. Put in 40 points. Good guy. He has prepared 310 points of merit value this time. That consumption is a complete no-brainer alright. And as Yian opened his mouth, the system's voice sounded again. At the same time, two even larger warm currents reappeared. It nourished Yian's entire body, and it seemed that the mental power had improved. So the speed at which Yian was running the nascent soul decree had also gotten a lot faster. Just under 10 minutes, the 2 rounds of nascent soul decision had finished running again. And what Yian didn't expect was that just 2 more times, he actually broke through again. The strength directly soared to the 8th level of the body forging realm. You know, breaking through 2 layers in succession, and he had only paid a mere 60 points of merit value. This is something you would never dare to think of before. This God condensing scripture looks really good. When I reach the chi refining realm, I'll have to enhance the God condensing scripture first. Yin Xin calculated in his mind while glancing at his remaining merit value. There are still 250 points left to play go to try to impact the refined chi realm. Thinking about it, Yin was also not delaying. Immediately, he continued to cultivate. And with the strength coming to the 8th level of the forging realm, the merit value consumed each time was also raised to 30 points. Yin still invested twice, spending 60 points directly. Only this time the miracle didn't happen. After 2 cultivations, Yin did not make a breakthrough. Instead, he made another additional investment before finally breaking through to the 9th level of the body forging realm. And at the moment, he still had 160 points of merit value left. There's only one last step left. Whether or not we can break through the chi practicing realm depends on this last 160 points of merit value. Thinking about it, Yin also stopped talking nonsense, put in 80 points straight away to test the waters. This was because as he crossed over to the 9th level of the body forging realm, the consumption per time had also changed from 30 points to 40 points. So 80 points would only be enough for just 2 practices. But now that it was only a matter of a foot in the door, Yin had nothing to dwell on. With 80 points of merit value put into it, not only was Yian's strength increasing, but even his entire appearance had once again changed drastically. If it was before that he was 30, then at the moment he looked to be in his early 20s at most. This is the benefit that comes from practicing. The miracle didn't happen after all. After 2 cultivations, Yin only felt that his strength had risen by half. Although he still had 80 points of merit value left, it was really hard to say if he could break through. But seeing that it had come to this juncture, Yin naturally stopped being pretentious. Immediately, he took out all of the last 80 points of merit value. All-out sprint to the final refining realm. Time passes by. Yin in the yard, however, never moved his position. And after about half an hour, finally, with an aura instantly spreading out towards the surroundings with Yin at the center, the flowers outside the entire gazebo were blown and shaken with it, and Yin opened his eyes right after. However, I don't know if it's an illusion. At this moment Yin looks, surprisingly, it was like a youth of 18. The skin is tight on the cheeks and the hair is dark and thick. Where does it look like a 70-year-old man? Yin couldn't see his own face though, but he could feel that his body quality had become very strong nowadays. The vitality, in particular, was unbelievable to him. Xianren said that entering the refined chi can grant a lifespan of 300 years onwards, and those powerhouses at the peak of the refined chi realm can even approach 800 years. Now that I count my 70 years, I am indeed no different from youth. It feels so good to become younger. Yin took a long breath and not only lamented in his heart, but a pain in the ass is a pain in the ass. Now after breaking through the chi refining realm, the first thing Yin did, immediately, he flipped out the God concentration scripture. Wanted to reduce the consumption of merit values of 3rd grade array masters, alchemists, and rune seal masters. Then it was necessary to have to cultivate the concentration scripture to the perfection of the chi refining realm. The most important thing right now is to see how much merit value will be consumed. And as Yin began to try to cultivate, sure enough, the system's voice sounded immediately after. Ding! Detected that the host is cultivating the 2nd level of the condensed spirit scripture. With this investment of 200 points of merit value, you can be directly elevated to the peak of the chi refining realm. Listening to the system's reminder, Yin couldn't help but be staggered. 200 points are needed to cultivate the concentration scripture, and a total of 90 points are expected to be needed to raise the 3 secondary occupations to the 3rd grade. This also means that a total of 290 more merit points are needed. It seems that we still have to trouble Inger and the girls for 2 more days. However, just as Yi Min was calculating in his mind, suddenly a system prompt unexpectedly sounded in Yi Min's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wife Inger Yitaner. Favorability increased to 70. The total merit value of this reward is 200 points. Listening to the system's voice, Yin also froze in disbelief. Good lord! There are surprises. Wouldn't that make up the remaining 90 merit points tonight? Chapter 27, Pregnant? I feel like it could be more bullish. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger's goodwill suddenly increased, and it was also something Yin didn't expect. He had thought that these two were afraid that it would take some effort to raise their favorability. As a result, I didn't expect a sudden boost. Thought it might have been caused by looking too tired for the last 2 days. Although when they started to persuade, they were still suspicious of Yi An's motives. But everyone is not a cutie pie. If it was normal for them to be skeptical at first, but as 2 days passed, they could also feel Yi An's sincerity. After all, you can get tired of eating too much mountain food. If it wasn't to help the Yi family get through this time, Yian really didn't need to fight so hard. Having figured this out, Yian also smiled in relief. Immediately, he took out the condensed spirit scripture and began to cultivate it. If you wanted to raise your array formations, talisman seals, and pills to the 3rd grade, this cultivation of the condensed spirit scripture was also the most important step. Ding! Detecting that the host is currently cultivating the concentration scripture, this time investing 200 points of merit value to raise even the peak of the chi refining realm. Listening to the system's voice, Yian also smiled with satisfaction. Commit! Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Yian instantly chose to commit, and with 200 merit points put in Diana, Yian also felt the surge in his spiritual power once again, especially at this moment one's own range of probing for the surrounding area. It can simply be described as skyrocketing. What also made Yian feel a change was the clarity with which he could detect his surroundings. Though his own eyes were closed, he was under the shroud of mental power. It was almost as if everything around himself was literally in his eyes. A grass, a tree, a bug, a beast. It's all in the eye of the beholder. As for Yian's mental power range, after it was raised to the peak of the chi refining realm along with his mental power, it was also finally set at about 500 meters. This range was however already large for the chi refining realm. However, Yian didn't dare to really probe recklessly. After all, this was a Yi family branch, and there were quite a few strong people in the chi refining realm. Although he himself was a flunky of the Yi family, Yian also understood the importance of keeping a low profile. At least right now, he was far from having the capital to be arrogant. Getting up and moving his muscles, Su Xian was also surprised. With the double breakthrough in strength and mental power, it also allowed him to sweep away the fatigue of the previous 2 days. At this moment, he only felt that his entire body was filled with power. Is this what it feels like to be in the chi refining realm? No wonder the people of this world all pursue cultivation. This feels pretty marvelous, Yi Min said to himself in his heart. The gaze then also looked in the direction of the room. Now everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. After a hard night's work tonight, we can officially start tomorrow. Thinking that, Yian also walked towards the room once again. The room was, indeed, just as Yian thought. Yi Yinger and Yi Tonger were lying on the bed chatting. Yi Tonger said, "Sister, are 2 chi recovery pills enough? Sagittarius hasn't put in a lot of effort in the past 2 days, so why don't you add an extra one?" Yi Yinger nodded. Yes, he did work hard these past 2 days, too. It's just that I really can't figure out how upgrading rune seal pills and formations has anything to do with what in the world has that to do with it? Yi Tonger laughed. I can't figure it out either, but Sagami doesn't look like he's joking, so I still believe him. In saying that, Sister Xin Rin is right. Do you dare to think that a few days ago he was a 70-year-old man who couldn't cultivate at all? I think Sunga is definitely a great success. He definitely won't let us down. Speaking of disappointment, really sis, I really didn't think that Sunga was so strong. I was worried before I married here. Yi Yinger's pretty face instantly turned red when she heard this, and she gave Yi Tonger a blank look and said, "No shame in talking about it." Yi Tonger, however, was unimpressed and said, "What's the point? We're not outsiders. You weren't like this when we were talking about Sagami being here." Sis, ouch. You still say that. It's too shy, Yi Yinger busily said. And just then, Yian also walked in with a smile. It's not that, so which is it? Sagittarius? Seeing Yian enter, Yi Yinger and Yi Tonger were also startled. Yi Yinger hurriedly changed the topic. Why didn't you make any noise when you came in? Sang Ho, you scared us. Yeah, your footsteps. Yi Tonger's entire body froze just halfway through her words. Even Yi Yinger next to her froze. The two looked at Yian and said almost simultaneously, Sagittarius, you've broken through the chi refining realm? Yin smiled and nodded. Having just broken through, it's been hard on you guys these past 2 days. Yi Yinger and Yi Tonger couldn't believe their eyes. It's only been a few days. Sagittarius, your strength has risen too quickly. Yeah, back then, my sister and I, the two of us cultivated for a full 5 years before we crossed over into the chi refining realm. Yi Tonger also said. Yian laughed. Maybe I started practicing late and thick? Joking aside, Yian naturally couldn't say that he was hung up. Otherwise they would have been deconstructed and studied alive by these people. When the two women heard Yian's statement, they couldn't help but nod their heads as well. There was no shortage of people in the immortal cultivation world who were late bloomers. When he was young, he didn't accomplish much, but in his old age he was the one who suddenly realized the great way one day and rose to prominence. Maybe Yin is really like that too? Excited Yi Yinger was also busy asking. Then, Sagittarius, have you thought of how you're going to solve the 3 areas of talismans, pills, and formations? Yes, I'm afraid that all the other subfamilies have already begun their preparations, so we can't lag behind. Yi Tonger also said. Yian smiled at his words and said, don't worry, everything is on schedule. Tonight you'll be working hard at it all night, and next morning I'll be with you at the bunkhouse. You'll believe it when the time comes. Aha! Both women sniffed in anticipation. Yi-in was not polite, and immediately turned out the lights and went to bed, sprinting up the last 90 merit points. Of course, Yi-in was only missing 90 points of merit value, but he couldn't really earn only 90 points of merit value. So, after 3 hours of vicious fighting, he ended up with a perfect 100 merit points for the battle. And with the help of the Dragon Yang skill, this level of vicious battle was simply a piece of cake for Yi-in. The night is late. With the two women's hearts content, Yi-in also finally relaxed. Prepare to have a good night's rest, and tomorrow officially help the Yi family prepare the supplies for this time. However, it is said that plans don't change. His side was just relaxing. The system's voice, however, sounded in Yi-an's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wife. Yi-inger Yi-tanger is pregnant. The loose leaf system can be opened after 3 months to train the child. Currently, the maximum amount of merit value that can be invested in the training of a child conceived by Yi-inger Yi-tanger is 0 out of 500 points. The more you put in during pregnancy, the more merit value you'll get back after the birth of the child. So please nurture it as soon as possible. Host. Listening to the system's voice, Yi-in was also dumbfounded. The sisters are pregnant too? Didn't they say that it's hard for cultivators to get pregnant? This is the end. All 3 of my daughters-in-law are pregnant. Where am I going to earn merit value next? It's not going to be another wife, is it? And Yi-inger and Yi-tanger's child cultivation limit has even been raised to 500 points of merit value. Wouldn't this require more investment if we find a wife with stronger spiritual roots in the future? But there's feedback, so I guess it's still earned. Looks like we'll have to go find the family head again. I feel like I could marry 2 more. Chapter 28 Separation. Yi-dong. Dude, you're late. Early the next morning, Yi-inger Yi-tanger also got up early. The two of them were both a bit physically overwhelmed by the 2 days down the road, and they were even still walking a bit awkwardly. But once they thought that today was the day Yi-in was going to announce the solution, their hearts were still overwhelmed with anticipation. The 4 maids of spring, summer, fall, and winter prepared breakfast early in the morning. When Yi-in got up, he saw that not only the 4 maids, but even the 3 ladies were looking at him with bated breath. Apparently all were waiting for him to announce how he was going to address this call for supplies. Yi-in laughed at the sight. It's just a small order for supplies. Do you guys have to worry so much? Yi-inger busily said. Squire, this is a matter of great importance, so please be sure to take it to heart. Yi-tanger was also busy saying, yes, Sagittarius. We have been accompanying you for 2 full days as you requested. You can't lie to us. Yi-in laughed. Where did I lie to you? You want to know what to do? Simple. Sit down and eat, and I'll join you at the store later, said Yi-in. Also looked at Yi Xin-ren, who was on the side. Xin-ren, you go too. Yes. Yi Xin-ren didn't think much about it and agreed immediately. Seeing that Yi-in was so confident, Yi-inger and the 2 of them no longer pushed, but sat down to eat breakfast together. Only after having breakfast did Yi-in take the 3 daughters, as well as 2 of the maids, and set off to the store. But at the moment it was inside the store, Yi Quan, the family head, was sitting on a chair, his face ugly as he looked at the 2 maids in front of him. What did you guys just say? Tanger and Inger haven't come to the store for 2 full days? Yes, housemaster, but there hasn't been much business in the past 2 days itself. After the call for supplies came out from the master's side, the sound on the marketplace side is just dismal, and almost nothing comes from the other branches either. That's right, Inger's sister and Tonger's sister are probably also in seclusion these 2 days trying to figure out how to improve their talismanic seals and pills. Hearing this, Yi Quan couldn't help but sigh. This time, the order for the collection of supplies has put the 2 of them through a lot, and I wonder if it has affected their relationship with Yi-in. 3rd-grade talismans and pills are inherently difficult to refine. If you really can't refine it, forget it. After all, we all come from the Yi family. Even if we do merge in the future, there's always something to eat and wear, and if they can get pregnant while they're at it, they'll both move up in the world. These 2 children, they are just too sincere and want to do something for our separated family, said Yi Quan, who also stood up. In that case, I'll go check on the girls. You guys get busy. After saying that, Yi Quan was about to leave. However, right at this moment, Yi-in had already brought in the 2 of them with Yi-inger. As soon as they saw Yi Quan, the 3 of them were also stunned, and they were busy saluting. Greetings, family master. Yi Quan was busy waving his hand. No need to be polite. Tonger Inger, I heard that neither of you have been to the store for 2 days? Yi-inger and Yi Tonger couldn't help but blush at the words. Yi Quan, however, took both of them by the hand and said, AI, it's really hard for you guys for this material collection order, but you and Yi-in have just been married for a short while, so you should still focus on the harmony of your little family. On the supply side, if there's really nothing else to do, so be it. Hearing Yi Quan's words, while the two women were touched in their hearts. Their pretty faces couldn't help but blush. They had indeed suffered a lot in the past 2 days trying to settle the matter of the material collection order. Only this tiredness, however, is not in the mind, but in the body. Family master. In fact, our two. Yi Inger just wanted to explain. Suddenly a man's voice came from the doorway instead. Yo, does everyone know I'm coming? Why is it so complete today? Granny Yi, even you are here? I'm sure it's also for the main house's order to collect supplies. With that, a youth walked in with a guard. The youth was very unfamiliar, holding a fan in his hand, and he looked a bit graceful. Who is he? Yin did not recognize this person and asked in a low voice. Yi Shinrun explained. From a separate family, named Yi Dong, a man from the Yi family? How come it's not from the main family? Yi On wondered. It was reasonable to say that the Yi family was in desperate need of men, so it was easy to have a man late in life, and basically they would be sent to the main family to be cultivated. Yi Xinren said. This Yi Dong doesn't have a spiritual root, and in the beginning the main family gave him a total of 5 wives. As a result, up to now only one woman who also has no spirit root has gotten pregnant, and the other 4 haven't moved at all. There's nothing to be done, so the Lord sent it back, but he's a man at least, so he's got a high status in the branch. Yi and sniffed indistinctly, and the two of them were talking. Yi Inger on the side then spoke. Yi Dong, what brings you here? Shouldn't you also be trying to prepare supplies at this juncture? Yi Dong smiled at his words. Inger's sister is really smart. It's precisely because of the preparations for the supplies that I'm here. Sister Inger, if I remember correctly, in this branch of your family, it seems like no one can make third-grade pills, talismans, or formations at the moment, right? Yi Inger nodded her head. You remember correctly. We indeed can't make it for now, so you're here to help us? Yi Tonger asked. Yi Dong sniffed but laughed. Whether I'm here to help you or not depends on whether you can come up with a bargaining chip I'm happy with. Chips? You can make an offer. As long as it's not too much, we can consider it. Yi Quan sniffed and spoke. However, Yi Dong laughed. Granny Yi, you've misunderstood. The chips I'm talking about are not spirit stones. Right now at this juncture, split families like yours are eyeing to buy third-rate supplies. If it was for spirit stones, why would I have to travel so far to come to your place? Yi Inger frowned. So what do you want? And I seem to recall that your branch family doesn't seem to have the ability to make third-grade materials, right? Yi Dong, however, laughed. None. Unfortunately, a few days ago, there was a formation master in our branch family who broke through to the 3rd rank, even though it's only a formation. At least that's a 3rd-grade material, isn't it? Yi Quan said. So what do you really want? Yi Dong heatedly smiled and looked at Yi Inger and Yi Tonger and said, Granny Yi, then I won't beat around the bush with you. To tell you the truth, I've been in love with Inger and Tonger for a long time. As long as you promise to betroth them both to me, I'll provide 10 third-grade formation scrolls to your branch. As you know, this third-grade formation scroll is not like other things. Even a third-grade formation master would be at his limit if he could inscribe 1 scroll a day. I'm offering you 10, which is already a third of our production. 10 third-grade formation scrolls as a bride price is enough to show my sincerity, right? In the future, when the border split is reorganized, when our split says number 1, you guys can at least come in second, can't you? Yi Quan was clearly taken aback at his words. The Yi Inger and Yi Tonger on the side also froze, but the two quickly reacted. Yi Inger said directly, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry if that's the case. We can't promise that. You'd better go back. Yi Dong smiled at his words. Your words don't count. You decide. Granny Yi, is it hard to believe that you really want to wait for the time of reorganization of the split family in the future? When you, the split family, have no say at all? Yi Quan sniffed an ugly blue color. Can you change to another? Although you are a man, but you married 5 wives. So many years but all the women who have spiritual roots. One has not been pregnant. If I were to marry Inger and Tonger to you, I would be harming them. Yi Dong's face grimaced as he sniffed. It's inherently difficult for immortal cultivators to get pregnant. Can you blame me? Since you are so direct in your speech, I won't pretend. I'm just looking at them for their good looks. I don't care if they have children or not. Whether you want a future position or to keep them for the rest of your life. You decide. You'd better think it over. In the future, once our split family takes over, I can still marry them. Yi Quan sniffed before he could say anything. Yi An, however, laughed. Number 1. It is impossible for you split families to dominate. Second, Inger and Tonger already married me not long ago, and both of them are pregnant. So buddy, you're late. Chapter 29, really pregnant? Is it hard to be 3rd grade? What did you say? Inger and Tonger married you? How come I don't know? Yi Dong frowned at his words. Yi Inger said, this is an internal matter within our branch family. Why do you know about it? Yi Dong smiled at his words. Although I'm not a member of your subfamily, I haven't come to your subfamily to buy and sell things. How come I haven't heard that you've married? I mean, you guys wouldn't be making this up because you don't want to get married? Master Yi, Yi Dong said and looked at Yi Quan. You have to think about it. Do I need to say more about what the outcome will be if you miss this order to collect supplies? Yi Inger was furious. Yet Yi Quan on the side was clearly not listening to Yi Dong at all. Was looking at Yin with a surprised face. Master Yi? I'm talking to you again. Are you really? Yi Dong hadn't finished his words. Yi Quan, however, suddenly pushed him away and walked towards Yin. Yin, what did you just say? Inger and Tonger are pregnant? Yi Dong coldly grunted at the sight. Are you guys really addicted to acting? Have you thought about the consequences if you miss this opportunity? Yi Dong was furious. However, Yi Quan was throwing just ignoring him. Yin smiled at the sight. If I'm not mistaken, they are indeed pregnant. When Yi Inger Yi Tonger heard Yi An's words, she also couldn't help but look at her stomach, and Yi Quan was even more excited that he could no longer speak. Busy rushing to the side of the maidservant and shouted, "Hurry! Quickly notify Momo to marry the clan's life detection stone and come here." Yes, the maid led the order to leave at once, and it was only at this time that Yi Quan noticed the peculiar aura on Yin. Yin, your strength? Yin laughed. Thanks to the Yi family's help, I have now broken through to cross into the Qi refining realm. What? Alchemy realm? Yi Dong, who was on the side, couldn't help but feel his face become even more ugly when he heard this. Although he knew that no one in the Yi family dared to offend him because of his status as a man of the Yi family, but he likewise knew that compared to his status as a man of the Yi family, a flunky like Yin who could cultivate would only have a higher status. After all, he was an ordinary person, even if he came from the Yi family, but in the end, he was just a tool that the family used to reproduce their offspring. Men who can practice. However, that's a whole different story. That is, Yin was a member of the family to come in. If Yin was really the bloodline of the Yi family, then it could simply be said that the entire clan's resources would have to be prioritized for him to use. Hearing that Yin had actually crossed into the Qi practicing realm, Yi Dong's face was also hard to see, but he never believed that Yi Inger and Yi Tonger had married, so although his heart was upset, he was not willing to leave. Sunga, are we really pregnant? Yi Inger couldn't believe her ears. After all, they were cultivators who both had spiritual roots. Even the spiritual roots were better than Yi Shinran's, so they didn't even think they would get pregnant so soon. You know, which of those immortal women who could get pregnant were not married for 10 years or decades before they got pregnant? Some are even conceived after 100 years of marriage, so they didn't even think they would get pregnant so fast. Yin laughed. I think so, but we'll wait for Mumu to take the test eventually. Yin naturally couldn't say too much. After all, he also said it was just a feeling. Yi Dong, who was on the side, snorted coldly and didn't say anything, only muttering to himself in his heart. Pretend. You guys just keep pretending. I'd like to see how long you guys can pretend. Due to the urgency of the matter and the fact that it was ordered by the head of the family himself, so it didn't take long for Meow Meow to arrive with the life detection stone. Then, following Yi Quan's instructions, he began to test Yi Inger and Yi Tonger separately, and at this moment, at the entrance of the store, there were many people who had heard the news. Yi Quan actually knew that after this time, Yi Inger and Yi Tonger couldn't hide the news of Yi Yan's marriage. So much for hiding it. Other than that, there were a full 3 women from their subfamily alone, married to Yi Yan. This must have established their position as a subfamily in Yi Yan Xin. Even if Yi Yan really gets scooped up by the main family in the future, this split family of theirs Yin would not forget. After all, there are 3 of his wives here too, aren't there? And most of all, if Yi Inger and Yi Tonger were really pregnant, then the status of their subfamily is bound to rise as well. Even the high ceiling is unknown. After all, Yi Inger and Yi Tonger could both be cultivators with medium-grade spiritual roots. What if a child is born to them? In case there is a top-grade spiritual root or a better one, once they are allowed to grow up as well, does that status even need to be said? And as Mumu started to test Yi Inger, sure enough, a green light soon flickered throughout the store. And seeing this light, not to mention Yi Inger, even Yi Quan was shocked. Yi Dong even stood up directly from his position. What? I can't believe I'm really pregnant? How is this possible? Isn't Yi Inger a mid-grade spiritual root? Yi Dong couldn't believe his eyes. Yi Quan was also excited, and greeted Momo to give Yi Tonger a test. As expected, a few moments later, another green light lit up throughout the store. And this time, Yi Dong was completely numb. Yi Inger Yi Tonger at this moment but has already opened up. It can be said that pregnancy is the most awaited thing in their mind. Their longing for so many years had actually been realized by Yi Yan. No! Almost instantly, a voice sounded in Yi Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wives. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger, the favorability has increased to 100 each. System reward, total 300 points of merit value. Listening to the system's voice, Yin was also numb. Good lord, good sense is slowing down here? Yin thought he still had to work on it. I didn't realize this was full. Sunga, Yi Inger and Yi Tonger were also both looking at Yin gratefully at this moment. And many of the women gathered at the entrance couldn't help but cast envious gazes. The flunky men who accompanied them, on the other hand, were all hanging their heads, feeling like the sky was falling. The same flunky, the good guy himself, didn't get pregnant with one in a couple of years, and he got pregnant with 3 in a couple of days. Is this ing human? How can you be compared to a son-in-law? Good. Yes. Yi Quan had been happy long ago and said in public, I declare that Yi An's treatment will not be limited in the future. Said Yi Quan, who also looked at Yi An and asked, Yi An, do you see that you can take 2 more wives? Hearing this, at once many little girls at the entrance of the store who had not yet married immediately became anxious one by one and shouted, Me, I am also unmarried. Mr. Yi, consider me. Mr. Yi, I want to give you children too. Mr. Yi, enough. The store was buzzing with activity, but a chorus of voices interrupted it. Everyone this saw Yi Dong on the side. Yi Dong looked at Yi Quan and said, Good. You guys are great. In that case, you'll pay nothing for this collection of supplies. When our lineage subfamily seizes the power of this subfamily reorganization, there will be something for you to see. Yi An sniffed but laughed. What? Is it hard to get these 3 supplies? Yi Dong disdainfully said. I don't know if it's hard. Why don't you guys make it if you can? I'll wait and see. Let's go. Yi Dong finished speaking and left with his men. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger only remembered this at this moment and asked busily, Sagittarius, do you really have a solution for the 3 supplies? Yi An said with a smile, When has your Sunga ever said something that hasn't been done? Fetch the talisman paper. Chapter 30, Inscribing Talisman Seals in Public. Someone else's flunky. At the moment the whole store was crowded with people. If anything, the previous pregnancies of Yi Inger and Yi Tonger had taken many people by surprise. At this moment, then, they were shocked. After all, Yi Inger Yi Tonger's pregnancy could only be considered Yi An's luck at best. But now, Yi An even claimed to be able to inscribe 3rd-grade talisman seals. That can mean something completely different. A rune seal master who could inscribe a 3rd-grade rune seal, even if it was placed in the main family, that was a very high status. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad that, to rebuild the border defenses, it would even require them, the subfamilies, to donate 3rd-grade materials. Residents had no qualms about saying that 3rd-grade materials were very precious things to a subfamily like theirs, and to the main family. Hey, do you guys think that this Yi An can really inscribe 3rd-grade talisman seals? I think it's hanging by a thread. Yi Inger is only a 2nd-grade rune seal master. Who says it isn't? Even Yi Inger can't inscribe a 3rd-grade talisman seal anymore. What makes this Yi An able to? That's true. He's just a flunky of our Yi family. Why should he? There was a lot of chatter around the crowd. Apparently there weren't many that believed Yi An could inscribe it either. However, Yi An didn't pay any attention to these people's questioning. This was because at this moment, he was rapidly learning about the 3rd-grade talisman, pill, and formation master. Inside his head, the system's voice was ringing continuously at the moment. Ding! You have invested 30 points of merit value this time. The talisman seal has been upgraded to the 3rd grade. Ding! You have invested 30 points of merit value this time. The formation has been raised to even the 3rd grade. Ding! With a full 3 voices ringing out one after the other. A huge stream of information also quickly poured into Yi An's mind. And almost at the same time, Yi Inger had already fetched the blank talisman seal. At this moment, everyone's eyes also fell on Yi An. Sunga, can you really? Yi Inger looked at Yi An with a face full of worry. Honestly, though, everything else Yi An had said he would do, he did. But this time, Yi Inger still had some uncertainty in her heart. After all, inscribing runes was not like anything else. This is something that requires real ability, and if you don't have that ability, it's something that you can't fix even if you spend more spirit stones. Seeing that Yi Inger was still uneasy, Yi An didn't bother to explain more and pointed to the 3rd grade talisman manual on the side and said, You come and choose one of the 3rd grade talisman seals, and we'll inscribe whichever one the main family collects in general that they want more of. When Yi Inger saw that Yi An even asked her to help pick the type of inscription, she couldn't help but feel more nervous in her heart as well. Talisman seals can be categorized according to their functions into defense and attack types, and the general attack type of talismanic seal. The demand is the greatest, but it's also difficult to inscribe attack type talisman seals. So if you, my lord, don't you want to inscribe defense type talisman seals? Yi Inger said. Yi An, however, waved his hand and said, No, just inscribe the attack type. I'm looking at a copy of it. And the rune seal of the Thousand Sword Jedi formation is just fine. Just inscribe it, Yi-In said, and immediately inscribed it. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Yi-Inger's face beside him had changed. And when the people around him heard that Yi-In actually wanted to rename the talisman seal of the Thousand Sword Jedi formation in public, they couldn't help but all be taken aback. Yi Quan reminded even more. Yi-In, how long have you just joined the family? You may not know that this Thousand Sword Jedi formation is very difficult even among the third-grade talismans. Many third-grade rune seal masters' inscriptions also have a high probability of failure. Otherwise, I'd better letting Air help you pick an easy one. Yes, Sunga, Yi Tonger was also busy saying. However, Yi-In smiled, didn't even lift his head, and instantly landed the first stroke. Kidding aside, no matter how difficult this Thousand Sword Jedi formation was, it was still a third-grade talisman seal, and as long as it was a third-grade talisman seal, then there was nothing Yi-In couldn't inscribe. At this time, he just had to inscribe a hard one in order to convince the crowd that he could really do it, and at this moment the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but murmur. Really? This Yi-In can still inscribe the Thousand Sword Jedi formation? I think it's 80% pretending. This Thousand Sword Jedi formation look is claimed to be the most difficult of the third-grade talismans. What right does he have to be a flunky? That's right, we're all flunkies. We don't even know how to make talisman seals, and he still wants to inscribe a third-grade talisman seal. He's pretending to be big. You also know that you are all flunkies. People, Yi-An's 3 wives are pregnant. At this time, why don't you guys say that you are all flunkies? There was a lot of chatter in the crowd. However, soon their murmurs died down as Yi-In kept inscribing. Because as Yi-In inscribed more and more lines, the lines above the entire rune seal intersected with each other. Surprisingly, there really began to be this sharp sword intent emerging from the rune seal. Runes, in fact, are scaled-down formations. Inscribing it required the formation to be reduced in size and eventually inscribed on a piece of paper, thereby achieving the effect of appearing as soon as you hit the talismanic seal array. Therefore, when inscribing rune seals, what type of rune seal was inscribed would naturally have what type of effect appear on it. And as the sword intent began to surface, sure enough, the surrounding onlookers were shocked. There's actually sword intent produced? This Yi-In actually really knows the third-grade talisman seal. That's not necessarily true. This talisman seal hasn't been inscribed yet. That's right. I don't believe it anymore. On what basis he would? Unlike the crowd's reaction, at this moment, Yi Tonger and Yi Shinran, however, had already looked towards Yi-Inger in excitement. Among those present, other than Yi-In, I'm afraid that only Yi-Inger knew best how difficult this talismanic seal was. Only at this moment, Yi-Inger's entire body was holding her breath, as if she was afraid that she would interrupt Yi-An's inscription. And Yi Anya didn't disappoint. In just under 10 minutes, the final stroke was dropped, and as he stopped inscribing, only to see a beautifully inscribed, still vaguely translucent with a sharp sword aura, a third-grade talisman seal was actually born. When Yi-Inger, who was on the side, saw this talisman seal, her entire body immediately became excited. It's a third-grade rune seal. It's really a third-grade rune seal, and it's still perfectly inscribed. Sagittarius, you're simply amazing. Both Yi Tonger girls were also looking at Yi-In with surprise at the moment. Even Yi Quan, who was next to him, couldn't help but nod his head straight. The only ones who were stuck in the doorway to watch the fun were the ones who were all red-eyed. Look at other people. They are inscribing formations and their daughter-in-law is pregnant. What's the use of me marrying you? Good point. They're both flunkies. Why are you so useless? Inscribing a formation or giving birth to a child, you guys can take up one or the other. This is the flunky of someone else's family. And look at ours. Hey! For a while the scene was filled with voices reprimanding their men. And this scene also amused Yi-Inger and the others, who couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. It was Yi Quan, who was on the side, who was the first to react and said, Yi-In, you've really given us a big surprise. Time is running out. You start inscribing up here. I'll send you 2 helpers over later, specializing in refining talismans for you. If you can solve the problem of collecting supplies for our split this time. From now on, in our separate homes, you can go wherever you want. In addition, we, the split family, will open up the supply of spirit stones to you forever. And it's the one with no usage cap. What? No upper limit on the supply of spirit stones? A couple of flunkies who hadn't left the room yet heard the treatment. The eyes were red. Immediately, he pulled his mother-in-law and headed for home. Li Ji is tired to death. These days must be his daughter-in-law pregnant before saying. Chapter 31, 1 month of hard work, Chi refining into the 4th layer. After Yi-In made a move to inscribe a third-grade talisman seal, his name was also completely spread in the branch family, especially after many people heard that he was the 70-year-old man that no one thought much of. It led to a group of people who regretted it. After all, How could they have imagined that Ian, who was disliked by everyone in the beginning, would now not only have married 3 wives one after another, all of them pregnant, but also be able to inscribe third-grade talisman seals? If they had known this was the case, I'm afraid they would have had to try to grab it even if they were fighting for their heads at the time. Except that it's obviously too late for that now. Amidst the regret of countless separated women and the eye-rolling of flunkies, Ian also began a hard month. After all, there's no cap on the material collection order. So naturally, the more prepared you are, the better. The 3 products of materials prepared this time would also directly determine who would dominate in the future after the split and merger. It could be said that Ian's busyness at the moment was not only for the Yi family branch he was in, but also for himself. After all, with his current position in the subfamily, once the merger with the other subfamilies succeeded in the future and Yi Quan took the reins of power, the benefits to him would naturally go without saying. So, the next month went by. Yin basically spent his time in the store. Yi Quan also did send 2 fellows to give him a hand, so that he could concentrate on inscribing talisman seals. However, Yin knew more than just talismans. There were also formations and pills. So naturally, he couldn't really just inscribe rune seals, especially since he was obviously more interested in pills. For one thing, pills could directly enhance strength, unlike talismans and formations, which were all purely external. The second thing was that he was so busy nowadays, plus the 3 women were pregnant one after another. He knew very well that in the next 3 months he would be in a situation where he had no merit value to earn. With any luck, when they got through this busy month, they could find a way to get Yi Quan to set up 2 rooms for themselves in. If he couldn't marry, then he would have to rely on elixirs for the next 3 months. So Yin also focused on alchemy. With his current speed, for the 3rd grade talisman seals, he could probably inscribe out about 10 a day. Any more than that and his spirit would be too tired to bear it. So he went ahead and set aside 10 days to inscribe 50 copies of 3rd grade talisman seals and another 50 copies of 3rd grade formations, the last 20 days. On the other hand, he completely devoted himself to the refining of the pills. Since Yian's spiritual power had already reached the peak of the Qi refining realm, that was why he was much faster than the others in making 3rd grade formations as well as talisman seals and even alchemy. One must know that back when Yi Dong called the shots, their split could only inscribe 30 copies a month, and there was naturally no comparison to Yian's output. And after Yian put all of his energy into the refining of the 3rd grade pills, sure enough, in 20 days' time, he had actually refined a full 180 3rd grade pills. This was mainly because the yield of pills was unlike rune seals and formations, where one was one. There were times when pills were refined, and several of them could be made in a single furnace. So naturally, in 20 days' time, more 3rd grade pills were produced than talisman seals and formations. Just what others don't know is that inside these 180 pills, there were also 30 of them, which Ian had prepared for himself. After all, he still had the next 2 months to face the dilemma of having no merit value to earn. It was only natural to prepare more elixirs for oneself for cultivation. Fortunately, the potion was made by himself, and naturally no one would know if Ian didn't say anything. Thus, after a month, Ian submitted 50 copies each of 3rd grade talisman seals and formations, and a total of 150 3rd grade pills. When Yi Quan saw this exaggerated amount, he also laughed and simply couldn't stop smiling. She really didn't expect Ian to be able to make so many things in just 1 month. And meanwhile, in another branch, when Yi Dong learned that Yi Quan had actually turned in so many things, his entire body was also dumbfounded. How come? Yi Inger and Yi Tonger are clearly 2nd grade talisman masters and alchemists. Where did Yi Quan get so many 3rd grade materials? Young master, it's all said to have been refined by a flunky named Ian. Nowadays, the entire subfamily, even the main family side has people who know about this Ian. The henchman said, Yian? It's this Yian again. Yi Dong was instantly furious when he heard this and his face only exploded with veins, but he still had no choice. After all, the supplies had been turned in. What else could he do? Not to mention that he was still a person who couldn't cultivate. Yian could still cultivate, and if he really pissed him off, the consequences wouldn't be something he could afford. The henchman suddenly added, Young master, the family had said for you not to mess with this Yian in the future. Nowadays, the subfamily where Yi Quan is located has the most supplies, and in the future, the probability is that they will have to dominate the reorganization of the subfamily. If you continue to disobey, he won't be able to protect you when the time comes. Yi Dong sniffed coldly and said, Whether or not they'll live to see it, I don't know, said Yi Dong. A hint of sternness also flashed in his eyes. After the supplies were turned in, word did come quickly that the Lord's house had begun to move. In the courtyard, Yi Inger said, I heard that Sister Xin Yan and Sister Jiang have already set off. Aside from them, our Yi family has also sent out nearly 50 cultivators this time. City Lord Jiang has also recruited nearly 50 cultivators, adding up to nearly 100 people. Really? Then this border reorganization thing must be fine, Yi Xianren said. Yi Tonger was however worried. Not necessarily. I heard that a very powerful demonic beast has appeared on the demonic beast side. That riot in the village where Sagittarius and the others are from was caused by this demonic beast's breakthrough. The main family has ordered that each of the various subfamilies should stand by and then all of them should send out men to fight in the war. Can't you see how tense we're all getting at the split? The three women chatted away. Yi Yan, on the other hand, was sitting cross-legged in the gazebo, listening to his heart. Separation of the family into a state of tension. Which also means that Yi Quan cannot care about opening a daughter-in-law for himself. Good guy has planned to marry 2 more daughters-in-law to earn merit value. This is going to fizzle out. Thinking of this, Yi Yan also couldn't help but to dish it out. Now that the situation is getting more and more unstable, there's no hope of getting a daughter-in-law. So I'd better hurry up and cultivate. There are still 310 points of merit value left unused after last time, plus 30 pills. Let's just see what strength we can impact this time. In the event that the split really wants to be involved as well, I'm afraid I won't be able to run away. Don't get yourself involved then. Thinking that Yian would not delay any longer, he immediately ran the nascent soul decision, and soon the system's voice, indeed, sounded in his head as well. Ding! This investment of 50 points of merit value will directly raise your strength by 1 rank. Ding! According to the host's current remaining merit value, investing 270 points will directly elevate him to the 4th level of the Qi refining realm. Please make your own choice for the host. Listening to the system's introduction, Yian was also stunned, not expecting that after breaking through the Qi refining realm, even the enhancement options given by the system had changed. With 270 points invested, I have 40 points left for emergencies. Although you can nurture the child after 3 months, you can continue to earn merit values at the same time, and there are still 7 months left in the October pregnancy, so there's no rush. Then let's break through first. Thinking that Yian also did not talk nonsense, immediately shouted, put in 270 points. Ding! This time, the host has consumed 270 points of merit value and will be directly elevated to the 4th level of the Qi refining realm. Warm tip, this enhancement is expected to be completed in 3 days. Please be patient with the host. As the system's voice rang out, Yian also felt the power in his body, and it really started to slowly increase. The speed of that increase, when it was true, was much faster than cultivating on one's own. Just the strength inside grew, while outside Yian looked at his remaining 40 points of merit value, and 30 pills and couldn't help but sigh. Hey, the next 2 months are going to be tough. Chapter 32, I'm just soaking in a hot spring and a Jianyu falls from the sky? Older brother. Why is this place called the Immortal Fox Forest? Under a hill in the Immortal Fox Forest, among a large group of cultivators, one of the young men asked a middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man smiled at his words. That's because hundreds of years ago in this forest, there was once an extremely terrifying immortal fox demon. It is said that the strength has crossed over into the legendary 8th grade Saint King realm. This immortal fox great demon has done nothing but evil in order to impact the 9th grade Heavenly King realm. Not only are they forbidden to slaughter the demonic beasts in this forest, they don't even spare the nearby villages. And then what happened? The young man asked again. The middle-aged man laughed. And then naturally, it was given to suppression. They say it alarmed the top at the time. The great Yan dynasty has sent out a full 3 9th grade Heavenly King realm powerhouses to come and hang them. But this immortal fox is also extremely tough. With the body of a demon fox, it froze against these 3 experts for a full month. It was only in the end that these 3 people joined forces and blocked into a large formation. It is said that this great formation seems to still exist today. It says that the immortal fox's skill is too high, and that those 3 experts were unable to find her hiding place even when they joined forces. In the end, we could only set up a large formation to block and suppress the entire immortal fox forest along with the immortal fox demon inside. Suppressed? Then wouldn't this still be in this immortal fox forest? Would it be too risky for us to go in like this? The young man asked. The middle-aged man stroked his beard and laughed. Don't worry, it's been hundreds of years and I've never heard of anyone seeing that immortal fox. And I heard that the formation that was laid here back then was a top-notch 9 heavenly splitting formation. This 9 heaven split spirit formation has the ability to break down the aura of heaven and earth and weaken strength. Cultivators and demonic beasts trapped in them will have their strength continuously reduced. Even a 9th grade powerhouse will grow weaker and weaker once he's sealed in, until the final death. It's been so many years. I'm afraid that Fairy Fox is long dead. The youth was relieved when he heard this, and beside him were other cultivators who said, You're bluffing again, old brother. Little brother, at first glance you're from out of town. These are old legends of our Yi Jiaguan. Just listen to the fun. Yes, this time there's Miss Jiang family leading the team, and Yi Xinyan of the Yi family fully cooperating. This immortal fox forest will soon be leveled. That's right, that's right. It's only been a few days and we've all advanced so much. At this rate, I'm afraid that in at most half a month, we'll be able to completely rebuild the immortal fox forest's defenses. And while the group of cultivators were chatting idly, there was also a quick shout from the side. Stop it, MS. Yi is here. Sure enough, the man's voice fell. A woman in a long white dress also flew over from a distance, then slowly landed on the ground. The woman's face was veiled, so she couldn't see her features very well, but just that temperament alone was like a fairy out of the dust. It instantly made many cultivators look at it with straight eyes. Yi Xinyan, on the other hand, swept her gaze across the crowd and slowly opened her mouth. Gentlemen, today is already the 10th day of our purge of the immortal fox forest. Today we will also launch a general attack, and without any surprises we will be able to completely clear the immortal fox forest within 2 days. At that time, Miss Jiang, who is far away at the other end of the immortal fox forest, will also help us rebuild our border defenses. All of you will also be able to go back and collect your rewards soon. I also hope that you will not slacken off with a drum. Yes, a group of cultivators shouted in unison. Immediately, a large group of cultivators followed Yi Xinyan towards the depths of the immortal fox forest. However, it was said that at this moment, within the Yi family's branch, Yian was lying in the hot spring pool on the back mountain, leisurely soaking in the hot spring. He also had a dog's tail in his mouth and looked so cozy. Even on the shore, there were several phoenix-feathered chickens that had broken off. Yian sighed as he soaked in the bath. Life in the immortal world is really beautiful. Not only do you have free phoenix feather chicken to eat, but you also have 3 flowery wives waiting for you at home. TSK. These days, they're just divine. That's right. From the time Yian invested the last wave of merit value and impacted the 4th level of the Qi refining realm, 10 days have passed since then. His strength had also crossed over to the 5th level of the Qi refining realm long ago. Some people may be wondering, shouldn't it be 4 layers? This was thanks to the 30 pills he had prepared earlier. But just yesterday, these 30 pills of his were also completely consumed, and in their place, his strength crossed over to the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. So now, not only was his elixir gone, but even his merit value was only left at 40 points since. Sort of a complete quiet period of cultivation. He wasn't really lying flat though. After all, the main Yi family was remodeling its defenses outside, and even they, as a subfamily, were nervous. Even for this reason, even Yi Quan was temporarily unavailable to help him find a daughter-in-law, so he was also planning to go to the store tomorrow to soak in the Dan workshop to refine pills. I have my own identity as a 3rd-grade alchemist here. The resources for alchemy were naturally free to use. Of course, he couldn't really keep it all for himself. Give some of it to the subfamily and use the rest for your own cultivation entirely. But today, it's hard to get away. Naturally you have to get out and enjoy life. However, just as Yian was beautifully soaking in the hot springs, suddenly, a dazzling light suddenly surfaced above his head. Even with his eyes closed he felt it. Yian was busy opening his eyes to look. Good guy, at this moment there is actually a white stream of light in the sky above the split house, and it shoots over towards the bottom. Not even the clan protection formation of the branch family was able to stop it. The white light instantly passed through the large formation and blasted straight towards the back mountain where Yian was. Yian instantly became dumbfounded. Cursed! I'm just taking a ing bath. What's the point of getting a missile to blow me up? But then he reacted. This is not the world of his previous life. It's the cultivation world. There are no missiles. But what is that cool missile thing? Anyway, Yian saw that thing smashed straight toward himself, and at that moment, he didn't dare to think too much, and immediately had to climb up from the hot spring. But it was too late. He hasn't climbed it yet. That white light, however, had fallen into the hot spring pool in its entirety. A large splash of water immediately rushed Yian to lie down in the hot spring pool. When Yian stood up from the hot spring pool again, just shocked to see, turns out what fell from the sky wasn't even a cannonball. Instead, it's a person. This person was, at the moment, lying in a hot spring pool, and to Yian's surprise, it was still a woman. Girl, are you okay? Yian shouted twice, alertly. The woman, however, did not answer. Yian was afraid that she would suffocate in the hot spring pool, so he busily went forward to help her up. However, in the moment of picking up the woman, Yian then felt that the woman's state didn't seem right. Only her skin was flushed all over her body, and even hotter to the touch. The whole person's cheeks were even more red, as if they could drip water. Especially when Yian helped her up, she actually trembled all over. At this moment, seeing Yian in front of her, the woman was even more busy lowering her head. It seemed to be afraid of him. Girl, are you okay? What's your name? How did you suddenly appear here? The woman's voice trembled. My name is Jiangyu. You go quickly. Get out of here. Yian sniffed. Jiangyu? I've never heard of it. How can I leave when you're like this? I'll take you to our home. Yian hadn't finished a sentence. The woman's eyes, however, had changed, as if looking at Yian as if he was looking at prey. He said at the same time, sorry. In the next moment, the woman unexpectedly jumped into Yian's arms. The two also collapsed into the hot spring pool once more. At the same time, a formation appeared. In an instant the hot spring pool the two were in, as well as everything around them disappeared. Chapter 33, Surprising Heavenly Mansion Demon? I've been pushed? As the largest forest in the Yi Jiaguan area of the Great Yan Dynasty, the Immortal Fox Forest could be said to be the biggest headache of the entire Yi family Guan for many years. This is because of the large size of the Fairy Fox Forest and the demarcation of the border areas. That's why this place faces the problem of demonic beast cholera all year round. And if the Yi family could take this opportunity to completely recast the border defenses, that would be a very good thing both for the people in the neighborhood and for the Yi family. That was why the Yi family was so relentless in trying to purge the Immortal Fox Forest of demonic beasts. And at this moment in the southern forest of the Immortal Fox Forest, Yi Xinyan was leading a large group of cultivators, advancing forward carpet style. According to the agreement, they would arrive near a mountain range within the Immortal Fox Forest tomorrow, thereby joining up with Ms. Jian, who was advancing from the other end. Then they began to join forces to set up a large ceiling formation for isolation, to isolate the vast majority of demonic beasts from crossing the border. However, at this moment, walking within the Immortal Fox Forest, Yi Xinyan's heart was vaguely uneasy. It wasn't even just her. Even the other cultivators who had followed along felt that things weren't quite right at the moment. I say, this has entered the Immortal Fox Forest for most of the day. How come we haven't seen a single demonic beast? Who says it isn't? Didn't we say that this Immortal Fox Forest has swarms of demonic beasts? Could it be that our noise was too loud, so they were all scared away? Ms. Yi, is this situation normal? Someone couldn't help but ask. And the other cultivators all looked at Yi Xinyan upon hearing this. Yi Xinyan said as she looked ahead, this situation is indeed somewhat unexpected. Although we killed quite a few demonic beasts in the previous few days, it's obvious that the demonic beast army can't be just this small. They may or may not have retreated into the depths. Let's rest where we are and wait for me. As Yi Xinyan was speaking, suddenly, in the sky above the Immortal Fox Forest, a silhouette appeared. The silhouette quickly flew in the direction where the crowd was, shouting at the same time, Ms. Yi is not good, something big has happened. What happened? Yi Xinyan saw the situation where Dare to Delay Busy asked. And the man also landed on the ground almost at the same time, his face covered in blood, and said, Great demon of the heavenly palace. A heavenly mansion great demon has appeared on our side. Miss Jiang was hit by that great demon's attack, and I don't know where she ran to. The rest of us were also besieged by a large number of demonic beasts. That heavenly mansion great demon seems to have integrated the demonic beasts of the Immortal Fox Forest. We've suffered heavy losses. What? The crowd couldn't help but blush when they heard this. Yi Xinyan asked busily, what about the rest of them? The man said, the rest of them have already withdrawn from the Immortal Fox Forest. Those demonic beasts didn't chase them out. The team has Big Brotherly in command for the time being, and he's afraid that you guys will continue to go deeper before you know what's going on. That's why he sent me to inform you. When Yi Xinyan heard this, she immediately turned her head. All of you have heard. The situation has changed. You quickly retreat back the way you came. First, station your vigilance outside the Immortal Fox Forest. I'll go find Ms. Jiang. Yes. The crowd was busy responding. Meanwhile Yi Xinran left first with the person who came to report. But it was said that at this moment in the back of the Yi family's mountain, Yi Quan, the family head, as well as two other heavenly prefecture realm powerhouses, also appeared very quickly. Sister, the fluctuation just now came from here. That's right, but now it's a sudden failure to feel the breath fluctuation. Yi Quan frowned. The other party's strength isn't low. It's at least on the same level as mine. That's why I can't probe the road either. But it does feel like the other party is human. Not a demonic beast, but heavenly mansion realm powerhouses. It seems like the only ones we have in this border region are the old undead from the other subfamilies. Could it be the group that came here with the Lord's side to purge the demonic beasts? It's possible. This person hasn't gone out since he came in. He should still be hiding in our branch. Yi Quan said with a sniff. You guys go look elsewhere. I'll be around here. Yi Quan hadn't finished a sentence. Suddenly the entire Yi family's clan protection formation unexpectedly lit up, followed by the big formation above. Unexpectedly out of nowhere was torn open a mouth. In an instant, a large mass of black gas came in from outside. Yi Quan's face suddenly changed when he saw this, and he shouted, There's a demonic beast. Quickly stop it from coming in. The words fell at the same time. Yi Quan had already rushed up towards midair with two other Heavenly Mansion realm powerhouses, but at this moment in the hot springs not far from the back of the mountain, Yian was looking at the woman in front of him with a serious face. The woman was unclothed, and her snow-white skin looked like Yian was gagging. The woman's cheeks were scarlet, and she kept her hand over Yian's mouth while lowering her head in shame. If you tell anyone about what happened between us, I'll kill you. I'm the young lady of the Jiang family, whether it's strength or power. You should understand that I have this ability. Yian sniffed and nodded busily, while his heart was shocked to the core. I'm just taking a bubble bath in Tama, and I'm being pushed by MS. Jiang? But that feeling just now was really wonderful. And you look. Noticing Yian looking straight at himself, Jiang Yu's face also turned even redder. Yian was busy pulling away from Jiang Yu. This niece was good looking though, and at the moment it was even more springy. But she was after all a Heavenly Mansion realm powerhouse. Yian didn't dare to really provoke her in anger. The woman was relieved when she saw Yian turn around, and at the same time, she waved her palm. Just put on new clothes. Only then did he jump on the hot springs. Yian was surprised to see her change her clothes so quickly. Could it be that this ninny has the legendary nascent sacrifice? Where else would this new dress have come from? Thinking about it, Yian said with some embarrassment. So what? Miss Jiang, do you still have men's clothes? My clothes? Which you just gave a tear. You. Jiang Yu's pretty face turned even redder when she heard this. No, just wear what you still have on. And if anyone asks, just say you fell by accident. I'll remove the formation. So hurry up and go. That demonic beast came at me. Yian was stunned because there were formations laid by Jiang Yu around him, so he has no idea what's going on out there today. However, as Jiang Yu removed the formation, at once Yian saw a scene that shocked him. Only the sky at the back of the Yi family's mountain was visible. The clan protection formation was unexpectedly torn open with a huge gash. A shadow whose entire body was shrouded within the color of black aura was lying at the cracks of the formation, seemingly searching for someone. As expected, the shadow quickly noticed Jiang Yu, who had just appeared. Immediately, a black chi unexpectedly slapped down towards Jiang Yu. Where had Yian seen this battle? And he himself was a tiny chi refining realm cultivator. What's the difference between staying here and looking for death? At that moment, they didn't care whether the clothes on their bodies were still intact and whether they would be naked. Spread out and run towards the mountain. As he ran, he saw it. On the hill not far from the back of the mountain, Yi Quan and the other two old ladies who came to be unseen were surprisingly there. It was just that at the moment, those three people's bodies went all bloody, as if they had just experienced a vicious battle. Yian couldn't care less and ran all the way towards the bottom of the mountain, but almost at the same time, from afar, Jiang Yu had already fought with that great demon, shouting at the same time, I am the Jiang family. Jiang Yu, this demonic beast is a great demon of the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion. Heavenly Mansion realm cultivators quickly come to help. As those words fell, Yi Quan's trio actually did charge up again. However, Yi Quan's strength was only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace realm after all. It was on the same level as Jiang Yu's strength, even if you add the other two people that Yi Quan brought. For a while, he was unable to take down that great demon at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was still huge. However, seeing that both sides were deadlocked on the main, Yi Yan's taut heart relaxed a little. However, just as he wanted to slow down and watch the fun while running, the scene that he didn't expect was the one that appeared. Only a stream of light was instantly blasted onto the back of that Heavenly Mansion Great Demon. The entirety of that Heaven's Mansion Great Demon was instantly blasted in from outside the formation. All the way down towards the back of the split house it slammed. Yian did not dare to slow down when he saw this. Had to spread out and keep running down the hill, cursing as he ran. I'll just soak in a hot spring. What the hell are you guys up to? Who is this again? Chapter 34, Joining Hands to Subdue a Great Demon. Yian cannot die. In mid-air, as that great demon was blasted and fell from the sky, sure enough, a figure soon followed and rushed in from outside the crack. Sister Jiang, are you alright? The woman asked as soon as she came in. Jiang Yu was also happy to see the visitor. Sister Yi, it's fortunate that you've come. Let's quickly join forces to subdue this great demon. It is sufficiently strong at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion. I can't cope with it on my own. Yi Xinyan hurriedly nodded her head and asked at the same time. I heard from the messenger that you were hit. How is it going? A trace of embarrassment flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as she sniffed, and she busied herself. No harm done. It's been set right. It's better to deal with this great demon first. As long as we kill her we can recast the border defense line. Yes, Yi Xinyan hurriedly answered. Immediately, the 5 of them suppressed towards that great demon together. But at this moment, Yi Yun, taking advantage of Yi Xinyan's appearance, he was also finally almost running to the bottom of the mountain. and from afar, he saw Yi Inger and Yi Tonger as well as Yi Shinran, all running towards him. What brings you here? Seeing the three girls, Yi An also had a worried look on his face. After all, they're both pregnant. Yi Xinren said, we came over when we heard the commotion, and we saw you all the way over here. Why are you in the back of the mountain, Sunga? And what's going on here? Yi Inger asked. Yi An was also speechless. Hey, don't mention it. I just ran to the back of the mountain to take a dip and this is what happened. Let's hurry back. That's a great demon at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm. It's doubtful if we can survive this time. The three women were also taken aback by what they heard. At that moment, Yi An led them back, and while walking, Yi Inger also suddenly said, that, it seems to be Sister Xin. Yi Shinran nodded as she looked away from the words. It's her. Heartfelt? Yi An sniffed curiously and asked busily. I remember that it is written right on the condensation scripture. Yi Xin gift. What is the relationship between this Yi Xin and Xin Ringyu? Facing Yi An's inquiry, Yi Shinran also explained. My father and Sister Xin's father are blood brothers. Plus we were born on the same day, so we were given similar names. It's just that Sister Xin is extremely gifted and possesses a top-grade spiritual root, so growing up we were compared too, said Yi An, who also sensed that Yi Xinren was obviously a bit lost. So, it's nothing. I just think you're better than her. Let's go home, Yi An said and took the three girls to prepare to go back. Instead, it says it's in the back of the hill at the moment, led by Zhang Yu and Yi Xinyan. The 5 heavenly prefecture realm powerhouses also fought with the Great Demon. Although that Heaven's Mansion Great Demon had great strength, at this moment, he was facing the joint attack of 5 people, obviously a bit exhausted as well. Boom! With Jiang Yu, a sword blade instantly cleaved into the black mist. That Great Demon also let out an angry hiss. Damned humans! This is what you're forcing me to do! As the Great Demon's angry voice rang out, almost the entire split heard the shout. Yi An was naturally no exception. It's just that he didn't expect that this Great Demon would still be a female. However, it was not yet time for Yi An to think more. That Great Demon, however, had already begun to counterattack, only to see that the black aura around that Great Demon unexpectedly surged by a large margin in a violent rage. At the same time, those black chi unexpectedly instantly transformed into a full 9 channels. 5 of them swept towards Yi Xinyan's 5 people respectively. The other 4 channels, however, were all scattered and blasted in the direction of the gathering area of the split family. As the black chi blasted into the area, instantly houses collapsed and countless people were unexpectedly all wrapped up in the black chi. Yi An and the others were relatively close, but at this moment, there was also a black gas rushing towards their side. Sunga! The 3 women lost their colors when they saw this. Yi An did not dare to be slow, and immediately a breath shot out. In an instant, the 3 women were sent to a place more than 10 meters away. Yet when he tried to escape himself, it was too late. In an instant a wave of black gas wrapped him in mid-air as well. Yi Inger was busy shouting at the sight. Master of the house. Yi Shinran also shouted at the bottom. Mother! In an instant, Yi Shan unexpectedly rushed up from the bottom of the mountain as well, and right now in the center of the fight with the Great Demon, Yi Xinyan and Zhang Yu had already chopped off the black chi in front of them one after another. Just wanted to go help the others. He saw Yi Quan pointing in Yi Yan's direction and shouted, Xin Yan, save Yi Yan first. Yi Xinyan was just about to go over, but Zhang Yu pointed in another direction. You're so confused here, householder. More people were clearly taken over there. Xin Yan, let's go save more people first. Yi Xinyan froze, but nodded. Yi Quan shouted at the sight. Save Yi Yan first. Yi Yan can't die. One of him is worth 1,000,000. Below, Yi Shan also opened her mouth and shouted. Xin Yan, for the sake of Xin Ren and you being companions since childhood, save his man. Xin Ren can't live without Yi Yan. Yi Xinyan's gaze also fell once again on the massive black chi where Yi Yan was when she heard this. Zhang Yu frowned. How strange is this division of your family, that the many are not saved in favor of the few? Yi Xinyan was also puzzled. Auntie Quan, what exactly is so extraordinary about this person? Can it even be more important than our Yi family's own family? Yi Quan originally didn't want to say it, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth when he saw it. Yi Yan is physically overpowered and seems to have an easy to fertilize body. The 3 daughters-in-law I married for him are all pregnant. Among them are those with lower-grade spirit roots like Xin, as well as middle-grade spirit roots like Inger and Tonger. By saving him, our Yi family will give birth to more powerful cultivators. Do you think that saving him as one is worth 1,000,000? What did you say? Zhang Yu's face instantly changed when she heard this. Easily fertile body? Then yourself. Zhang Yu felt her stomach vaguely tighten at the thought. No way. Could I be pregnant too? But isn't it hard for cultivators to get pregnant? Zhang Yu was a little worried in her heart. However, Yi Xinyan had already made a decision and charged straight at Yian, shouting at the same time, "Sister Jiang, the others are bothering you to take a trip." Jiang Yu returned to her senses and couldn't help but glance in Yi Yan's direction, then still rushed towards the crowded place. Yet just as they did, that great demon, however, already had the intention to flee. Instantly, the other black breath snapped back. It directly blocked in front of Jiang Yu and Yi Xinyan. Only the black chi wrapped around Yian was lifted high into the air. At the same time, the entire person instantly wrapped in black chi and rushed up into the sky. Seeing that this great demon was actually trying to escape, Yi Xinyan and Jiang Yu also rushed out. Yet the attacks were all blocked by other black chi, though the black aura was also cut off by them, and those who were wrapped up in it fell off. However, Yian was already being carried by that black demon and rushed out of the Fox clan's great formation. The great demon lay outside the formation and shouted at the inside, "It seems this person is important to your family. Then I'll take it first. If you dare to continue slaughtering the demonic beasts within the immortal Fox forest, just wait and collect his body." The words fell before the crowd could react. The great demon had then disappeared with Yian. When the three Yi Shinren girls below saw this scene, they all became anxious, especially Yi Xinren. Both eyes blackened, unexpectedly fainted directly. Chapter 35. Is he really that strong? Can you impregnate a demonic beast? Yian was captured by a great demon. This news was like a heavy bomb that instantly exploded in the Yi family's branch. It's just that this news, which is bad news for some, can be excellent news for others. After all, if Yian was taken away, then no one would ever compare him to other flunkies again. No, at this very moment there are many flunkies who are stealing joy in their hearts. Damn, this kid is finally gone. In the future I'll see who dares to say that I can't give birth to a child. Everyone is a flunky. Why should it be just Yu Xiu? This is good. Let Yu Xiu be captured by the great demon. How nice that everyone can't have children. Nice guy makes you favor carrying one after another. That's karma. And at this moment within the great hall of the split family, Yi Quan was also sitting on the main seat with a rather ugly face. Yi Xinyan and Jiang Yu sat on either side of the bottom and similarly felt the gravity of the atmosphere. Family master, the statistics are out. This time, our split family has total casualties totaling more than 30 people. More than 20 houses were destroyed. Listening to the news reported up by the clansmen, Yi Quan's face was also hard to see. Though in the end, the great demon gave up many of them. But there are those who were killed outright at the beginning when they were bombarded by the black gas. And some were ordinary people who were simply unable to cultivate. So when they later fell from high in the air, they were also killed alive. It was so chaotic and there were so many people falling from the sky. So there are still some people who are not taken into account. If you want to be really thankful, it's that all these dead people are basically ordinary people. The cultivation world is like this. In the face of disaster, those ordinary people who are unable to cultivate will always be subject to lose their lives easily. Xin Yen, MS. Jiang, can I get an explanation? When you cleared the immortal Fox forest and reorganized the border defenses, our branch family gave the most support. Why did this happen? Why did that heavenly mansion great demon chase it all the way out? Jiang Yu also sighed helplessly at his words. This great demon is too cunning, and I don't know how she knew about our plans. Surprisingly, an ambush was set up within the immortal Fox forest, and we were attacked as soon as we entered the encirclement, suffering heavy losses. Even I was caught in its trick. If not for the secret life-preserving treasure given by my father, I'm afraid I would have to be accounted for in the immortal Fox forest. After I escaped from the immortal Fox forest, that great demon was still in hot pursuit. In the end, I could only follow the map and break into the place where this branch of yours is located, hoping to get support. As a result, I didn't expect that great demon to follow me all the way here as well. Yi Xinyan said, Auntie Quan, this is not the time to pursue the reasons for these things. We still have to find a way to eradicate that great demon as soon as possible and try to rebuild the border defense line. Yi Quan sniffed but snorted coldly. Easy for you to say. Do you know how much we've lost in this split? Your main family is at least in Yi Jiaguan, and the hours are still replenished by men. What about our split? It was hard to find a nice man this time. Branching out for my split family, good guy, this is captured by a great demon. Do you realize how much hope Yian has given us? Yi Xinyan asked with a sniff. Auntie Quan, previously I was curious. Is this Yian really as powerful as you say? It's not easy for cultivators to get pregnant. Can he really make all three cultivating women pregnant at the same time? Jiang Yu was also filled with curiosity when she heard this. Next to her, Momo was busy. Miss Heartfelt, it is indeed true. Yian has married Xinren, and Ing Er and Tong Er. Barely 2 weeks into their marriage and they're already all pregnant. It's just that this time Yian was captured. It's a big blow to them too. I'm afraid it's all a matter of whether or not we can keep this baby. Is he really, really good? Jianyu couldn't help but feel even more flustered in her heart at the words. This guy can really impregnate cultivator women? Wouldn't that make me? Jianyu was already getting a little worried. If you are really pregnant, how can you explain to your family, especially his two older brothers? If they knew about it, they would still be looking for Yian all over the world. While Jianyu was thinking, Yi Quan spoke. No matter what, Yian must be saved. Originally, I was going to marry Yian 2 more wives, and afterward have him report to the main house with a pregnant woman. Now that it's come to this, you go and talk to the Lord. If the master doesn't care, I'll fight for my life to save it myself. Wifey, but I'll be ugly, if the Lord's family doesn't care this time. Once I've rescued Yian, the Lord's family won't be able to hit him again. I'll stay in our split forever. Yi Quan said no more after that. Yi Xinyan saw this and busied herself. Auntie Quan, calm down. I'll talk on the master's side. Yian has made such a great contribution to our Yi family. The main family side won't ignore it. Then I'll wait for your good news, Yi Quan said. But on the other side, when Yian woke up again, just find yourself in a beautifully appointed room. The room was furnished like a woman's boudoir. The color, however, was looking a little dull. Isn't this great demon hiding in the immortal fox forest? How could it have such an exquisite boudoir? Could it be the fabled mansion spell? Yian hadn't stayed in the Yi family those days for nothing. There was a kind of mansion magic artifact among the cultivation world that could fit what seemed like a mansion-like home within a very small artifact. This is something that is essential for cultivators to travel around. And just as Yian thought, suddenly there was a shift in space around his entire being, and then the room disappeared. In its place was a cave with a campfire lit. Inside the cave was an elaborate chair, and at this moment in the seat is actually coiled this one-body snow-white fox. That fox was as if it had become a spirit. Seeing Yian appearing with just a glance, it gave Yian a feeling that his body's strength had been drained. Say, what's your name? Yian looked at the fox's eyes and surprisingly couldn't control himself at all, and immediately opened his mouth. Yian, you're from the Yi family too? The fox asked again. No, I'm a flunky, Yian returned truthfully. Just that answer, that fox was obviously a little less than satisfied. A superfluous son-in-law? A flunky? Why would someone from the Yi family think so highly of you? Yian returned. It's probably because I can start a family for their Yi family. When that fox demon heard this, it couldn't help but stare, and then it actually released its control over Yian. Yian's legs went limp all of a sudden and he sat down on the ground. The fox asked, Say, how did you help start the Yi family? If you dare to lie, I'll kill you immediately. Opposite such a ferocious beast, where did Yian dare to talk nonsense, and immediately said, They're the ones who gave me 3 wives, and then I got pregnant. How else to start a family? Great fox immortal. I really haven't slaughtered the demonic beasts of the immortal fox forest. You can't kill me. Maybe I can even help you talk to the Yi family? You do want to preserve this fairy fox forest after all, don't you? Just by you? Why should the Yi family listen to you? The fox fairy was clearly not convinced. Yian was busy saying, You don't know. It's very difficult for a cultivator woman to get pregnant. The Yi family has not prospered over the years, but the 3 women they married to me were all pregnant. There's no shortage of women with medium-grade spiritual roots among them. We're not bragging. These are real accomplishments. Actually, with an achievement like mine, I should have just handed it over to the Lord's house. But the head of the subfamily also has selfishness, so it hasn't been reported up. As long as the Lord's family knows I'm capable of this, they'll definitely save me. Wouldn't I be able to talk to them for you then? After all, they're all begging for food in this neighborhood of Yi Jiaguan, so I'm sure there's always a way to have the best of both worlds, isn't there? Yian spoke with confidence. However, that fox demon was looking at Yian, her eyes darting around, not knowing what she was thinking. A full moment passed before it suddenly spoke. You can really impregnate a female cultivator with a middle-grade spiritual root? What about demonic beasts? Can you impregnate a demonic beast? Chapter 36, Fox Fairy Lu Baiyan. Heavenly spiritual roots I sent. Demonic beasts? Yian was a bit baffled by what he heard, but soon he reacted. The cultivation world was different from the world of his previous life. In the cultivation world, everything can be cultivated, like the fox fairy in front of us. These demonic beasts were also able to take human form after cultivating and becoming powerful. It actually looked no different from a normal human. It was just that the body was a demonic beast. So in that context, there are also a lot of half-human, half-demon situations. This is usually the result of one parent being a human and the other a demonic beast. Powerful cultivators and demonic beasts gave birth to heirs that could freely change their native bodies in human forms, and those with lesser talent naturally became half-human, half-demon, thought Yian Tao. That's natural, but why do you ask? That fox fairy sniffed with a flash of both eyes. and then unexpectedly transformed into the appearance of an enchanting woman. The woman looked like she had to be in her late 20s. Appearing mature and charming, she lay on her side on the throne and rushed at Yin. Naturally, I want you to help me get pregnant. I've been cultivating for nearly 1,000 years and I still don't have an heir. If you can make me give birth to an heir, this fox fairy will consider letting you live. I'll try my best to see if it's okay. Yin was busy saying, are you kidding? Nothing you say now is as dry as being alive. Not to mention that this fox demon was quite good looking. If it was a toad demon, boar demon or something else, he might still refuse, but with this fox demon in front of him, he really had no reason to refuse and maybe even make a wave of merits for nothing. This great demon's strength is now, and I think his talent is not low. What if it's a top quality spirit root? I'll make a lot of money. But once he thought about it, Yin still found a problem. That is, before he was captured, he used to have sex with Miss Jiang family in the back of the mountain as well, but that time, the system didn't give a reward, and this was something that puzzled Yin. So he was busy asking in his mind, why was there no reward for that time with Miss Jiang? Dog system, you explained to me? I didn't expect the system to actually answer. Ding! This system is a branching system, and requires the host to be explicitly married and attached to the formal process before it can work. Otherwise all are regarded as red herrings and do not meet the criteria for rewards. Listening to the system's reply, Yin was completely speechless. Nima, a daughter-in-law without a marriage license is not a daughter-in-law? A child who is not in your account is not your child, right? I said I'd spread my wings. I'm spreading my wings and you're telling me I still have to go through the process? Thinking about Yian's heart also cursed the system ancestor 18 generations. Only at last did he look at the fox demon. I'm naturally fine with that, but to improve the odds of getting pregnant, maybe we'll have to have a marriage process. Do you think we should follow our humans or your fox demons? Yian said with some embarrassment. He really didn't want to be whored out. Since it's all come down to this, at least let yourself earn the merit value. It cannot come to all for nothing themselves. Whether it was a human or a demon, he didn't care anymore. As long as it wasn't a human demon. But he is not a breeder. At least you have to go through this process, the fox demon said with a smile. You humans are too much trouble. Just go with our fox demon. I shall you. After saying that fox demon's figure flickered, and in the next moment it had actually arrived in front of Ian. Just by raising her hand, she grabbed Ian's arm and followed it with a stroke. A stream of blood came up. The fox demon's mouth opened slightly, and the blood instantly transformed into a thread and floated into her mouth. The fox demon then laughed with a wipe of her mouth. Rite of passage. But this fox fairy can warn you. After all these years you're still the first one to get this fox fairy. If you lie to me, I'll kill you. After saying that, the fox fairy instantly took Yian's neck. Following the surroundings surprisingly turned back into the exquisite boudoir in the beginning. At the same time Yin saw that fox fairy had actually begun to wriggle her seductive waist, while a pink aura instantly filled the entire room. Yin only smelled it for a moment and felt the evil fire in his body turn over. He then realized that it was actually an aphrodisiacal powder. It was even exactly the same as the one that had been hit on Jian Yu in the first place. No wonder Jian Yu was so crazy at that time. Yin Xin muttered to himself, and then he was busy asking, wait, can you at least tell me your name? The fox demon froze and said with some surprise, name? Oh, but it's been years since anyone really asked. Since you want to know, take notes. I am the fox fairy, Ryu Shiranui. Willow White Dye? Yin was stunned, but then he remembered who this Lu Baiyan really was. You. Surprisingly, you're not dead? Yi Min was shocked. Previously, when he was in the Yi family, he hadn't gone to the restaurant to listen to the storytelling of the youngsters inside. One of the youngest said something about this fox fairy Lu Baizhen. It was actually the fox fairy that had startled the great Yin dynasty back then and was finally suppressed alive by 3 ninth-grade powerhouses. But Yin thought the fox fairy had died long ago. As it turned out, I didn't expect her to be Lu Baiyan. Lu Baiyan coldly snorted when he heard Yian's words. With those 3 idiots bull *********** 9 heavens split spirit formation. They want to obliterate this fox fairy. They are simply dreaming. If it weren't for this fox fairy having her strength broken down by that bull ****** formation to the current heavenly palace realm, a tiny Yi family dares to be reckless with me. In the past, this fox fairy would be able to destroy their entire clan with a single breath. Saying that, Lu Baiyan had already pasted on top of Yin. Little brother, you talk a little too much. Why don't you concentrate at this time? After all, if you can't get this fox fairy pregnant, you're going to die. Yin gulped at the words and cursed in his heart. Not bad for a vixen. So damn tempting to death. Gulping, Yin finally asked, will you tell me, what spiritual root are you? I also know how many % of force I have to use. Oh, Little brother is quite funny, Liu Bei said as she sat directly on the bed, her slender legs slanting to the side as she said, "This fox fairy is a rare heavenly spiritual root." Heavenly spiritual root? So I'm not sending it? Yian froze at his words, but the next moment, he felt his body tighten, and then his entire body was directly sucked by Liu Baiyan. Following that, Liu Baiyan rolled over and pinned him down, then slowly unraveled the white curtain next to the bed, and at the same time, the system's voice, too, finally sounded in Yian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying the fox fairy Liu Baiyan. Liu Baiyan's current favorability is 0. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward for marrying his wife. Merit value, 50 points. Listening to the system's voice, Yian also couldn't help but be happy. Good lord, 50 merit points just for taking a wife? By that extrapolation, wouldn't every time that what also has 50 points? And that's not even counting the bonus given by the goodwill boost. Hair is on the line. And one is really on the line this time. While Yian was thinking, one of Liu Baiyan's fingers was already pointing at the tip of Yian's nose while laughing. You've got to work hard, little brother. It's up to you to survive. When Yian heard this, he immediately became anxious, and with a rollover, he pressed Liu Baiyan underneath him. It's all a matter of life and death. I can't be slow. Miss Liu is offended. After saying that, Yian used his hands and feet together, showing the hand speed a man should have. Chapter 37, Taking 1,000 Points Deluxe. Are you really pregnant? For 2 full days, Yian had absolutely no idea how he had come over. It was just that as far as he could remember, 2 days never seemed to pass so quickly. It seems to be a complete turnaround. It wasn't even just him. Even Liu Baiyan surprisingly felt this way. One must know that Liu Baiyan was once a peak 8th grade great demon. A random retreat could be years and decades, maybe even hundreds of years. But she had also never felt that time could pass so quickly even when she wasn't in seclusion. Looking at Yian, who was lying on the bed, Liu Baiyan's eyes at the moment clearly did not have the vigilance and hatred that he had at the beginning. Instead, there was more than a little appreciation. This human, with average strength, didn't expect to have such ability, rather underestimated him. No wonder it can impregnate a cultivating woman with a middle-grade spiritual root. I have to go see if this belly of mine is moving. Thinking of this, Liu Baiyan directly left the mansion, leaving Yian alone lying on the bed huffing and puffing. And I don't know how long it was. When Yian woke up, he was still the only one in the mansion. He braced himself against the bedpan and barely sat up. Feeling the aches and pains coming from every part of his body simply made him want to die. It's not bad to be a fox fairy grade demon. This fighting power is too strong. My old back. Yian slowly jumped down from the bed and slightly stretched his muscles, which made him feel better. With 3 wives at home, he's never been this tired. It was true that the stronger this cultivator was, the worse it was to serve him as well. Finally, I've made it through. It's better to see how much merit value I've earned first. More than anything else, what Yian cared most about at the moment was the merit value. After all, if the Yi family chose not to save him, then this merit value could be his own capital to save himself. Thinking about it, Yian busily looked at the system panel's merit value. As a result of this look, his entire body froze completely. Current merit value remaining, 1,240 points. That's right, a full 1,240 points. Looking at the merit value that broke 1,000, Yian also felt as if he was dreaming. You know, he had married 3 wives previously, but he had never seen what it was like to have a merit value of over 1,000. But now, he had actually gotten more than 1,000 merit values from a Liu Baiyan. Is this the benefit of having good spiritual roots? Not bad for a heavenly spiritual root. This merit value is earned really fast. Thinking of Yian busy checking the system's reward record, or to figure out so much merit value is so come. After all, knowing how to earn so much merit value so that you can target it later is not. However, at this glance, Yian couldn't help but freeze. This was because the first thing that caught his eye was actually the message of Liu Baiyan's goodwill increase. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wife. Liu Baiyan favorability increased to 30. This stage rewards merit value, 150 points. Mind you, Yian was looking back. This also means that this reward is given last. Seeing this, Yian couldn't help but smile. It seems that this immortal fox is also a woman. This Liu Baiyan was conquered by this dragon young technique of mine. I can't believe I managed to get her to take a liking to me. Not easy, not easy. Yian was really not expecting this to happen again. After all, he was no different from a mole cricket to Liu Baiyan. He didn't expect this guy to feel good about himself. The results are now really produced. What else could it be if it wasn't conquered by the dragon young technique? Continuing to look down, Yian then realized where exactly he got these nearly 1,000 points of merit value from. What Liu Baiyan possessed was a heavenly spiritual root. When he married her, The system rewarded him with 50 points of merit, and that means that every time you have intercourse from now on, you will get 50 merit points, and in those 2 days, he was actually squeezed for a full 20. Holy, it's a miracle I'm alive. This Lu Baiyan is really not treating me as a human being. That's stinking. No wonder my back hurts. Yian thought, and busily invested 50 points of merit value first, running the nascent soul decision for a week. Although he knew that it was impossible for this 50 points of merit value to make a breakthrough in his strength, it was possible to run it once to let his body recover some. Sure enough, with the 50 points of merit value put in, Yian felt a lot more comfortable in his body. Only then did he sit up in bed to figure out what to do next. He had more than 1,000 points of merit value in his hand, but even if he used all of it to sprint, also at most, he could only break through to the heavenly mansion realm. Trying to escape from Lu Baiyan was obviously useless. This stinking was at the 5th level of the heavenly palace realm. Moreover, this was still the immortal fox forest, and even if one could escape, one might not be able to escape the immortal fox forest. So if you want to save your life, I'm afraid you'll have to start from the Yi family's side. And what one could do at the moment was to stabilize Lu Baiyan first, and it would be best to take advantage of the opportunity to be able to get more benefits from her. This way, in the future, once he escaped, his strength could also skyrocket by a wave. Of course, if it does die, then he was content. After all, in these short months in the immortal world, he technically already had 4 wives, plus one unnamed one. Even if you die, that's nothing to be sorry about. The person himself is half a foot into the ground. The result is frozen again, living so long. Should enjoy all the enjoyment. He was really looking away. Thinking about Yian was also not thinking too much, and directly went to bed and went to sleep. You can't decide whether to live or die on your own anyway, so you might as well get as much sleep as you can. And while Yian was strutting around and sleeping in Ryu Baiyan's bed, at this moment in a certain cave in the immortal fox forest, Ryu Baiyan, on the other hand, looked at the pile of clutter in front of him. A palm-sized white stone was soon turned out of it. This should be the life detection stone. I remember seeing it earlier among the humans. Try it, Lu Baiyan said, directly placing the life detection stone in his hand. A quiet feeling ensued, and as Ryu Baiyan's hand gripped the life monitoring stone, sure enough, soon that life detection stone gave off a white light that shone on the surrounding walls. Seeing that it was a white light, Lu Baiyan couldn't help but have his face sink, and a murderous aura instantly filled the air. How dare this guy lie to me, said Lu Baiyan, who was about to go back immediately. Just then, however, she suddenly saw, amidst the white light, a green dot surprisingly quickly appeared. The green dot expanded rapidly. The original white light then unexpectedly turned green in an instant, and looking at the green light that filled the walls, the murderous aura on Lu Baiyan's body instantly dissipated. Even the eyes changed. This guy, he actually did it. I can't believe I'm actually pregnant? At this moment within Lu Baiyan's mansion, the system's voice also sounded in Yi An's mind. Ding! Congratulations! Your wife, Lu Baiyan, is pregnant, and the scattered leaf cultivation system will be opened in 3 months. The value of merit that can be invested in this fetus cultivation is 0/1500. However, for the system's beep, Yian did not hear it at all. Rolling over, he went back to sleep. Chapter 38 Family Head Yi Changfeng. There's even a traitor? But it was said that at this moment in Yi Jiaguan, inside the Yi family residence, Yi Changfeng was sitting in his study looking at a book. Suddenly there was but a series of knocks at the door, followed by the door to the room being pushed open. Yi Changfeng froze and just wanted to scold whoever was so unruly, but when he looked up, he couldn't help but freeze. Xin Yan, why are you back? That's right, the visitor was clearly none other than Yi Xinyan. When Yi Xinyan saw Yi Changfeng, she immediately knelt down. Xin Yan, what's going on here? You get up and say it. Yi Changfeng was busy going forward to help Yi Xinyan up. Yi Xinyan hurriedly said, Father, there's been a change in the recasting of the border defenses. We've got a flunky in our split family who's been arrested. Flunky? Yi Changfeng sniffed in doubt. A flunky getting caught is worth running back here yourself? Miss Jiang was there. Isn't this nonsense? Yi Xinyan hurriedly said. Father, this flunky, he's different. Auntie Izumi said that if you don't care, she's going to have to go and save them herself. Sibling? Why are you still alarming her? She's my age. Why is she still so impulsive? Yi Quan was busy saying. Yi Xinyan, however, shook her head. It's not just her. This matter has something to do with Auntie Shan. The flunky who was captured was none other than Yi Xinren's man. What? Yi Changfeng's face instantly turned ugly when he heard this. Back then, the two uncles took the initiative to go to the border to hold down the fort in order to support you in your position as the Yi family's resident. Uncle 2 doesn't even have an heir left. Only Uncle Sam has a runner sister. Father, You have to help them this time anyway. And most importantly, this flunky Yian is equally important to our main family. How? Yi Changfeng asked busily. Auntie Quan said that this Yian had married 3 wives in succession when they split up the family. No more than 2 weeks. All pregnant. Now all 3 of his wives are in labor. And one of them is Xin. And this? Yi Changfeng was taken aback at his words. Yi Xinyan then continued. Not only that, the other 2's wives, they all have medium-grade spiritual roots as well. It's none other than Auntie Quan's Yi Yinger and Yi Tanner, who are the most valued by their branch family. Auntie Quan said that this Yian seems to have a special physique that can impregnate cultivator women. She was going to wait for Yian to marry 2 more wives before sending them to the main family. But now, when Yi Changfeng heard this, his face had already changed uncontrollably. It's amazing that even a medium-quality physique can get pregnant. This Yian's physique is simply too heaven-defying. If he arrives at our Lord's house, wouldn't it be possible for him to impregnate a woman with a top-grade spiritual root? You've never been married off, so this is your chance. Father, Yi Xinyan's pretty face reddened at his words. Don't you talk nonsense. He's Sister Xin man. Yi Changfeng, however, said. So what? If this Yian really has this kind of ability, are you willing to miss it? You're already a top-grade spiritual root. If you were to look for an average cultivator, you know very well how likely you are to get pregnant in the future. But if Yian can get you pregnant, this is undoubtedly leaving our Yi family with a descendant. Yi Xinyan had known that her father would think this way. After all, for their Yi family, a man who could pass on the family name was definitely what they valued the most. Otherwise Yi Quan wouldn't have been hiding Yian previously. Father, I know you're anxious, but right now Yian has been captured by a great demon, and it's questionable if he can come back alive. It is useless for you to consider this. Yi Changfeng froze, and only then did he react to the fact that the person was still captured. So he busily asked, what is that great demon? It's unclear what the main body is, but it's powerful enough to be at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm. The 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm is not enough to fear, but the problem is the fear of the other side tearing the ticket. Thinking of this, Yi Changfeng said, may have tried to get in touch with the other side, try to negotiate. In that case, I'll accompany you myself. Yes. Yi Xinyan nodded her head busily. Immediately, the 2 of them left the Yi family and rushed straight in the direction of the immortal fox forest. And in the meantime, inside the fairy fox forest, Yian, who was sleeping beautifully, finally, he was woken up by Ryu Baiyan. Looking at Yian's cozy face, Lu Baiyan's anger was uncontrollable. You slept well. Forget that this is the fairy fox forest. Yian awkwardly laughed. How could I? I'm just trying to regain my strength as soon as possible so that you can get pregnant as soon as possible. I'm pretty much rested here. Why don't we continue? Lu Baiyan couldn't help but blush as she sniffed and blankly glanced at Yian. You're a guy with pretty good strength, but I didn't expect to be so horny. You haven't touched a woman in your last life. Yian sniffed with some embarrassment. How do you know? Seriously, I'm really recovering okay. I could have helped you a couple more times just to be on the safe side. No need. Lu Baiyan directly interrupted Yian. I'll admit, you do have some prowess when it comes to making babies. I'm pregnant. So, you're useless to me. Pregnant? Really fast? Yian was also taken aback by what he heard. But once he thought about what Lu Baiyan had just said, Yian was busy. No, the baby is pregnant though, but I'm still useful to you. You can't kill me. I can enhance your child's talent. Enhancement of talent? Lu Baiyan froze at his words. Yian was busy saying, yes, I really can. After 3 months of carrying a baby, it's easy for you to kill me. Why don't you wait 3 months and see? It won't do you any harm. Even if I do leave this place in the future, as long as you look for me, I definitely won't push back. Lu Baiyan sniffed thoughtfully. It did surprise her that Yian could get herself pregnant. Now that this guy was saying that he could enhance a child's talent, Lu Baiyan couldn't help but believe it. After all, if it really enhances a child's talent, it was definitely worth the wait for Ryu Baiyan. 3 months I can wait, but I'm afraid the Yi family may not be willing to wait. I'm afraid this ability of yours is also highly valued by the Yi family. I've learned about Yi Changfeng, the current head of the Yi family, a Jindan realm powerhouse. If he really decides to save you, I'm afraid he'll kill directly to the immortal fox forest, right? Yian sniffed and also felt strange. I wondered about that when you said it. This Yi Changfeng has Jindan realm strength, so why would he let Miss Jiang clan, a person with Tianfu realm strength, rebuild the border defense line? Why doesn't he just come and purge the fairy fox forest? Lu Baiyan sniffed and sneered. Do you really think that reorganizing border defenses is as easy as a joke? Without the Jiang family's help, even if the Yi family had a Yuan-ing realm powerhouse, he wouldn't be able to recast the border defenses. And your Yi family isn't as good as you think, said Lu Baiyan with a wave of his palm. In an instant a piece of paper unexpectedly flew in front of Yian. Yian took a look at it and immediately his face turned ugly. Because on this piece of paper, what was written was actually Zhang Yu and Yi Xinyan's complete plan to purge the immortal fox forest. This is clearly a letter that betrays them. The letter was sent over by the Yi family branch, but I don't know exactly who it is. Also, the other problem you mentioned is actually quite simple. Even Yi Changfeng wouldn't dare to go deeper into the immortal fox forest. The immortal fox forest is the gateway to the demon beast world. The most he can do is force me deeper into the immortal fox forest. But purging the entire immortal fox forest of demonic beasts is something even the great Yan dynasty can't do, let alone him. And if the immortal fox forest demonic beasts aren't removed, they'll never be able to recast their defenses. So, without my approval, they can't finish this defense. Yian heard this with a serious face. Since the founding of the Dian dynasty, humans and demonic beasts exist in separate domains. Constructing a defense line is not only beneficial to humans, but also to your demonic beast clan. I said I could go talk to them. You can tell me what terms you want. Chapter 39, Lu Baiyan's conditions. The Yi family arrived. The establishment of the Great Yan dynasty was actually initially intended to defend against demonic beasts. This cultivation world that Yian had traveled through was full of demonic beasts. Back when the Great Yan dynasty had not yet been created, it could be said that there were traces of demonic beasts everywhere. The physical qualities of demonic beasts were generally stronger than cultivators, so it was difficult for cultivators to fight against them until they were stronger. According to Yian's guess, this world should be in the early stages of cultivation development. That is, human cultivators were not yet as powerful as demonic beasts. So later on, human cultivators joined forces to form the Great Yan dynasty in order to survive. Therefore, in many important border areas of the Great Yan dynasty, there were isolation arrays. Of course, these formations are going to cover most of the important areas. The area covered is too big, so it was destined that this formation would not be able to isolate all the demonic beasts. For some stronger demonic beasts, it was impossible to isolate them, because border region cultivators were not comparable to the core capital cities. Reaching the heavenly prefecture realm was generally already strong, and demonic beasts that had reached the heavens mansion realm generally possessed the ability to cross over formations as well. That's why it will also be called the Great Demon of the Heavenly Palace. However, at this level, great demons generally do not massacre humans, so humans and demonic beasts still maintain restraint. Formations were also generally used to defend against demonic beasts at the Heavenly Palace realm and below. These demonic beasts are not yet spiritually enlightened and are very threatening to ordinary people in the border areas. The immortal fox forest that Yi Jiaguan was guarding happened to be a place where no defense array was constructed. It could be said to be the place where the Great Yan dynasty and the demonic beast realm bordered. In the beginning, there weren't many demonic beasts here, so it was also ignored by the Dian dynasty. But as the number of demonic beasts that had entrenched themselves here increased over the years, the human casualties began to rise. The Yi family had even suffered a heavy loss of personnel. That was what gave rise to the idea of constructing a defense array. But as Lu Baiyan said, the Yi family was not capable of this. This was because in order to construct a defense array, it was necessary to connect the array into the overall defense array of the Great Yan dynasty. This kind of ability could only be achieved by local officials on the books of the Dian dynasty. The Zhang family, for example, Jianglan City, where the Zhang family was located, was the core city of the border region. As for the Yejia Pass, it's just a pass. To put it bluntly, the Yi family being in charge of the Yi family pass was also decided by the Zhang family, and the Great Yan dynasty wouldn't even care about such minutiae. To put it bluntly, as long as the Zhang family was willing, they could always replace a family to manage Yi Jiaguan. This was why reorganizing the border defenses could only be done if the Zhang family took the lead. Even though Yi Changfeng, the head of the Yi family, had Jindan realm strength, he was still unable to construct a defensive array. That's the difference. Inside the cave within the immortal fox forest, Yian listened to Lu Baiyan's explanation and was also enlightened. About all this, he didn't really know, but hearing this, Yian also said, regardless, the Zhang and Yi families seek nothing more than border security. As for you, what do you really want? Or rather, what kind of conditions will they give before you're willing to let them construct a defense array? Lu Baiyan sniffed and sneered. I can't wait to kill all you humans. Back then, if the Great Yan dynasty hadn't sent someone to suppress me, I would have crossed into the 9th grade for many years now. What a way to end up. Yian said helplessly. You're right to hate them, but the problem is that there's a right to be wronged. You seek revenge on those 3 people back then. What kind of skill is it for you to massacre the people at the border? Lu Baiyan said as he glared at Yian. I didn't slaughter those people. Those ordinary people are like ants in my eyes. What good would killing them do me? And who killed them? Yian asked. It's normal demonic beasts. When I broke open the 9 heavens split spirit formation to come out of the world that day, those demonic beasts were frightened and that's why they rushed out of the immortal fox forest. Well, that's because of you. You. Liu Bei sniffed and glared viciously at Yian. Yian was busy saying, "Come on, let's not talk about it. I'll just ask, what kind of conditions can you agree to let the Yi and Zhang families construct defense formations? I'll talk to them. Tell me your terms first." Liu Baiyan sniffed and was silent for a moment, then said, "I don't really have any conditions. After all, I've only just escaped the formation for just a month. But if you really can mention it, then I do have a few requests. Tell me about it." Yian was busy saying, "A request means a conversation, and there are talks that one has hope of getting back alive." Liu Baiyan said, "First, this formation must be constructed outside of the immortal fox forest and must not encroach on our immortal fox forest's territory. Secondly, after the defense array is constructed, if there are still people who come across the border to capture the demonic beasts, then the deaths will be for nothing. And the same goes for our demonic beast clan. I've seen quite a few of you cultivators hunting demonic beasts in the month that I've been out here. In fact, we demonic beasts don't have it any better than you humans." Yian sniffed and busied himself. "It's no problem. I can talk to the Yi family. First of all, where the formation was constructed was none of one's business. As long as one could get out alive was most important. The second point was that where there were isolation formations, if humans crossed the border without authorization, the Great Yan dynasty would have not cared. A traveler himself couldn't care less. If you have the ability to cross the border, then you can come back by yourself. And no one cares if you can't come back and get killed per se." Yin cared even less. Seeing that Yian was quick to agree, Liu Baiyan couldn't help but sneer. "You really think you're in charge? Once the isolation formation is placed outside the immortal fox forest, then you humans will have to give up many of the resources within the immortal fox forest. As far as I understand it, the Chen and Bai families within the Yi family pass originally made their living by going into the mountains to hunt and gather herbs. I'm afraid they won't agree so readily." Yin laughed. "It's none of my business if they answer or not. I'm dying to live. What do I care about them? Besides, the reason why Yi Family Pass is called Yi Family Pass, that's because the Yi family is in charge. As long as the Zhang family is fine with it, does the opinion of the Chen and Bai families matter? I'll take care of this. I'm sure I'll get it done for you." When Liu Baiyan saw Yi and was so confident, he also couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like you really want to live." Yian smiled at his words. "It's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who doesn't want to live?" Liu Baiyan said. "You do want to live, but that depends on whether you have a position in the Yi family or not. I'm adding the last one. Let the Yi family take out 10 bottles of top-grade spirit liquid, as long as they're willing to agree to all the demands I put forth. This border formation, I'll just agree to let them set it up. As for you, I'll let you go too." "How?" Yian instantly went numb when he heard this. 10 bottles of top-grade spirit liquid? That's a lot to ask. Before Yian could finish his sentence, he saw that Liu Baiyan was looking at himself with a grim expression. He had no choice but to say with a resentful smile, "Son, I'll do the talking." And just as the two of them were talking, a fox demon with a gray body also ran in quickly while shouting, "My lord, Yi Changfeng has arrived, along with 2 women. One is Yi Xinyan and the other is Jiang Yu. At this very moment is yelling in the woods to see you." Liu Baiyan sniffed and glanced at Jian. "That came pretty fast." Yian awkwardly smiled and didn't answer. Only then did Liu Baiyan charge the fox demon. "Go on, lead the way, go meet them." Chapter 40, Chen Bai Plans. Yi family chooses. Yips Pass. The White House. The head of the family, Bai Ren, was sitting in the hall drinking tea in a prioritized manner. But then a hearty laugh came from outside the hall. Brother Bai, good news, good news." Bai Ren turned his head and couldn't help but smile and stand up as well. "Brother Chen? I wonder what wind blew you here. Also, what does this good news mean? Come on, sit down." Bai Ren hurriedly greeted the other party and took a seat. And the person who came was no one else. It was clearly none other than the Chen family head of Yi Jiaguan, Chen Shute. As soon as Chen Shute sat down, he laughed. "Did you hear about the Zhang family joining forces with the Yi family to recast the border defense line a few days ago?" Hakoran said with a sniff. "Naturally, try to hear about it. At this time it is making a lot of noise. Can all wait for the good news. But no one cares about the situation of our Chen Bai 2 families. How can this still be considered good news?" Chen Shute was busy laughing. "Brother Bai, don't be in a hurry. The matter I'm talking about isn't this. It's another matter that just happened." "Oh, what is it?" Hakoran wondered. Chen Shute immediately came to Bai Ren's ear and then spoke. And when Bai Ren heard it, his entire body was in a state of surprise. "There's even this? Then I wonder who this clan member of the Yi clan who was captured is." Chen Shute laughed. "Where's some Yi clan member? I heard from the mercenary corps stationed outside the immortal fox forest that it was a flunky from a branch of the Yi clan. A son-in-law? A flunky they bother with? Even Yi Changfeng went there? This doesn't make sense. Chen Bamboo Shoot sniffed but laughed and said, Brother Bai is confused. Nowadays, what is the Yi family's like then? How can it be compared to our Chen Bai family? The Yi family has suffered heavy losses over the years, and now the heirs are getting worse by the year. If this situation continues, in less than 200 years, I'm afraid that they won't even need our two families to make a move. They'll be finished on their own. Nowadays, in this situation, a flunky is all but impossible for them to give up. Otherwise wouldn't they really have to cut off their children and grandchildren? Hakoran smiled at his words. Brother Chen really has a high opinion. I thought that Yi Changfeng relied on his good relationship with Jiang Shan back then, forcibly gained control of this Yi family pass. But so what? It's only been 100 years. Under your planning, Brother Chen, the staff withering is now on the verge of collapse. Brother Chen, or else we. Sharan said, making a neck-wiping motion. Chen Bamboo Shoots, however, laughed. Brother Bai is in no hurry. We can't step in on this matter. Otherwise, Jiang Shan won't let us take charge of this Yi Jiaguan either. The more this time, the more you have to be calm. When the Yi family can't carry on, then this Jiang Shan will still have to take the initiative to beg for us to manage the Yi family Guan. Hearing this, Bai Shan couldn't help but laugh. If it's really done, then when we turn around and get to Big Brother, we'll be doing a great job. This matter can all depend on Brother Chen. Chen Shoot laughed. Since you and I have long since defected to Big Brother, why do we need to talk about this? Back then, you and I were stranded here. If it wasn't for Big Brother's intervention, how could we have gotten to where we are now? Bai Ren was busy. Then, Brother Chen, what do you think we should do now? Chen Bamboo Shoot sniffed and said thoughtfully, right now it's natural to do nothing. I've already reported the situation to Big Brother. If there is any action, he will naturally notify us in the first instance as well. All we have to do now is stay put. Good. Sharan smiled and nodded. But at this moment in the immortal fox forest, led by Lu Baizhen, Yian really quickly saw Jiang Yu and Yi Xianren, and there was indeed a man between the two of them. Only Yian had not seen this person, but thinking about it, he knew that this person should be Yi Changfeng, the Yi family's family head. Lu Baizhen was obviously wary as well, stopping a long way from the trio of Shang. Although this fellow used to be very strong, he was only at the Heavenly Palace realm now after all. If they were really too close, Yi Changfeng would still be in danger once he stormed in for a sneak attack. Seeing Yian and Lu Baiyan appear, Yi Changfeng was also busy asking, "You're Yin?" It's me. Yian was busy saying. Yi Changfeng, on the other hand, looked to the side at Lu Baiyan, whose entire body was shrouded in a black flag. "Who is your honor?" "I, Yi Changfeng, do know a few great demons above the heavenly mansion realm within this immortal fox forest, but I've never heard of one like you." In the face of the inquiry, Lu Baiyan was laughing. "There are many great demons within the immortal fox forest. How could you possibly recognize them all?" Yi Changfeng smiled at the situation and didn't talk nonsense. "In that case, I'll crap out. Make an offer. How can I release them?" Lu Baiyan didn't say anything when he sniffed. Instead he kicked Yian. Yian saw this and busied himself. "I've asked for all the conditions. This great demon is also quite good at talking. Technically there are two in total. First, it's fine to build an isolation formation, but it must be outside the immortal fox forest. The second is to take out 10 bottles of top-grade spirit liquid. Well, isn't it easy?" Although Yian said it easily, he actually didn't have a bottom in his heart. This first point is not so bad. The most troublesome is the second. It was because the value of these 10 bottles of top-grade spirit liquid was too great. One must know that when Yian was splitting up the family, at the very beginning, he only had 30 spirit stones to use in a month. And these 30 spirit stones were still lower-grade spirit stones. Above the lower-grade spirit stones there were middle-grade spirit stones and upper-grade spirit stones. It's the spiritual liquid that comes last. The lower-grade spirit stones that needed to be consumed just to condense a bottle of spirit liquid would have to be piled up like a mountain. Not to mention that it would take a full 10 bottles of top-grade spirit liquid. That cost even for the Yi family's main family. I'm afraid that they would have to pull out their old pockets. No! As soon as Yian opened his mouth, both Yi Changfeng and Yi Xinyan's faces changed. Even Jiang Yu frowned. 10 bottles of spirit liquid, even for their Jiang family, was a considerable expense. These 10 bottles of top-grade spirit liquid are too demanding. Even for our Jiang family it's not a small expense. Jiang Yu couldn't help but speak. Yian could only smile awkwardly at his words, but didn't answer. After all, it wasn't his Jiang family that was going to offer this elixir. So Yian still looked towards Yi Changfeng and Yi Xinyan. Whether or not you get out alive depends on them. Father. Yi Xinyan also looked at Yi Changfeng next to him while lowering his voice. Why don't we borrow some from the Jiang family? If what Auntie Quan said is true, this Yian is still worth saving. Yi Changfeng shook his head. I trust my sister-in-law's judgment. Yian is indeed to be saved. But the problem is, I'm afraid that the Jiang family won't help us. To put it bluntly, this is our Yi family's own business. And each bottle of spiritual liquid is extremely precious. The Jiang family may not give a helping hand. What about that? Yi Xinyan asked worriedly. While the two were talking, Lu Baiyan in front of them was already impatient. How's the discussion going? To save or not to save? Yi Yan's heart tensed. To be honest, he understood when Yi Changfeng didn't save himself. I'm just afraid that if I want to get out of the trap myself, I'll have to think of another way. Just as he was considering whether there was any chance of getting out of the trap by serving Lu Baiyan well, Yi Changfeng then spoke. Saving is natural. Just can you give me some time? Taking out 10 bottles of spiritual liquid at once isn't easy for my Yi family. 8 bottles is fine. But can we hold off on the last 2? I'll find a way to come up with enough to give it to you in a year. Lu Baiyan sniffed but smiled. A year? Fine. Then you'll come to his rescue in a year's time. Also this great formation. Wait until a year later to set it up. After saying that, Lu Baiyan pulled Yian and was about to leave. But right at this moment, Jiang Yu, who was on the side, spoke up. Wait. Chapter 41, Jiang Yu gives a helping hand. Can't do it even if you can't do it. Jiang Yu's sudden opening of his mouth also caused the crowd at the scene to be taken aback. Especially Yi Xinyan and Yi Changfeng. After all, in the opinion of the two of them, it was unlikely that the Jiang family would step in this time. It would be fine if it was something else. But this top-grade spirit liquid, that was no joke. Even for the Jiang family it wasn't a small amount. Sister Jiang, you. Yi Xinyan couldn't help but shout. Jiang Yu bit her lip and said, can I ask Yin a question? If it's true, I, Jiang Yu, can make up for these last 2 bottles of spirit liquid. Lu Baiyan sniffed curiously. Ask what? Jiang Yu bit her lip and said with some embarrassment. The Yi family said that he has the ability to impregnate cultivator women. I want to know if it's true. The moment Jiang Yu said this, not to mention Yi Changfeng and Yi Xinyan, even Lu Baiyan was curious. Why do you ask? Does it matter to you? Jiang Yu blushed in embarrassment and looked for a remedy. Why, it doesn't matter. That's why the Yi family saved Yian. Even though I'm just helping out, I have to produce spirit liquid after all. I wasn't afraid that the Yi family would make a mistake. Jiang Yu said lightly, but it was to hear the people present reacted differently. First up is Ryu Bai Dai. She was considered the most vocal. After all, she knew best whether Yian had this ability or not. It's only been a few days and she's already pregnant. And although Yian didn't say anything, he already understood in his heart why Jiang Yu had stepped in to help himself. After all, that day at the back of the mountain, the two of them were. And this Jiang Yu had obviously already heard about his battle. That's why you want to save yourself. After all, if it is, then she's also likely. As for Yi Xinyan, she might have remembered her father's words before she came. After all, after Yi Changfeng heard about Yi Yan's battle achievements, he had the intention to marry Knight Xin Yan to also Yian. And at this moment, seeing that Jiang Yu was willing to make a move, in Yi Changfeng's opinion, she might really just want to help. The people were each in their own way. Yian was busy opening his mouth. Can you get this kind of thing wrong? Isn't it true? Wouldn't you know all about it if you just ask Yi Quan? My 3 wives, all of them are still in the Yi family division. Can their stomachs lie? I'm really worried about them now. Seeing Yian talking in a hurry, Jiang Yu also stopped talking nonsense and said with a clench of his teeth. Good. I'm out then. Now release. Lu Baiyan sniffed but said. What on release? Something I see? If you want someone, send something. In addition, I want to see with my own eyes that you have completed the isolation formation and made sure it is outside the immortal fox forest. When both are done, when are you coming to collect? After saying that, Lu Baiyan left with Yian without looking back. Jiang Yu still wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by Yi Changfeng. No need to chase. This immortal fox forest is not our territory after all. There are many demonic beasts inside. Once we go deeper, I'm afraid the situation will be unpredictable. This great demon is very cautious. We'd better hurry up and gather the spirit liquid. Also, you guys grab your hands and recast the border defenses. Yi Xinyan was nothing, but Jiang Yu was the one who opened his mouth to remind him. Yi family master, although I can help with the matter of the spirit liquid, but this first one, constructing a defense line outside of the fairy fox forest, you won't give it any more thought? After all, once you construct a defense line outside of the immortal fox forest, that could be the equivalent of giving up the entire resources of the immortal fox forest. Your Yi family is not completely dependent on the immortal fox forest, but the Chen and Bai families are. It was fine if Yi Changfeng didn't listen to it, but once he heard it, he was also instantly enraged. It's fine if you don't say this. Once you say this, it makes the old man even more determined to place the formation outside the immortal fox forest. The Chenenbai families make a living in Yi Jiaguan as well though, but what they did was really too much. The only reason my Yi family doesn't rely on the immortal fox forest is because they want to make the borders peaceful, knowing well that what goes around comes around. But what about their Chenenbai families? Their two families have a large number of mercenary groups stationed outside the immortal fox forest, hunting demonic beasts all year round. It can be said that the conflict between humans and demonic beasts was provoked by them, but they never cared about the deaths and lives of the people around them. And every time the demonic beasts rioted, they always found excuses that Yi Jiaguan was the place where the Yi family was in charge. They refused to help on the grounds that they didn't have the duty to help suppress the demonic beasts. I'm sure Brother Jiang has seen how many people our Yi family has lost over the years. Since they keep saying that this Yi family pass is run by our Yi family, then this time, I'll take charge and show them. Don't worry about them. Just build the defense formation outside the immortal fox forest. As long as Brother Jiang is okay with it, then let's do it. Jiang Yu sniffed. I asked my father before we left, and he was indeed fine with it. In that case, do as you say. I'll go gather people and get my hands on a defense formation. Yes. Yi Changfeng nodded his head, and only then did the three of them leave the immortal fox forest in a whirlwind. And Jiang Yu moved quickly. The very next day he had already brought people to start building a defense array outside the immortal fox forest. As for Yi Changfeng, he had obviously gone back to raise the spiritual liquid. Although there were the 2 bottles of spirit liquid promised by Jiang Yu, the Yi family likewise still had to take out 8 bottles. It's obviously not going to come together overnight either. It's good that things are finally being talked about. Yian also sort of had the hope of going back alive. Inside the mansion, Lu Baiyan looked at Yi and Dao. I didn't expect you to have some skills. The Yi family was actually willing to take out so much spiritual liquid for you. Yian laughed. Well, we didn't blow it with you. You know how strong I am. Need I say more? Lu Baiyan sniffed coldly. Do you think that because I'm pregnant with your child, I won't dare to kill you? Yian was busy saying. Why yes, you can kill me anytime you want. But the thing is, there's no reason for you to do that. I've agreed to all the demands you've made, and I can help you improve your child's physique in the future. Killing me doesn't seem cost-effective anyways, does it? Hearing Yian mention this, Lu Baiyan also got serious. If you can enhance the child's physique, why don't you do it now? Why do we have to wait until 3 months from now? To this question, Yian also did not know how to answer, and finally could only make up a reason and said, and it's not a matter of whether I want to or not. It's my physique. I'm a person, I guess. There's a very special physique. Only a couple's love can enhance a child's physique, and it must be after the 3rd month of pregnancy, because the fetus has basically stabilized by this time. That's why it's time to get started. And conjugal love is like accumulating good fortune. And when more good fortune is accumulated, it can naturally be used to enhance the child's physique. And you're a rare heavenly spiritual root. The child you are carrying requires more good fortune. So if you want to be able to raise your kids early, then you have to be more in love with me. Yian said, seeing Lu Baiyan's face gloomy again. He also hurriedly said, I can make a blood oath that what I say is true. If I lie to you, I shall die a horrible death. Besides, whether it works or not, you'll know in 3 months. Why are you in a hurry for this moment, when you can even pretend to be in love with me for 3 months? Lu Baiyan sniffed coldly. Not for 3 months. I'm afraid. They'll have the formation built in half a month at most. I can work with you for a month and a half. But before you leave, I'll feed you poison. I'll come back to you when the 3 months are up. And if you can't boost the physique of the child in my belly, you'll just wait to die of poisoning. Now, you can say how I'm going to work with you. Yian sniffed and said with a helpless sigh. Okay, you'll believe me anyway. As for how to cooperate, it's easy. Just think of me really as your man. Like it's getting late. Let's rest. With that said, Yian laid down on the bed. Lu Baiyan's status quo also had to lie down. That'll do? Yian said helplessly. There would have been a better way. Except you're not pregnant. The fetus is unstable in the 1st trimester. You can't have intercourse. Otherwise the progress could be faster. Lu Baiyan sniffed but coldly snorted. Do you take me for a human? I'm a fox fairy. This can't be happening to me, said Lu Baiyan with a wave of his palm. Instantly Yian saw that the terrifying pink medicinal powder had unexpectedly appeared again. And seeing this thing, Yian could even think of it. How tiring this next month and a half must be for myself. Thinking about this, Yian also sighed straight in his heart. What can I do to stay alive? You have to do it even if you can't do it. Chapter 42. Yian was saved. What work tired like this? Sure enough, after Ryu Baiyan learned that cohabitation could also speed up the progress of raising a child, Yian would never again know what it was like to be free. He spent the next month and a half almost entirely in bed. In the beginning, relying on the abundance of life force and the ability of the Dragon Yang duel. Yian could still manage it, but gradually even he began to be unable to carry it. Though Lu Baiyan also realized that he was a bit overwhelmed and reduced the number of times he tossed him around. But even so, Yian had to occasionally run the nascent soul decree. From there, he regained his strength, which was barely holding up. Although the days were tiring, he was not feeling hard at all. It felt like making up for all the love that had been missing in previous generations. And outside, the construction of the formation is also progressing daily. On the 8th day of constructing the formation, finally Yi Changfeng had put together all 8 bottles of spirit medicine. However, he wasn't stupid. So naturally, he couldn't possibly give the item to Lu Baiyan right now. Double release or waiting. Wait for a month and a half later. When the formation is completely constructed, it's only when they deliver and release. Meanwhile Yin waited. Wait for the day to come in a month and a half when you come back from the dead. And most importantly, just hold yourself over. One's own life will completely begin differently. Because of this month and a half, he was able to accumulate a large amount of merit value. And all of these merit values will become the capital for one's rise to power. As the saying goes, the rich and famous. Talk about the state he's in today. The blink of an eye finally came a month and a half later. With the last stretch of distance the array was constructed. A formation that completely isolated the immortal fox forest from the Yi family pass was also finally constructed. Although the formation couldn't stop great demons above the heavenly palace realm from passing through, it could do a good job of blocking demonic beasts that weren't as strong. This is absolutely great for the people living on the border. It's just natural that some people are happy and some people are sad. On the day the construction of the formation was completed, the large number of mercenary groups stationed outside the immortal fox forest then left one after another. As the Chen and Bai family's mercenary corps, they didn't say anything though, but the Yi family could also sense that the Chen and Bai families were displeased. I just don't know why, but none of them came forward to speak out this time. Outside the immortal fox forest formation barrier, at this moment, Yi Quan Yi Changfeng as well as Yi Xinyan and Zhang Yu were all here. Zhang Yu asked in a low voice. The Chen family and the White family's hair shouldn't be quite right this time. They didn't say anything even after the array was constructed. Yi family master, did you communicate with them? Yi Changfeng sniffed. No, old me still says that it was they, the Chen Bai two families, who were the first to be unorthodox. Then naturally, don't blame me for cutting them off. If they feel bad about it, they can come to Lao Fu. In the world of immortal cultivation where the strong are honored, I really won't spoil them this time. Zhang Yu sniffed without saying anything. The strength of the Chen family and the Bai family's family heads were both at the peak of the heavenly palace realm. To speak of strength, it really wasn't Yi Changfeng's opponent. Yi Changfeng had obviously gone out of his way to save Yi in this time. And while they were talking, finally a gap was opened on the isolation formation. At the same time a black gas appeared on the other side of the formation. Apparently it was Ryu Baiyan who had appeared. Where are the people? Seeing Lu Baiyan, Yi Changfeng immediately asked. Lu Baiyan smiled and floated out after Yian, just pale, and the whole thing was in a coma. Yi Changfeng felt Yian's breath and saw that he was indeed still alive. Then he coldly said, "What did you do to him? Last time I saw him he was fine. Why is he like this time?" Ryu Baiyan laughed. "What can I do with him? It's just a matter of getting him to do some work. Where's what I want?" Yi Changfeng snorted coldly at his words before throwing 10 bottles of top-grade spirit liquid over. Lu Baiyan received the spiritual liquid, and then without any nonsense, he directly threw Yi in over as well. Then he took the spirit liquid and left straight away. Yi Changfeng and the others naturally didn't delay, and immediately carried Yi in and went straight back to the Yi family branch. Inside one of the branch's mansions, Yi Xinren, Yi Inger, and Yi Tonger were anxiously standing outside the door. After a moment, Yi Changfeng's voice finally came from the room. "Come in." The 3 women sniffed before they busily ran inside. Also following them in were Zhang Yu, Yi Xin and the others. In the room, on the other hand, there were only Yi Changfeng and Yi Quan as well as Yi Shan. "Mother, how is he? Sunga? Yeah, is he okay? Sagi?" As soon as they came in, the 3 women asked worriedly. Yi Shan waved his hand. "The family master has checked for him, and his body is fine, just overworked and asleep." Saying that, Yi Changfeng took out a spirit fruit and stuffed it into Yian's mouth. Sure enough, with a light flowing, soon Yian woke up. Just the face still looks a little pale. "Sunga, how are you feeling, Sunga?" Seeing Yian wake up, the 3 women couldn't help but cry with joy as well. Yian squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm fine, just too tired to rest for 2 days." Yi Xianrun was heartbroken. "This demonic beast is also too much. What kind of work did it let you do, to be so tired?" "Yeah, what kind of work can wear a man out like that?" Yi Yinger also couldn't help but say. Yian sniffed but laughed. "Actually, that demonic beast isn't bad. After all, it's a godsend that she didn't kill me, and she kept her promise. Or I'm afraid I'd be dead by now. Well, you're weak now. You'd better grab some rest. Anything else? Wait until you wake up. As Yi Changfeng said that, he made way for the three Yi Xinren to take care of Ian. Instead, he led Yi Quan and also Yi Shan out of the room. Outside the room door, Yi Changfeng said, I can feel it too. All three of the children of Xinren are indeed pregnant, and it looks like it's been almost 3 months. I won't say anything about what happened before that, but this time the Lord's family has scattered their wealth to save him. When he wakes up, the three of them, including him and Xinren, must return to the main house. You two are okay with that? Yi Quan and Yi Shan nodded. Yi Changfeng then sighed. I know you'll miss your children, especially the third sibling. Now that the border defenses have been recast, the border is considered completely safe. I will order the border branch to begin reorganizing. You guys in this division put out the most supplies. You'll be in charge of this side of the split from now on, and when the main house grows in the future, you can always move back. After all, we're all family, so naturally we'll have to work together in the future. Yi Quan said, Big brother, I've heard that recasting the border defenses may have offended the Chun by 2 families. Is there any trouble in this matter? Yi Changfeng waved his hand. Leave this matter alone. I will return today. If they have any grievances, I will naturally take the blame. Grabbing Ian to recover and send back to the main house is the most important thing. Aha! Yi Quan nodded and didn't say anything more. And in the room, the 3 girls also surrounded Ian and asked questions. Ian was too tired to talk and just smiled at them. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore, and Ian had to say something. I'm too tired. Let me sleep. Ian then closed his eyes, and the 3 women watched the scene and chimed in. This demonic beast is too much. Yes, look at how tired the Sagittarius is. I just wonder, how on earth did this demonic beast torture Sunga? What kind of work can tire a Sunga out like this? Chapter 43 Yi Changfeng's plot. 20,000 merit value? Ian woke up again. It was already 3 days later. He was still tired, though, and was only awake for half a day before he fell asleep again. Then woke up again the next day. It wasn't until a full week later that I was able to recover a little. On this day, Ian dragged his tired body to the courtyard. From a great distance, he saw Yi Xinren sitting at the side inscribing a formation. Seeing Ian come out, Yi Xinren then busily ran over. Are you okay, Sunga? I'll have someone call Inger and Tonger back. Ian was busy saying, No, other than feeling tired everything else is fine. I'm going to cultivate for a while. It will also speed up my recovery. And being kidnapped by a great demon this time has also given me deep feelings. Maybe we can break through in strength while we're at it. Yi Xinren saw this and nodded. By the way, has anything happened at home lately? Ian sat down on the gazebo while asking. This time when he himself had an accident. Even Yi Changfeng had been startled over. Obviously this time, it won't end so simply. Sure enough, Yi Xinren said. Rather nothing else. It's the merger of the split families that has begun. Now that the recasting of the borders is complete, both Sister Jian Yu and the Lord's family head have gone back. Our branch has also been reorganizing recently. Speaking of which, Auntie Quan even asked me to thank you. If it weren't for you previously being in seclusion for a month to help our subfamily refine supplies, you wouldn't have let our subfamily be in charge of the merger. After the merger of the subfamilies, our subfamily will occupy absolute leadership. Now that all the various subfamilies are already moving over one after another, and our family formation has been expanded, I think we'll be able to complete the relocation in the next few days. The crowd gets bigger even when it's down. Ian nodded at his words. It looks like the investment you made up front will soon pay off. Although he was a flunky, the Yi family treated him well, and this time, he even went so far as to take out 8 bottles of top-grade spirit liquid in order to save himself. Ian wasn't someone who knew a favor and didn't return it. After he recovered, he would naturally still remain in the Yi family. Ian was thinking about it, but his eyes were looking towards the back of the mountain, only to see that on the hill at the back of the mountain, a woman dressed in white was actually practicing her sword. Ian instantly recognized that this person was no one else. It was none other than Yi Xinyan. Why didn't she go back? Yin asked. Yi Xinren looked at the back of the mountain and laughed. It was Uncle Yi who told her to stay. Uncle Yi thinks highly of you nowadays. I've already spoken to Auntie Quan. After you recover some of your health, I'll let you take us back to live in the Yi family Guan master's house. Sister Xian is staying behind to escort us back. So, Yin sniffed indistinctly. Yet Yi Xianren suddenly lowered her voice and said, Sunga, you can't really fail to guess the true purpose of Uncle Yi's move, right? The real purpose? Yin froze, obviously not quite understanding what Yi Xinren meant. Yi Xinren laughed. Uncle Yi has thrown away a lot of money for you, and he's not hesitant to dissipate his family's wealth. Didn't he try to figure you out a little bit? Yian instantly understood at the words. Yi Xinrun laughed. That's right. Uncle Yi is afraid that he wants to marry Sister Xin Yen to you as well. And I'll be honest with you. It's actually not just Uncle Yi. Due to Uncle Yi's outburst this time, things have gotten too big. Now that the entire Yi family's other subfamilies know about you, many of them want to marry their daughters to you. Maybe we'll have to wait in line to see you from now on. Yian sniffed awkwardly. It's not that much of a stretch. Besides, you Yi family girls can't all marry me. Then the generations won't all be messed up in the future. Yi Xinrun laughed. You wish. Surely you can't marry them all. After all, your energy is limited. So the ones who can marry you in the future, those are bound to be women with good spiritual roots. At least it mustn't be like Sister Xin Yan's kind of upper grade spiritual root. The three of us, Inger Tonger and I, are considered to have picked up a treasure in advance. Yian helplessly smiled. What was there to pick up treasure? In fact, I'm fine with marrying two more myself. But as Yi Xinren said, he had limited energy. Ancient emperors had so many harem beauties, and they couldn't take care of them. Yian naturally understands the truth that greed can't be chewed, and would rather marry less for a long time. Neither can let being green go to their head. It's the last vestige of being a traveler. If he was green for crossing over, he might as well have died headfirst. Yi Xinren quickly went back to continue inscribing the formation, and Yian also finally had the time to look at his merit value. However, at this glance, he couldn't help but freeze his entire body. Only the panel reads, current merit value remaining, 21,240 points. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million? What the am I going through? Looking at the 21,000 points of merit value in front of him, Yi Yan's entire body went numb. The original merit value that had broken 1,000. All of it made his heart thrill. As a result, he didn't expect that in just 40 days, his merit value had soared to a full 20,000. In these 40 days, what exactly did Lu Baiyan do to himself? Yi Yan thought, and busily looked up the system's reward record. Just this one look, he only felt a chill on his back, and exclaimed that it was a ing miracle that he was alive. Only the most recent entry on the system's reward record was clearly the record of Lu Baiyan's goodwill increase. Ding! Congratulations to your wife Lu Baiyan. Favorability increased to 50. This stage rewards merit value, 200 points. And further on, it became very regular. It's a bonus 50 points for cohabitation every time. However, the most frightening thing was that this wasn't much more than a 50-point merit value reward. And surprisingly, it was steadily able to earn a full 500 points every day. This also meant that this Lu Baiyan was really treating him like livestock, 10 times a day. That's a lot of thunder. No wonder he had accumulated so much in just 40 days. No wonder after coming back asleep as a week. Damn, this has not had the Dragon Yang skill. I am afraid that I really have to. The people died. Gulp. Yian was busy gulping. Then he silently operated the nascent soul decree. As soon as he saw the system's reward, he felt only cold sweat on his back. Must hurry up and cultivate to replenish life force. This is ing horrible. And as soon as he began to cultivate, Yian realized this. Surprisingly, his strength had unexpectedly, at some point, broken through from the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm, to the 6th layer. I remember when I was captured, it was still the 5th level. After carefully recalling the 40 days, he was the one who would occasionally run the nascent soul decree once in a while, but it's only about 4 times in total, and each time it was just too tired to carry on. It was only run once to be used to hang on to life. I didn't expect that I would even raise my strength by a layer without realizing it. Hey, this is a blessing in disguise. Yian sighed before closing his eyes and starting to continue cultivating, simultaneously asked in his head, System, how much can I invest to directly elevate to the heavenly mansion realm? Sure enough, the system's voice soon sounded. Ding! Detecting that the host is cultivating the nascent soul decision. This investment of 370 points of merit value will elevate him to the heavenly mansion realm. Mentioning the system's prompt, Yian also didn't even think about it and directly shouted, Commit! Jokingly, he was now holding 20,000 points of merit value in his hand. Would he still care about this investment? If it wasn't for the fact that the nascent soul decision could only be cultivated to the peak of the Qi refining realm, one would have to change to another technique when they reached the heavenly palace realm. He really wanted to hit the peak of the heavenly palace realm with a bang. And as Yian was thinking about it, the system's voice was really loud. Ding! This time, 1370 points of merit value have been deducted. Cultivation will be raised to the heavenly mansion realm within a week. Please be patient, host. With the sound of the system, Yian was also really feeling that the cultivation level in his body was rapidly skyrocketing. At the same time, vitality and strength are gradually being restored. Chapter 44, Murderer Yi Dong? Invitation to the door. A week is not a long time, but it's not a short time either. No need to practice this week. Just wait for a steady increase in strength. Yian was also busy with another matter. That is to look for a substitute for the Naki decision. The nascent soul decision was an introductory cultivation technique that could only be cultivated to the peak of the chi refining realm. And by the time they reached the heavenly mansion realm they would have to change to a better technique. It's also a headache. Fortunately, Yi Inger and Yi Tonger also both cultivated, and although their strength was only at the talent realm as well, they always knew something about it. So Yian tried asking the two. It turned out that the conclusion was that you had to get the Lord's house to do it. The Lord's house has a technique suitable for cultivators above the heavenly palace realm, but you have to go to the main house to go through it. Hearing this, Yian can only give up for the time being. Merit values don't run away anyway, so it's just as well to save them for when you get to the main house and work on them. Since the matter of cultivation was out of the question for the time being, Yian was also busy with other things. The first thing was that he realized that there was actually a black line on his wrist. The black line isn't long, but it increases a bit daily. He vaguely remembered that Lu Baiyan had said that he would poison himself before sending himself away, then wait for the third trimester to come to you. If she couldn't help her boost her child's constitution, she would let herself be poisoned to death. Now counting the time, Lu Baiyan is also about to be 2 months pregnant. That also meant that it would probably be less than a month before she came to herself. If the poison could not be detoxified by then, I was afraid that my lifespan would have to come to an end. This Lu Bei used to be a peak 8th grade fox demon after all. And for her words, Yian had to believe them. He didn't even bother to verify that the poison could be detoxified. If all the poisons planted by the 8th grade fox fairy were that easy to cure, it wouldn't be so bad that even Yi Changfeng hadn't noticed. Time passes day by day. Soon it was a week later. Yian's strength was also finally raised to the heavenly palace realm, due to the fact that at this time, his own strength had far exceeded that of the three of them, Yi Xinren and Yi Inger, plus Yian was too lazy to say anything. That was why the three of them hadn't realized that Yian's strength had reached such an exaggerated level. Actually, it's mostly because he's been so busy these past few days. Since cultivation was not something he had to worry about, the system would take care of everything. So for the past few days, he's actually been working on one thing. That is, who actually tipped off Lu Baiyan in the first place? The Yi family joining forces with the Jiang family to recast the border defenses. That was an excellent thing. Yian really couldn't figure out who within the Yi family was actually ventilating and doing this kind of eating thing. So for the past few days, he's been comparing handwriting. Hopefully, we'll find the killer. Good thing he was lucky. By the end of the day, it really did give him some clues. It was only when he learned of this person's identity that Yian couldn't help but frown. Because this person was no other than Yi Dong, who had wanted to marry Yi Inger and Yi Tonger in the first place. Of course, at the moment, Yian could only be sure that the two had similar handwriting. As for the killer saying it wasn't him or not, he wasn't sure. But with these things, it's obviously been possible to go ahead and verify. So he had someone call out to Yi Quan that day. It was just that what he didn't expect was that there was also Yi Xinyan with him. How is the body recovering? Seeing Yian, Yi Quan also asked with a smile. However, before Yian could speak, Yi Xinyan, who was on the side, was surprised. You crossed into the heavenly mansion realm? Yi Quan was stunned, and then he was busy feeling it, and only then did he realize that Yian had actually crossed into the heavenly mansion realm. Your strength. Yi Quan looked at Yian, clearly unable to believe his eyes. How long has Yian joined their Yi family? Not even 3 months, right? But his strength nowadays had even crossed into the heavenly mansion realm. Who would have believed this if it hadn't actually happened? Other people's cultivation to enter the heavenly mansion realm took 10 years and decades, but this kid only needed 3 months? Is this something that would be believed if it was said? Yian awkwardly scratched his head and said, it's sort of a blessing in disguise. Being captured by that great demon these days, 9 lives were lost. I felt motivated to cultivate since I came back, and I've comprehended it very quickly. It's just a coincidence. Yian said it simply, but Yi Quan and Yi Xinyan obviously couldn't simply listen to it. Especially Yi Xinyan. She also remembered at the moment not only what her father had told her before he left. Son, I verify for you that all 3 of this Yin's wives are really pregnant. If you can seize this opportunity, you might really be able to give birth to offspring as well. And I've checked on this Yian. He's not very strong though. But it was only less than half a month from the time he discovered his spiritual root to the time his strength broke through the chi refining realm. This person's strength can't be taken at face value. Maybe he really is a late bloomer. Recalling his father's words, he looked at Yian, who had crossed into the heavenly mansion realm at this moment. It was also hard not to make Yi Xinyan think more. So soon Yi Xinyan's cheeks reddened. Miss Yi, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Why is your face so red? Yian asked suspiciously. Yi Xinyan was full of embarrassment and busy. No, By the way, Mr. Yi, what are you calling us over for today? Also, if this body of yours is fine, when do you think we can move to return to the main house? Yi Xinyan was nervous and asked 2 questions in a row. Yi An laughed at the sight. There's no hurry about going back to the Lord's house. Before we go back, I think we'd better settle one thing first, Yi An said, taking out the letter and then placing it on the table. Yi Xinyan and Yi Quan were both stunned. Then they looked over. It was just that the more the 2 men looked, the more ugly their faces became. Yi An said, "It was shown to me by that great demon when it was in its cave. Of course, we can't rule out the suspicion of stirring up trouble. So in order to prove innocence, I think it's better to find the person in question and make a blood oath. What do you 2 think?" Yi Quan sniffed and slumped on the table angrily. More than making a blood oath. If this is true, the murderer should really be executed. Do you know who wrote the letter? Yi Quan asked. Yi An said with a smile, "These days, I've compared many people's handwriting, including that of the man who just moved to the split house. One of them really does look a lot like it. I just can't be sure." Saying that, Yi An took out a shopping list that Yi Dong had once written. Yi Quan was on fire at the comparison and got up. "Xin Yen, please go away." Yi Xinyan also realized the seriousness of the matter, especially since she was one of the victims. In the beginning, if Lu Baiyan hadn't sneak attacked Zhang Yu's side of the river, then the one in trouble would have been her. Later on, it even got Yin arrested and the main family scattered their wealth. How could she not be angry? So she instantly rushed into midair and headed towards the direction where Yi Dong was in the branch. Today many of the split families have moved. This naturally included the branch family that Yi Dong was a part of, so it wasn't much farther. At the same time Yi Xinyan set off. Yi An and Yi Quan had also left the door one after another and rushed towards that side. And at this moment within the gathering area of the split family, Yi Dong was depressed and drinking alone. Drinking while still puzzled. Damn. I just can't figure it out. I've reported it in advance. Why did that great demon still agree? Even that Yi An was released back. Yi Chanfeng is also out of his mind. To spend so much spiritual liquid to save him. What right does he have as a flunky? Young master, you mustn't say this again. Nowadays this is not our territory. In case someone hears it, the henchman on the sidelines was busy saying. However, Yi Dong was offended. Here? This is my ing room. Who can hear? Yi Quan is palmed with persuasion. So what? Can she still lie on the door and eavesdrop on the old man? Yi Dong's words had just fallen, and before his men could speak, a voice rang out from outside the door. Where is Yi Dong? Come out at once. This shout immediately caused Yi Dong's drunkenness to dissipate a few points, and he said with a bewildered look on his face. Who yelled at me? Did someone call out to me? Chapter 45. Yi An made a blood oath. Behead Yi Dong in public. When Yi Dong and his men ran out of the room, the two then saw that a surprising number of people had already gathered outside. Just now, Yi Xinyan's voice was so loud that it even startled the others in the neighborhood. Seeing that it was Yi Xinyan who called out to him, Yi Dong couldn't help but smile. So it's Sister Yi. Is there something wrong with shouting at me so loudly? It makes people quite embarrassed. Yi Xinyan sniffed but her face was full of dislike as she said in a cold voice, calling you out is naturally something. Saying that, Yi Xinyan took out the letter that Yi An had previously taken out, followed by a wave of the palm of his hand. Instantly the words on the letter gave off a golden light, which expanded rapidly. It then unexpectedly stood out from the envelope and turned into a line of large golden letters that appeared in midair. Yi Xinyan then spoke. This letter, did you write it? The crowd below was stunned, and immediately busied themselves with the contents of the letter, and only Yi Dong. After he saw the first line of the letter, his whole face changed. Busy lowering his head, his face clouded with uncertainty, not knowing what he was thinking. And as the others below gradually all saw the content of the letter clearly, the murmurs gradually rang out. This is clearly a letter of ventilation. How could this be written by Yi Dong? He's also a member of the Yi family. Yes, if Yi Dong wrote this, wouldn't he be a traitor to our Yi family? I heard that Miss Jiang almost died at the hands of that great demon back then. More than that, when even this place split up suffered a multitude of attacks. I heard that the great demon killed here, and even killed quite a few people along the way. But why would Yi Dong do that? The crowd below was talking, and almost at the same time, two women in the crowd came forward. A middle-aged woman was none other than Yi Dong's birth mother, Yi Pei. The other one was an old woman. Yi Xinyan also recognized it. This person was clearly the head of Yi Dong's previous branch family. Yi Xian. Yi Pei questioned as soon as he came out. Yi Xinyan, what do you mean by that? Taking out a letter that I don't know where I got it from. Do you still want to slander my son for joining forces with demonic beasts and betraying the Yi family? Yi Xian also said. Xin Yen. This matter is not trivial. Donger is considered a child of our Yi family anyways. Can you start by telling us where this letter came from? Yi Xinyan sniffed and said. Yes, this letter was brought back by Yin. It is said that the great demon showed him. What? The crowd was in an uproar. Yi Pei, however, retorted. It's ridiculous. A letter from a great demon can be trusted? This is clearly sowing discord. Can't you see such a simple thing as Yi Xinyan? You're simply old and dim-eyed. Before Yi Xinyan could say anything at that, a voice came from the side of the crowd. I have read this letter too. Old woman. Have I grown old and blind? The crowd sniffed and looked. When they saw that it was Yi Quan, unable to help themselves, they all busied themselves with a salute. Nowadays, Yi Quan was the person with the highest status in the entire branch family. All these people naturally didn't dare to be reckless when they met. Sister Izumi, you also read this letter? But Donger is, after all, the seed of our Yi family, and it can't be cut off lightly, Yi Xian said. Although Yi Pei was also a bit jealous of Yi Quan, but after all, it was about her own son. She still hardened her heart. Yi Quan, you're in charge of the branch though nowadays, but everything must also be based on evidence. Is my son to be convicted on the basis of this one letter? Said Yi Pei, who also looked line at Yi and who was next to him. A letter I don't know where I got it is going to convict my son. May I not also question, then, the authenticity of this letter? My son's handwriting, it's not like it's hard to imitate. So what if this person is secretly persecuting? Yian couldn't help but laugh at his words. No wonder you taught such a son. I've been standing here for half a day, but I haven't said a word. You came up here and asked about me first. What? No? Are you the only one allowed to slander my son? Yi Pei said angrily. Yian smiled at his words. You can ask me naturally, but the question is, where did the phrase slandering your son come from? You just don't believe that your son wrote this letter. That's fine. We'll just prove it on the spot. Prove it how? Yi Pei frowned. Yi Quan picked up the conversation. It's easy. This is the cultivation world. So make a blood oath. Was this letter written by Yian to slander your son? Or did your son really do it? One try and you'll see. As soon as Yi Quan's words fell, Yian followed closely with a raised hand. I, Yian, swear that if I wrote this letter, I shall not die. Yi Dong, what do you say? Yian looked directly at Yi Dong after he finished speaking. At the same time, everyone's gazes looked at Yi Dong. Yi Pei busily said, don't be afraid, son. You didn't write it, nothing to be afraid of. Just make a blood oath too. Yi Dong sniffed, but his heart wanted to die. How does that make him take a blood oath? Others don't know, but he himself is well aware of it. The letter was really written by him. Yi Dong, seeing that his son was hesitant to make a move, Yi Pei also urged. Yi Xinyan laughed. What? Too weak to dare? Or you could just admit it and give a clear account of what happened. Me. Yi Dong stammered but couldn't say a word in half a day. Yi Quan didn't bother to talk nonsense when he saw this and rushed at Yi Xinyan. Shut up and obviously have something in mind. Xin do it. Yes. Yi Xinyan didn't talk any nonsense at all, and immediately made a move with her palm. Instantly, with one hand, a sword shadow unexpectedly emerged out of thin air. The sword shadow emerged, instantly about to chop towards Yi Dong. Yi Pei saw this and busily blocked in front of Yi Dong and shouted, Yi Xinyan, what are you doing? My son was wrongly accused. Why does the wronged one not dare to make a blood oath? Obviously there is a ghost in your heart. If you don't get out of the way, I'll chop you up together. Yi Pei was in a hurry and just wanted to turn his head to persuade his son. As a result, when he turned his head, he saw that Yi Dong had actually knelt down. I was wrong, I said it all. The letter was written by mine, but it's not my fault. It's all Yi An's fault. Obviously I was the one who looked at Yi Toner and Yi Inger first, and it turned out to be taken away from him. I'm not happy in my heart. That's why I want to get back at him. I admit it all. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Rebel son. Listening to his own son's words, Yi Pei's entire body only felt a trance in his spirit, almost didn't pass out. Yi Quan, who was on the side, however, had already spoken. You did the dirty deed of betraying the family out of selfish anger. It even caused several people in my subfamily to lose their lives. Yi Yan was even captured, and the main family even dispersed their family's wealth for this. It's really an abomination. His crime is punishable by death. Xin, kill him. Yes. Yi Xinyan didn't talk nonsense and instantly dropped a sword. In front of everyone, it directly penetrated Yi Dong's body, and Yi Pei, who was on the side, instantly blacked out and fainted. Yi Quan coldly grunted at the sight. Yi Pei taught his son poorly, causing the family to suffer heavy losses, behind closed doors from today. 3 years. Chapter 46. Yi Yan worships his master. 2 dueling swords. Yi Dong's matter had caught most people by surprise. Perhaps in their eyes, even if Yi Dong had committed a great crime, he was still the heir of the Yi family after all. And isn't what the Yi family lacks the most nowadays an heir? Yet they were all overlooking one thing. That was that although Yi Yin was only a flunky, he was much more useful than Yi Dong. And the crime Yi Dong had committed was just too big. Betraying the family, something as big as this, can't really be solved by admitting fault and apologizing. If everyone follows suit in the future, this family will have to be destroyed sooner or later. Yi Quan quickly left. After what happened, it was clear that she had some follow-up issues to deal with. Yi Xinyan, on the other hand, followed Yi Yin back to the courtyard where the latter lived. As soon as he sat down, Yi Xinyan said, "And now that's settled. When exactly are you leaving with me for the main house? Although it's good to split up the family, it has limited resources after all. For example, the face cultivation pills that Xianren takes to repair her appearance. The Lord's house has plenty of them, and it's free to offer it to Xianren when you arrive." Yi Xinren was inscribing a formation on the side and smiled at his words. "Sagittarius, I actually wanted to ask when you plan to take us to the main house. I haven't been back in years either, and I'd like to go back for a visit." Yin said, "I can actually do it, but let's wait another week. For one thing, we can pack up our stuff too. Secondly, there are some things I'd like to settle before we leave. Two, of course, it's my own business. It has nothing to do with you." "Well then, a week isn't really that long, so we'll leave in a week," Yi Xinyan said. Actually, Yi Yin was no big deal. It was a week later that the three of them, Yi Xinren and Yi Inger, reached 3 months of pregnancy. When the time comes, he or she will be able to nurture the children in the wombs of the three first, although it's fine when you get to the main house. But Yi Yin was also afraid of any changes on the road, especially when you get to the main house. You might be able to learn more cultivation techniques and secrets. At that time, he was also afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist and use up all of his merit value, so it's safer to stay home and help them raise their kids before setting out. Seeing Yi Xinyan about to leave, Yi Yin hurriedly said, "AI, Miss Xinyan, wait, you got something else?" Yi Xinyan asked suspiciously. Yi Yin laughed. That sword move you performed just now, what kind of sword technique was it? Can you teach me?" Yi Yin was, after all, a traveler, and as a traveler which one didn't have a dream of being a sword immortal. Just before that, he hadn't seen any swordsmanship, and now that he had seen Yi Yin couldn't help but want to learn it as well. Yi Xinyan laughed. "I asked you to come with me to the Lord's house and you still don't want to go. This sword technique, our main family has it, but the requirements for cultivation are high. There's nothing wrong with your talent. You want to learn? Then I'll teach you." Yi Yin stood up excitedly at the words, and busily rushed at Yi Xinyan and said, "Thank you, Master." "Master?" Yi Xinyan froze, and even Yi Xinren next to her froze. "What? It's not right? Shouldn't you be calling you Master when you pass on my swordsmanship?" Yi Yin was surprised. Yi Xinyan said awkwardly, "Also, it's not necessary. After all, it's mostly up to you." Yi Xianren also ran over from the side and whispered, "Are you stupid? Uncle Yi wants Sister Xianyan to marry you. You're actually worshipping a teacher. How are you going to let Sister Xianyan marry you?" Yi Yin froze, then laughed. "It doesn't matter, does it? I'll call you Master when I'm practicing, and that won't stop you from marrying me." Yi Yin realized that he had said the wrong thing halfway through his sentence. At the same time, he also saw that Yi Xinyan's face had reddened to the base of her neck. Yi Yin was busy saying, "No, I'm sorry, I'm really not." Yi Xinyan said, "You don't have to say it. I understand what you mean. I heard from my father that you have a good talent for cultivation. Now that I have also reached the heavenly mansion realm, I do need someone to guide me. I'm not much of a qualified master, but you can ask me any questions you have." Seeing that Yi Xinyan was so generous, Yi Yin also did not squirm and said, "Then thank you, Master. Actually, I really do have a lot of questions for you. With my strength reaching the heavenly mansion realm, the previous cultivation techniques and spiritual cultivation techniques can't be used anymore. I would like to know, Lord Family, is there a suitable technique for cultivating spiritual power?" Mental power cultivation. Yi Yin still valued it. After all, previously, he would have gotten his supplies together in a short period of time, relying on boosting his spiritual power. Now with the strength elevated to the heavenly mansion realm, this spiritual power naturally had to find a way to be elevated as well. And hearing Yi Yan's question, Yi Xinyan also laughed. "These are naturally available in the Lord's house, but if you're in a hurry to learn, I can actually pass it on to you right now." Now, Yi Yin was visibly taken aback at his words. Next to him, Yi Xinren said, "These feats and secrets cannot be outsourced by other clans, but Sister Xianyan is different. Uncle Yi has no children on his knees. There is only one Sister Yi, so she's also being groomed as the future successor of the main family. She can naturally choose to pass this gong method to others." Hearing also Xianren's explanation, Yi Yin then realized, Yi Xinyan was also no nonsense and spoke immediately. There are no more than 3 types of gongfu in this world. One is the cultivation technique, refers to the cultivation of one's own strength technique, specifically can be divided into refining qi or refining the body. Refining qi people are mostly, refining the body is rare, and must be from a small refining. Your current grade is not suitable anymore. And the second is the method of spiritual cultivation. Spiritual power cultivation is not easy, and it's tied to the 3 major sub-professions. So usually people with very powerful sub-professions don't have poor spiritual power, but their cultivation may not be very strong. For example, there are people who are born with strong spiritual power, but he is not good at cultivation. This situation also exists. And this last one, it's a secret magical skill or something like that. For example, sword techniques, blade techniques, divine abilities, secret arts, and so on. It's all for attacking or defending against enemies. Our main family isn't much of a family, but we still have some of all these things. Saying that, Yi Xinyan took out 3 jade slips and placed them in front of Yin. This is what I just recorded. The jade slip of our Yi clan's 2 secrets and 1 sword. Just what you want, said Yi Xinyan pointing to the first jade slip. The first one. The jade slip of the sword technique you just asked about. The heart sword technique. The heart sword technique has a total of 3 layers. The first layer requires the use of a sword. The second layer can condense a sword aura. And the third layer allows the heart to move the sword into being. The first 2 layers are easy, but the third layer is very difficult. I've been practicing for almost 10 years, and now I haven't learned the third layer. And in the entire Yi family today only my father knows the third layer. Yi Xinyan then pointed to the second jade slip. This one is a cultivation technique, Baichuan technique. The 100 Rivers technique can be ranked in the top 100 in the entire Great Yen King Super, allowing the cultivator to cultivate all the way to the 9th Heavenly King realm. It was purchased by our Yi family at great expense back then. This 100 River skill and the last same 100 refinement skill are complete sets. The Baichuan technique can be used to cultivate strength, while the 100 refinements technique is used to cultivate spiritual power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these 2 techniques are our Yi family's treasures of the town. Yi Yin heard the excitement in his heart. Yi Xinyan then sighed and said, but spiritual power cultivation is not like the cultivation of one's own strength. It requires a certain amount of talent. I'm not so good at spiritual cultivation. Nowadays, it's only the middle level of the heavenly mansion realm as well. Just like Inger Tonner, nowadays you can only inscribe 3rd grade formation talisman seals. This has also caused my strength to rise very slowly when I reach the heavenly mansion realm. But in comparison, I still have hopes of crossing into the Jindan realm. Yi nodded. The stronger the spiritual root, the higher the heights one can cultivate. But these restrictions are useless on their own, because of their own hang-ups. As long as there is a merit value, one can learn it sooner or later. So what? I'll see it first then? Yin pointed at the 3 jade slips and was tickled. Yi Xinyan smiled and nodded. Yin then stopped being polite and immediately picked up the first heartsword skill and felt it. Chapter 47, Throwing 1,000 merits away. Quietly waiting for 3 hours. Heartsword technique. The Yi family's watchword technique. Because of the high requirements for cultivator talent, many of the clansmen within the Yi family were actually not qualified to learn. Just by listening to the name, one could tell that this heartsword skill was obviously going for the heartsword path. And this kind of but anything linked to the heart is basically a requirement for mental power. Sure enough, as Yin carefully felt the wonders of the heartsword technique, he was also realizing that spiritual power was the most important thing to the heartsword technique. The heartsword technique had 3 layers. Unlike other sword techniques, the heartsword technique did not limit the realm since it cultivated the heartsword, regardless of what realm the cultivator was in. As long as the spiritual power was strong and the ability to comprehend the sword heart was high, they could all learn the 3rd-tier sword moves. But having said that, those whose spiritual power wasn't strong enough would generally not be able to cross over into the heavenly mansion realm. So whatever is said here about whatever realm the practitioner is in, that's also situational. The first level of the heartsword technique required the use of a sword to sense sword intent. This was the only layer of the heartsword technique that required the use of a sword. And at the second level of the heartsword technique, one could directly not use a sword. And one could utilize one's own heaven and earth aura to condense a sword blade with a single movement of one's mind. And this cohesive blade is often sharper than a normal sword. Of course, there were some very good quality swords that were still naturally better than breath cohesion. But swords of this quality are usually worth a lot of money. That's why many families like the Yi family are not rich, also prefer this kind of secret technique that doesn't rely much on weapons. And when the heartsword skill was cultivated to the 3rd level, it was possible to instantly condense a sword blade with the mind. Moreover, the number, quality and power of the sword blades depend on the practitioner himself. The stronger your mental power, the more blades you can coalesce at the same time. And it can also control the coalesced blade to fight alone. This was the most powerful part of the heart sword technique. Imagine facing the attacks of 6 or 7 swords at the same time. Wouldn't that be the same as facing 6 or 7 enemies? The heart sword technique is strong right here. According to Yi Xinyan, his father, also Changfeng, could only condense out a maximum of 9 sword blades at once. The 9 sword blades alone had brought him to his current position. Yian really didn't dare to think about how much he would be able to coalesce in the future when his strength increased. How high must that status be? Understanding the heart sword technique last, Yian also did not delay, and immediately asked in his mind, "System, how much merit value is required to learn this heart sword technique?" Sure enough, the system's voice soon sounded. Ding! The merit values to be invested in learning the heart sword technique are as follows. Heart sword technique level 1, 1,000 merit value. Heart sword technique level 2, 3,000 merit value. Heart sword technique level 3, 5,000 merit value. Listening to the system's introduction, Yian couldn't help but go numb. That's a lot of meritorious value to demand. He had worked hard for a month and a half to earn 20,000 points of merit value, and this set of swordsmanship was going to take nearly half of it. How could this not break his heart? However, very quickly, Yian remembered that he was the same way when he wanted to upgrade the 3 major sub-professions, but once he had raised his spiritual power up, the need for these 3 major side professions plummeted. Maybe this heart sword technique is the same? If one raises their spiritual power to the peak of the heavenly palace realm, maybe the need for the heart sword technique would be quite a bit lower as well. Thinking about it, Yian was busy looking at the 3rd jade slip. Only when he opened his eyes, he didn't see Yi Xinyan. Seeing this, Yi Xinren, who was next to him, said, "Sister Xin has left. She said she'll come back tomorrow to check on your cultivation progress." Yian dawned, and at that moment, without any further delay, he busily picked up the 3rd jade slip and felt it. This 3rd jade slip was no other than the 100 refinement technique. It's specifically used to cultivate spiritual power. Sure enough, as Yian's consciousness invaded it, soon a series of complex information poured into Yian's mind like a torrent. He realized that the complexity of this 100 refinement technique was even more complicated than the condensation scripture he had cultivated back then. It was no less than a method of spiritual power that could only be cultivated at the heavenly mansion realm. Compared to the previous condensation scripture, it was simply unknown how many times more difficult it was. But the more difficult it was, the more exciting it was for Yian. After all, the more difficult this Gong method was, it also meant that the effect after practicing it would definitely be better as well. Thinking about it, Yian was busy asking in his mind, "System, how much merit value do I have to invest in this 100 refinement technique to raise my spiritual power to the peak of the heavenly palace realm?" Soon, the system's voice did ring out. Ding! 100 refinement technique raises mental power to the peak of the heavenly mansion realm. This time, you need to invest 1,000 points of merit value. Listening to the system's broadcast, Yian couldn't help but gulp and curse in his heart. Asterisk. How dare you! It's caught up with the first layer of the heart sword technique. The heart sword technique was, after all, a killing technique, and most importantly, previously, when he was in the chi refining realm, he hadn't consumed this much merit value when he raised his spiritual power. It's all just a couple hundred points. As a result, when it came time to ascend to the peak of the heavenly palace realm, it came up to 1,000 points. This was also something that greatly exceeded Yian's expectations. Asterisk. 1,000 is 1,000. Vote. Yian clenched his teeth and still made a decision. After all, this spiritual power wasn't like other aspects. Spiritual power itself was difficult to cultivate. Even Yi Xinyan was only worth raising to the middle level of the heavenly mansion realm today. From this, it could also be seen that this Baichuan technique was not good for cultivation. But whether it's the heart sword technique, or improving your strength, as long as the mental power is high, the corresponding inputs can be reduced a lot. So when you do the math like that, it's still very much worth the investment of mental energy. And as Yin opened his mouth, as expected, the system's voice also sounded soon after. Ding! With this investment of 1,000 merit values, your spiritual power will be raised to the peak of the heavenly mansion realm. It is expected to take 3 hours. Please wait patiently. With the sound of the system, sure enough, in an instant Yin felt that a cool sensation instantly appeared in his mind. At the same time, one's perception of the surroundings was surprisingly changing rapidly. Under the perception, not only was everything clearer and clearer, but even the scope was changing. Yin couldn't be bothered to feel the changes brought about by the increase in spiritual power, and was busy studying the heart sword technique again. Sure enough, this time, despite the increase in his spiritual power, the merit value required for the heart sword technique cultivation had indeed changed. Heart sword technique level 1, 800 merit value. Heart Sword Technique Level 2, 2700 merit value. Heart Sword Technique Level 3, 4600 merit value. Looking at the merit value that started to fall, Yian also took a deep breath and waited patiently. At the moment, one's spiritual power was not exactly at its peak. After all, it would take 3 hours. So the consumption of this Heart Sword technique was definitely decreasing as well. As for how much it will eventually be lowered, well, we'll have to wait 3 hours to find out. Seeing that he could only wait at the moment, Yian's gaze also fell on the last jade slip. Hyakugawa tips, the most important cultivation method, and with Yian holding it in his hands. Sure enough, an instantaneous stream of information also flooded into his mind once again. What was recorded inside was clearly the very method of cultivation. However, this cultivation method was the same as the case of the Heart Sword technique. It was also necessary to wait for the spiritual power to be raised to the peak of the Heaven's Mansion realm before the consumption could be minimized. So Yian didn't rush to start cultivating, but waited patiently. Chapter 48, reaching 3 levels in one day. Yi Xinyan was shocked. The night is late. Yi Xianren's 3 girls had already returned to their rooms to rest. Since neither of them are more than 3 months pregnant today, so it comes together on weekdays to rest and to talk. At this moment in the room, Yi Xinren opened her mouth and asked, "Is the Sagittarius still practicing?" And I feel that Sagittarius aura has been changing, so maybe we can really have a big breakthrough this time. Yi Inger said. Yi Tonger was shocked, but after Sunga came back, his strength broke through to the Heavenly Mansion realm. If this is breaking through, it's too perverted. Yi Xianren said. Isn't Sunga perverted? Even Sister Xianyan is shocked at his cultivation talent. The 3 of us might have really picked up a treasure this time. Yi Inger sniffed and said busily. Then I'm going to catch up on my workout starting tomorrow. Exercise? Why? Tonger wondered. Yi Inger said with a red face. Work out more so you can have a baby soon. I'm going to give my husband more children before he forgets about me. Ha! Me too. Yi Tonger was also busy saying. Yi Xinren smiled at his words. You two haven't even given birth to the one in your stomachs yet. And you're thinking of giving birth to a new one. So don't be ashamed. Yi Tonger laughed. A man can't run away when a child is born. Different from the sounds of playfulness in the room, Yian, who was in the 2 halls at the moment, was mentally calculating the time. At this moment, it could soon reach 3 hours before he started cultivating, and as soon as it gets to 3 hours, his spiritual power could then be raised to the peak of the Heavenly Palace realm, and by then, he would be able to start cultivating the Baichuan technique and Heart Sword technique. And at this moment, Yian's greatest feeling was that his mind had never been as clear as it was now. Even as long as he was willing, his spiritual power could easily envelop the entire Yi family. Even this wasn't his limit. If it wasn't for the fear that driving his spiritual power to its limit would alarm many people within the clan, he really wanted to try what the limit of his spiritual power was today. And just as Yian thought, finally, the voice of the system came to his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host's mental power has been raised to the peak of the Heavenly Mansion realm. When the strength breaks through the Jindan realm, only then can we continue to improve. Spiritual power can only be raised by the peak of one major realm at a time. It couldn't be elevated across realms, but this had already made Yian content for him. Yian didn't delay and immediately rechecked the Heart Sword technique. Sure enough, there was a noticeable change in the merit value of this Heart Sword technique cultivation. Heart Sword technique level 1, 100 merit value. Heart Sword technique level 2, 300 merit value. Heart Sword technique level 3, 500 merit value. Looking at the latest information that appeared on the demand for merit value, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that as his spiritual power increased, the need for the Heart Sword technique would definitely decrease a lot. It's just that he didn't expect it to be lowered so much this time. Yian didn't dare to delay and immediately shouted in his mind. System. Investing 900 points of merit value directly raises it to the 3rd level of perfection. Ding. This time, 900 points of merit value will be deducted, and the Heart Sword technique will be upgraded to perfection. Ding. This is expected to take 10 hours. Please be patient. With the sound of the system, Yian also instantly felt that a stream of huge Sword Dao information was rapidly pouring into his mind. Those Sword Dao information was like a torrent, constantly pouring into one's mind. Yian watched and couldn't help but nod that torrent. However, in the next moment, he saw that the scenery around him had unexpectedly changed. As if he were a wind, he fell from the sky and traveled through the forested mountains. Looking down at the mountains and rivers below, there were people practicing their swords on top of the mountains. There were likewise people practicing their swords in the middle of the river, in the spring breeze, in the summer sun, in the golden fall, on the snow. Everywhere is filled with sword practitioners. It was as if the sword practitioner was himself. Through countless springs, summers, autumns and winters, the sun rises and the moon sets. It's all repetitive sword practice. And time went by for who knows how long. Suddenly Ian saw that a young man with black cloth wrapped around his eyes was practicing sword training with an empty hand. Every time he struck out, it was as if there was sword chi trying to coalesce above his palm. The second layer of the heart sword technique? Yi Min was shocked, though he hadn't swung his sword once. However, the scene in front of him made him feel as if he had been practicing sword for more than 10 years. His own body was beginning to be a little unable to resist the urge to swing with it. And soon enough, Yeon flew off into the distance with the wind again. This time he landed on the top of an outcropping. There was a huge rock on the top of the mountain, and an old man was sitting on it. The old man did his end and did not make any move. But the surrounding mountains and forests and trees, but they have been broken. As if the autumn wind swept away the leaves. Yeon looked shocked beyond belief. He knew that this should be the third layer of the heart sword technique that Yi Xinyan had mentioned. The heart moves the sword into being. No need for a shuriken. No need for sword energy. Heart to sword. Yian's entire body was completely immersed in the illusion brought about by the heart sword technique. It was as if he was going through those boring and difficult years of sword practice. Didn't even notice the time change in the outside world. Even Yi Inger and Yi Tonger going to the store the next morning didn't wake him up. But similarly, the three women also detected the sharp sword Dao aura on Yian. Yi Shinran didn't disturb him and quietly sat aside to continue inscribing the formation. And Yin just sat there until the afternoon. Until Yi Xinyan came to visit. He still didn't open his eyes. It was only when Yi Xinyan saw Yian state that she couldn't help but freeze. Did he not get any rest last night? Yi Xinyan asked busily. Yi Shinran nodded her head. The Sagittarius made a night of it last night. In the morning the aura of the sword Dao was still very heavy on my body. But now instead it's weakened a lot for some reason. Yi Xinyan frowned. Sword chi within? How is this possible? It took me nearly 10 years of cultivation to achieve internalization of sword chi. How is it possible for him to do so in just one night? Thinking that, Yi Xinyan walked towards Yian. However, she had just taken no more than 2 steps closer. A terrifying sword aura instantly emanated from Yian. Frightened, Yi Xinyan was also busy dodging backward, which barely escaped. Almost simultaneously, Yian had opened his eyes. The moment she saw Yian's eyes, Yi Xinyan unexpectedly felt a sharp aura. You, what's going on with you? Yi Xinyan couldn't help but ask. Yian, however, smiled. In the next moment, a full 6 sword blades emerged out of thin air and hovered around Yian. Yian looked at Yi Xinyan and said, Master, take my sword? Yi Xinyan was shocked. She couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the 6 sword blades suspended around Yian. Heart sword technique 3rd level. How is this possible? How could you have refined the heart sword technique to the 3rd level overnight? I don't believe it. Yi Xianyan said as she raised her hand. A sword blade slashed straight at the hovering sword manor. Yian also smiled and instantly pointed out a finger. The 6 sword blades instantly burst towards Yi Xinyan. In Yian's opinion, although he had the help of the system to train the heart sword skill to the 3rd layer, but one's strength isn't that high. Yi Xinyan should be able to block it. However, who knew that under the first sword blade collision, Yi Xinyan's sword blade unexpectedly shattered directly. Following that, the 6 sword blades unexpectedly shot straight at Yi Xinyan. Yi Xinyan was also taken aback at the sight and was busy dodging sideways. Yian was also startled and was busy dispersing the 6 sword blades with a wave of his hand. At the same time, with one healthy step up, he steadily hugged Yi Xinyan. The two men instantly looked at each other in all directions and stuck together. Yi Xinyan looked at Yian, and immediately her pretty face turned red. I didn't see anything, Yi Shinran said with a smile before getting up and going back to her room. And it was then that Yian and Yi Xinyan reacted and busily let go of each other. Yian awkwardly said, Hug. Sorry master. I didn't realize that you didn't come next. Yi Xianyan however looked at Yian with a strange look in her eyes and said, You are no weaker than me today. I can't beat you anymore. And don't you call me master. Chapter 49, Vote for another merit value. Beware of the mountain of severed heads. How can that be? You passed on my heart sword skill and 100 river skill after all. It's time to shout master. Or to shout, but master, am I really that strong now? Surprisingly, you were able to beat me? Yian still found it a little hard to believe. After all, how long had he only been in the immortal cultivation world? He had always felt weak. There was still a need to meddle for a period of time, but as a result, who knew that even Yi Xinyan was now saying that he was not his opponent? Yi Xinyan smiled at his words. You've been scared out of your wits by that great demon. I actually only have Heavenly Mansion realm strength. At this level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, it's already considered a very powerful existence even in the vicinity of Yi Jiaguan. That great demon was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm previously. It's just that I'm afraid it's hard to say how strong she is nowadays. With those 10 bottles of top-grade spirit liquid in her hands, I'm afraid it can help her break several layers of cultivation in a row. Yi Xinyan also couldn't help but feel a little worried as she said, although the border formation has been recast, but with such a great demon adjacent to it, this heart is still a bit uneasy after all. Yian did not take this to heart. In fact, he could feel that Lu Baiyan was not bad inside. It just looks meaner because of the two separate positions from humans. At least she let herself go, and it would show that she kept her word, wouldn't it? Just by thinking of Lu Baiyan, Yian couldn't help but think of the poison he had gotten. I only wish this guy would come earlier so that I could hurry up and get rid of the poison. Yi Xinyan seemed to be struck by Yian, so it was soon gone. After all, he had worked hard to cultivate for more than 10 years, but the result was not as good as Yian's cultivation results in these few months. Anyone else would have to be depressed, I'm afraid. However, Yian was also very clear that now was not the time for him to become complacent. The Yi family was good for him, but it was just limited to the Yi family. Once he left the Yi family, it was hard to say how the people outside would treat him. Therefore, no matter what, you have to improve your strength first. So Yian didn't delay and immediately sat down on his knees and tried to cultivate the Baichuan technique. As he grew stronger, he was also discovering the amount of time it took to cultivate yourself each time was also increasing. It's not that if one has a merit value, one can instantly improve his or her strength. So take advantage of the fact that you have merit value in your hand now and your days are still stable. It is also necessary to seize the time to enhance the strength. Otherwise, when there is really an urgent need to use the strength, and then temporarily enhance the fear is not in time. Think of it and do it. As Yian began to try to run the Baichuan technique, sure enough, the system's voice also sounded in his head once again. Ding! Detected that the host is cultivating the Baichuan technique. This time you can invest a certain amount of merit value to raise your cultivation level. Raising to the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm requires an investment of 200 points of merit value. It is expected to take 1 day. Raising to the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm requires an investment of 440 points of merit value. It is expected to take 3 days. Raising to the fifth level of the Heavenly Palace realm requires an investment of 120 points of merit value. It is expected to take 15 days. Warm tip, this time, you can upgrade up to the fifth level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Listening to the system's description, Yian also chose the third one without hesitation, raising his strength to the fifth level of the Heavenly Palace realm. After all, one's own merit value is still abundant today. Leaving aside the merit value consumed by the upcoming need to raise a child, there's enough left to go around. Naturally, there's no need to take it one step at a time. And with Yian making the decision, sure enough the system's voice also sounded again. Ding! This time, 120 points of merit value will be deducted, and the strength will be raised to the fifth level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, which is expected to take 15 days. Please be patient. As the system's voice fell, sure enough, Yian also quickly felt that the speed of the surrounding heaven and earth aura pouring into his body began to accelerate. The strength within himself, too, began to gradually rise. The entire process did not require Yian to do anything. It could be said that after investing in the merit value, the rest of everything did not need Yian to worry about. And since the branch didn't have manuals for 4th grade runes, formations, or alchemists, so for the next few days, Yian had nothing to do. Simply, he spent the whole day chatting with Yi Xinyan while learning about the situation of the main family, while waiting for the day of departure to arrive, and chatting with Yi Xinyan over the past few days. Yian was also informed of the approximate clarity of the Yi family's main house. Yi Jiaguan, where the main family was located, was under the banner of Jianglan City. And the family head Yi Changfeng had a good relationship with Jianglan City's city lord. Jiang Yan's father Jiang Shan used to be friends in earlier years. Later, Jiang Shan became the lord of Jianglan City. Naturally, he also supported Yi Changfeng to manage Yi Jiaguan. But then as the Chananbai family settled in Yi Jiaguan and gradually developed, the form of Yu Jiaguan began to change. The Chananbai families hunted for a living all year round and relied heavily on the immortal fox forest. There were also very many demonic beasts hunted by them every year. The immortal fox forest had been plagued by demonic beasts from time to time, and it could be said that it was all because of them, but they just still didn't care. And in the end, the matter of suppressing the demonic beasts fell on the Yi family. This was also the reason why there were fewer and fewer people in the Yi family. And this time, the Yi family has joined forces with the Jiang family to recast the border defenses. Qinbai's two families surprisingly didn't care either, which was out of Yi An's expectation. After all, even Lu Baiyan had once spoken of these two families. It could be seen that the immortal fox forest was important to the two Qianbai families, but they didn't come out against it, which is not normal. Instead, in response to Yi An's concern, Yi Xinyan said, "I've talked to my father about this. What my father means is that the Qianbai two families are not standing up at this time. Mostly, they still don't want to provoke the Jiang family. After all, The Zheng family is the city lord of Zhenglan City. Recasting the border defense line is also the Zheng family's intention. And their two families can't even compare to the Yi family. I guess naturally I wouldn't dare to mess with the Zheng family. Yi Xinyan said. My father also said that compared to the Chen Bai two families, actually, the most important thing to keep an eye on right now is Broken Head Mountain. Broken Hill? Yian listened in disbelief and asked busily. And what's the deal with this Broken Hill? Yi Xinyan explained. This Broken Head Mountain is a force in the neighborhood. They're not under anyone's control. And most of the people gathered inside are cultivators wanted by the Great Yin Dynasty. Some of them are evil cultivators, while others have committed something desperate to go to the mountain. Since Broken Head Mountain, like the immortal Fox Forest, belongs to the border between the Great Yin Dynasty and the demonic beast realm, so no one cares about them either. But this time, when the immortal Fox Forest builds an isolation formation, I'm afraid it will make them nervous as well. After all, even though they're hiding in Broken Head Mountain, it's impossible for them to really cut off contact with human cultivators. A lot of supplies still have to rely on coming to Yi Jiaguan for purchases. Father is afraid that the people of this Broken Head Mountain will worry about their own situation because of the immortal Fox Forest's construction of the isolation array. If they come out and make trouble, that's what's scary. I heard that the leader of Broken Head Mountain is an evil cultivator at the third level of the Jindan realm, stronger than even my father. Once he strikes, I'm afraid we'll have to ask City Lord Jiang to intervene in order to resolve this. Yian nodded at his words. A Jindan realm third level powerhouse. That was indeed not something one could deal with. It's a good thing it's not about yourself either. It's not a matter of concern. They can fight all they like. He himself just stayed in the Yi family, married his wife and had children, and slowly brushed his merit value. Just raise your cultivation. Chapter 50, Uninvited. Scattered leaf system opens. Yian didn't put too much stock in the Yi family's affairs. When the sky collapsed, there was a tall man to hold it, and the Yi family wouldn't let him meddle in these matters for the time being. And so the days just went by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. It was only after this week's time that Yi Yan's strength had risen to the third level of the talent realm, though it will take time for the strength to increase. But the time agreed upon for departure was at hand. And it's tomorrow. Yi Xianran's three girls had already prepared all the things they needed to set off. Now it's just a matter of waiting to leave tomorrow. But Yi knew that tonight would also mark the point in their third trimester of pregnancy. In fact, Yi Xinran had to get pregnant a few days earlier than Yi Yinger and Yi Tonger, but in order to be able to raise a child together. So Yian also purposely used Yi Yinger's two pregnancies to count. So, tonight he was able to nurture the children in all three of their bellies in one breath. It's a good thing merit value was ready a long time ago. Just wait until tonight. Yian sat alone in the courtyard and waited for the time to come while writing in the cool. And the three girls still didn't know what Yian was up to. They just heard Yian explain that there was something he wanted to find them tonight. So at the moment, the three girls were still chatting in the room, looking forward to what life will be like tomorrow when we get to the Lord's house. Especially Yi Xinran. When she waited until she reached the main house, she would also have access to more pills. Maybe, even her broken spirit root would have a chance to be repaired. And while they were chatting away, time is also passing by the minute. Just as Yian waited for the scattered leaf system and the open branch scattered leaf system to begin, suddenly, a clear cry was what caught his eye. The call sounded as if it was from some animal, and it sounded crisp, obviously not far from the yard they were in. Yian was busy getting up and looking for the source of the sound. Good guy. At this glance, Yian couldn't help but freeze, only to see that under the moonlight, a fox with a snow-white body was actually standing on the wall of their yard. The fox's snow-white fur all over its body was as if it was plated with silver. Under the moonlight, it reflected a blinding white light. But Yian was looking at the real thing. Even he recognized it at once. The white fox in front of him was no one else. It was clearly none other than Lu Baiyan. Because after being captured by Lu Baiyan in the first place, this guy had once revealed his true self in front of him more than once. Even the look in her eyes after she transformed into herself was still fresh in Yian's mind. There is absolutely no mistaking it. Sure enough, just at the same time Yian recognized Lu Baiyan. A voice, too, sounded in his head. I didn't expect it, but we meet again so soon. Yian swallowed his spit and was busy saying in his mind. You're crazy. This is a Yi family branch. How dare you come here? Lu Baiyan sniffed but sat on the courtyard wall with a disdainful face. I can come and go whenever I want. A mere branch family is not in my sights. I heard that you're going to Yi Jiaguan. I'm not afraid that you'll run away. So come ahead and watch you. Lu Baiyan transmitted his voice. Yian was also speechless at his words, but it was a moment of conversation, and he was feeling it. Lu Baijan's strength seemed to be quite a bit stronger than the last time they met. His current spiritual power at the peak of the heavenly mansion realm was unexpectedly unable to see through Lu Baijan. It was also unknown to what extent her strength had actually recovered with the help of the 10 bottles of top-grade spirit liquid, and she also said that she knew she was going to Yi Jiaguan, which was also a bit puzzling to Yian. How did you know I was going to Yes Pass? There won't be any more of your eyes within the Yi family. Will there? Lu Baiyan smiled at his words. You said it yourself last time. Did you forget? And it's also true that there's been recent news that you're going to Yi Jiaguan. Although the immortal fox forest has been set up with formations, cultivators above the heavenly mansion realm can't be stopped, so there's always a way to find out if this news wants to be known. Yian didn't bother to ask more questions and said directly, well, since you're here, it's just as well you're along for the ride. My 3 wives, tonight, are just at the point in their 3rd trimester of pregnancy where they can develop their children's physiques. You tag along and you'll see that I'm not lying. And in the meantime, take the poison out of me in the meantime. Instead of directly agreeing, Lu Baiyan said, it's better to see your cultivation process first. Yian was helpless and didn't bother to say anything more in a final exhortation. You'd better hide far away from the others. Only after saying this did Yian turn around and prepare to enter the room. What he didn't expect, however, was this. As soon as he turned around, the fox body revealed by Lu Baiyan unexpectedly changed violently. It instantly transformed into a smaller-sized fox. That little fox was like a small round ball and climbed directly onto Yian's shoulder. Yian, who was watching, was also stunned. In his heart, he said, good lord, this Lu Baiyan can still become so cute? Only Lu Baiyan transmitted his voice. Don't worry about going in. These 3 ladies of yours aren't qualified to see me for what I am. Yian sniffed and blankly glanced at her helplessly, then still pushed the door and walked in. With Lu Baiyan's strength nowadays, if she really wanted to commit murder, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to stop herself. Instead of worrying blindly, let's not let her take a good look at what she's doing to improve her child's physique. And as Yian entered the room, sure enough the system's beep sounded as well. Ding! Congratulations to your wife Yinger Yitoner, the pregnancy has reached the 3rd trimester. The leaf scattering system has been opened, and you can currently invest merit value in your child to improve their physique. Listening to the system's reminder, Yian also stopped talking nonsense. Immediately, he came into the room. Yi Xianran's 3 girls were chatting. When they saw Yian come in, they all looked over as well. However, when they saw the little fox lying on Yian's shoulder, their eyes couldn't help but light up. What a cute little fox. Where did you find it? Sunga? Yeah, that's too cute. Come here and let your sister hold it. Come on, come on. Yi Xinran's 3 girls were all excited at once. Yi Yan's heart, however, was in his throat. He was really afraid that Lu Baiyan would be enraged by the 3 women and directly reveal his true form and go on a killing spree. As a result, who knew that the little fox that Lu Baiyan had transformed into had actually jumped off Yian's shoulder? Then it was hugged by all 3. Lu Baiyan also took the opportunity to glance at Yian and transmitted his voice. I say they can't see through me. Don't just stand there. Let's see how the hell you're going to boost the child's physique. If you dare to lie to me, I'll not only kill you later, but also the 3 of them. Yian was helpless for a while and was too lazy to explain more. Looking at the 3 women, tonight, you've all reached 3 months of pregnancy as well. I won't hide it from you. I have a secret method that can enhance a child's physique. You guys take turns now, and I'll get my hands on you to help you improve your children's physiques. The 3 women froze at the words and looked at Yian in apparent disbelief. Enhancing a child's physique? Are you serious, Sajuri? Yi Xinran asked busily. Yi nodded. You should feel the difference later. I can't explain it. Come over here and feel it for yourselves. The 3 women nodded, and immediately Yi Xinran was the first to sit over. Yian didn't say anything, and raised his hand and pressed it against Yi Xianren's stomach. At the same time the system's voice did follow. Ding! Detected that Madame Yi Xinran's fetus is ready for cultivation. Is cultivation to begin? This time, you can put in merit value, 0/300. After the birth of the child, the merit value will be fed back according to the proportion of input. Listening to the system's description, Yian was no nonsense and immediately shouted in his mind. Put in 300 points. Since we have to cultivate it, we naturally have to pull it full. And as Yian's voice fell, sure enough the system's voice also sounded again. Ding! This time, 300 points of merit value are deducted. Child development is underway and is expected to take a day. As the system's voice fell, all of a sudden, everyone felt that the breath of the fetus in Yi Xinran's stomach was actually really changing. Even the little fox that Lu Baidian had transformed into actually whitened its eyes. Apparently it felt it too. Yian laughed at the sight. Well, I didn't lie to you. Chapter 51, A Bed That Started a Story. Lu Bei stared with 2 fox eyes, obviously unable to comprehend how on earth Yian had managed to do that. As a fox fairy, she herself knows more about nature than a human, but she couldn't explain the scene that was happening in front of her. On the other hand, Yi Inger and Yi Tonger, who were on the side, couldn't wait and shouted, "I want it too! Sunga! And me, I want it too!" Listening to the pampered clip-clop sound of the two people, even Yin, with his 70 years of life experience, began to be a bit overwhelmed. Busy greeting, "Take it easy, let's take it one at a time. Inger, you first." Yi Inger busily made it to the edge of the bed. Yin didn't say anything, and raised his hand to place it on Yi Inger's stomach. Sure enough, the system's voice soon sounded. Ding! Detected that Madame Yi Inger's fetus is ready for cultivation. Is cultivation to begin? Merit value that can be invested this time, 0/500. After the birth of the child, the merit value will be fed back according to the proportion of input. Looking at the message that popped up from Yi Inger, Yin also sighed. Sure enough, as the wife's spiritual roots differed, so did this child's cultivation input. Yi Xin only needed 300 points to pull it all together, but when it came to Yi Inger, it needed a full 500 points. However, Yin's hand nowadays still had sufficient merit value, so naturally he wouldn't be stingy. Not to mention the fact that it's your own child you're carrying. At that moment Yin stopped talking nonsense and directly shouted, "Come it!" Sure enough, the next moment the system's voice also sounded again. Ding! This time, 500 points of merit value are deducted. Child development is underway and is expected to take 2 days. The time has increased as well. It looks like cultivating a child's physique takes just as much time as raising one's cultivation, Yi Min said to himself in his heart. On the other hand, Lu Baiyan, who was shrinking in Yi Xinrun's arms on the side, was already looking completely dumbfounded. If she still thought it was a fluke that Yi Xinren's child was nurtured, then how could Yi Inger's be explained? Rao Lu Baiyan felt strange, but at this moment, he had to believe that Yin really had this ability. Tonger, it's your turn. Yin then cultivated Yi Tonger again. Yi Tonger was also a medium-grade spiritual root, so she had also consumed 500 points of merit value. Yin then glanced at his remaining merit value, 550. There's still quite a bit left. It was supposed to be tonight that all three women were past the point of their third trimester. Yin was also preparing to harvest a wave of merit value from the three women tonight, but now that Lu Baiyan had come, there was no way around it, and this plan of harvesting merit value tonight could only be temporarily put on hold. Thinking about it, Yin got up and said, "It's getting late, so the three ladies should get some early rest. I'll take this little fox out to settle down first." Yes, the three women responded. Although they also quite liked this little fox, it was always a bit inconvenient to sleep at night, and Ryu Baiyan clearly didn't want to sleep with the three of them either. She jumped straight into Yian's arms just as he finished speaking. Yian then led Lu Baiyan out of the room. "Hey, you believe me now? Hurry up and give me the antidote and then go. Don't scare my family." Just as soon as he left the house, Yian was busy saying in his heart. Lu Baiyan sniffed but smiled. "What do you take this fox fairy for? Does this fox fairy need to inform you where she wants to go? Your poison can be detoxified, but people don't want to run away. Just to be on the safe side, I decided to go with you to the Yi family's main house, until you help the fetus in my womb complete its physique enhancement. I'll leave again." "Are you kidding me?" Yian instantly became anxious at his words. "You're a fox fairy. What if you go with me to the Yi mansion in case someone finds out? And you're only 2 months pregnant, so it's at least a month away. Don't you go back to your human form for a month?" Lu Baiyan also felt that it made sense when he heard it and said, "It's indeed quite hard to keep appearing as a fox, so it's better if you figure it out. You're so smart you can always think of a way to put me in a reasonable capacity. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to get some rest," Ryu Baiyan said as he was about to jump off of Yian. However, Yian was in a hurry, and with one hand, he grabbed Lu Baiyan's tail. As a result, he didn't expect that he had just grabbed Lu Baiyan's tail, and the next moment Lu Baiyan had unconsciously directly transformed into a human form. At the same time Yian felt that the fox's tail was gone from his hand. Instead, one's hand is actually stuck on someone's plump, beautiful buttocks. I didn't mean it. Yian was busy withdrawing his hand, but his fingers were unconsciously pinched. Lu Bei's pretty face reddened as she raised her hand and slapped towards Yian. Fortunately, Yian dodged quickly, which prevented him from receiving this slap. Lu Baiyan said in a cold voice, "In the old days, you'd be dead already. Stop following me." After saying that, Lu Baiyan once again transformed into a fox and prepared to go back to his room to rest. Yian saw this and busied himself. "Hey, if you're being reasonable, there's only one room left. If you sleep, where do I sleep?" Lu Bei sniffed and lifted his paw to point at Yi Xinren's trio's room. This left Yian speechless. Good lord, if Lu Baiyan hadn't come, he would have gone to sleep with his 3 daughters-in-law. But the problem was that there was a fox demon living in the house right now. Where was he in the mood for that? And this fox demon has great strength. In the middle of the night from time to peek, Yi, and even if he has the Dragon Yang skill, cannot top the live broadcast. As soon as he thought of this, Yi was busy. No, you're a fox anyway, so I'll go find you a little tub and you'll be fine for the night. I have to go to my room and rest. Lu Baiyan smiled at his words. Am I fighting for your opinion? Saying that, Lu Baiyan unexpectedly jumped directly onto the window of Yi Xinrun's three women's room. Raising his hand, he poked a small hole in the window. In the next moment, Yi was surprised to see Lu Bei unexpectedly opened her fox mouth, and instantly a pink breath unexpectedly blew directly in at the small hole. That pink scent was all too familiar to him. After being captured by Lu Baiyan in the beginning, this dead fox fairy hadn't used this to milk herself. Now she had actually blown it into the room of Yi Xinrun's three girls. Yi didn't have to think about it to know what would happen next. You've gone too far. Hurry up and give me the antidote. Yi stepped forward with a single stride and pulled on Lu Baiyan's fox leg. Lu Baiyan said in a cold voice, if you don't let go, I'll kill you. Yi also went out on a limb. Come on if you want to kill. Have you considered the feelings of my children when you drugged my three wives with that stuff? If you don't give me the antidote, you're not leaving tonight either. Lu Baiyan sniffed but smiled. You're quite responsible, but the question is, can I afford to consume it? Can you? Before Yi could finish his words, sure enough, the muffled grunts of the three women came from the room. Every now and then there were voices interspersed with voices calling out to Yi. Sunga, where are you, my love? Ryu Baiyan laughed. If we don't go, the three of them will explode and die. Yi was practically gnashing his teeth in anger, especially looking at Lu Baiyan's bright fox eyes. Yi then became furious. In the end, Yi was also furious, and even opened the window with one hand, carrying Lu Baiyan's fox legs, and threw her into the room as well with one hand. But Ryu Baiyan reacted quickly, and in less than 2 seconds, he had already rushed through the window. Yet Yi looked at her and laughed. That's enough time for you to inhale a mouthful of that powder. 2. I can't go back to bed, and neither can you. Saying that, Yi pointed to the room of Yi Xinren's three daughters. I'll go in first and wait for you. Lu Baiyan gritted his teeth, and his claws were glowing with cold, but he could only watch as Yi entered the room. Chapter 52 Chickens don't come true. Yi Xinren's heart is anxious. Yi wasn't paying any attention to Lu Baiyan. As soon as he entered the room he hurriedly got busy. After all, the effects of that medicine from Lu Baiyan were fierce, together with the fact that there were still enough three daughters-in-law in the room to help. Yi also didn't dare to waste the slightest bit of time at all. It's just that he's only one person after all, and even if he moves fast, he gradually starts to get a little burnt out and busy. The good thing is that there's still plenty of time tonight, so there's no shortage of time. Outside, on the other hand, Ryu Baiyan was having a bit of a hard time. It's not a good idea to go. It's not a good idea not to go. There isn't a lot of medicine to inhale, but there is still some, and she was very aware of the effects of her own medicine. But then he thought that if he really went in tonight, it would be too cheap for this Yi guy. But you can't go in. What else can you do? That bath of fire is no joke. The minutes ticked by. The movement in the room also began to fade, but the Lu Baiyan outside was already starting to hold back a bit. Damn it! Let's give him a cheap shot tonight, and take this opportunity to get him to give me a reasonable identity. Lu Baiyan clenched his teeth and finally convinced himself. Turning, he pushed open the door to the room and stepped inside. Just after entering the room, the whole person also transformed from the form of a fox to a human form. And perhaps the room was too dimly lit, or maybe a few people were still coming down from the effects of the drug, so there was an extra person, and it was surprising that a few of the women didn't even notice. It was Yi who realized it first. That feeling, after all, is completely different. The room was charming, but outside the room it was quiet, and just like that time kept passing by in a minute. Early the next morning, when the sunlight spreads over the earth, finally an exclamation of surprise came out of the room. A few of the maids quoted were also busy running over. 3 ladies, is something wrong? Yeah, should we call the family head over? Inside the room, Yi Xinrun hurriedly shouted. No need. Sunga is joking with me. Several of the maids couldn't help but smile at the words before leaving. While in the room, at this moment, the 3 girls, Yi Xinren, Yi Tomer and Yi Inger, were shocked as they looked at the woman sitting next to Yi. Shock was written all over the 3 women's faces. Lu Baiyan, however, did not have the intention to open his mouth, looking at Yi as if to say again, last night you were cool, now I'm the status you see to give. Yi had no choice but to sigh and say, alright, I'll tell you what's going on. This girl isn't actually human. She's a fox demon. When I was captured by that great demon into the immortal fox forest, she was the one responsible for guarding me. This fox demon is nice and treats me well. So I promised her that I would take her to escape from the immortal fox forest in the future. And then we got together. At first, I was afraid that the matriarch and the others wouldn't accept it, so I didn't dare to let her out. And now it's time for us to go, so I'll let her come out and get to know everyone. Her name is Willow White Dye. Everyone can call her Sister Willow, Yian said, scratching his head awkwardly. He had thought about how to introduce himself to everyone last night, but when it came down to it he couldn't even do all of it. However, it was good that they had finally found a way to hide Lu Baiyan's identity from the public. If this were to let Xin Ren and the others know that this was the great demon who had kidnapped him, it was estimated that the three women would have to be so scared that they would startle the fetus. The three girls were quick to accept it. Xinren said, "So that's how it is. Since Sunga brought her back from the outside, she'll be our sister from now on." "Yes, seeing as sister is the oldest, we'll call you Sister Lu." "Hello, Sister Willow." "Aha!" Lu Baiyan faintly laughed, then gave Yian a big blank stare. Yian, on the other hand, was busy saying in his heart, "If you want to go to the Yi family's main house, act your part. In case the Yi family finds out, even I'll be finished." Lu Bei gave Yian a blank look, but did not say anything more. This identity thing is also so covered up for the time being, as today was the day to leave for the Lord's house. That's why Yi Quan, the head of the family, as well as Yi Shan, Xin Ren's mother, also came over early. They prepared some food for a few people to eat on the way. Originally, Yi Shan was also going to follow back, but it could be that the split family is now reorganizing and there are many things to deal with on this side as well. So Yi Shan stayed for the time being. When the separation was stabilized later, he would return to the main house to join Xinren. The two men delivered their things with a few words of advice and left. After all, they had something to do as well. Yian asked the two Yitonger again what would happen to the elixir and talisman business of the split family when they left. Yi Inger said, "There are rune seal masters and alchemists in other branch families as well. There's no need to worry about the side of the branch family. We're looking forward to it now instead. After we arrive at the main family, we might be able to come into contact with even more advanced talisman seals and pills." Yi nodded, and while a few people were talking, Yi Xinyan was also finally here, and she was even holding a carriage. Obviously this is for a long drive. It's at least a day's journey from the branch home back to the main home. All three sisters are pregnant, and we're afraid we'll have to travel a day and a half to get there, and a little rest on the way with this wagon. Yi Xianren said, "Thank you, Sister Xin, but it's not just the three of us. There's another girl who wants us to go back together too," Yi Xinren said and greeted Lu Baiyan as he walked out of the room. As soon as Lu Baiyan came out, Yi Xinyan's face visibly froze, and her gaze at Lu Baiyan tensed for a few moments. However, Lu Bei smiled at her, and without speaking, he was the first to get into the carriage, leaving Yi Xinyan frozen in place as a whole, not knowing what to think. So what? This Miss Lu is the woman that Sunga brought back from outside. Yes, Sister Xin, this Miss Lu is still a fox demon. Is she awesome? Yi Xinren and the others said. Yi Xinyan sniffed and also looked at Yian. Yian scratched his head with a face full of embarrassment and said, "So what? It's getting late, we better get going," said Yian. Also got into the carriage. Yi Xianren and the others didn't talk nonsense when they saw this, and one by one, they all dug in. Except this was a good one, and the inside was full. Yi Xinyan sighed helplessly at the situation and could only sit in the driver's seat herself. Only then did he drive the carriage, step by step, towards the outside of the split formation. However, it was okay at first. As the crowd sailed out of the divided family city guard formation, they saw the scene outside. All at once the carriage was alive with activity. "It's beautiful. Is this the outside world? I haven't been out in years," Yi Xinren lamented. "Who isn't? If we hadn't been able to go back to the main house, we're afraid we'd never have had a chance to leave the branch in our lives," Yi Inger also said. In fact, they were all pretty miserable. If they hadn't run into Yian and gotten pregnant, many people may not be able to conceive a child in their lifetime. Not to mention leaving the split to see what's out there, and listen to the sounds of heckling in the carriage. Yi Xinyan, who had been rushing along, couldn't help but sigh. Why wouldn't you want to have someone with you to be able to talk and joke around with? But one just doesn't have it. Yian was captured by a great demon and was able to abduct a fox demon back along with him. Is he really that attractive? Maybe I should have been more proactive? Thinking about it, Yi Xinyan also couldn't help but look at the carriage door at the back, eyes full of envy. Chapter 53, Good Sense reaches 70. Robbing Chen Erbio. Catching up is the most boring, especially when one is sleepy. It was as if this sleepiness was contagious, and soon the entire carriage, except Yian, fell asleep. Yian sighed helplessly and walked out of the compartment for air. By the way, I also checked my present-day merit value. After all, that was a big battle last night. Why don't you get yourself a wave of merit value? Sure enough, As he checked, Yi Yan was surprised to find out he himself had actually earned a full 500 merit points last night. It was surprising to have one's merit value return to 16,050 points from a new level. Looking at so many merit values, Yi Yan was also taken aback, but when he checked the reward record, he realized what was really going on. It's true that he was exhausted last night, but it's not reasonable to give so much, and as he checked the rewards, he was surprised to find that just last night Lu Baiyan's favorability had reached 70. It was also because of this that he received an additional 300 points of merit value. Obviously, without these 300 points, it would be impossible for him to gather 500 merit points. You should know that Yi Shinran was a lower grade spirit root and only had 10 points each time, and Yi Tonger and Yi Inger only had 20 points each time. Although Lu Baiyan was a bit higher, it was only 50 points each time. It was hard enough for him to harvest 200 points of merit value out of the 4 women last night, and looking at Lu Baiyan's favorability, Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Hey, the teacher is sincere. It's true that time can make love. If this keeps up, Ryu Baiyan will have to fall dead in love with me. TSK. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Min was overwhelmed with anticipation. Damn, the current Ryu Baekhyun throws himself a face every day. When the favorability pulls through, High and Low will have to shovel her 2 slaps in the face so she knows who's her man. As Yi Yan was thinking, Yi Xinyan on the side also spoke up. Why did Lord Yi come out? Oh, they're all asleep. I came out to get some air, said Yi, and also sat down next to him and then asked, where are we? Yi Xinyan laughed. We're almost at Qingyang Road. Rush to Qingyang Road tonight, and we'll be at the main house almost at noon tomorrow. Yi Yan nodded at his words. Regarding this Qingyang Dao, he had also learned a bit about it when he was splitting his family. Qingyang Road was the only passageway linking Yi Jiaguan from the branch. That's why you have to pass through here every time you go back to the main house. However, once they crossed the Qingyang Road, they were also very close to Yi Jia Pass. Once he thought of this, Yi Yan couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, this was the first time he had to go to such a large city after traveling through the world of immortal cultivation. It's exciting to think about. And while Yi Yan and the others were rushing, at this moment on a hill near the Qingyang Dao, a youth in a black robe was standing here, and around him stood a full dozen or so of his men armed with large swords. At this moment a henchman was kneeling in front of him. Respectfully, Brother Biao, the news just came back. Yi Xinyan has moved. We'll almost make it to Qingyang Road before nightfall. Chen Erbio couldn't help but laugh at his words. Great. You'll send a message back to Broken Head Mountain now to inform Big Brother. Just say that Yi Xinyan is leaving today, and tell him to come quickly. Yes. The men were busy responding. Chen Erbio, on the other hand, waved his hand and shouted at the other men. Brothers, get your asses in gear. When we catch Yi Xinyan later, we'll all be heavily rewarded. Yes. The crowd shouted in unison. Yi Yan naturally didn't know this. As a matter of fact, at this moment, he was chatting happily with Yi Xinyan. How to say that Yi Yan also lived for 70 years in his previous life, although he did not have a daughter-in-law, but this means of flirting with the girl that has learned a lot. It's almost as if the saying that you've never eaten pork, but you've seen a pig run is understood to the letter. No, at this moment, he transformed his appearance back to 70 years old, looking at Yi Xinyan in disbelief. Is this really how you married Sister Mercy in the first place? Yi Xinyan couldn't help but ask. Yi Yan nodded. That and fake. You are unaware that at that time I married Xianren with the mindset of certain death. It was also because of marrying her that I realized I could even cultivate. It's called a blessing in disguise. And the good thing is that we're in a good relationship now too. So maybe it's fate. Yi Xinyan nodded her head as well. Historically, there have indeed been quite a few cultivators who were late bloomers. And your case may be one of them. But for cultivators, 70 is actually not a very old age. You don't have to mind too much, or change back. Yi nodded. However, just as he was about to change back to his youthful appearance, suddenly Yi Xinyan, who was on the side, was violently pulling the reins. In an instant the carriage stopped. Yi Yan was busy looking towards the front, only to see that a dozen or so fires were lit up in front of the dark Qingyang Road. A dark red flag is still faintly visible in it. It was just too dimly lit to see what was written on it. The sudden stop of the carriage also woke up all 4 women inside. Sunga, Sister Xian, is something wrong? Yi Shinran asked as she hurriedly picked open the curtain. Lu Baiyan in the carriage, on the other hand, was frowning slightly, with killing intent in his eyes. Yi Xinyan whispered, it's not looking good. We've run into the Broken Hill people, but our Yi family has never had any dealings with them, so we should just happen to bump into them. Wait until I ask for information, said Yi Xinyan and shouted. I don't know which head of Broken Head Mountain is it. We are members of the Yi clan of Yi Jiaguan. I wonder if we can make it easy for you. As Yi Xinyan's voice rang out, sure enough, A burly youth from the opposing team stepped out. The youth laughed through the firelight. Chen Erbio of Broken Head Mountain. Miss Yi. It's you we've been waiting for. Take it down for me. As Chen Erbiao's voice fell, a dozen flames rushed towards the carriage where Yian and the others were. Yi Xinyan's face sank at the sight and shouted, "All stay here and don't move." After saying that, he instantly drew his longsword and rushed forward to meet the dozen or so flames. Yi Xinyan was worthy of being groomed by the Yi family to be their successor. The kill was very decisive. With a single strike, he instantly decapitated 4 rushing Broken Head Mountain henchmen in a row. For a while it actually forced the others to not dare to come forward again, but instead they went around to the sides and surrounded the carriage. Yi Xinyan also took the opportunity to shout, "You Broken Head Mountain has been within my Yi family's territory for all these years, and our Yi family and you have no quarrels with each other. I don't know what Boss Chen's intentions are with this move tonight?" Chen Erbiao smiled at his words. "What's the point? Isn't it obvious? Can't you see the robbery? As for your claim that there was no transgression, isn't there now? Little ones, Yi Xinyan killed my Broken Head Mountain brothers. Take her down for me, and don't leave anyone in the carriage behind. Behead them all." "Yes." As Chen Erbiao's voice fell, in an instant, the surrounding group of men also rushed over towards the carriage. Seeing this, Yi Xinyan rolled over and decapitated 3 or 4 more of his men. Those henchmen were not strong, and for a while they really couldn't get close to the carriage. The distant Chen Erbiao's face sank when he saw this. In an instant, the entire person rushed towards Yi Xinyan. The sound was so powerful that it even created a strong wind behind him, and Chen Ersoring was indeed strong enough to instantly rush in front of Yi Xinyan. With one punch, he blasted onto Yi Xinyan's long sword. The long sword instantly bent, and Chen Ersoi's punch also directly blasted onto Yi Xinyan's body. It sent her flying backward, instantly spitting blood. Fortunately, Yi Yan's eyes and hands were quick, which caught Yi Xinyan, who flew backward, and Chen Erbiao couldn't help but smile when he saw the Yi Yan who appeared. "It seems that your Yi family really has no one left. I can't believe they sent an old man out to do something." "Old man, can you still carry a knife?" The henchman on the sidelines laughed at that. "Big brother, you are not asking a question knowingly. Not to mention the knife. I'm afraid I can't even carry it." Chapter 54, How low is the threshold for robbery? I have this damn desire to win. Facing each other's taunts, Yi Yan also said with a helpless sigh, "Boys, that's not very nice of you to say. Haven't you ever heard of a treasured sword? You're not old enough? Are you going to laugh me to death?" Chen Erbiao said with a sudden laugh. The group of henchmen next to him were also laughing their asses off. Chen Erbiao even ripped open the waistband of his pants in public. Yi Yan was busy covering Yi Xinyan's eyes when he saw this, while shouting at Yi Xinyan and the others, "Don't look!" Yi Xinren reacted quickly and immediately pulled the curtains closed. Chen Ersoring provocatively peed and said, "Old man, see, 3 feet away. Are you okay?" The henchman next to him laughed even more. "Old man, look carefully. Our brother Biao is here against the wind. You're lucky if you can go downwind without spilling a shoe." Yi Yan sniffed and shook his head helplessly. "People are not frivolous. I was young once, but children, as the saying goes, honor the old and love the young. What have you learned about propriety and integrity from the dogs?" Chen Erbiao sniffed and sneered. "Righteousness, integrity and shame? I'm all about propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame. Get him for me." As Chen Ersoring's voice fell, the surrounding henchmen also rushed towards Yi Yan and the others once again. Yi Xinyan endured the severe pain and tried to strike, but as soon as she exerted her strength she suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. Apparently she was badly hurt. This Chen Erbiao is a horizontal practitioner of hard kung fu, enough to be at the 3rd level of the talent realm. You have to be careful. Yi Yan sniffed, but he couldn't help but freeze and thought, "You can come out and rob at the 3rd level of the talent realm? Nima. I'm at the 5th level of the gifted warp and I don't even dare. What gives him the right?" Thinking of Yi Yan, he waved his hand, and instantly a wave of sword chi directly surfaced. The moment this sword chi appeared, it directly exploded towards the men rushing around. The speed of the sword chi was very fast, and almost instantly it had flown in a circle around the carriage. Yin didn't even see what happened. Good lord, those rushing henchmen actually all lay on the ground one by one, covered in blood. And this scene was also watched as Chen Erbiao directly froze in place. At this moment, he realized that he was somewhat unable to see the strength of the old man in front of him clearly. "You, who the hell are you? The Yi family has never heard of someone like you." Yi Yan sniffed. "You mean me? Child, it's normal that you don't recognize me. I'm the Yi family's flunky. I was just about to report to the Lord's house when I ran into you hijacking the road. But then again, is the threshold of the immortal cultivation world's heist so low? Even the 3rd level of the heavenly mansion realm can come out to rob the Tao? I'm at the 5th level of the heavenly mansion realm, and I wouldn't dare come out to rob the road. Heaven, The 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm? You actually have the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm? Chen Erbiao's face couldn't help but change when he heard this, and at the same time, he unconsciously took 2 steps backward, obviously wanting to leave at any moment. However, Yin would not give him a chance, instantly raising his hand and pointing. In an instant, the sword blade went straight through Chen Erbiao's chest. Chen Er Soaring said with his mouth open, looking at the wound on his chest in disbelief. You, Yin said, don't you grow up in your next life. Go to the immortal realm and then come out again. Heavenly Prefecture realm, you are out to hijack the road. If you don't die, who will die? I've always been too shy to pretend to be a pussy, but you're still pretending to be a pussy. Chen Erbiao quickly collapsed to the ground, but apparently there was still a breath left that wasn't completely dead. Yin put Yi Xinyan on the carriage and was helped into the carriage by Yi Xinren and the others. It was then that he came close to Chen Erbiao to check his injuries. At the same time, they scavenged their weapons and belongings in passing. Chen Erbiao had obviously been breathing in less and out more, hanging on by a single breath, but it was obvious that he wouldn't live long. After Yin finished collecting things, he heard Yi Xianren shout from the carriage. Sunga, Sister Xianyan said for you to hurry back. We have to get out of here quickly. In case the rest of Broken Head Mountain comes over, we'll be in danger. Good. I'll take a piss and come. Yin responded, then looked at Chen Er Soaring on the ground. Seeing his 2 eyes staring straight at him, Yin was also not in a good mood. It was such a big deal just now. The old man thought it was going to be P almost scared. It turns out that it's only the Heavenly Mansion realm. You young man really doesn't speak of martial virtues. With that, Yin unzipped the waistband of his pants and peed on the spot. The result is this urine. But see Chen Erbiao completely frozen, because he saw that Yin was surprisingly 3 feet further away than him. The most excessive thing was that Yin was also up against the wind. A gust of wind blew by, causing Chen Erbiao's hair to swing back and forth. And Chen Erbiao also failed to reach his breath and instantly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. There was no breath. That's dead? Looking at Chen Erbiao's already lax eyes, Yin also shivered, then raised the waistband of his pants. Oi, my damn desire to win. Slipped and slipped. After saying that, Yin picked up the scavenged things and ran towards the carriage. Yi Xinren put the things away inside the nascent sphere. Yin then drove the carriage by himself, bypassing the corpses towards the front and continued to rush up the road. Anyway, there was only one road from Qingyang Dao to Yijiaguan. Yin didn't worry about getting lost either. And although Yi Xinyan's injuries were not light, she at least had no fear for her life for the time being. So the situation is stable for the time being. However, Yi Xinyan was still a little worried and took out something like a firework cracker and handed it to Yin and said, "This is the warning signal of my Yi family. You let go quickly. Broken Hill is obviously prepared tonight. I'm afraid they have reinforcements. Release the warning signal and father will come to meet us." Yin nodded his head as he sniffed, and immediately threw it up at the sky. Sure enough, the next moment the warning signal blew up. It turned into a brilliant firework and exploded in midair. Yin then reassured, "Well, you and rest in peace. I'm taking you home." After saying that, Yin continued to drive the carriage and set off. What they don't know, however, is this. At this moment, in the direction of Qingyang Dao near Yijiaguan, a person wearing a dark red robe was flying in midair. Beside him were 2 or 3 of his men. One of them was busy shouting when he saw the warning fireworks. "Boss, it's the Yi family's warning fireworks. It looks like the oldest has already made his move." The dark red-robed middle-aged man in the center also laughed at his words. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yi Jiaguan side is all notified. Right, back to boss. It's all been arranged. Both Bai Ren and Chen Shute have already received the news. It's just that the Yi family doesn't have any experts left nowadays besides Yi Changfeng. Do we need to be so careful?" The dark red black-robed man sniffed but coldly grunted. "What do you know? If I hadn't suffered the loss of insufficient preparation back then, why would I have ended up occupying a mountain as a bandit?" So from then on, the old man swore, "No matter what kind of people you face again in the future, you must be prepared. I don't believe that if a lion fights a rabbit with all its might, I will still lose. If I can lose even like this, I will completely resign myself to my fate." The 2 henchmen also not only gave a thumbs up at the words, "Big brother is wise." Chapter 55. My dearest friend is so powerful. Marrying a rebel? There were hardly any people rushing along Qingyang Road at night. Although this place wasn't far from Yijia Pass, it was after all the border area of the Great Yin Dynasty. The law and order situation, naturally, is not comparable to that of the major big cities, and often the only people who dared to walk this road late at night were some people from large families. At the moment on the Qingyang Dao pipeline, Yin was driving the carriage, hoofing it along. The women in the car also had serious faces. Only Lu Baiyan was the only one who had a relaxed look on his face, clearly not putting the trouble they had stumbled upon in his eyes. And just as Yian was in a hurry to catch up, suddenly a voice but rang in his head. There's another one coming. How are you going to deal with it this time? Hearing the familiar voice, Yian's heart also thumped. It was because he didn't notice anyone approaching, but Lu Baiyan did. That meant that the other party's strength was definitely above his own. Could it be the big boss of Broken Head Mountain? Daughter-in-law, you've got to step up to the plate this time. You don't want to become a widow, do you? Yuck. Who's your daughter-in-law? Also, even if you die, this fox fairy will not become a widow. He could be scoping you out in no time. So you'd better think fast, Ryu Baiyan said as he watched the show. Obviously there was no intention of making a move. Yian also cursed in his heart when he saw this. When you turn around and pull your favor, you'll see if I let you wear black silk or not, and it'll be over. Although his heart was upset, Yian could only hurry to find a way. He didn't think that Ryu Baiyan was joking. Though under hard pressure, Lu Baijan would surely make a move as well. But it was naturally better not to reveal her identity if she could. Thinking about it, Yian immediately pulled the reins, and immediately the carriage stopped. Yi Shinran and the others were also stunned when they saw this and asked busily, why did the Sagittarius stop? Yeah, we've got to hurry, Yian said while turning the carriage around. Don't even talk. The people from Broken Head Mountain seem to be coming. Ha! The three women's faces instantly changed when they heard this. Yi Xinyan was even more busy. Then you should also hurry and run in the direction of Yi Jiaguan. Why are you still running back? You'll see later. Yian didn't have too much time to explain, and after saying that, he set up the carriage and started to rush up the road, but it was significantly slower at the moment, and just a mere half a minute after Yian started walking back with the crowd, he really felt a strong aura coming from the sky. Frightened, Yian hastily retracted his probing and lowered his head to muffle his voice as he hurried on, and at the same time, the three black demon fiends in midair had discovered Yian and his party's carriage. The henchman next to him said, Big brother, there's a carriage down there. An old man. It's rushing in our direction. Want to do it by hand? The black demon fiend sniffed coldly. Don't waste any time. Just rush to meet up with Lao San first. It's not too late to fix it later if we run into them. The two henchmen also felt that it made sense. And at that moment, the group of people actually didn't really stop to care about Yian and the others. It quickly swept past the heads of Yian and the others. And the whole time Yian didn't dare to raise his head for a moment, pretending that he didn't notice the other party as he silently rushed along. As for Yi Xinyan and the others, that was even more so as their hearts were in their throats, just in case something goes wrong. It was a good thing that the Black Demon Fury and the others left soon after, and Yian also waited for a while after making sure that the other party had gone far away. Feeling that his party had already gone out of the Black Demon Fury's perception range, he then busied himself with stopping the carriage to turn it around. Then he continued to start rushing in the direction of Yi Jiaguan. Lu Baiyan obviously did not expect that Yian would avoid the Black Demon Fiend and the others so easily. Surprisingly, he was a bit disbelieving for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, "What kind of operation are you running? Why don't they come down and check it out?" This was also the doubt of Yi Xinyan and the others, so after seeing Lu Baiyan ask, Yi Xinyan and the others also looked at Yian with a curious expression. "Yes, Sunga, why do they seem to have missed us? It's not that we didn't see it, they must have noticed us, but why didn't they care about us at all?" Yi Xinyan also asked in confusion. Yian smiled at his words. "That's life experience. Do you really think your Sunga has lived these 70 years in vain? So what's going on here?" Yi Inger asked. Yian laughed as he hurried along. "It's called mental suggestion. Psychological suggestion?" The few women were obviously a bit unable to understand what they were hearing. Yian laughed. "Think about it, just now we were walking backward, so we were in the same direction as the Black Demon Fury and the others, so they subconsciously assumed that we're coming from the direction of Yi Jiaguan. And again, we're using a horse-drawn carriage, something only used by hordes of people or less powerful cultivators. Plus I was the image of an old man driving the cart, so naturally they didn't take us seriously, subconsciously thinking we're just purely passing through. And even if it wasn't passing through, it doesn't matter, because we're heading in the same direction as them, and sooner or later we're going to run into them. And just now we set off the warning fireworks, so they're all in a hurry to get over to the rendezvous. Naturally, we won't waste time on us taking a step back. Even if they wanted to silence us, they could have waited for us ahead and killed us in passing when we arrived. Wouldn't that have been more convenient? So they are not going to come down and stop us." The women were all baffled after hearing Yian's narration. Even Lu Baiyan felt as if Yian's words still really made sense. If it were up to you, it doesn't seem like you'd waste time coming down to explore. After all, there are more important things ahead. After a few women reacted, they couldn't help but praise it even more. "You're great, Sunga." "Yes, I didn't even realize before that you, Sunga, are actually so good at calculating people's hearts as well. Yian smiled and didn't say anything. After all, it was true that there wasn't much chance to use it before, wasn't it? Now that it's used, it's not going to be a good fit. However, just as Yian was feeling complacent in his heart, Yi Xinyan on the side reacted. But it can only be dodged once. When the Black Demon Fiend and the others arrive at the front and see the corpses of Chen Erbio and the others, won't we be exposed as usual? Yi Xianren was also busy with her words. Yes, Mr. Sang, what are we going to do then? Or else let's change direction. Hiding before they come back? Yian sniffed but shook his head. This is a death wish. The Black Demon Fiends won't be looking around if they come back and don't see us. We can't even outrun them in our wagons. What then? Yi Inger worried. Yian but laughed. Don't worry, Sunga, I won't let anything happen to you guys. With this IQ of the Black Demon Fiend, even if he comes back for another trip, I'll still make sure he doesn't see us. Really, Sagami? All four women were visibly taken aback by what they heard. Yian laughed. Would I joke about it? Don't worry. Although Yian's mouth said so, his heart was busy shouting. I say, Auntie, if you can beat Black Demon Fury, don't play, okay? Wouldn't it be nice to hurry up and clean him up? Do you have to play your husband like that? Lu Baiyan sniffed but laughed. Now you know you're afraid? Weren't you quite capable when you were pretending in front of your ladies just now? Fine. I'll wait and see how you dodge the Black Demon Fiend's probe for the second time too. By the way, just to remind you, they can be back soon. Yian simply wanted to die when he sniffed. You marry a good daughter-in-law, but you end up marrying a backstabber. This is the rhythm of not stopping until you've played yourself to death. Chapter 56 My dearest is so bad. I won't beg you even if I die. It's just that although the heart is bitter, but this little life still has to be so Yian could only continue to rush on with his head. However, for safety's sake, he was also quick to change his appearance back to that of his youthful state. And indeed, Lu Baizhen did not lie to him. Just less than 10 minutes after they started to rush, the Black Demon Fiend trio had then angrily killed back. In mid-air, the two henchmen of the Black Demon Fiend also said angrily, Big brother, do you think it could be that old man just now? Surprisingly, he killed so many of us, even the oldest three are dead. Yes, big brother, this is simply a strange shame. What's the difference between this and slapping you in the face? That old man clearly didn't have you in his sights. The Black Demon Fiend also got angrier and angrier as he listened, saying, asterisk. In all my years at Broken Head Mountain, I've never been the one to break other people's heads. No one has ever dared to break our Broken Head Mountain's head. There's definitely something wrong with that old man. When we catch him, directly get him killed for me. Yes, the three of them were also talking as they quickly hurried back towards the way they came. It wasn't long before they saw another carriage. Only this time the carriage was still rushing in the same direction as them. And the man who was rushing along had changed from the old man at the beginning to a young lad. Boss, not this wagon it seems. This wagon is driven by a young man. And in the wrong direction. The Black Demon Fury didn't think much at all about the anger in his heart and said angrily, then why don't you go after them? That old man's wagon. It's 80% that he turned around and ran away too. Yes. At that moment, the three of them quickly chased towards the front. They didn't even notice when Yian's carriage below them secretly reduced its speed. And looking at the Black Demon Fiend trio, they actually did fly over their heads once again and didn't come down again. This time, even Lu Baiyan was completely petrified. Sagittarius, how in the world did you do that? Yes, you are simply divine. Could that Black Demon Fury really not see us? How is this possible? Yi, and how the hell did you do this? Yi Xinyan clearly didn't believe in the whole not seeing them thing. But if the Black Demon Fury could see them, why did it just not come down to them? Yi Xinyan couldn't figure it out no matter how she thought about it. The other few women were also looking at Yian with puzzled faces, obviously not knowing why this was. Even Lu Baiyan couldn't help but open his mouth. How the hell did you do that? Yian sniffed and said to himself in his heart, how come you know what your man is like now? Yes, on the strength I am not your opponent, but on the life experience, your Sangha has not really served anyone. Are you going to say it or not? Looking at Yian's villainous look, Lu Baiyan's anger was uncontrollable. If you don't say anything, I really don't care about you when the Black Demon Fury comes, Ryu Baiyan said. Yian smiled at his words. Are you threatening me? Little fox fairy. I'm really telling you, you can't threaten me this time. You love to make a move or not. Without you this time I can still make it work, but as your man, I'm done with you. I can still tell you why the Black Demon Fury still didn't come down on RA the second time. For no other reason than to make you worship me and show you how strong your man is, said Yi, and straightened his waist and spoke the reason in the adoring gazes of Yi Xin several girls. It's actually quite simple that this second Black Demon Fury still won't come down, because they came back this time, mainly because they wanted to find the old man from earlier. But I'm already in the form of a youth now, so naturally they won't think I'm the old man from earlier. And on top of that, they're headed in the same direction as them again. Their first thought must have been that we were going in the wrong direction, and by the time they react, the old man just now might turn his head and run away too, and they'll think I'm the right age for the old man. So they subconsciously rule out that we're the same group that was just there. That's why they still didn't come down the second time. Hearing Yi Yan's explanation, the gazes of Yi Xin Ren's three girls couldn't even be described as worship. That's almost obsessive already. Even Yi Xin Yan's eyes changed as she looked at Ji Gu, adding a few more points of appreciation. Sunga, you're just so bad. Yeah, you're practically hiding it from the world. The three of them, Yi Xinren, couldn't help but say. However, Yi Xinyan was still relatively calm as she said, but this kind of thing is at best a second time, not a third. When they react, they'll still kill back. What will we do then? Yi Xinren's three daughters also looked at Yi, and when they heard this, but they were obviously not as worried as they were at the beginning. They obviously felt that Yi Yan must still have a way to fix it. Yi Yan laughed. You think I'm idly playing hide and seek with them here? Do the math. How long have we fought to delay them these last two times? Yi Xinyan's four girls were stunned, but then they all reacted. Are you waiting for my dad? Yi Xinyan exclaimed. Yi nodded. That's a lot of back and forth. Not to mention more than that, but 15 minutes is always something. Plus the fact that we weren't far from Yi Jiaguan in the first place, and we've still been rushing towards Yi Jiaguan the whole time. It's been 15 minutes, so how come your dad's almost here? When the black demon fiends come back from their kill, they're bound to be curious about how we managed to evade them. I'll find a way to bull ***** them when the time comes and burn some time. What's the matter? The head of the family will be able to arrive. And once the Lord family head arrives, even though I don't dare to say that I will definitely be able to kill the black demon fiend, it shouldn't be a problem to take us back to the Lord's house, right? Yi Xinyan couldn't help but nod at his words. You're right. We'll be safe when my father arrives. Besides, after you've bought so much time, my father shouldn't be far from here already. Yi Yan, you're really good. Yi Yan smiled at his words. That's natural, but I'm good at more than that. Yi Xinren's three girls froze at the words, and their pretty faces couldn't help but blush. Yi Tong'er even whispered, You're annoying, Sunga, saying such things nonsense. Yi Yan then laughed. What? Isn't what I'm saying the truth? Yi Xinyan naturally heard what they were saying again, and couldn't help but also look to the side with a flushed face. As a result, she didn't expect to see that Lu Baiyan's cheeks on the side had actually reddened as well. I didn't realize that even Sister Lu is already Yi Yan's woman, Yi Xinyan said to herself in her heart, while her eyes were filled with envy. Yi Yan, on the other hand, was currently pleased with himself, and said to Lu Baiyan in his heart, Little fox fairy, now you know how powerful your husband is? Liu Baiyan didn't have the good sense to say, You're nothing but a fluke, and you better pray that you can actually delay until Yi Changfeng arrives, but don't cry and beg me for help when Yi Changfeng doesn't arrive by then. Asking for a favor? Yin laughed. Yi Yan, have lived for 70 years. What storms have I not seen before? I tell you I haven't lived these 70 years for nothing, and this manly backbone, I haven't lost it. Let me tell you, Yi Yan, will not beg for your help even if I die here today. Lu Baiyan didn't say anything with a smile, and while they were talking, sure enough a terrifying aura also killed back again. Yi Yan also stopped the carriage without slowing down when he saw this, then stood in front of the carriage and laughed. Ladies watch, look at your men. What a way to tease this broken-headed mountain big dog. Chapter 57, Kid, are you messing with me? Where's your backbone? Yi Yan stood in front of the carriage in an imposing manner. It was as if the backs that hadn't been straightened for 70 years in his last life were all straightened together in this moment, and at this moment in the sky, a terrifying aura with a cloud of black gas was also rapidly falling down towards the ground. If it was on a normal day, Yi Yan would definitely run as far as he could and as fast as he could, but this time, it was completely different. He stood without fear, and even looked at Yi Xinren and the others with a look of adoration. After all, what woman doesn't look up to a strong man? And at this moment, Yi Yan's appearance in their eyes was that of a strong man. Kid, there's something weird about you. As soon as the three black demon fiends landed on the ground, one of them, a black-robed man with long hair, opened his mouth and asked. The hearts of the few women in the carriage were also in their throats at the words. After all, the ones standing in front of them at the moment were a few people from the famous Broken Head Mountain. Especially the middle-aged man in the center with the dark red robe was the legendary Black Demon Fury. Where can they not be nervous? Yet Yi Yan was as if nothing was wrong and said lightly. Weird? What's odd about it? This senior, what aspect of eccentricity are you referring to? The Black Demon Fiend obviously had little patience and said in a cold voice. You still know how to address seniors. count your kid as having some manners. Say, did you see an old man driving a wagon on the road just now? Ian sniffed and shook his head. Never seen it. I wonder what the old man looks like. The black demon fiend frowned at his words. Who are all those people in your wagon? Ian smiled at his words. Oh, all my insiders. Insiders? There are at least 5 women inside. All your insiders? The long-haired, black-robed man asked. Ian said with a puzzled face. What's the problem? It's against the law to have a lot of doppelgangers? You, the long-haired, black-robed man was immediately speechless with dislike. The black demon fiend, on the other hand, was impatient. Don't talk to him, just kill him and check his memories. The long-haired black-robed man sniffed and immediately nodded his head to make his move. Ian saw that the other party was about to make a move here and was also busy saying, Hey wait, 3 seniors, I seem to recall that I have actually seen an old man. It seems to be running that way, Ian said with a finger pointing to a diverging path on the side. The 3 black demon fiends sniffed and looked over there. Ian Xin was also relieved. And the few women in the carriage at the back had their hearts in their throats. They both knew Ian was buying time. But whether or not the 3 black demon fiends believed it, that might not be the case. The 3 of them glanced at the diverging path, only to hear the black demon fury say, Kill him and let's go over there. As soon as those words came out of his mouth, the long-haired black-robed man was about to make another move. Ian was speechless. No, big brother, I've shown you the way. Why do you still want to kill and kill? You guys are not making sense. The black demon fury smiled at his words. No reason? I'm the ing reason. Do it. The long-haired black-robed man was about to make a move right away. And Ian was busy. Wait. Well, you're going to do it anyway. Dead or alive. Then I won't pretend. It's me you're looking for, that old man. Ian saw that the 3 black demon fiends really froze when he finished speaking. The long-haired, black-robed man said, You think I'm ing blind? You're an old man? Believe it or not, I'll kill you now. Ian saw that the other party didn't believe in it and didn't bother to talk nonsense, directly transforming into the appearance of an old man in front of the 3. And this time, the 3 were completely dumbfounded. They all looked at Ian, and in half a day, they surprisingly did not say a word. Ian saw that they didn't seem to understand what was going on, so said, What? Can't figure it out? The old man you first saw was me. The youth I saw for the second time. It was me too. Ian said, becoming young once again. Old man, turning into an old man. Youth, changing youth. Old man, the youth are all mine. Can you understand it now? Ian's operation was also completely enraging the black demon fury, pointing at Ian's nose and cursing. Kid, you ing tricked us. The other 2 also revealed their killing intent at once. Yet Ian was serious. I'm 70 years old. Old me. What's the offense? Besides, how hard it is to talk about juggling. Old man, this is childish. I should say I'm playing with you guys. I'm playing you guys. What did you say? You're ing dying. The black demon fiend was instantly enraged at his words. However, before he could strike, Ian laughed. Wait, it's fine with me if I want to fight. But aren't you forgetting one thing? What is it? The long-haired, black-robed man asked. Ian pointed behind him. We've been putting out the Yi family's warning signals for a long time. The old man has been circling you for so long again on the road. Are you sure you want to make a move now? Said Ian, pointing behind the black demon fury trio. I don't need to tell you how far it is from here to Yi Jiaguan, do I? Do you guys think Yi Changfeng has arrived at this moment? Oh, let me remind you again. Yi Changfeng's daughter is also on the carriage. Do you guys think he'll be furious when he sees you guys trying to deal with his daughter later? Ian stopped talking after he finished speaking, only looking provocatively at the black demon fiend trio. Yi Xinyan and the others in the carriage also couldn't help but laugh. The verbal sparring did buy a lot more time, and most crucially, it really subdued a few of the black demon fury. It was clear that they were in a bad situation, but in the end, it instead seemed as if it had become as if the black demon fiend's several people were surrounded by them. However, just when Ian was smug and a few women had a face that was just watching the fun, the 3 black demon fiends, however, laughed at the same time. The long-haired black-robed man said even more. Kid, so this is what you're relying on. Then do you want to shout to see if Yi Changfeng is here or not? Said the long-haired black-robed man, even shouted twice at the sky. Yi Changfeng, Yi Changfeng. Only after saying that did the long-haired black-robed man look at Ian and laugh. Boy, do you think there's a possibility? What about Yi Changfeng? He can't come tonight. Can't come? How is this possible? Yi Xinyan is still here. How could he not come to save his daughter? Ian was filled with disbelief. The black demon fiend, on the other hand, snorted coldly. Stupid. Wouldn't I not have a foolproof plan to do it? To tell you the truth, Yi Jiaguan also has Lao Fu's men tonight. Yi Changfeng, I'm afraid he hasn't even left the Yi family pass yet. By the time he arrives, I'm afraid your corpse will be cold. How is this possible? Yian was completely dumbfounded at his words. Even the faces of the few women inside the carriage changed. It was good that Yian reacted quickly and sniffed and busied himself. Even if Yi Changfeng can come, you guys can't kill us either. If you know what's good for you, I advise you to get out of here. I've got a big man in this wagon. If you piss her off, none of you will survive. The Black Demon Fiend trio sniffed but laughed. Yes? Didn't you just say that those in the carriage were your ladies? What? There's a bigot in your lady? Then I'd really like to see it. The long-haired black-robed man also laughed. That's right. Later on, we'll let our boss take a good look at which one of your 5 ladies is the big brother. Don't worry, our boss has bad eyes. He'll personally get his hands on it later. Ha ha ha. Yian had completely run out of tricks at this moment, and was busy shouting in his heart. Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law, I really have no choice, daughter-in-law. You hurry up and make a move, daughter-in-law. Lu Baiyan sniffed but laughed. I strike? This plot development seems to be going in the wrong direction. Who was it that just said that he wouldn't die begging for my help? Man, where's your backbone? Chapter 58. You don't want the baby to turn into a scarf. Ma'am, what boner? I said I have a boner. You heard wrong. Besides, how can you take it seriously when we're playing around and joking around as a couple? Isn't it? Yian was busy explaining. However, Lu Baiyan laughed. I'm sorry, but I'm really serious. Yian was completely speechless. However, the Black Demon Fiend trio at the back was clearly running out of patience, especially the Black Demon Fury, who directly waved his hand and shouted, "Kill him!" The long-haired black-robed man sniffed without any nonsense and instantly transformed into a ball of black gas and rushed towards Yian. And looking at this scene, Yi Xinyan on the carriage also turned her head, revealing an expression of despair. It seems to live on the border and have seen too much life and death. At this moment, there was surprisingly not the slightest bit of panic on her face, only candor. In contrast, a few of Yi Xinran's faces had panic written all over them. After all, they had been living in separate homes, and where had they really experienced such things? Seeing the black gas that the long-haired black-robed man transformed into getting closer and closer, Yian was also completely anxious and was busy shouting, "Daughter-in-law! Wife! Ma'am, will you stop playing? And if I die, who's going to help you boost the physique of the child in your belly? Do you want the child to be born a normal little fox, and then get bullied by other demonic beasts every day? Calling it a fatherless little bastard? Even captured and skinned by humans to make fox scarves? Ma'am, you don't want our child to be made into a fox scarf, do you?" Yian canonied into a stream of words, using almost every word he could think of in his life. However, Lu Baiyan was just sitting in the carriage, without the slightest intention to make a move, and seeing as the black-robed, long-haired man transformed into a black gas, he had already arrived behind himself. A sense of death threat instantly filled Yian's heart. In the heat of the moment, Yian couldn't care less about his backbone. Both legs softened and directly knelt down towards Lu Baiyan while shouting, "Daughter-in-law, I was wrong." After shouting this, Yian was also ready to receive his box lunch. However, he waited for a while with his eyes closed, but surprisingly, he didn't wait for that black-robed, long-haired man's attack at all. Instead, he waited until the Black Demon Fury exclaimed, "Surprisingly, there are experts. Move." At this moment, not only Yian, even Yi Xinyan and the others were taken aback, busy opening his eyes to see what's going on. As a result of this look, Yian directly froze, only to see that the black-robed, long-haired man had died at some point. The body fell right next to the wagon, stained with blood and not a bit of life in it. As for the Black Demon Fiend and another henchman, at this moment, they turned into a ball of black gas and charged straight up into the sky. However, in the carriage, Lu Baiyan walked out unhurriedly, glancing at Yian, who was kneeling next to him. He disdainfully said, "Useless little trash. You're only somewhat useful in bed." Only after saying this did Lu Baiyan instantly turn into a ball of white gas and directly chased after the 2 black demon fiends in the sky. At the same time a voice rang out in midair. "Did this fox fairy let you go? You're Ryu. How is this possible?" A shocked cry from the black demon fiend soon resounded in midair, followed by the sound of clanking and fighting, while the entire dark sky was illuminated by a bright light, and the 4 girls in the carriage, Yi Xinyan, were all stunned at the moment. One by one, they looked at Yian, clearly not understanding how Lu Baiyan could have such great strength. A woman with this kind of strength was really Yian's wife as well? And a fox demon with this kind of strength was really just a little fox? Yian saw this and said helplessly, "Okay, I confess. Lu Baiyan is actually the great demon that captured me that day." What? Hearing Yian's words, all 4 women froze in place. Yi Xinyan was even more shocked with her mouth wide open. Yian was busy saying, But don't you worry, she is indeed my daughter-in-law now too. Aside from being a little grumpy, he's actually quite nice. See if she didn't save us this time. Sagittarius, how did you end up with this great demon? Yi Shinran swallowed and asked. A few others looked at Yi Yan with the same curiosity. Yi Yan said with a helpless sigh, "Hey, she's actually pretty pathetic to say the least. All these years alone, not even an old partner. After I was captured I asked why I was valued by the Yi family, and I told her about my ability to impregnate you all. And then she ended up asking me if I could impregnate demonic beasts as well. And then, she becomes a child's mother." Shock was written all over the four women's faces as they sniffed. Even Yi Xinyan was stunned. Other people might not be able to figure out what was going on here, but she was well aware of it. A fox demon like Liu Bei, her spirit root was bound to be not low, but Yi Yan was surprisingly able to impregnate her as well. He himself was only a mere upper-grade spiritual root, and it was obvious that if Yi Yan could impregnate Liu Baiyan, then he could impregnate himself as well. While Yi Xinyan was thinking, Yi Inger on the side asked, "But Sagittarius, we are going to the main house after all. Why is she following us? Didn't the Yi family and her just form a bond? Does the Yi family master know about this?" Yi Yan was busy saying, "Yi family lord naturally doesn't know. We haven't even arrived at Yi family pass yet. But don't worry guys, Bai Dai is following me because she's waiting for me to help her improve her child's physique. She won't mess around, I promise. And when this matter waits until we reach Yi Jiaguan, I will naturally explain it clearly to the family head. If you can't, just find her a place to live outside. But you mustn't tell anyone else about this. She is a fox demon after all, and I'm afraid of scaring the others. Why? She's carrying my child too. You guys should be able to understand my feelings, right?" All four women couldn't help but nod at the words. Yi Xinyan's shocked face then improved a bit, and just as they were talking, Liu Baiyan had also already flown down from the sky. At the same time a nano ring was thrown in front of Yi Yan. Then I only heard Liu Baiyan say, "All of Black Demon Fury's belongings are in the nascent ring. There are still most of his men inside. It looks like he's prepared to completely exterminate your Yi family branch this time down the mountain. The lair side is bound to be empty. Turn around and tell Yi Changfeng to send some people over to kill them all in one pot. The proceeds are bound to be quite a lot. Consider this as my lodging fee. When I arrive at Yi Jiaguan I'll be staying at Yi Jia. Is there a problem?" Saying that, Liu Baiyan looked at Yi Xinyan. How could Yi Xinyan dare to refuse? Not to mention there was such a great benefit. Busy shaking her head. No problem. Great, Liu Bei said and walked towards the inside of the carriage while speaking to the three Jiang Rinner girls. "Come over here and squeeze my shoulders. You two keep going," said Liu Baiyan as he glanced at Yi Yan and Yi Xinyan. Where did Yi Xinyan dare to slack off? She could only brace herself and walk out of the carriage, then sat down next to Yi Yan. Yi Yan also smiled and laughed at Liu Baiyan. "Thanks daughter-in-law. Off. Get a move on." Liu Baiyan didn't have the good sense to say. Yi Yan didn't say anymore, and then set up the carriage and continued to rush up the road. At the same time, he also took out some third-grade pills and handed them to Yi Xinyan. "Take some first to suppress your injuries. We'll be there soon." "Thanks." Yi Xinyan took two of them and said at the same time, "I can physically carry it off, but I just don't know what's going on with father's side. Broken Head Mountain has made such a big move this time. I'm afraid father he." Chapter 59 Yi Changfeng blocked. Night attack on Broken Head Mountain. Yi Jiaguan, a small town that wasn't really populated. It wasn't even a city, it would be more appropriate to call it a town. But even though Yi Jiaguan wasn't big, it was already well developed compared to other towns. This is also largely due to the unique location of Yi Jiaguan. Yi Jiaguan was part of the Jianlan City area, and there are no less than 100 towns within Jianlan City. But in terms of scale and size Yi Jiaguan is able to rank in the top 3. This was mainly because Yi Jiaguan was the backdoor of Jianlan City and the defense line of Jianlan City. Because of its proximity to the immortal Fox Forest, Yi Jiaguan shouldered the heavy responsibility of fending off the demonic beasts. Therefore, Jianlan City's investment in this place is also huge. After all, if the backyard can't even be protected, then I'm afraid that Jianlan City won't be able to develop at ease. However, at this moment, on the streets within Jianlan City, Yi Changfeng was looking at the two black-robed men blocking his way with an icy face. These two people had an extraordinary breath, and they had fought with Yi Changfeng for dozens of rounds without losing, which also shocked Yi Changfeng's heart. One must know that Yi Changfeng was a Jindan realm powerhouse, and he was the only Jindan realm powerhouse in Yi Jiaguan previously. After all, this strength would be able to gain a foothold even in Jianlan City, so it was also rare for anyone to come to such a barren place like Yi Jiaguan. However, at this moment in front of him, there were two Jindan realm powerhouses. How could this not make Yi Changfeng feel alarmed? "My tiny Yi Jiaguan, to have two Jindan realm powerhouses appear at the same time. But it's really a groundbreaking event. I don't know why you two are blocking the old man. What is your intention? The two black-shadowed men sniffed but did not say anything, just staring straight at him. Yi Changfeng was anxious in his heart. After all, his daughter had released the warning fireworks, and he also knew that the situation over there was critical, but he couldn't get out of it himself for a while, which inevitably made him want to kill as well. The two of you stopped me late at night. I'm afraid you had a premeditated plan, since you struck out at my daughter outside the city. Don't blame me for not being polite. My Yi family has been guarding the Yi family pass for many years, and I too Yi Changfeng am not someone who is greedy and afraid of death. If you want to destroy my Yi family, you will not be able to do it without leaving a few lives behind. Yi Changfeng angrily rebuked, and immediately, his entire body erupted with monstrous killing intent. Rushing at the two black shadow people in front of him, he directly killed them. Those two saw this where they dared to be slow, and immediately responded to each. However, facing the furious Yi Changfeng, especially with that third layer of heart sword skill being executed, roused two people's strength was not low, but they were also instantly pressed into a downward spiral by also Yi Changfeng. However, these two people clearly did not want to fight with Yi Changfeng, so after exchanging a few rounds, sure enough, the shoulder of one of them was cut by Yi Changfeng, and just when Yi Changfeng thought that his opponent was injured, he would inevitably fight for his life as well. As a result, who knows that the two black-robed men were looking at each other, followed by even directly turned around and fled separately, and without the slightest hesitation, the escape was complete. Watching this scene, Yi Changfeng was also a bit angry. It was clear that the two were purely here to stall him. Seeing the two of them leave, Yi Changfeng didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately went all the way out of the city, rushed straight in the direction where the warning fireworks were lit up. But on Yi Yan's side, the group really didn't see Yi Changfeng all the way, and this made Yi Xinyan uncontrollably worry even more. After all, his own father was late, which was obviously not a good thing. That's fine if it's just blocked, but what if it's in some kind of danger? The good thing about this worry, though, is that it didn't last long. As they got closer and closer to Yi Jiaguan, finally, he bumped into Yi Changfeng, who rushed over. The moment Yi Changfeng saw Yi Xinyan, he also couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Boy, are you guys okay? What the hell happened? How did you get hurt? Looking at Yi Changfeng, Yi Xinyan actually couldn't help but cry directly, and then directly jumped into Yi Changfeng's arms. Apparently this girl who usually seemed incredibly strong was really scared this time too. Come to think of it, who isn't afraid when faced with life and death? Even Yi Yan, a veteran who had lived for 70 years, was so frightened that he did not hesitate to kneel down when faced with life and death. Not to mention Yi Xinyan. The four women poked their heads out of the carriage, and Yi Xinren said, "Family master, we ran into the black demon fiend of Broken Head Mountain, almost died at their hands." What? Yi Changfeng couldn't help but be shocked by his entire body when he heard this. That was an evil cultivator stronger than me. How did you guys survive? Yi Changfeng asked busily. Yi Xinren looked at Lu Baiyan next to her and laughed. It was Sister Ryu who saved us. That's right. Sister Lu is also Sunga's wife, and she's going to live with us in the main house this time too, Yi Inger also said. However, Yi Changfeng couldn't help but frown at his words. What did you just say? She's Yin's wife? Saying that, Yi Changfeng looked at Yin. Yin, you are at least a flunky of our Yi family. You're not unaware of how much our Yi family has paid for you. This Miss Willow saved Xin Yen and your other ladies. I shouldn't have said anything. It is even proper to treat them with courtesy. But the main house is the foundation of our Yi family after all, and you brought a woman with a foreign surname to live in my Yi family's main house. I'm afraid that's not good. Father. Seeing that her father had misunderstood, Yi Xinyan was also busy opening her mouth to explain. However, Yi Changfeng waved his hand and looked at Lu Baiyan. Miss Lu, Mr. Yi is very grateful to you for coming to the rescue of Xin Yen and the girls. But the Yi family's main house has never had a precedent of opening its long-term residence to outsiders. Changfeng can take you back for a temporary stay first, but I'm afraid Miss Lu will have to find another place as soon as possible. I could care less about you and Yian. But this, father, Yi Xinyan saw his old man getting more and more on top of his words, and was also busy opening his mouth to interrupt him. Then he came to his ear and busied himself with explaining Lu Baiyan's identity, even the whole Broken Hill thing. When Yi Changfeng heard that Lu Baiyan was actually the great demon from the immortal fox forest back then, and that the Broken Head Mountain was now emptying, unable to help it, he froze. Seeing him frozen in place, Lu Baiyan also laughed. Yi family master, can I go to this Yi family master's house? Yi Changfeng nodded with a face full of embarrassment. Go, anytime. The big Miss Lu can stay as long as she wants. So what? Time waits for no one. We're going back. Saying that, Yi Changfeng was busy personally escorting up the crowd. Returning to Yi Jiaguan, it wasn't really an escort. After all, if we really talk about strength, he wasn't as good as Lu Baiyan. Just looking at his nervous appearance along the way, it also made Jian and Yi Xianren and the others want to laugh. After all, it was also the first time they had seen Yi Changfeng like this. Since they had traveled all night, they soon saw the city gates of Yi Jiaguan, and at this time, Yi Changfeng also stopped directly. Father, you're not coming back with us? Yi Xinyan asked in disbelief. Yi Changfeng shook his head. Broken Head Mountain is empty. We must fight quickly. I've informed a few of your uncles, and we're already waiting for me in the south of the city. We'll run to Breakneck Mountain all night. You guys go back first, and by the way don't mess with her, Yi Changfeng said and didn't forget to look at Lu Baiyan next to him. Yi Xinyan nodded and said, don't worry, it's fine with Yian. Yi Changfeng nodded and concluded, also watch out for the Chen Bai family in Yi Jiaguan. I suspect they're related to Broken Head Mountain. I just don't have any proof yet. You all be careful until we get back. Yi Xinyan froze at his words, but nodded. Only then did Yi Changfeng leave the place and rush to the south of the city to join the others. On the other hand, Yian and the others were led by Yi Xinyan into the Yi family pass. Chapter 60 Staying in the main house. Late night morbidity. This was the first time Yian and the others came to Yi Jiaguan. Walking down the street at the moment, he couldn't help but be subdued by the bustling streets. Even though it's nighttime and families are resting, but looking at a store next to each other, you can also imagine how busy it must be in the daytime. And this is only the scene of a town. I really dare not think that if it is placed in Jianlan City, how lively it must be. While rushing along, Yi Xinren also asked. I didn't expect the family head to agree so readily. I thought he would refuse when he heard that Sister Willow was a great demon. Yi Xinyan, who was on the side, sniffed awkwardly. It's not possible if you don't agree. Miss Lu can easily kill the black demon fiend. This strength already far exceeds my father's. If Miss Lu really wants to destroy the Yi family, even if my father fights to the death, he won't be able to stop it. It would be better to trust Yi and to trust Miss Lu. What's more, if Miss Lu tells the truth about Broken Head Mountain, my father and his men will definitely get a bad advantage from their nightly attack on Broken Head Mountain. That's why my father believes in Miss Lu. Lu Baiyan sniffed smugly. And count on your father's understanding. My strength today is indeed not something he can stop. Yian curiously said. I remember you were only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm before. What level are you at now? Why should I tell you? Liu Bei said with a glance at Yian. Yi Xinyan then said with a smile. The Black Demon Fiend has the strength of the 3rd level of the Jindan realm, and Miss Lu was able to easily kill it. I'm afraid this strength must be at least at the 5th level of the Jindan Sutra. It seems that the 10 bottles of top-grade spirit liquid we sent to the girl earlier has restored her strength quite a bit. Lu Baiyan sniffed and said indifferently. You're smart. It's just a pity that that thing is useless to me nowadays too. I need more resources to regain my strength. This time I came to Yi Jiaguan just to see if there is any. But don't worry, I, Lu Baiyan, am not a heartless demonic beast, and I won't do this thing of unloading a donkey. As long as your Yi family doesn't expose my identity, I naturally won't make a move against your Yi family. Yi Xinyan sniffed and nodded busily. Yin said from the sidelines. Okay, we're all good sisters. Don't talk so out of place. It's getting late. We'd better hurry home. At the same time that Yian and the others returned to the Yi family's main house. At this moment within his secret room of the Chun family, Chen Shute and Byron also took off the black masks on their heads one after another. Brother Chen, didn't follow me. Chen Shute laughed. Yi Changfeng is afraid that he has been out of the city for a long time at this moment. Whether he can come back tonight or not is one thing. Just wait and see. As long as the boss kills him, it won't take long for this Yi Jiaguan to be in chaos. At that time, Yi Jiaguan will fall into the hands of either our Chun family or your Bai family. We're all sort of done. Bai Ren's face was also filled with anticipation as he sniffed. Yes, after planning for so many years, boss's plan to take charge of Yi Jiaguan is finally coming true. It's not in vain for the two of us to expose our strength tonight. Right. So what do we do tomorrow? Chen Shute laughed. Tomorrow we'll go to the restaurant. As long as we hear that Yi Changfeng didn't come back this night. Basically boss, this plan is a done deal. Next, naturally, we just need to wait patiently for the boss to purge the Yi Clan subclan and then come to Yi Clan Pass to join us. Wonderful. Just wonderful. The Yi family. When Yian and the others returned to the Yi family's main house, it was already late at night. However, because of Liu Bei's special status, Yi Xinyan still did it herself, taking some maids and fellows to settle the rooms of several people in Yian, before leaving on his own. A few moments later, when Yian was lying on the bed, it was also a no-brainer. It's really better to have a big family. This bed is big enough to fight on. The 3 EXIN ring girls who were lying on the side said with a smile. I'm afraid you're the only one who would have such strange ideas. Yes, it's getting late. Sagittarius, let's take an early rest. Yian nodded without saying more. That's right. Yi Xinyan had arranged a total of 2 rooms for them. One was where Lu Baiyan lived alone, while the other was this kind of big bunk where Yian and the others lived. It wasn't that Yi Xinyan was biased, but Yian deliberately requested it. After all, now that Yi Xianren's 3 daughters were pregnant, Yian also wanted to live together to be able to take better care of them. Yian swore that it was definitely not for the convenience of swiping the merit value. In fact, tonight he was tired and pressed for such thoughts, not to mention that it was inappropriate to do those things when it was his first night in the Lord's house. Yian was also really too tired and fell asleep not long after lying down. As for the 3 girls, that was not to mention that they fell asleep earlier than he did. Originally, Yian thought that this sleep would last until he woke up naturally the next day. As a result, it was while he was sleeping sweetly. Suddenly a sound of banging gongs and drums, but in the courtyard rang, followed by the door to their room being pushed open. Yian slept in a daze, and when he got up, he saw that Lu Baiyan unexpectedly walked in. Breakfast, ma'am? Yian asked, rubbing his eyes. Yi Xianren's 3 girls were also one apparently not sleeping through, and were also looking at Lu Bai Dai in a daze. Lu Baiyan said breathlessly, "What's for breakfast?" "Something's wrong. Yi Xinyan is having an attack." "Morbidity?" The crowd sobered up when they heard this. Yi Xianren was even more busy asking, "What's wrong with Sister Xianyan? Wasn't she fine last night?" Ryu Baiyan said, "I'm not sure, but if I'm right, it should be caused by her being injured by Black Demon Fury's men last night. The Black Demon Fiend is an evil cultivator, and there is a blood poison in his blood. As long as you can injure your opponent, you can transmit the toxin. The people of Broken Head Mountain have weapons infested with this toxin. People who are poisoned usually have an attack within a few hours, and if they don't take the 4th grade blood cleansing pill in time, they will bleed to death from all 7 orifices. But I can't be sure. After all, I haven't seen her now." Yian heard this and busily got up. "Then what are you waiting for? Go, I'm taking you to her." Yi Inger saw this and busied herself. "Wait, Sunga, this is the main house. I'm afraid you might not be able to see anyone if you rush over like that. Better wait for us to get up and go together." Yian nodded at his words. Immediately, he busied himself with helping the 3 to change their clothes. And yet, it was said that at this moment in one of the rooms of the main house, a woman with a hot body roughly 30 years old was taking Yi Xinyan's pulse. Only that frown was very tight. Next to her, Yi Xinyan's mother Qin was looking on with a worried face. It was only until the woman let go of her hand that Qin was busy asking, "Forge, how is Xianyan? Is she going to be okay?" Yi For sighed. "Aunt Qin, there's nothing I can do. What Sister Xianyan has been hit by is the Black Demon Fiend's blood poison. This poison needs a 4th grade blood clearing elixir at worst to cure it." Qin sniffed and was busy. 4th grade blood cleansing pill? Don't we have it in the Yi family's Dan room? Hurry up and send someone to get it. Yi Forger, however, shook her head. "We're out of stock in the Dan room. Someone bought the blood cleansing pill in large quantities yesterday. Our Yi family has bought up all the stock not only in the store, but also in the family's Dan room. I was wondering yesterday how someone could buy so many blood cleansing pills at once. Now it seems that I'm afraid someone has joined forces with Broken Head Mountain on purpose." Qin was instantly anxious at his words. "If you don't have any at home, then hurry up and send someone to Jianglan City to buy them. You can send it back in a day's time." 2. Yi For was the one who said, "Aunt Qin won't be able to make it in time. In Xianyan's case, if she doesn't detoxify the poison within an hour, she won't be able to make it." "An hour? 1 hour? Where can I find a 4th grade blood cleansing pill?" Qin was instantly flustered. Yi Forge said after some thought, "Aunt Qin, don't be so hasty. I heard that yesterday, Mr. Li from Jianglan City came to our Yi clan. The Li family is an alchemy family, so maybe he brought one with him. Isn't Yi Tian close to him? Ask Yi Tian to ask him. Maybe there's still a chance." Chapter 61 Teaching Lu Baiyan? "You can refine the blood cleansing pill? Right. Hurry up and send someone to find Yi Tian. Go!" Qin was busy shouting. Now that Yi Changfeng was not at home, the entire main house was naturally dominated by Qin, and immediately a fellow went out to look for Yi Tian. And just then too, Yi Yan's group, finally, was led by the fellow to the door of Yi Xinyan's room. When the others saw Yi Yan and the others, they also revealed puzzled gazes. Apparently there were some raw faces among them. "Auntie Qin, greetings, Auntie Qin." The 3 girls, Yi Xinren and Yi Inger as well as Yi Tonger, busily came forward and saluted. Yi Yan also followed with a salute, but it was Lu Baiyan who just stood there the entire time, as if he hadn't seen Qin. Qin, on the other hand, only glanced at Lu Baiyan, and then she busied herself towards Yi Xinren and the others. You are Yi Yan's wives, aren't you? When I came back last night, Xin Yan told me all about it. Both are pregnant, so these manners will be dispensed with in the future, said Qin, who also looked at Yin. You're Yin, aren't you? Greetings, Auntie Qin. Yin did not know what to call, simply into the family with the custom. Anyway, he is a superfluous son-in-law. Then follow the wife shouting good. Qin nodded in satisfaction. What a nice young man, Yin was busy saying. Auntie Qin, we just found out about Xin Yan's matter. This lady of mine has some ability. Let her help see what's going on first. Qin froze at her words. Obviously last night Yi Xinyan had explained to her about Lu Baiyan's identity, so she didn't dare to slack off and was busy. Thank you for your kindness, but no need. Forge has just checked it out. Xin Yan is suffering from blood poisoning. Forge is the best leveled alchemist come healer in our Yi family. There's definitely no mistaking it. Then can I take a blood cleansing elixir? Yi Xinran asked busily. Qin's eyes reddened at the words. Not yet. Forge said that someone purchased the blood cleansing pill in large quantities yesterday, causing the stock within our Yi family to be sold out as well. And since Xin Yan's situation is urgent, it's also simply too late to go to Jianglan City to buy it. But it's a good thing that Mr. Li came to our Yi Jiaguan. That's why I've sent someone to invite Mr. Li. Mr. Li? Yian and the others frowned at his words. Yi Forer walked over and laughed. Sir Yian, I've heard about it long ago. I'm Yi Forer, Yi Forge said and held out her hand. Out of politeness, Yian naturally extended his hand to shake the other party, but he felt quite strange. Is shaking hands popular in the immortal world? But the other party had raised his hand, so he couldn't be rude. As a result, I didn't expect that just after shaking hands with Yi Forer, this stinky even snapped. Fortunately, Yian's reaction was also fast, and he was busy mobilizing his breath to receive it. Otherwise it would have really been her. Yian was wondering. As a result, Yi Forer was the one who drew her hand and smoothly touched the back of Yian's hand. Only then did he laugh. Mr. Yian is truly a talented man. That's a lot of strength in those hands, too. It's alright. Dare I ask who this Mr. Li is? Yian asked, and at the same time, his heart was a bit puzzled. This Yi Forer was so strange, touching her own hand at the first meeting. Is it possible that you are also short of men? Just looking at her, she had to be 30 years old, and although she had a lot of style, she wasn't that horny. Yi Forer laughed. This Mr. Li is the young master of the Li family of Jianglan City, full name Li Xiaotian. The Li family is the alchemy family of Jianglan City, and our Yi family has a lot of 4th grade pills that we purchase from the Li family as well. Mr. Li happened to come to Yi Jiaguan yesterday. Nowadays, if you want to say that this Yi Jiaguan has blood cleansing pills, apart from the thieves who bought them in large quantities yesterday, I'm afraid it's only Mr. Li. Yian frowned at his words, and Lu Baiyan also felt that it was not right and opened his mouth. Putting your hopes in others, are you not afraid of disappointment? What if he doesn't have it? Yi Forer couldn't help but frown slightly at what she said, and everyone else also looked at Lu Baiyan. This girl is also Mr. Yi's wife, but she doesn't seem to be a woman from our Yi mansion. Yian awkwardly said, this lady of mine is indeed not a Yi family woman. Yi Forer smiled. Mr. Yi is a flunky of my Yi family, yet he can still marry a woman from another family. It seems that Mr. Yi's ability is not low. Yian smiled and didn't explain, but it was the other clansman beside him who spoke up. Since it's a woman from another family, why are you still interrupting when the Sangha is chatting with someone? What an unruly behavior. That's not true. Since you are the son-in-law of our Yi family, you naturally have to have the rules of our Yi family. Don't you need us to teach you how this lady should be tempered? Yian couldn't help but laugh at his words. This lady of mine, I wouldn't dare to temper. She's usually the one who tutors me at home. Ma'am, why don't you tune them up too? Yian said and looked at Lu Baiyan. At the same time, he thought to himself, you guys don't drag me along when you're looking for death. Teaching Lu Baiyan? I wouldn't dare now. When she's full of good feelings, I'll tune in without you guys telling me. Sure enough, Yian had just finished speaking, only to hear slap 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 3 clear slap sound has landed on the face of the 2 people who opened the mouth. But Lu Baiyan clearly didn't even raise his hand. Those 2 were also stunned. Then they reacted and pointed at Lu Baiyan. You, simply lawless. How dare you strike in our Yi family? Enough. As soon as those 2 men's words fell, Qin spoke up and interrupted them. They thought Qin was going to help them out, and one by one they shouted, Auntie Qin, you've seen it all. You have to decide for us. Yes, Aunt Qin, you don't have to be too hard on her. Just have someone waste her. I say that's enough of you. Qin's face is green. Good guy, this is not letting himself clean up Lu Baiyan. This is clearly want to let Lu Baiyan destroy their Yi family. Qin was busy laughing. Miss Lu, Don't be offended. Everyone has a few rat droppings in their house. For Yi Yan's sake. You are not angry, said Qin as she shouted at the two men. Get down there yet. Don't let me see you for a year. And Qin? Those two were confused. But Qin was in the dark. Get out of here yet. Those two could only leave with their heads down when they heard that. Qin then shouted at the others. Yi Yan is a great contributor to our Yi family, making all three of my Yi family daughters pregnant. So even if Miss Lu is not a member of our Yi family, everyone has to be polite to me. Let me know who slows down Miss Lu. Don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Yes. The others around him were busy responding. This scene was watched by Yi and Xin, who also exclaimed straight away. Good man. This Qin is really a smart person. What a strong desire to survive. Lu Baizhen seemed to enjoy this feeling, and even smiled at the words. And Yi Fuer is obviously that much smarter. Although she was also curious about Lu Baiyan's identity, she was the one who never said anything unpleasant. Instead, they drew out the two idiots who were the outcasts. And Qin was also looking at Lu Baiyan and Yi Dao after she finished training people. Miss Lu, Mr. Yi, I really had no choice but to pin my hopes on Mr. Li. We can't go begging those thieves. They bought so many blood-cleansing pills. It's obvious that they're dealing with Heartface. Yin said. We understand that point, but Shiranui has a point. It's never good to pin your hopes on others. I'd still have a way to be able to refine the blood-cleansing pill. It's just that I don't know if the Lord's family can have a manual for refining 4th grade pills. And the refining herbs for the 4th grade blood-cleansing pill? Both Qin and Yi Fuer were stunned at the words. Yi Fuer was even more busy asking. You seem to be about as strong as me. You can refine a 4th grade blood cleansing pill? Chapter 62, Chao Thief Li Xiaotian. I'll pay for your pretense? Sister Forge doesn't know that Sangong has some talent in alchemy, talisman seals, and formations. Right. Why don't we let the Sangha try? In case Mr. Li doesn't have the blood cleansing pill with him or isn't willing to help, we'll still have one more option, won't we? That's right. Yi Xin Ran's three girls were also busy. Qin couldn't help but get excited at the words and asked busily. Forge, can our Yi family have these things? Yi Fuer said. Yes, they're all in the Dan room. Although our Yi family doesn't have any 4th grade alchemists, rune seal masters or formation masters, the 4th grade manuals and corresponding materials are in abundance. It's also used by everyone for drilling on weekdays. I know where it is. I'm going to get it for you, Yi Fuer said and called out a few of her men, rushing over together. And also just as they had left on the front foot, on the back foot, a henchman ran over to pass. Madam, young Master Tian is here with Mr. Li. The crowd also looked over in the direction the henchman was pointing at. Sure enough, only to see two youths were walking quickly one after the other. The youth walking in front was wearing the Yi family's clothes, and was obviously Yi Tian. The youth behind him, on the other hand, was wearing a gorgeous green robe that was worth a lot of money at a glance. The whole thing is also looking sassy, worthy of being from a great family. This temperament is truly extraordinary, Yi Min said to himself in his heart. It should be said or not, this Li Xiaoshan gave him a good first impression. However, he also knew that the young masters of such big families might not always be as good as they seemed. I'm afraid we'll have to see how the specific person is. Aunt Xin, this is Mr. Li Xiaotian Li. When I heard about Xin Yan's accident, Mr. Li was worried too. Yi Tian smiled. Li Xiaotian also arched his hand and directly took out a wooden box and laughed. Aunt Xin, this is the blood cleansing pill you're looking for. Luckily, I went out and brought one with me. And this elixir will be able to cure the poison that Xin Yan is suffering from. Yin and the others were also delighted at his words. Li Xiaotian brought there. That is naturally the best. It saves a lot of work after all. Aunt Xin's eyes were also red with excitement, and she said busily, Thank you, Mr. Li, for such a great favor. When Xin Yan wakes up I'll make sure to have her personally come to the door to say thank you. Saying that, Xin was about to go get the elixir. However, he did not expect that Li Xiaotian suddenly shrunk his hand and took it back. Qin was visibly stunned at the sight. Li Xiaotian then laughed. Aunt Xin, this 4th grade blood cleansing pill is worth a lot. Qin froze and asked. I see. What's the price? Mr. Li? Li Xiaotian sniffed and busied himself. Aunt Xin, you see how you mention money to me. Our Li family and your Yi family have been doing business for so many years. Is that something that can be measured in money? Today, if Xin Yan has something to do, I'm duty-bound to do it even if I'm pouring money into it. But, look at that thing I mentioned last time. Qin sniffed and was busy. Young Li, hasn't Xin Yan already clearly told you about this matter? Li Xiaotian sniffed but sighed and said, Xin Yan did talk to me, but I can't get her out of my mind. Can I? To tell you the truth, I came to Yi Jiaguan this time just for Xin Yan. As long as you promise to let Xin Yan marry me, Not to mention this blood-cleansing pill. My Li family can give you another generous dowry. Aunt Sheen, I'm true to Xin. Would you like to think about it? Yin originally also felt that this Li Xiaotian seems to be good. Good guy originally shelved waiting for it. This is like a forced marriage. Sheen obviously saw it too and busied herself. Young Li, after all, this matter concerns Yan's lifelong affairs. It's not something that I can easily make decisions on. Her father isn't at home, so at least wait for his father to come back. Li Xiaotian sniffed but said, since ancient times, marriage is a matter of the father's order and the matchmaker's words. Aunt Sheen, I have saved Xin Yan's life this time. Doesn't it show that I have a heart for her? But this, the first time, she was out of ideas and didn't know what to do. And Yin at this moment is also to see understand. The heart of the anger immediately rub her eyes. Good man, this daughter-in-law snatching has gone to his head. That's more like it. He had heard Xianren say that Yi Changfeng planned to marry Yi Xianyan to himself. For Yi and himself alone, he absolutely agreed to this marriage. Even if Yi Xinyan might not agree, but then he had to let himself try. What's more, Yi Xinyan obviously doesn't like Li Xiaotian, and this one is forced to take life and death, which is simply more Chao thief than Chao thiefa. Yi thought about interjecting immediately. As a result, who knows, he hasn't even opened his mouth. On the side, Lu Baiyan was the one who spoke up. I really didn't expect that after how many years it's been, there's still such an old-fashioned tactic as forced marriage. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Li Xiaotian's face instantly changed when he heard this, and he said in a cold voice, what forced marriage? Who forced marriage? Did I force the marriage? What are you doing taking the elixir and not giving it? And pulling all this crap if not to force a marriage? You think everyone's a cutie. If you're not going to force a marriage, just give it. Lu Baiyan coldly grunted. Li Xiaotian sniffed with an embarrassed face and said, this elixir is so precious. I can't just give it away. Then aren't you still going to force a marriage? I'm not forcing a marriage. Why don't you give it without forcing the marriage? I'm going to force a marriage. Li Xiaotian froze himself when he finished speaking and busily covered his mouth. And Yi Tian, who was on the side, was also busy opening his mouth when he saw this. If not you, who? Are you from our Yi family? Our Yi family. Shut up. Before Yi Tian could finish speaking, Qin spoke up and interrupted him. Qin looked at Li Xiaotian and said, Young Li, your Li family and my Yi family are quite the friends. I'll just ask you one thing. Are you borrowing this blood-cleansing pill or not? Li Xiaotian said with an embarrassed face. Truth be told, Aunt Qin, I'm not feeling well here either. I'm still counting on the blood-cleansing pill to suppress it, and I definitely want to save Xianyan. But you didn't promise to marry him to me, so I can't give it for nothing, can I? Qin nodded at her words. I know. In that case, take your time. What did you say? Li Xiaotian obviously couldn't believe his ears. I said slow down. Qin's voice was obviously a few points colder as well. Li Xiaotian smiled at his words. Do you realize what you're saying? I've heard that I'm the only one in the entire Yi family Guan who has the blood-cleansing pill in my hands nowadays. I don't want to put words in your mouth. That's why I'm being nice to you at this point. You're actually letting me go? Said Li Xiaotian as he raised the elixir in his hand. Think about it. If I do leave, can you afford the consequences? Yin couldn't hold back any longer when he heard this and just wanted to open his mouth to curse. As a result, who knew that Lu Baiyan was laughing? Do you think this blood-cleansing pill is some kind of supreme treasure? Still affordable? Is this thing hard to get? Saying that, Lu Baiyan looked at Yin who was on the side. Little trash. Refine one for me right now in front of him. After saying that, Lu Baiyan also transmitted his voice. Because of you, this fox fairy is already restrained. Otherwise he'd be a corpse by now. I've already put my words here. You won't be able to refine the blood-cleansing pill today. I'll kill him first, then slaughter the Yi family, then kill all your daughters-in-law and take you back to the immortal fox forest. No one has lived to see the joke of the pussy that I, Lu Baizhan, have put up. Yin heard this and was completely numb, and straightened up in his heart. Good lord, you robbed me of my pretentious moment even, and I end up paying for it? Chapter 63, Present Learning Leads to Mockery. Yin hands on alchemy. Little trash? Oh, that's quite a chic name. Dare I ask which one of you present is the little trash? Li Xiaotian smiled at his words. Even Yi Tian, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh. Even if the name is strange, how dare you say that the blood-cleansing pill was refined on site? But you can really blow it. The blood-cleansing pill is a fourth-grade pill. It has to be made by a strong person of the Golden Dan realm at least. And there's only one Jin Dan realm powerhouse in the entire Yi family Guan. The family head. Even Young Li, who comes from a family of pills, couldn't refine a fourth-grade pill. And you guys can? Brag about it and bother to plan it out first, okay? Facing Li Xiaotian and Yi Tian's taunts, Lu Baiyan was clearly enraged. Even a murderous aura instantly filled the air. Yi Yan, who was on the side, saw the situation and busily pulled Lu Baiyan while going forward. Is it hard to practice the blood cleansing pill? As my lady said, I can make it now. As for what you said about Young Li not being able to refine it, is that any of my business? It's not my fault if he can't refine it. Who are you? Only then did Ji Tian and Li Xiaotian notice Yi Yan next to them. Yi Yan laughed. Me? I'm the little piece of trash you all talk about. Also a flunky of the Yi family. Flunky? Yi Tian and Li Xiaotian were also stunned when they heard this, but then they laughed. I can't believe he's a flunky. Ha ha, I thought it was someone else. I didn't realize it was a flunky. I say, aren't you a little flunky who doesn't quite know his place? This is the Yi family's main house. When the bigwigs of our Yi family speak, is there a place for you? A flunky? To interrupt? Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh. And when Qin, who was on the side, saw this scene, she was completely enraged. Without saying a word he raised his hand and slapped at Yi Tian. This time, even Yi Tian was dumbfounded. Auntie Qin, why are you hitting me? I brought Young Li here with good intentions. Why are you hitting me? Qin said angrily, it's you I'm hitting. Yi Yan is our Yi family's flunky though, but that's also our Yi family's honored guest. If you dare to speak out of turn again, don't blame me for turning my back on you, said Qin. Also looked to the side of Li Xiaotian said love. Mr. Li, since you have no intention of making a move, it's better to leave. Our Yi family's matters can be resolved by our Yi family itself. Solve it? How are you going to solve it? You still really believe that he can refine a 4th grade blood cleansing pill? Li Xiaotian obviously didn't believe it, and Yi Tian, who was on the side, was also busy persuading. Yes, Aunt Qin, you must have been tricked by this Yi Yan. If he can refine the 4th grade blood cleansing pill, why would he come to our Yi mansion as a flunky? The only one who can save Xin Yan now is Mr. Li, and Mr. Li comes from the Li family. That's not a big family that our Yi family can compare to. Once Xin Yan marries Mr. Li, then our entire Yi family will be able to follow the glory. Unbridled. Qin really couldn't listen anymore and opened her mouth to scold. What happens to the future of our Yi family is a matter for the entire family. What does it have to do with who Xin Yan marries? Yi Tian, if you dare to talk nonsense here again, beware of me tearing your mouth apart. Forager, where's Forge? Are you back yet? Qin asked, rushing aside. It so happened that just at that moment, Yi Forer finally returned with someone. Yi Yan also wondered if it took so long to find a piece of information. The good guy took one look at him and that's when he realized. It turned out that Yi Forer had not only brought the information, but had even brought the Yi mansion's men and moved a bronze cauldron. This tripod was used for alchemy at first glance. And seeing this battle, Li Xiaotian on the side couldn't help but laugh. Surprisingly, he actually moved the alchemy furnace. Funny, I really don't want to leave when you guys do this. I'd like to see what makes your Yi family capable of refining the 4th grade blood cleansing pill. Yi Tian was also busy saying, Auntie Qin, if you keep this up, have you thought about the consequences of offending Young Li? Young Li that represents the Li family. In case the Li family stops doing business with the Yi family in the future, how will our Yi family gain a foothold in Yi Jiaguan? His Li family isn't the only one selling pills in Zhenglan City either. How can I agree to force me to marry my daughter to save my life? Qin said and also looked at Yi Yan who was at the side. Yi Yan, didn't you say you could refine it? I believe you. So do it now and refine it. Xin Yan's life is in your hands. Next to her, Yi Forger sniffed and also busily handed over both the 4th grade alchemy manual and the herbs for the blood cleansing pill. Yi Yan didn't talk nonsense and took it immediately. Then flipped through the 4th grade alchemy manual. It was just that this scene was also seen as confusing to those present, especially Qin. She couldn't help but ask as she looked at Yi Yan's behavior. Yin, you are? Oh, I've only refined 3rd grade pills before, so I'll have to see how 4th grade pills are refined. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Ha! Qin was completely dumbfounded by what she heard, and even Yi Forer, who was on the side, froze. On the other hand, Yi Tian and Li Xiaotian on the side were laughing at the words. Li Xiaotian, in particular, laughed. It just kills me with laughter. Learning to refine 4th grade pills on the spot? Boy, are you sure you're not here to make me laugh? Yi Tian was also busy saying, a 4th grade elixir. That's an elixir that a 4th grade alchemist can only lotus refine after countless hours of alchemy experience. Kid, what do you think that is? Still learning on the spot. You can really blow it. Aunt Qin, do you really want to put Xin Yan's life in the hands of such a person? Shut up you guys. Yi Xianren couldn't hear it anymore, opened her mouth to scold. That's right. If you want to die laughing, go to hell. Are you bored here? Sunga's alchemy talent doesn't need to be proven to you guys yet. Sunga, don't bother with them. Yi Inger and Yi Tonger also said. In fact, at this moment Yi Yan did ignore them. because at the moment he was listening to the system. Ding! Detecting that the host is learning the 4th grade alchemy. This time invest 100 points of merit value to learn it directly. Is it committed? Hearing the system voice, Yian also did not hesitate and immediately shouted in his mind, "Commit!" Sure enough, the next moment the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing 100 points of merit value. The 4th grade alchemy has been learned. Host, please check it out yourself. Listening to the system's voice, Yian was also flabbergasted. He was clearly at the peak of the Heavens Mansion realm's spiritual power, so it was reasonable that learning the 4th grade alchemy merit value consumption would be reduced by 10 times. But this time, it still consumed 100 merit points. This meant that if one didn't reach the peak of the Heavenly Mansion realm's spiritual power, it could be a matter of consuming 1,000 points of merit value. This gap between a 3rd grade alchemist and a 4th grade alchemist is really big. No wonder no one in even the Yi family can refine a 4th grade elixir. Thinking about it, Yian also stopped talking nonsense and rushed to the side of Yi Forer. "Miss Forager, please, let them build a fire. I'm going to start refining pills." "Oh, okay." Yi Forager obviously hadn't regained her senses from Yian's live learning of the 4th grade alchemy. Hearing that, he busily answered, and only then began to greet people to help build a fire. And Yi Tian, who was watching the fun on the side, couldn't help but look ugly when he saw this and whispered, "Young Li, do you think this kid can really refine a 4th grade elixir?" Li Xiaotian sniffed coldly. "With him? How can that be? My Li family also only has 2 4th grade alchemists, and both of them were hired at a high price. What right does he have as a pussy-feeding flunky? Just wait and see. He definitely can't refine it." Chapter 64, I have bad teeth. I like to eat soft rice, can't I? At this moment, not only was Yi Tian's heart bottomless, but even the Qin clan next to him as well as Yi Xinren's hearts were also bottomless. Yi Yinger even asked in a low voice, "Sister, can Sagittarius really refine a 4th grade elixir?" Yi Tonger was busy saying, "I don't know, but I trust Sunga, and Sagami doesn't seem like the kind of person who likes to brag. If he says it's okay, I guess it's really okay." Yi Yinger also nodded at his words and didn't say anything more, but apparently that's still not in the heart of it. And under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yian also finally started to refine the 4th grade pills. Although this was the first time he had refined a 4th grade blood cleansing pill, but with the help of the system, it was as if he was an alchemist. Every step is captured with great precision. Even the control of the fire and the timing of the medicine is very old-fashioned. And looking at Yian's organized appearance, even Yi Forer, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but show an expression of approval. In comparison, Qin was significantly less relaxed. She came up next to Li Forager and asked, "Forge, Aunt Qin only trusts you. How do you feel about Yian's pill refining?" Yi Forer said, "Aunt Qin, this Yian still has some strength. Whether it's the control of the fire, or the order and timing of adding the herbs, it's all very good. Doesn't that mean he can really refine it?" Qin said excitedly. Yi Forer sniffed but shook her head. "I can't guarantee it. After all, I can't refine a 4th grade elixir either. But it doesn't look like Yian is bragging." "That's good. That's good." Qin visibly relaxed a bit at her words, but the side of Li Xiaotian at the moment is looking at the muffled. Also do not know what exactly in the heart and the thought. When Yi Tian saw that he didn't speak, he naturally didn't dare to speak either. The atmosphere of the scene, for a while, was also condensed. However, Yian's hand movements did not stop. Just 10 minutes later, with all of his herbs being placed into the alchemy furnace one by one, a strange medicinal fragrance wafted out from within the alchemy furnace all of a sudden. And as the fragrance of the medicine wafted out, all of a sudden, the entire scene could smell it as well. However, it was soon questioned. "This flavor isn't right. I remember that the medicinal fragrance of the blood cleansing pill was clearly somewhat sweet, but why is the scent of this medicine a little astringent? AI, it seems to be true. I've smelled the flavor of the blood cleansing pill and it does smell a bit sweet. He couldn't have failed to refine it." As the crowd at the scene murmured, Li Xiaotian, who was on the side, also suddenly laughed out. "Kid, blow your cowhide. Even though I don't know how to refine the blood cleansing pill, I have seen the process of refining the blood cleansing pill no less than 100 times. Even the flavor of the blood cleansing pill old me can smell it. This blood cleansing pill of yours obviously doesn't smell right." Seeing this, the Qin clan on the side also busily looked at Yi Forer who was next to her. Yi Forer nodded her head. "It sure doesn't taste right. Did he really fail?" Amidst the crowd's skepticism, Yian was acting as if he didn't hear it. With a flip of his hand, he opened the top cover of the alchemy furnace. In an instant, a green-colored elixir emerged. Yian smoothly removed it and immediately handed it to Qin next to him. "Once the blood cleansing pill has been refined, hurry and take it to Xianyan to take it." Qin just wanted to take the elixir when she heard it, but it turned out that Li Xiaotian, who was on the side, laughed. What did I say? This kid is just faking it. A normal blood cleansing pill is clearly red, but this one of his is green. This is clearly a refining failure. Auntie Qin, now you believe you've been tricked. Hurry up and apologize to Young Li, and you might even be able to save Xin Yan's life. Yi Tian also couldn't help but say. Qin had wanted to take the elixir, but when she heard this she didn't know what to do for a moment. Next to her, Yi Fuer was also busy asking, Sir Yi, why is this blood cleansing pill of yours a different color from the ordinary blood cleansing pills? It won't really. When Yian saw that the crowd didn't believe him, he also shook his head helplessly, and then he handed the elixir to Lu Baiyan next to him. I refined it. You always believe me. Take it and give it to Xin Yan first. Lu Bei nodded her head. In itself, she had put down her big words, and at this moment, she could only hope that Yian's refined pills were fine. Otherwise she'd have to go on a killing spree. As Lu Bei received the elixir, Yi Tian and Li Xiaotian just wanted to stop it. As a result, who knows? The next moment Lu Baiyan disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he had actually entered inside Yi Xinyan's room. Qin saw this and was busy. Yin, this. Before Qin could finish, she was interrupted by Yin. Don't worry, Aunt Qin. Xin Yan is my master anyways. I won't harm her. As for why this blood cleansing pill of mine is different in color from ordinary blood cleansing pills, then it can only be said that the alchemist's level was too poor for those blood cleansing pills you purchased in the past. The reason why the blood cleansing pill they refined is red and sweet is because of one of the herbs that they didn't completely refine out the impurities inside. And this blood cleansing pill of mine is the real blood cleansing pill. Let's put it this way, taking an ordinary blood cleansing pill will at most only detoxify Xin Yan. But this blood cleansing pill of mine, not only can it detoxify the poison, but it can also repair her injured meridians. And with any luck, it can even make a breakthrough in her cultivation. If you don't believe me you'll see it later. Really? Qin's eyes couldn't help but light up at the words either. Yi Fuer, who was on the side, also said thoughtfully, in the herbs of the blood cleansing pill, there is indeed an herb that helps with cultivation. It's just a pity that most of the medicinal effects were refined when it was refined. And it's also true that one of the herbs is extremely difficult to refine. The flavor is just sweet and red. There seems to be some truth in what Mr. Yi said. Fart. As soon as Yi Forger's words fell, Li Xiaotian, who was next to her, spoke up. Where did this brat come from that dares to say that the level of the blood cleansing pill refined by our Li family is insufficient? Do you know who the two fourth-grade alchemists of our Li family are? Those are all alchemy masters invited from the state city. What are you? How dare you question their level of alchemy? Yian smiled at his words. Young Li, I'm just being honest. And have you thought about it? Since you're a master alchemist from the state city, why did you leave the state city alone and run to Jianglan City, where your family is from? Could it be that your Li family pays better than the treatment in the state capital? Do you think there's a possibility that you just couldn't make it in the state city, so you ran to Jianglan City to become a lord? You! Li Xiaotian was instantly dumbfounded by the pair's dislike. The others around them sniffed and thought it made sense. After all, the Yi family had also tried to recruit powerful paraprofessionals, but without exception, those who were capable were simply unwilling to stay in Yi Jiaguan. That's why the Yi family had no choice but to pick someone from within the family to train. The treatment and opportunities in the state city are always more than in Jianglan City, right? Could it be that those two fourth-grade alchemists would really not understand this? And while the crowd was wondering, suddenly within the room, there was also a fluctuation of breath. Afterwards, Lu Baiyan actually did bring Yi Xinyan out, and that fluctuation of breath was clearly emanating from Yi Xinyan's body. Third level of the heavenly mansion realm? Xin Yan. You broke 2 layers of cultivation in a row? Qin couldn't believe her eyes. Even Yi Fuer, who was on the sidelines, covered her mouth in wide-eyed shock. Yi Xinyan said excitedly, it's the elixir just now. Yi Yan's refined blood cleansing elixir didn't just cure my poison, it also repaired my meridians along the way, and I felt a surge of power coming into my body, and then I broke through. I didn't realize it was still 2 layers. How is this possible? How is this possible? Li Xiaotian froze in place when he heard this. Yi Tian also pointed at Yi and questioned. You're even able to concoct a 4th-grade elixir. So why did you come to our Yi family as a flunky? Say, what the hell are you up to? Yi sniffed breathlessly. Does knowing how to make pills conflict with being a flunky? Can't I have bad teeth and like soft food? Chapter 65 Yi Family's Hidden Scripture Pavilion. Xianpin blistering wind steps. Li Xiao. Qin suddenly turned her head to look at Li Xiaotian who was on the side. What is it? Li Xiaotian said although he was not happy in his heart. Qin said in a cold voice. You have spoken out against my Yi family's flunky 3 times in my Yi family? Seeing as you're a member of the Li clan, I won't get involved. now that my daughter's blood poisoning has been resolved. If you're alright then go. You are not welcome in my Yi family. What did you say? Li Xiaotian was instantly enraged at his words. Yi Tian, who was on the side, was also busy speaking. Auntie Qin, you're crazy. This is young Li. Do you really want to get into trouble with the Li family? That's the Li family. Enough. Qin, however, directly interrupted Yi Tian's words and looked at Li Xiaotian and said, I don't care whose family he is. Holding my daughter's life hostage just won't do with me. And to try to get my daughter to marry him, it's just delusional. As for talking business with me, I'm sorry, I'm just a woman. I have no control over the Yi family's business. If your Li family has any grievances, you can wait for Changfeng to return and go talk to him. I've made it clear enough. Come on man. Send the guests away. Yes. The Yi family's guards immediately rushed out one by one. Li Xiaotian was also completely enraged at the situation and rushed at Qin. Good. Qin, remember your words today. I hope you'll still be this tough when you come begging to my door in the future. Li Xiaotian turned around and left after saying that. Yi Tian was also busy chasing after him when he saw this. Li Xiao, don't be angry. Auntie Qin, he didn't mean it. Li Xiao. Qin didn't pay attention to Yi Tian and Li Xiaotian, but instead was rushing to the subordinates on the side. Inform down that Yian and his wife are honored guests of my Yi mansion. Anyone who dares to slack off, don't blame my family law for serving. Yes. The group of maids and guards beside them were busy responding. Only then did Qin look at Yi Xinyan and said, Xin Yen, Yian and the others have just come to the main house. Now that you're physically unharmed, take them around more often. It's also a way to understand the situation in the house. It's only when you're not slacking off. My daughter understands. Yi Xinyan hurriedly said. Seeing this, Yi For on the side was also busy saying, Aunt Qin, don't worry. I'm not much older than them. Later I, forager. Before Yi For could finish speaking, Qin took her hand and said, after offending the Li family this time, I'm afraid that our Yi family's business will be implicated as well. You'd better go back to the store and get ready early. Me, go, with Xin Yen accompanying Yian and the others. They won't be slowed down, Qin said. Yi For then nodded helplessly. Okay then. Although it was very reluctant, Yi For left. Qin then made an excuse to leave as well. Yi Xinyan hurriedly stepped forward. Thank you for this time, Mr. Yi, and thank you to the three sisters. And Sister Lu. Lu Baiyan didn't say anything even with a faint smile. Yi Xinrun's three girls, on the other hand, laughed happily. We're all sisters saying thank you. That's right. It's still Sagittarius who's powerful enough to refine a 4th grade elixir. That's right Sister Xin Yen. Can there be any fun places in the Yi family? Yi Xinyan sniffed helplessly. There really isn't much fun in the Yi family, but Yi Jiaguan has. There's a restaurant whose wine tastes especially good. I'll take you guys later? Yeah. Yi Inger said excitedly. Yian then said, can we go to the Yi family's hidden scriptures before we go? Yi Xinyan nodded. Naturally no problem. You guys want to get together? Yi Xin Yan asked Yi Xin Ren's three daughters. The three women, on the other hand, shook their heads. We're not interested in the scripture pavilion. Let's go back and rest first to refresh ourselves. Going to the tavern later for a little drink. Yeah. Yi Inger was also busy answering. And Lu Baiyan was clearly not interested in the Yi family's hidden scriptures, so he shook his head as well. Immediately, the four women left first. Yian was surprised to see this. This is too strange. Lu Baiyan's high strength can't see the Yi family's secret gung-fu can understand. How come the Xin Ren girls aren't interested either? Yi Xinyan said while leading the way. That's because they passed when they were kids. Been there? Yi Guo froze. Yi Xinyan explained. As the women of the Yi family who are going to have children come to the main house for a temporary stay. That's why after the children are born and grow up, those with spiritual roots are made to go to the Tibetan scripture pavilion before they leave the main house. Pick some gongfu that suits you. So they went over very small. Yian sniffed indistinctly. The two of them chatted along the way, and they also quickly arrived at the Yi family's hidden scripture pavilion door. Yi Xinyan stepped forward and opened the door to the hidden scripture pavilion, and immediately the two of them walked in. And as soon as he entered, Yin saw, inside the Yi family's main house's hidden scripture cabinet, there were indeed quite a number of books on feats densely piled up. All of these books on feats were placed in separate categories. Yi Xinyan introduced. The Great Yan dynasty is divided into 4 levels regardless of whether it's gongfu or divine secret methods and so on, respectively, heaven and earth. The heavenly grade is the highest and the yellow grade is the lowest. Even though our Yi family is in charge of the Yi family pass, we don't have any heavenly grade feats. The best one is the triple local grade technique I imparted to you earlier. Heart Sword technique, 100 River technique and 100 Link technique. The remaining qualities are inferior to these 3 feats. You can pick and see for yourself, and learn whatever feats you like. Also, I'll go fetch you a set of feats over here, Yi Xinyan said and left first. Yian was also no nonsense and turned around inside the hidden scriptures by himself. But to be honest, in fact, the Yi family's hidden scriptures were really quite meaningless. The main reason was because the Yi family had too few techniques that they could take out. Although the Yi family was the family in charge of Yi Jiaguan, this place, Yi Jiaguan, was too marginalized after all. If Yian hadn't needed to meddle after crossing over and slowly integrate into the world of immortal cultivation, I'm afraid even he has to dislike this place. No! After turning around he couldn't even pick an attack technique that he could look at. Attacking feats are categorized in the shelves. The best ones were surprisingly only Xianpin. And the heart sword skill that Yi Xinyan had given himself was at least an earth grade. From this, it could also be seen that Yi Xinyan really didn't hide anything, giving Yian all his best feats. Yian then went to the other types of feats shelves and turned around. The situation was similar. No wonder the Xin ring girls didn't bother to come. With a feat of this grade, it's just like picking a bone inside an egg when you come here. Yian shook his head and walked towards one of the shelves of the body technique category. Other types of feats were fine for him not to learn for the time being, but this body technique class. But no matter what, you have to choose a book. After experiencing this matter of Black Demon Fury, Yian also realized, filial piety comes first in all things. Fighting and running come first. Joking aside, the most important thing an outsider like himself needs to learn first is to run away. That's the way to live. So everything else could be left out. But this body technique for escaping could not be left out no matter what. After turning around for a while in front of the rack of body technique type feats, he found a Xianpin feat. Although it wasn't even an earth grade, it was still the highest grade of these body technique type feats. Metaphysical grade stance type technique. Blistering wind steps. Interesting. Yian was looking at it when Yi Xinyan had already run back on the side. At the same time, a very beautifully bound book was handed to Yian. Look, this is a mandatory technique for every cultivator. Yian froze and looked at the cover. Only 5 big words were written on it. Spiritual Roots Trilogy. Chapter 66 Spirit Root Trilogy. Yian Rising Spirit Root. The Spirit Root Trilogy? Looking at the 5 big words on the cover, Yian was dumbfounded. A trilogy? Is that considered 3 feats? Or 1? This Spiritual Root Trilogy is? Yian Xian was puzzled and asked busily. Yi Xinyan laughed. This Spirit Root Trilogy is a mandatory technique for every cultivator. There are 3 parts to it. They are, respectively, the Spiritual Root Probing Method, the Spiritual Root Disguise Method, and the Spiritual Root Tempering Method. The first 2 feats, as the name suggests, are used to detect each other's spiritual roots and disguise one's own, and the third part of the Spirit Root Hardening Method is used to cultivate the Spirit Root. Camouflage, detection and cultivation? Yian was shocked in his heart when he heard this. A spiritual root can even be cultivated? Come on, you expand on that. Yian had a look of anticipation on his face. Yi Xinyan didn't talk nonsense and explained immediately. First of all, this spiritual root detection method is actually a means of spiritual root sensing. It allows the cultivator to sense the spiritual roots of cultivators who are as strong as he or she is, or weaker than he or she is, but those stronger than yourself can't be sensed. And the spirit root disguise method is the same. For example, if you don't want to expose your strength, when someone weaker than you probes your spirit root, you can intentionally suppress your strength while disguising your spirit root grade, thus making the other party unable to fathom your strength. But the camouflage method is generally used sparingly, and the main ones used are the detection method and the quenching method. Yian nodded at his words. Come to think of it, those who were weak could not sense the spiritual roots of those who were strong. Therefore, people with strong strength are generally not at all worried about people with weak strength coming to probe their spiritual roots. So naturally they do not need to deliberately suppress their strength to disguise their spiritual roots. I'm afraid that this disguise is still used a lot against opponents of the same level, or if the situation calls for it. Yi Xinyan continued. And this spirit root detection method, the main reason why it's used so much is because it involves the spirit root tempering method. The spirit root hardening method is, as the name suggests, a method of spirit root cultivation. Exactly how to cultivate it. It sounds a bit like an evil method to speak of, but it's not, because the spirit root hardening method has many limitations. I'll talk to you first about how spirit roots are actually cultivated. The cultivation process of spiritual roots is actually very simple, and that is to snatch spiritual roots of a higher quality than one's own. For example, if you are a lower grade spirit root, then you can snatch the spirit root of a cultivator who has a middle grade or upper grade spirit root. Then take the essence of the other party's spiritual root and absorb it within your own, as a way to achieve the purpose of cultivating spiritual roots. Yian couldn't help but straighten up when he heard this. It's still not a method of evil cultivation? Yi Xinyan, however, laughed. Of course not. The reason why the law of evil cultivation has the word evil is because it kills like a man and is uncontrollable. Use more ordinary people to practice. And the spiritual root hardening method is different. You can only find cultivators with better spiritual roots than yourself. But cultivators with better spiritual roots than you are generally stronger than you as well. So it's easy to say, but it's really hard to do. You might say, well, can't I specialize in newborn children? This naturally won't work. Think about it. It's already difficult for a cultivator to get pregnant. And it's almost impossible for a child of an ordinary person and an ordinary person to be born with a spiritual root. A child that can give birth to a powerful spiritual root. His parents are usually strong as well. How many people can mess with them? That's why the method of spirit root cultivation sounds simple, but it's actually not easy. And most importantly, when cultivators in general know that they are going to die, they will also take advantage of the situation to destroy their spiritual roots. So, if you want to snatch someone's spiritual root, not only do you usually have to face battles that go beyond your level, but you even have to settle the other party before they have time to destroy their spiritual root. It's difficulty. Imagine. When Yian heard this, it also dawned on him. Indeed, Yi Xinyan had a point. For example, even if he himself had the Dragon Yang skill, the spiritual roots of the child carried by his wife were uneven. What's more, spiritual root hardening could only be found in cultivators with better spiritual roots than one's own. And that's not to mention the situations where you cross the line, or hit the kid coming dad, grandpa, grandma, grandpa, and so on. It's difficult actually. Thinking of this, Yian asked, then if we don't snatch other people's spiritual roots, is this quenching method useless? Yi Xinyan shook his head. You can't say that either. The hardening method itself can be cultivated, but generally speaking it can only enhance the strength of one's spiritual root. And if one is lucky, one might be able to raise it by 1 grade. The unlucky ones, that's all they'll get in life. Yian sniffed indistinctly, and his heart couldn't help but follow suit. As long as this quenching method could be cultivated, then one could utilize the merit value to enhance one's spiritual roots. It wasn't always necessary to find one with a stronger spiritual root than your own to snatch it. Thinking about it, Yian was busy. So what? Is there a practice room? I want to study in seclusion. Yell at me when you're drinking at night? Yi Xinyan laughed. Good. I'll take you. Yi Xinyan then brought Yi into the Yi family's practice room. It was actually a secret room where the aura of heaven and earth was slightly thicker. After bringing Yi into it, Yi Xinyan left. Yian didn't say anything. He directly closed the door and started to study it. As the attraction of spiritual roots is too great. That's why Yian threw the blistering wind steps aside first and flipped through the spiritual roots trilogy. And as he flipped through it, sure enough the system's voice soon sounded in his head. Ding! Detected that the host is cultivating the spirit root trilogy. This time, if you invest 30 points of merit value, you will immediately learn the 3 feats related to spiritual roots. Is it committed? Listening to the system's voice, Yian also did not talk nonsense and immediately shouted, commit! Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the Spirit Root Trilogy. Warm tip, the 2 feats of camouflage detection cannot continue to be upgraded, but the quenching method can continue to improve the quality of the spiritual root. Host's current spiritual root, lower grade no attribute, can consume 1000 points of merit value to upgrade to middle grade no attribute. Is it elevated? 1000 points? Listening to the system's offer, Yian couldn't help but feel a flesh pain. Although he had more than 10,000 points of merit value, he couldn't afford to spend it like this, and this was just the beginning. A medium-grade spirit root was so expensive. Further on, Yigu simply didn't dare to think about it. But on second thought, Yian asked again in his mind, system, what benefits will I get from raising my spiritual root? Unexpectedly, the system actually answered. Ding! The host's enhancement of his spiritual root reduces the cultivation time of his own strength, feats, divine abilities, and other feats, but it does not reduce the merit value consumed in cultivation. In addition to this, raising the spiritual root can also raise the upper limit of the host's cultivation, and the higher the spiritual root, the higher the realm that can be cultivated to. Hearing the system's reply, Yian also smiled helplessly. As expected, the enhancement of the spiritual root determines how fast or slow the cultivation speed is, and how high or low the cultivation height is, while the one that determines how much the cultivation merit value is the spiritual power. Thinking of this, Yian also sighed. Although I'm not currently short of time, it's only 1000 points of merit value, so I'd better vote. After all, an inferior spiritual root sounds like cannon fodder. Thinking that Yian also did not talk nonsense, immediately shouted, commit! Sure enough, the next moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! This time, 1,000 points of merit value are deducted. And the host's spiritual root is upgraded to medium grade. It's expected to take 10 seconds. Listening to the system's voice, Yian also decidedly realized that one spiritual root in his own body, which was still mixed with gray amongst the white, had actually begun to change. The original gray impurities were actually disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the original white spirit root had slowly appeared with a touch of green color. This is a medium-grade spiritual root? Yian was thrilled. Yet following the system's voice was another sound. Ding! The current host can invest 10,000 points of merit value to raise the spiritual root to the top grade. Will you continue to promote? Listening to the system's voice and looking at his remaining 14,920 merit points, Yian was completely numb and couldn't help but curse. Naya, 10,000 points? A top-grade spirit root actually costs 10,000 points? Then how many points does Lu Baiyan's heavenly spiritual root have to be? I'm afraid it has to be 1,000,000 points, right? This bastard runs around blindly with millions of merit points every day. And no one cares? Chapter 67, gnawing into the upper grade. The merit value was squandered. The heart was shocked. But the question of whether or not to enhance one's spiritual root was still in front of Yian. It's a question that can't be gotten around. After all, if he didn't know that merit value could enhance spiritual roots, Yian wouldn't have considered this. But now that I know, I'm afraid that anyone else would be thinking about this in their mind. 10,000 points of merit value to raise the spiritual root to the top grade. I still have a few thousand points left. It's enough for every day. And you can earn it later. It's just that it's going to be harder to make that much again in the future. But if I don't raise it, even though I can save 10,000 points of merit value, the time I spend cultivating down the road will inevitably increase as well. But it's really making things difficult. Yi Xian was torn in his mind. In the end, though, he found a way to talk himself out of it. That's prioritization. He himself was a traveler, and he had traveled through the more brutal world of immortal cultivation. Even spiritual roots can be snatched, and human lives are even more like grass. That's why staying alive is the most important thing. And to stay alive, the biggest thing to rely on is strength. Even being a flunky has to have the strength to have children. As this clearly illustrates, without strength, not to mention living, you're not even qualified to be a flunky. And how does strength increase? Apart from directly consuming merit values to raise it, it's stronger techniques, stronger weapons, and more powerful spiritual roots. Once he thought of this, Yian stopped talking nonsense. Thousands of gold are scattered, and when the merit value is gone, I'll earn it again. Old me is only 70 years old, just the age of an officer. I'm sorry for myself if I don't deserve a good spirit root. Thinking of this, Yian clenched his teeth and immediately shouted, "Enhance the quality of your spiritual roots." Sure enough, the system's voice followed and sounded again. Ding! This time, 10,000 points of merit value are deducted, and your spiritual root is about to be upgraded to a superior spiritual root. Estimated consumption time 1 minute. With the sound of the system, Yian also saw that the light green spiritual root in his body had indeed started to change once again. There were surprisingly a large number of gray impurities floating out of it again. At the same time, the green color in the entire spirit root began to gradually scratch from top to bottom, turning into blue. And it's not just the color that's changed. Even Yian found out. The entire permeability of the spiritual root had surprisingly changed as well. If it had previously looked like a block of ice, at the moment it looked a bit like a block of emerald. Regardless of the texture or translucency, it was obvious that it was not on the same level as a medium-grade spirit root. And Yian was also understanding through studying the spiritual root trilogy why cultivators could only absorb spiritual roots higher than their own in order to enhance their spiritual roots. The most important thing here is impurities. Spiritual roots have fewer impurities as their grade increases. It's fine for you to absorb spiritual roots that are weaker than your own, but the problem is that's a reverse boost. Naturally, no one would be stupid enough to do it. So if you wanted to improve your spiritual root, you could only snatch a spiritual root that was better than yours. Even if it was the same, it was ineffective. Because the most central aspect of spiritual root enhancement was to get rid of the impurities within the spiritual root. Spiritual roots with the same level and the same impurities would not be able to achieve the removal effect. A minute passed quickly. With the complete transformation of the spiritual root into an upper grade spiritual root, Yian also felt that his entire state was different, though that feeling couldn't be compared to what it felt like when one's spiritual power was raised. However, he knew that there was indeed a gap between this top-grade spirit root and the lower-grade spirit root. Worthy of being a top-grade spirit root? This feels different. I've spent all 10,000 points of merit value, so it's not too bad to spend the last few. It's just as well that the strength boost is finished, so we can boost it in a wave. Thinking that Yian is also not in the nonsense, First picked up the next Shin Pin Gung Fu Blast Wind Steps. Immediately learned. And the system's voice rang out really quickly. Ding! Detecting that the host is practicing the Shin grade technique Blistering Wind Steps. This time, you can invest 100 points to raise the Blistering Wind Steps to perfection. Listening to the system's voice, Yian also didn't make any nonsense and immediately shouted, Elevate! Ding! 100 points of merit value are deducted from this time. And the Blistering Wind Steps have been upgraded to perfection. As the system's voice rang out, sure enough Yian felt a stream of information rapidly pouring into his mind. Even his own legs were suddenly full of strength. It felt as if you had been practicing your legs for years. Having a system is awesome. The next step is strength. Yian thought and directly ran the Gung Fu secret Baichuan technique. Sure enough, the system's voice followed and sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host is cultivating the Gung Fu Baichuan technique. This time, he can invest up to 2,880 points of merit value to raise his strength to the first level of the Jindan realm. Is it committed? Listening to the system's voice, Yian also gulped. Sure enough, this as the strength gets higher, the more merit value that needs to be invested comes more and more. Raising from the first level of the Heavenly Mansion realm to the fifth level was just over 1,000 points invested. Good lord, breaking through the Jindan realm from the fifth level of the Heavenly Palace realm actually required nearly 3,000 points. This will only require more further down the line. As soon as he thought of this, Yian couldn't help but hit on Lu Baiyan's attention. Among her own current wives, she was the only one with the highest spiritual root, making it the easiest to earn merit values. It's just that this is a rebel, and he is currently no match for her. So I'm afraid that if I want her to obediently brush her merit value for myself, I won't be able to do it. In the end, Yian decided to start with Yi Xin Ren's 3 wives first. Let's earn some more merit value from them first. Strength couldn't be left out either. And in the end Yian could only grit his teeth and put in these nearly 3,000 points of merit value. Ding! This time, 2,880 points of merit value are deducted, and your strength will soon be raised to the first floor of the Jindan realm. Estimated time required is 5 days. Please be patient. Listening to the system's voice, Yian also smiled with satisfaction. Previously, raising from the first layer of the Heavenly Prefecture realm to the fifth layer of the Heavenly Prefecture realm had all taken 15 days. And this time, it was even harder to raise the cultivation level, but the time was reduced by so much instead. It was true that the benefits of having a good spiritual root were still great. It's just a pity that my merit value has also bottomed out. Looking at the only 940 merit points he had left, Yian also sighed helplessly. This amount of merit value could not be squandered. After all, the child in Lu Baiyan's belly still needed 1,500 points to nurture. He also had to learn the 4th grade rune seals and formations as soon as possible, which would require another 200 points. Combined, there were only 240 merit points one could use. This wasn't even counting the fact that when he broke through to the Jindan realm, he would be able to cultivate the 100 links spiritual power again. Just thinking about this gave Yian a headache. Take advantage of these 5 days to hurry up and find a way to earn more merit value, so as to prepare for the spiritual power enhancement of the Jindan realm. Yian Xin was calculating in his mind, but things have to be taken one step at a time, like this brush of merit value. That has to wait for the night, doesn't it? Yian wasn't too good in the middle of the day. Opened the door to the chamber and looked outside to see what time it was. It wasn't even noon, so Yian didn't rush out. While there was time now, we also had to hurry up and get rid of that nascent sacred ring of the Black Demon Fiend. After all, Ryu Baiyan said that last night when he gave himself. Everything from the Black Demon Fury is in there. There was even a large group of Black Demon Fury's men inside. It should be the Black Demon Fiend leading the preparations to overthrow the Yi family branch. It's just a shame that he was killed halfway by Lu Baiyan. And since these men were all inside the nascent sack, Lu Baiyan didn't do anything about it and left them all to Yian to deal with. Yian took the nascent sacrifice ring, but for a moment, he was in a dilemma. It was the first time he'd gotten this thing, and he honestly had no idea how to use it. Damn, the previous host was a regular old man too. He didn't use it either. How does this thing get in there? Yian only scratched his head anxiously. Chapter 68 God satisfies you, and all are submissive. Don't know how the nerf is going to get in there though, but Yian had lived for 70 years after all, and life experience was still there, especially when he was a cowhorse in his previous life. Reading metaphysical novels at night was his greatest pleasure. As the saying goes, haven't you ever seen a pig run before? In those metaphysical novels, the way to enter the nascent sacrifice was nothing more than invading a strand of divine sense. Thinking that Yian was also not in the nonsense, immediately pinched the nano ring in his hand, and at once separated a strand of divine sense to invade it. Sure enough, with the intrusion of divine sense, Yian felt that this strand of divine sense was instantly sucked in by the nascent soul. At the same time, a magical space unexpectedly appeared right in front of his own eyes. This is a very large space, and you can even see the grass and mountains. And on one of the hills, surprisingly, there were densely packed buildings constructed. There are a surprising number of people who still travel through it. Yian thought about flying over, but who knew that the next moment, his entire body had appeared over the mountain range. This feels so good. It's true that whoever owns the nascent sacrifice is the master of the nascent sacrifice. In here I can even directly instantly move over. Doesn't this mean that I can easily decimate the people in here if I want to? Yian was just thinking, when all of a sudden, 3 figures actually flew up directly from the buildings in the mountain range below. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the red-haired, curly-haired brawny men looked at Yian and opened his mouth to ask, "Who are you?" Yian smiled at his words. "And who are you?" The red-haired, curly-haired hunk snorted coldly. "I am the Black Demon Fury sitting down. Left Commander Red Demon." "Oh, never heard of it. What about you two?" Yian asked the other 2 again. Those 2 obviously didn't have such a hostile attitude, and even had worry on their faces. The male, who was on the thin side carrying a long sword, opened his mouth. "I am Right Commander Kitayama." The woman didn't seem to be human, and the pupil of one of her eyes was actually red, but a great body and very sultry looking. The woman opened her mouth. "I'm the second leader of Broken Head Mountain. You can call me Demoness." "Demon girl? Interesting, you really are a demon, but pretty good looking." Yian laughed. That Demoness was visibly stunned at her words, as if it was the first time someone had complimented her on her good looks. However, the Demoness quickly reacted, and as the second leader of Broken Head Mountain, she also opened her mouth to ask, "What about the fox demon? Why didn't she come in?" Yian stared at the words, and in his heart, he instantly understood. These people from Broken Head Mountain, although they were in the nascent sacrifice, they had obviously seen what happened last night. It was also known that their big boss had been killed by Lu Baijan, so they are waiting for Lu Baiyan to come in and pronounce them dead or alive. Thinking of this, Yian also laughed. "She's not coming. She gave me the nag. So that means I'm in charge here now. I control your life and death." When Yian finished speaking, the Demoness and Bei Shan's faces visibly changed. The Red Devil, on the contrary, laughed. "With you dominating? Kid, if I'm not mistaken, you're only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm. What qualifications do you have to dominate our lives and deaths? Bei Shan and I are both peak Tianfu realm powerhouses. The second lord has even crossed into the Jindan realm, being a Jindan realm first layer powerhouse. Who are you to dominate our lives and deaths?" Yian sniffed and froze. Feeling a little dizzy, hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. Life and death or no life and death later. What strength did you say you guys had? 2 peaks of the Heavenly Mansion realm and 1 first level of the Jindan realm? Yeah, what's the problem?" Red Devil Road. Yian asked rhetorically. "Is there no problem? I remember that Chen Air Soaring, who hijacked the road last night, was only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Mansion realm as well. But he's even your 3rd lord. So your 3rd lord isn't as strong as the 2 commanders?" Red Devil sniffed coldly. "What do you know? 3rd boss's elder brother, Chen Dabia, is our boss Black Demon Fury's sworn brother. It's only because he died on a mission not long ago that the boss gave Chen Airsoy the position of 3rd leader. What do you know as an outsider?" Yian heard this and suddenly realized. Chen Dabia, Chen Erbio. Interesting. So you Broken Head Mountain also talk about human feelings. Fine then. I won't bull ***** you guys anymore. I'm here to take over you. Now I'll give you a minute to think about whether to defect to me or die. Your choice. Anyone who defects to me has to make a blood oath to never be able to betray me. I remember the cultivation world has this right. If you don't defect, it's also very simple. I'll send you on your way. Now start picking." Yian finished and said no more. At this moment, he had already figured out how to control this nascent ring. Even though he was not as strong as them, it was as it was said in the beginning. Within his own nabe, he was the master. No matter who came, he had to lie down. They could only be blamed for trusting the Black Demon Fiend too much and ending up in this situation. Red Devil, clearly unconvinced, laughed at that. "Do you really think that you're invincible just because you got the nascent soul? We are unable to break through the nascent soul and rush out. But you are not that fox demon either. Even if you take control of the nascent sacrifice, you'll never expect me to submit to you. I'll fight you," Red Devil said with a flip of his palm, and instantly a blood-colored giant axe emerged towards Yi and directly killed. Yian didn't dare to slack off when he saw this. The other party's strength could be too much higher than his own. Only Yian lifted his palm and instantly an invisible force choked the Red Devil's neck. It fixed his entire person in midair and he couldn't move. Yian looked at Red Devil Road. "I'm not as strong as you, but in this nascent soul, I'm your god. Since you want to die, God fulfill you." After Yian finished speaking, the next moment his palm slashed violently. In an instant, Red Devil's entire person was directly torn into pieces. Yian stared while he did it, hoping to see what grade this Red Devil's spirit root was, but as it turned out, who knows, only a large swath of blood surfaced. There was no spirit root to be seen at all, and it was obvious that this guy didn't want to live at all, and destroyed his spirit root before he died. Yian shook his head helplessly and smoothly received his weapon into his hand before looking at the Demoness and Beishan as well as the countless people from Broken Head Mountain who were watching him from below. You have half a minute. Live or die by your own decision. As soon as these words were uttered, the countless people from the Broken Head Mountain below immediately whispered. Apparently neither knew what to do. After all, the left commander Red Devil had been torn apart by Yian. As for them, that's obviously even less likely to resist. Just when Yian thought that these Broken Head Mountain people would not be able to carry the pressure to submit first. As a result, who knew that the demon girl had rushed to her knees first and said, Demoness, willing to submit and make a blood oath never to betray your master. With this kneeling of the Demoness, the countless Broken Head Mountain bandits below, indeed, couldn't carry it anymore. They have knelt down and cried out, we are willing to submit and make a blood oath to never betray our master. In a flash, the only person left in the entire Broken Head Mountain was Right Commander Beishan, who had yet to take a stand. Yian also looked at him and said, you have 10 seconds to think about it. Kitayama sniffed but opened his mouth. If you don't grab my matching sword, I will submit to you. Yian stunned and laughed. Am I that out of shape, old man? Not to mention your matching sword. Even if it's your woman, old me won't rob her. In my life, I don't like things that have been used by others. Kitayama was visibly relieved to hear this and followed suit. Kneeling down, Beishan is willing to submit to his master and make a blood oath never to betray. Chapter 69, The Difference Between a Demon and a Beast Slave. A slave is innocent. Looking at the crowd kneeling in front of him, Yian couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Is this the power of power? It's still really pleasurable. No wonder everyone wants to be strong no matter if it's in their previous life or in this life. In my last life, the old man had enough of being a cow and horse. And in this life, I want to experience this feeling of being a human being. Yian thought and opened his mouth to shout, get up! All of a sudden the people who were kneeling on the ground stood up. Yian looked at the Demoness and North Mountain Road. Find a place and talk to me about what's going on here. Yes, Kitayama responded. The Demoness pointed downward and said, Master, go down and talk. Yian nodded. Then followed the Demoness and Beishan to the complex on top of the mountain. When he looked down earlier, Yian realized, this complex, there was nothing defensive or offensive, and much of it was even still in the building stage. Apparently it was used for temporary housing. Sure enough, as soon as she landed, the Demoness introduced herself. Master, this is a gathering camp. We were ordered to build it here by the Black Demon Fury during his lifetime. The main purpose is to make it easier for the tuner, so that when he arrives at the location with the Naginata, he can release the army. Truth be told, previously he was preparing to use Yi Xinyan to behead Yi Changfeng. It's just a pity that it was killed by whichever of your fox demon friends it was. As he spoke, Yian had already followed the two to the main hall. The Demoness continued. There are 5 rooms arranged in this main hall. It's for the 3 heads of state and the 2 commanders. If your excellency wants to come and rest here, that's fine too. Yian nodded at his words and took a seat in the main seat. Kitayama and the Demoness, on the other hand, sat very consciously on the 2 sides of the seats below. Yian glanced at the table and realized that there was still fine wine on the table, so he rushed at the Demoness. You, come here and pour me a drink. Both the Demoness and Kitayama were stunned, but the Demoness was still busy getting up and walking over. Yian asked while she was pouring the wine. The Black Demon Fiend is a powerful person at the 3rd level of the Jindan realm. The Yi clan only has 1 Jindan realm layer, Yi Changfeng. There isn't even a single Jindan realm powerhouse among the branch families. The Black Demon Fiend is perfectly capable of decapitating Yi Changfeng head-on. Why does he have to go to such great lengths to make sure to capture Yi Xinyan to deal with Yi Changfeng? The Demoness handed Yi in the wine cup and laughed. Master doesn't know. This Black Demon Fiend once suffered a big loss due to carelessness. Since then he has fallen into a state of caution and suspicion. Plus Yi Changfeng has the support of the Jianglan City Lord behind him. That's why he doesn't dare to touch the Yi family so easily. And capturing Yi Xinyan is almost like capturing Yi Changfeng's lifeblood. That's why he's so cautious. Yian sniffed indistinctly and drank the wine in his hand, then said, What's going on here so far? Talk to me. The demon girl didn't dare to slack off and busied herself. There are currently 2,000 men here. The entire main force of Broken Head Mountain is here. There are roughly 200 people who remain at Broken Head Mountain. All of them are of average strength, and the strongest is only a Heavenly Prefecture Realm 5th level cultivator. This time, The black demon fiend is preparing to directly exterminate the Yi family and enter the Yi family pass. So it has brought all of its main forces. How strong are these 2,000 men? Yin asked. Aside from Bei Shan and I, there are 300 Tianfu realm cultivators, 500 Qi refining realm cultivators, 700 body forging realm cultivators down there, and the remaining 500 are beast slaves. A beast slave? What's a beast slave? Yin asked with a frown, a clan he had never really understood. The demoness was also stunned at her words. You don't know about beast slaves, my lord? Do I have to know? Yin said. The demon girl saw this and was busy. That's not what my subordinate meant. Beast slaves are also a type of demon. The Great Yin dynasty is mainly the world of human cultivators, while outside of the Great Yin dynasty is the world of demonic beasts. And although demonic beasts and humans live in separate areas, there are actually both humans and demonic beasts in the border areas and even in some of the big prosperous cities. And the offspring born from the union of humans and demonic beasts, part of them are demons and the other part are beast slaves. Among them, those who can change their demonic beast bodies in human bodies at will are demons, and those who cannot transform out of their demonic beast bodies are beast slaves. Usually beast slaves are ugly looking. The characteristics of demonic beasts are also very obvious on them. Yin also drifted off when he heard this, and then asked, although there is a difference between beast slaves and demons, in the end, they are all the same kind of people. Why the need for a separate distinction? The demoness said. Your Excellency doesn't know. Beast slaves generally have low talent. There's hardly any hope of cultivating a path. But most of these beast slaves have inherited the strong physique of demonic beasts. That's why their physical bodies are strong. Basically the beast slaves are responsible for the hard labor part within our camp. And since demons can still cultivate, they are categorized with human cultivators. Only, spare me, the status of demons is also very low. And many cultivators look down on demons. The status of a demon is only a little stronger than a beast slave. Yin sniffed indistinctly while his gaze fell on the demon girl. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a demon, right? The demoness froze, but then nodded. Master's discerning eyes. The demoness is indeed a demon in her true essence. Transform out of your body and I'll see. Yin said. The demon girl froze, but then she transformed out of her body, and Yin saw it. It was actually a small snake with red scales all over its body. And even one of its eyes was red. As soon as Yi Yan raised his hand, the small snake quickly wandered to Yi Yan's arm. It's cold and prickly in the hand. Yi Yan couldn't recognize what species of snake it was though, but he could sense that the demonic beast that gave birth to the demoness was a very powerful snake demon. Which of your parents is the snake demon? Yin asked. The demoness froze for a moment, then said anyway, my father. Yi Yan nodded, then said, change back. Right. After saying that Yi Yan was ready to release the demon girl back to her original position. As a result, who knew that this demon girl would actually wrap around her arm and directly turn into her own body? In a flash, the demon girl's entire body was attached to Yi Yan. That one exquisite with some demonic cheeks was even directly attached to Yi Yan's face. Yi Yan frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, do you want to get killed? The demon girl's whole body trembled as she whispered, Master, don't get angry yet. Do I look beautiful to you? Yi Yan froze and couldn't help but laugh. You're seducing me? The demoness laughed. Master is different from other human cultivators. It doesn't seem to exclude demons. I want to be my master's woman. Is that okay? Yi Yan smiled at his words, while his voice was a few points colder. I told you, I don't like second-hand stuff. Women too. The demoness was busy. The slave is innocent. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kitayama. Yi Yan sniffed and looked at Bei Shan who had been silent on the side. Kitayama was busy. The second lord is indeed innocent. The black demon fiend doesn't like demons and beast slaves, and even looks down on them somewhat. If not for the demon girl's powerful strength, she wouldn't be able to mix with this second leader's position. Yi Yan couldn't help but smile at the words and rush towards Bei Shan. Get out! Bei Shan froze, then understood, and busily got up and saluted, then quickly left. The demon girl also smiled at the sight, obviously knowing that she had succeeded. Yi Yan turned his head to look at the demoness and said as soon as he raised his hand on the demoness' slender waist, in that case, it's the black demon fiend who doesn't know how to enjoy himself. The demoness said with a smile, this may also be my destiny with my master. Who knows? Yi Yan also didn't talk nonsense and wrapped his arms around the demon girl and disappeared in an instant. By the time they reappeared, the two were in a boudoir. Looking at the arrangement, it should be the demon girl's room, and as soon as the two of them appeared, the demoness took the initiative to get into Yi Yan's arms. However, Yi Yan was calm, and with a lift of his hand, he scratched his fingertips, stretching her bloodied fingers out in front of the demoness. There's no rush. Let's get the process going first, lest I be called a red herring again. Chapter 70, Marrying Qin Ruyan. Right, Commander. Blood rage. As the demoness swallowed a drop of Yi An's essence blood, sure enough the system's voice followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host to marry his wife Qin Ruyan. Qin Ruyan current favorability 0. This reward merit value, 40 points. Warm tips, goodwill and loyalty are different. Although Qin Ruyan recognized the host as the main loyalty has been full, but goodwill still need to slowly cultivate. Listening to the system's voice, Yian couldn't help but freeze. He could understand the distinction between favorability and loyalty, but what he couldn't understand was that this demon girl was actually an Earth-grade spiritual root. This is because only the Earth spiritual root will reward 40 points of merit value for any wife you marry. Will a white die like that is only a mere heavenly spiritual root, but he casually married a black demon fiend's henchman, who is actually an earthly spiritual root snake demon. Where could Yian not be shocked by this? And just as Yi Min was surprised, the demoness Qin Ruyan, who still had a smear of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, was the one who had slowly unbuttoned her buttons. In a flash, the towering peaks drew Yian, a mountain climber, to gulp. It should be said or not, Qin Ruyan knew the correct way to use Yian. For a 10,000-year-old bachelor like him, there could be nothing more exciting than scaling the heights. So next, Yian began a long hike up the mountain. It is well known that climbing mountains is a huge waste of time. That's why Yian took a full 2 hours to reach the top this time. But while the climb is long, the rewards are great. Only after getting a full 160 points of merit value did Yian stop with a sense of satisfaction. And at the same time, he was hearing the familiar voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host's wife. Qin Ruyan favorability increased to 30. This stage rewards merit value, 100 points. Listening to the system's voice, Yian also smiled and thought, true enough, under one's Dragon Yang technique, there's no lady who can't raise her favorability at first. This Dragon Yang skill is really a must-have ability to brush up on goodwill. If it wasn't for the time constraints and the drinking game in the evening, Yian would have wanted to not go down the mountain today and brush up his goodwill. Lying on the bed at the moment, he looked at Qin Ruyan who was lying on top of him, her cheeks still full of redness. Yian finally was able to find the time to ask the doubts in his heart. Why do you want to be my woman? Qin Ruyan smiled at his words. I've been uprooted since I was a kid, and all I want to do is find a big tree to cool off in. That's all. Yian smiled at his words. You're pretty good at picking then. I don't know if I'm a big tree or not, but I do know I'm an uncle. Then again, how can you be sure I'm a big tree? Qin Ruyan said. Because that fox demon gave you the nag. That fox demon has extraordinary strength, and it's even able to get so close to you, so you must not be mortal. Yian smiled at his words. You're quite capable of reasoning, but you guessed right. That fox demon is also my wife. From now on, so are you, ma'am? Qin Ruyan was visibly stunned at his words. You mean you're going to take me as your wife? Yian laughed. Not to marry you, but already married you. The drop of essence blood that was given to you to eat is the demon beast realm's explicit marriage. You'll be my Yian's wife from now on. Qin Ruyan's eyes actually instantly turned red when she heard this, and she looked at Yian with disbelief. What's wrong? Yian asked. Qin Ruyan shook her head and busily wiped away her tears and said, because I'm a demon, I've been ostracized since I was a child, and then even followed the black demon fiend into the grass. Never thought there would even be a day when a man would say he'd take me as his wife. Qin Ruyan said, looking at Yian with a serious face. My lord treats me like this. Ruyan is bound to you for the rest of her life. In the future, Ruyan will be by your husband's side. Yian laughed as he swept Qin Ruyan into his arms. There is no such thing as a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. Only a mountain of witches and a sea of clouds. Qin Ruyan said with a smile. Sangha hates it. Looking at Qin Ruyan's seductive deathly appearance, Yian was also unable to top it. If it weren't for the drinking game outside, I'd really stay here tonight and not leave, thought Yian Tao. By the way, you said earlier that the Black Demon Fury had suffered a great loss. What kind of loss could have made him so cautious? Qin Ruyan said. Oh, Sangha doesn't know. The Black Demon Fiend was originally a member of the Chen family from Baizhou City. Earlier in the year, he competed with a disciple of the clan for the position of the family head, and as a result, he was victimized by the other party's calculations, lost touch with the position of family head, and in the end, he was even expelled from the Chen family. There was no place to go. And that's why I came to Yi Jiaguan to fall into the grass and become a bandit, bent on growing and going back for revenge. That's when I followed him to Yi Jiaguan. Yian sniffed indistinctly. I didn't realize there was even that in there. As for the Baizhou city that Qin Ruyan mentioned, Yian had also learned about it. The Great Yan dynasty was divided into 9 states, and Baizhou city was one of them. And the Bai family of Baizhou city is the master of the entire Baizhou city. Zhanglan city was also just a small city within the jurisdiction of Baizhou city. As for Yi Jiaguan, that's not to mention. Yian got up and put on his clothes. Qin Ruyan was busy hugging Yian and asked, "Is the Sagittarius leaving? When will you be back again?" Yian smiled at his words. "Don't worry, I'll be here with you often. There are things to take care of out there. I can't stay long. When there's a chance in the future, I'll find you a mountain, and you'll be able to get out of here." Qin Ruyan froze. "Sunga still wants me to be a bandit?" Yian scraped Qin Ruyan's nose. "What kind of bandit? Robbing a house is called banditry. I'll support you from now on, so you don't have to go out and rob the house. Then we can't call them bandits. What's it called?" Qin Ruyan asked. Yian said with a smile, "That's called private armament. Go, send me out." Yian laughed. Qin Ruyan nodded and busied herself with getting dressed as she and Yian arrived outside the main hall. Outside the main hall, all of Broken Head Mountain's henchmen were busy with their own business at the moment. Even Beishan was supervising a group of beast slaves to build a house. Yian had just come out with Qin Ruyan when he saw Beishan slash a sword blade on one of the stout beast slaves. That beast slave was stronger than the average person, with a head full of red hair, and his body was even still covered in huge scales of dark red, except for the face, which was human. The whole body was barely human. Beishan's sword Yian could feel that it had been used with full force. In his place, his current strength would definitely not be able to block it, but the red-haired beast slave's body was staggeringly hard. Beishan's sword slash didn't even leave a trace on his scales. What a hard body! Yian couldn't help but open his mouth. When Beishan and that beast slave saw Yian appear, they were also busy kneeling on the ground. The beast slave was even more busy begging for mercy. "I beg my master for mercy. Blood Fury didn't mean to make a mistake." Yian waved his hand and said, "Get up, you guys." Beast slave and Beishan froze, but still they were busy standing up. Yian looked towards the North Mountain Road. "What's the deal with this beast slave?" Kitayama was busy, reporting back to master. "This beast slave is named Blood Fury, the offspring born from a human woman and a blood demon ape, unable to cultivate, but its body is incredibly hard, and it even inherited the scales of the blood demon ape. Even I need several swords to hurt him." Just now Yian waved his hand and said, "No need to say anything back there. I'm not interested in the mistakes he made." Saying that, Yian waved his hand and instantly a large blood red axe flew towards Blood Rage. It was clearly the same battle axe that the right commander Red Devil had previously used. The blood demon froze, but he was still busy picking it up. He had a big body and a lot of strength, and that big blood red axe didn't seem so out of place in his hands. Yian looked at the crowd and said, "From today onwards, Blood Fury is the right commander here. I don't care how it was before here. From today onwards, no one is allowed to discriminate against demons and beast slaves. Beast slaves who can harden themselves against cultivators of whatever level with their physical bodies deserve whatever treatment they get. From now on, the left commander will lead the human cultivators and the right commander will lead the beast slave army. As for doing the work, whoever is the weakest will do it. Those who are strong don't have to work, and if you want to not work, then work hard to raise your strength for me. Do you hear me?" "Understood." The crowd chimed in. Blood Rage was even looking at Yian with gratitude in his eyes, and his hand that was grasping the blood-colored huge axe was trembling. Only then did Yian take Qin Ruyan's hand and lift it up, saying in public, "Besides, from today onwards, the demoness Qin Ruyan is my Yian's wife. While I'm away, everything here is at her disposal. Whoever dares to disobey, behead." Chapter 71, Ruyan's good sense is raised again. Good grandson grandpa hugs. Yes. As Yian's voice fell, the crowd was also busy responding in unison, while Qin Ruyan, who was on the side, was looking at Yian, and her entire eyes were red. Immediately, the system's voice surprisingly followed right in Yian's mind. Ding! The host's wife, Qin Ruyan. Favorability increased to 50. This stage rewards merit value, 200 points. Listening to the system's voice, Yian couldn't help but freeze as well. I didn't seem to have done anything, right? How come this girl's favorability has increased again? Was it because he had declared her his wife in public? Sure enough, seeing Qin Ruyan's excited expression, he knew it must be because of this. Looks like this ninny had a pretty rough time before. How much discrimination and ostracism does one have to suffer to be moved like this by something so small? Sunga. Qin Ruyan looked at Yian, her eyes filled with emotion. Yian then said with a smile, "Be good and wait here for me. I'll come and see you again sometime." Aha! Qin Ruyan nodded her head obediently. Yian stopped talking nonsense and instantly left the nascent soul with a flash of his figure. Yian returned to the practice room a few moments later. At the same time, with a flip of his palm, he saw a silver curved sword plus a set of silver armor emerge in his hand. Only the armor had visible scars on it, obviously from being slapped out. And these two things were no other than the Black Demon Fury's things. It should have been seized by Lu Baiyan after he killed the Black Demon Fiend. It was casually thrown inside the nano ring by her. This armor had already been tapped by Lu Baiyan, but it was good that the quality was not low. Sufficient Earth-grade armor. Even if it's broken, it can be sold for some money. Rather, this weapon looked extremely extraordinary, and it was surprisingly of Earth-grade as well. I'm sure it'll fetch a good price when it comes back, too. As Yian reckoned, he put away both items. Now that one's strength is on the rise, spiritual power can only slowly build up merit value. The only thing that was not yet available was this handy weapon, but it was possible to find an opportunity to sell the Black Demon Fury's weapon. Good for a weapon that suits you. And apart from that, the cultivators of this nativity have to feed themselves. Yian was still under a lot of pressure in this heart. Then again, it's a lot of pressure to keep so many henchmen though, but all the same, with them, Yian could truly be safe from the Yi family. Yian wasn't stupid. It wasn't true that he was a flunky, but you have to be able to control your own life and death. Previously, in order to stay alive had to attach to the Yi family and honestly be a flunky, but now his own strength was about to reach the Jindan realm. Once he reached it, he would belong to the same level as Yi Changfeng. At that time, there would be no one in the Yi family other than him who had a higher strength than himself. At that time, Yi Changfeng was afraid that he would also be shocked, so Yian had to be on guard. You can be a flunky yourself, but you can't just let me be a flunky in your house. In case Yi Changfeng was afraid that he would run away and come hard, he had to have the power to defend himself, didn't he? The power within this nascent ring was his own capital to deter Yi Changfeng. So where could Yi not be on board? Packing up his things, Yian also glanced at the time. It's amazing how late in the evening the good guys have gotten. Sure enough, this climb is a waste of time. At that moment, Yian didn't delay any longer, and immediately left the practice room and rushed straight to the courtyard where he lived. A few moments later, came the courtyard. Yian then saw that Yi Xinyan had actually come, and was currently sitting with Yi Xinren, Yi Inger, Yi Tonger, and even Lu Bei, chatting away. And when the women saw Yian return, all of them except Lu Baiyan also stood up. Are you done practicing, Sagittarius? Yi Xinren hurried forward and asked. Yian nodded, a little embarrassed. Sorry to keep you waiting. So what? We're going for a drink now? Yeah. The crowd was busy responding. Yi Xinyan also said, I have the carriage ready. Let's go. Saying that, Yi Xianyan led Yi Xianren's 3 daughters towards the outside of the mansion first. Yian, on the other hand, awkwardly came to greet Lu Baiyan. Please, ma'am. Lu Bei was the one who blankly glanced at Yian and said while getting up, and you know to come back. All that time practicing to pick up a little snake demon. You're really using your time to your advantage. Say, who did you learn it from? Yian was shocked, obviously not expecting Lu Baiyan to know about this, and said with some embarrassment, learned from Master Luo. Master Luo? Who is it? Lu Baiyan asked with a frown. Yian said with some embarrassment, Master Luo is a time management guru? I see you're a master of time management. Ryu Baiyan didn't have the good sense to say. Yian, on the other hand, was busy asking. No. Say, how did you know that? Even if you've been in charge of the nascent sacrifice and know about the snake woman inside. I have the nascent sacrifice in my hands now. How do you know if I picked her up or not? Lu Baiyan said as he sniffed and raised his hand to fan himself in front of his nose, all covered in the smell of snakes. You think you can hide it from this fox fairy? You really aren't picky. Yian sniffed and busily sniffed himself, but he didn't smell anything. This was probably because Lu Baiyan, as a fox fairy, was naturally more sensitive to the scent of demonic beasts, so she was able to smell it. Thinking about it, Yian couldn't help but laugh. The ma'am is really right. I'm really not a picky eater. So what if you're a demon if you look that good? Doesn't the lady as a fox fairy not mind that I'm a human? And to say that I'm not picky about this piece of food. I'm half a catty and half a tail with the lady. You. Lu Baiyan was dumbfounded by the dislike, but following that she laughed. Yes, on that point, I do share your disqualification to say anything about you, but don't be complacent. What this little snake demon has inherited is the bloodline of the red training snake, and the spirit root in her body is sufficiently earth grade. This means that her father's spiritual root is at least in the heavenly grade. You've picked up the daughter of a heavenly grade red training snake demon. What do you think he'll do in the future if he finds out? Lu Baiyan said looking at Yian provocatively. Yian, however, laughed. What my old husband, this heavenly pin red training snake demon, will do to me I don't know. But I believe that when a baby with the bloodline of a red trained snake demon calls out to his grandfather, he'd be sure to fart around and yell, hey, good grandson, come to grandpa for a hug. You. Lu Bei was once again disliked and was speechless, looking at Yian and saying in a cold voice, you're simply getting more and more licentious. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Yian sniffed and busied himself. What are you talking about? Ma'am. Fighting is love. Quarreling and bickering is true love. We're so in love. How could you kill me? Stop it. Hurry up and get a drink. Yian said as he pulled up Lu Baiyan's hand and ran towards the outside of the mansion as well. Lu Baiyan was still quite angry, but when Yian said this, he laughed indisputably. Although she was strongly taught, she was still seen by Yian. However, Yian didn't pick it out, but only muttered to himself in his mind. Laugh, laugh. In the future, JK will be in front of you, and if you don't wear it, you'll have time to cry. Chapter 72 Silver Sword Overlord by Xiaoxian. By Dai invited Greenleafan? Yian brought Lu Baiyan and quickly chased him to the door of the Yi mansion. However, during this time he was also seeing quite a few young men and women within the Yi mansion. Those people seemed to be people from the Yi mansion and were sitting in the garden of the Yi mansion chatting, and when the two of them passed by Yian, it also caused a lot of sidelong glances to watch. So as soon as he got on the carriage, Yian asked, Master, what were those young men in the Yi mansion's garden for just now? Yi Xinyan was stunned and explained, they're all young men who have high hopes from the main family. And since they all have spiritual roots, once the offspring are born, the odds are that they will also have spiritual roots. Therefore, they are raised on weekdays in the hope of reproducing offspring for the Yi family as soon as possible. It's just a pity how hard it is for cultivators to get pregnant. You know, most of them don't move much these days. When I'm bored on weekdays, I sit in the garden and chat to pass the time. Yian sniffed indistinctly and thought about it. Though the main house is a little better than the sub-house, but after all, the branch family was also dependent on the main family for survival, and the Yi family's main family had lost quite a few experts over the years. That's why even Yi Changfeng had a big headache with the problem of Yi family reproduction. Therefore, he could understand raising such a group of young people. Yi Xinyan then lamented. Actually, these young people are just the tip of the iceberg. Many of the Yi family's males have died at the hands of demonic beasts. There are very many marriageable women within the family today, and there are quite a few with spirit roots. But because many men don't want to take risks easily, they are repulsed by the idea of joining the Yi family. Even though the conditions offered by the Lord's family are already very good, few people still come, and the unmarried women, on the other hand, stayed in their own yards most of the time, which was also quite miserable. Yian sniffed indistinctly, although he also sympathized with these women. But after all, one's energy is limited, and it is impossible to take care of everyone, so all he could do was sigh in love. However, with the completion of the immortal Fox Forest border formation, it was thought that this situation would gradually improve. The group chatted idly while they rushed towards the restaurant, and at this moment, inside the floating fragrance restaurant in Yi Jiaguan, Chen Shute, head of the Chen family, and Bai Ren, head of the Bai family, also finally stood up. Chen Shute said, after waiting for a day, we haven't even seen Yi Changfeng or even heard from him. It looks like 80% of the bosses have already gotten it, and we can go back in peace. Hakoran said, Yi Changfeng definitely won't survive. Didn't you hear that Yi Xinyan came back and got hit by the boss's blood poison? Yi Changfeng must have fought for his life to save his daughter. It's just a pity that saving a Yi Xinyan won't help. It won't be long before this Yi family passes our world. Haha, who says otherwise? Chen Shute also laughed. The two also left the restaurant while making small talk. Just as soon as the two people had left, a young man with a long sword in his back foot, surrounded by a group of henchmen, entered the restaurant. The youth was quite handsome, especially with a silver longsword on his back. He looked quite a bit like a young gentleman. The youth cried out just as he sat down, Boss, hurry up and serve the food, and bring me 10 more jars of good wine. The henchman next to him saw this and was busy. Young master can't drink so much. Have you forgotten about the last time you drank too much and almost offended Yi Xinyan and were chastised by the master? The youth smiled instead. Afraid of what? You said that was last time. Didn't you hear my old man just now? This Yi Jiaguan is about to change the sky. From now on, this is my Bai family's world. What the hell, Yi Xinyan? If I see her again, she'll only be able to kneel in front of me as a dog. Cut the crap and serve the wine, the youth said and prodded. Where did the little two dare to be slow? And immediately served the fine wine. And the youth was about to taste the wine. But just then, instead, a group of people walked in through the door of the restaurant. If it wasn't Yian and his party, who else? Yian's line was also really jealous. There were 6 people in the group, 5 of whom were beautiful and had different styles. The only male was Yian. You say he invites hate. As soon as the group entered and sat down, the other guests around them whispered, Holy, who the is this kid? He's got 5 beautiful women with him? Damn, 5 big beautiful women drinking with them? What a waste. AI. Isn't that Yi Xinyan of the Yi family? This group of people turned out to be the women of the Yi family. Worthy of being a woman from the Yi family? She's so pretty. I just love Yi Xinyan. Go. Yi Xin Yan is good looking, but the other ones are not bad either. Especially the one with an extraordinary temperament who looks as cold as ice. That's the one that's to my liking. That's right. That cold as ice with a hint of seduction. It's simply the legendary little vixen. The crowd around them whispered. And this also caught the attention of the silver sword youth who was drinking next to him. The youth's gaze first sized up Yi Xinyan, but then it landed on Lu Baiyan. While he couldn't help but lick his mouth, he actually stood up directly and walked towards the other party. And this scene immediately caused the surrounding people to clamor. AI. You guys, look, Duke Bai went over there. I'm going to have a good show. Duke Bai is nicknamed Silver Sword Overlord. This is going to be great. Who do you think Mr. White has his eye on? There's no need to ask. Isn't it known all over the city that Duke Bai likes Yi Xinyan? In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Bai Xiaoxian had also indeed arrived at Yi and the others' table. Yi Xinyan frowned as soon as she saw him. However, Bai Xiaoxian didn't even look at her and instead rushed at Lu Baiyan. Girl, get acquainted? My name is Bai Xiaoxian, the eldest young master of the Bai family in Yi Jiaguan. The nickname, Silver Sword Overlord, speaks of me. Of course, this silver sword is silver as in silver, not 3 dots of water as in kinky. Saying that, Bai Xiaoxian even turned around, revealing the silver-colored longsword on his back. I wonder what the girl's name is. Lu Baiyan looked at Bai Xiaoxian and surprisingly, he actually answered. My last name is Willow. Willow? Good last name. Then may I ask who Miss Willow and the girls are? Bai Xiaoxian continued to ask. Yi Xinyan had long been unable to hold back, and rose at his words. Sister Lu is the wife of this Lord Yi and Yi beside me. Besides me, all the other sisters present are also the wives of Lord Yian, and Mr. Yian is the son-in-law of my Yi family. Bai Xiaoxian, I advise you to be sensible and hurry. If it was placed in normal times, Bai Xiaoxian really didn't dare to do anything to Yi Xinyan. But now, he didn't put Yi Xinyan in his eyes at all and faintly said, What are you? Did Benjamin accost you? Besides, I accosted Miss Lu and didn't even speak to her man. Mr. Yi, is it your turn to talk? Dogs meddling with rats. Yian's brows couldn't help but furrow at the words. Bai Xiaoxian then also looked at Yian and faintly said, Yi family flunky, right? There's nothing for you here tonight. Pretend you didn't see anything. You're still the Yi family's flunky. If you spoil my fun, I'll make you a dead dog. Do you hear me? Killing intent also surfaced in Yian's heart when he heard this. This Bai Xiaoxian was only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, and it was as if he had to kill him himself, though it might lead to the pursuit of the Chen family as a result. But Lu Baiyan was also molested. Even if the Chen family's people came, could it be that Lu Baiyan would not put up a fight? Yian's side was thinking, but Bai Xiaoxian on the side was looking at Lu Baiyan and opened his mouth again. I just bought 10 jars of good wine. I wonder if Miss Lu would like to come over and join me. To share a drink? Yian's heart sank as he immediately opened his mouth and said in a cold voice, She won't. As a result, who knew that as soon as his words left his mouth, he was pressed on the shoulder by Lu Baiyan next to him. At the same time, he only saw Lu Baiyan's shell teeth gently opening as he looked at Bai Xiaoxian and said, No, I do. When Yian heard this, he was instantly numb and looked at Lu Baiyan and cursed in his heart. How dare you? You, try to green me?